001 Leg Fetish. I'm a leg fetishist. Do you know what a leg fetish is, Dr. Qiao? This sentence appeared in the chat interface. Qiao Xun smiled knowingly at the computer screen. He certainly knew what a leg fetish was. To be honest, during his work breaks, he also enjoyed looking at beautiful women with fair skin, attractive looks, slim waists, and long legs to relieve work stress. As a psychological counselor, he was very good at managing his preferences to ensure his mental health. However, compared to legs, he preferred looking at eyes. The beauty of someone's eyes was his primary criterion for judging attractiveness. Of course, Qiao Xun messaged the client and added, "Do you like stockings? White stockings, black stockings, colorful stockings, nothing is best at, a bare leg enthusiast." His assistant, Qiao Xun, knocked on the door and walked in with a cup of coffee. Doctor Qiao, I just brewed this coffee. Qiao Xun nodded and smiled. Thank you. Dr. Qiao looks very happy. Qiao Xun, fresh out of university, full of vitality and energy, was curious about Qiao Xun that I'm chatting with a client. Why Qiao Xun glanced curiously at the chat interface and thought to herself, oh, a leg fetishist. She instinctively looked at her own legs. She didn't like showing her thighs, so her clothing style had always been relatively conservative. Dr. Qiao, a leg fetishist. Qiao Xun tapped his fingers on the coffee cup. Not really. I prefer beautiful eyes. I'll go do something else then. You carry on. Okay. Qiao Xun left Qiao Xun's office. She immediately took out a small makeup mirror from her pocket and carefully examined her eyes, thinking to herself that she shouldn't stay up. Later, her eyes had a bit of redness. Doctor Qiao, what do you like? The client on the other end of the screen asked. Qiao Xun's fingers danced across the keyboard. I like looking at eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Sharing one's interests in the opposite sex with someone of the same sex is common and applies to both genders. Moreover, as a psychological counselor, trying to build rapport with the client can ensure smoother consultations. The sky outside darkened. Heavy clouds rolled across the earth, and a howling wind indicated that heavy rain was coming. Looking at the chat interface, he was suddenly startled. Doctor Qiao, do you also like to collect other people's eyes? I like it. I want to obtain them. Interest can certainly be niche. It's a way for everyone to relieve their troubles, but it shouldn't be perverse. You said you like legs, right? Of course. Then do you have thoughts about obtaining other people's legs? Qiao Xun wanted to verify whether the other party had anti-human traits. Yes, and I've already obtained them. Ugh. Qiao Xun gasped that you're joking, right? No. Dr. Qiao, do you want to see? See what? Qiao Xun typed this into the input bar, hesitated for a moment, and then sent it. See my collection. The other party sent a smiling yellow bean emoji. Chatting with him, based solely on the tone of the text, one might think he was nothing special, quite normal. But every word made Qiao Xun's scalp tingle. He hoped this was just a prank by someone who liked to play tricks, but would anyone really spend money online to pull pranks? Before long, one photo after another appeared in the chat interface. Qiao Xun immediately held his breath that he saw in the photos. One leg after another sealed in transparent gel, looking like high-quality agate. Just legs. The photos were very high definition. Qiao Xun could even clearly see not just women's legs, but also the entire legs of adult M. To be honest, at first glance, Qiao Xun didn't find it horrifying. He even thought these were artworks because the craftsmanship was excellent, lacking the shock factor of human specimens soaked in formaldehyde. However, connecting to the chat history with this client, Qiao Xun felt goosebumps all over. How were these made? He felt very uneasy, hoping these were all artificial fake legs, at the very least just stolen from corpses he hoped they wouldn't be. Living people. The other party seemed completely unafraid and openly admitted, if I like someone's legs, I find that person and then cut off their legs to preserve them. Are you joking? Qiao Xun's eyes widened, his composure shaken, and Dr. Qiao, what about those people? They're dead. I empathize with them, knowing that their lives would be very painful without legs, so I ended their suffering. Dr. Qiao, do you want to see what they looked like before they died? After sending this message, the other party added another smiling yellow bean emoji. Damn. This is a pervert, a psychopathic murderer. On the phone, he tried to calmly explain the situation, and the police told him to keep the client calm. They would come immediately. Okay. Qiao Xun didn't want to look, but to help gather more evidence, he had no choice but to look. The other party sent many photos in a row, each one depicting a deceased person, both male and female, young and old. Some even had bloody images. After looking at so many gruesome photos, Qiao Xun felt physically sick. Dr. Qiao, I tried it recently, and oh my god, that feeling was truly wonderful. Dr. Qiao, I'm almost addicted to it. It's amazing. Doctor. Qiao, do you want to see? Qiao Xun immediately felt nauseous when he saw the photo. In the photo, a man stood in what looked like an abandoned factory, smiling at the camera. Just looking at his face, one might think he was a kind and gentle gentleman, but his entire appearance made it impossible to focus solely on his face. Dr. Qiao, let me give you another surprise that a video was sent. Qiao Xun trembled as he clicked to open in the video. The man was moving as he walked. He suddenly twisted his body, completely defying human anatomical structure, walking with the pair of legs in front of him, then using the legs behind his waist, and then the legs behind his hips. For a moment, Qiao Xun felt like he was watching some sci-fi movie. Then he reacted quickly and hurriedly asked, "How did you do that? What about rejection? Stitching scars? How did you control it? Good chose me point? Is he an extreme cultist? If he really is an extreme cultist, then this outrageous anti-human and antisocial behavior could barely be explained. What god? The name of the god is unknowable." The other party sent 2 messages in a row. Dr. Qiao, actually, your legs are also very beautiful. Seeing this sentence, Qiao Xun felt his scalp explode. Almost every hair on his body stood up. What do you mean? Nothing, just imagining the feeling of caressing Dr. Qiao's legs. It's truly irresistible. Qiao Xun instinctively looked at his own legs, which suddenly felt a bit numb from sitting too long. He hurriedly stood up and walked a few steps. Suddenly, the chat window shook, emitting a series of rapid and urgent beeping sounds. This is a video call. The other party is making a video call to Qiao Xun. Should I answer it? Qiao Xun suddenly felt an unprecedented calmness. Perhaps it was his professional training, or maybe it was just his personal temperament. In extremely tense situations, he could quickly calm down, and this calmness was profound. He covered the camera, muted the microphone, and then chose to answer the video call. A man with 4 pairs of legs smiled at the camera. Dr. Qiao, let us embark on this glorious path to divinity together. Crazy, completely crazy. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on, and his assistant, Qiao Xun, nervously said, "Dr. Qiao, someone is looking for you." A person in a black coat walked in, smiling and waving .002 infection. Zhou Sibai listened to Qiao Xun's account and nodded, smiling as he asked, "Are you scared?" Qiao Xun had a complex expression. He had indeed been frightened, but after the extreme tension came extreme calmness. He was actually okay now, a bit. He asked, "Are you from a special department?" Zhou Sibai did not deliberately conceal it. Such matters cannot be resolved by ordinary institutions. What does that mean? A person has grafted on someone else's legs, 3 pairs at that. And what's more, it was successful. This challenged Qiao Xun's understanding of biomedical science. You can consider it a type of disease a disease? Is it contagious? Contagious. Qiao Xun wished Zhou Sibai would tell him this was just a prank, but in reality, it was a serious secret. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you too much. But you don't need to worry, there will be a specialist handling this matter." Zhou Sibai then copied all the chat records, images, and videos related to the 8-legged man from Qiao Xun's computer and said, "For confidentiality, I will delete the records from your computer." "Okay," Qiao Xun replied. After Zhou Sibai operated on the computer for a while, he said, "Also, I hope you can keep this matter confidential. I will keep it confidential. Then please sign this confidentiality agreement." Qiao Xun hesitated for a moment. "Do I really need to sign a confidentiality agreement?" "Yes," Zhou Sibai said with a smile. There was a mysterious charm about this man that made one feel particularly at ease. Qiao Xun glanced at the agreement and, seeing nothing particularly unusual, signed it. Then, with a complex expression, he asked, "Does this mean things won't be too stable from now on?" Zhou Sibai stood up and smiled. "Who knows what the future holds? I feel that person has ulterior motives towards me. Don't worry, he won't survive tonight." "Why would he tell me all this? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't he know I would report it?" Qiao Xun still found it strange. Zhou Sibai was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Perhaps it's just this person's inflated sense of humor." "Perhaps," Zhou Sibai said. "Doctor, there's no need to overthink it. Just live your life, as usual." With that, he left. Just as he stepped out of Qiao Xun's office, he raised his right hand, rolled up his sleeve, and said to his watch, "The intelligence has been transmitted to the tower. Prepare for a crackdown. Additionally, send a sentinel to monitor the target." Qiao Xun. The autumn wind and rain were chilling, like ice needles piercing through clothing, making every inch of skin feel cold. After getting off the subway, holding an umbrella, Qiao Xun walked a few hundred meters to his apartment complex. He was thinking about the earlier events all the way. The eight-legged man's strange way of walking, as well as that eerie smile, lingered in his mind like a scab. Just as he reached his door, someone suddenly called out to him. Dr. Qiao. Qiao Xun looked over. It was his neighbor, Ning'en, a handsome and sunny young man who had just turned 20, standing at his own door with a fishing bag, taking out his keys to unlock the door. Qiao Xun greeted him with a smile. Ning'en was an avid fishing enthusiast, often inviting Qiao Xun to go fishing, but Qiao Xun was not like him. He was a wealthy second generation who had a lot of free time and would only occasionally go fishing on weekends when he felt like it. Did you get off work early today? Ning'en asked. The frost is about to fall. The weather changes quickly. Dr. Qiao, take care of yourself. Qiao Xun smiled and chatted with him. How was the catch today? Ah, don't mention it. What happened? Did you come back empty-handed again? Ning'en looked gloomy. I had a great feeling today, thought I could catch a few big ones, but for some reason, the East Pond, which usually has a lot of fish, was empty today. Yeah, that's the pond with the best fishing conditions. Exactly, such a good pond, yet I didn't even catch a small knife fish today. It's ridiculous. Ning'en shrugged. Not only that, but I also hooked a strange rock midway, and it cut my hand. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a clear scratch was visible on his palm. Are you okay? Be careful of infection. I disinfected it at the clinic, Ning'en said, looking quite gloomy. It really put me in a bad mood. Ha! If you're in a bad mood, just rest early. Yeah, if you're not feeling well, you should rest early too. Ning'en was quite a caring young man. If you feel unwell or need to buy medicine, just give me a call. Qiao Xun nodded and went into his home. Once back, Qiao Xun immediately took a shower. He couldn't let his mind feel unsettled while his body felt uncomfortable. He turned on the TV and sat on the sofa playing on his phone. Although he wasn't watching TV, he still liked to have some background noise. He wasn't in the mood to cook today, so he planned to order takeout. The news played on the TV, serving as background sound. While selecting takeout, he vaguely heard the news mention something about an infectious disease, so he quickly sat up to watch the news closely. A small-scale infectious disease has been discovered in a fishing village in the coastal area of Zhejiang City, and the entire village has been quarantined. The health department is currently investigating. This news wasn't a major headline. It didn't even have a slogan, just mentioned casually by the host. Infectious disease. Qiao Xun thought, feeling a strange sensation. He remembered what Zhou Sibai from the special department had said today, that the situation with the eight-legged man could be understood as a type of infectious disease. Was there a connection between the two? After dinner, Qiao Xun read for a while in his study, but he couldn't focus at all, so he went online and searched infectious disease thoroughly, adjusting keywords in time. Ranges, but aside from the brief mention of the small-scale infectious disease on the news, there was nothing that connected to the eight-legged man. Instead, he stumbled upon a lot of graphic images that made him feel nauseous. With a heavy heart, Qiao Xun went to bed, planning to get a good rest. But just as he lay down, there was a knock on the door. Qiao Xun walked to the entrance, but didn't open the door right away. Instead, he looked through the peephole. Ning'en was standing outside. The hallway wasn't very bright, but he could vaguely see that Ning'en's face was a bit red, and his eyes seemed a little swollen. Ning'en suddenly said, Dr. Qiao, are you in there? I can smell your scent. Scent? Smell it. What an awful statement. Qiao Xun asked. Do you need something? I don't know. I feel a bit dizzy, and my hand is swollen. It's swollen. Very strangely. Raise your hand and take a look. Dr. Qiao, aren't you going to open the door and take a look? I'm not in a convenient position right now. Okay. Ning'en raised the hand he injured while fishing earlier. Through the peephole, Qiao Xun saw that the wound had split open, and it looked like some pink flesh was wriggling inside. I don't know. I'm really thirsty, and my body feels so dry. Ning'en's breathing became a bit rapid. Dr. Qiao, what's happening to me? Wait a moment. He carefully opened the door slightly, but did not remove the security hinge. As soon as the door opened a crack, a bright red hand suddenly reached in, grabbing wildly. What are you doing? Qiao Xun frowned. Open the door, Dr. Qiao. I'm feeling terrible. If you're feeling terrible, go to the hospital. Will you accompany me, please? Ha! Ning'en said, panting heavily, his breath very warm. Even Qiao Xun could feel it from inside the door. Accompanying this was a foul smell, reminiscent of rotting shellfish by the seaside, mixed with the faint odor of rotten eggs. I'm not feeling well either. I can't accompany you. How about I call 120 for you instead? Don't. Qin Lin exclaimed. Why not? They will take me away. They will kill me. They won't. They will. They will. Qin Lin suddenly slammed against the door, startling Qiao Xun, who quickly stepped back. Then another hand, the injured one, reached in through the door crack. In the bright light, Qiao Xun could clearly see it and immediately felt nauseous. Qin Lin's hand was extremely swollen. The back and palm were bulging out, at least 10 times thicker. Moreover, it looked like something was wriggling inside the flesh in strips. In the palm where the wound was, strips of pink, unidentified material could be seen crawling in and out. Doctor. Qiao, open the door. Hurry. Just bite me, just a bite. I'll recover with just a bite. Qin Lin sounded almost hysterical, like someone in withdrawal. How could Qiao Xun possibly open the door for him? He hurriedly grabbed his phone, intending to call the police, but suddenly Qin Lin's actions became even more frantic. He was banging his head against the door, making loud thuds that made Qiao Xun's heart race. The two hands reaching through the door crack twisted the security hinge, producing a piercing metallic screech. Let go! Qiao Xun shouted. Doctor. Qiao, give it to me. I want it. Hurry. Your flesh smells so good. I'm so hungry. I'm so thirsty. Qin Lin was completely ignoring Qiao Xun's words, twisting the hinge while banging his head against the door. After reaching a peak of tension, Qiao Xun quickly calmed down. He didn't dare gamble on whether Qin Lin could twist the hinge open. This Qin Lin was definitely not an ordinary case of mania. He was likely mysterious and twisted, much like that 8-legged man. He drew his tang knife and swung it down hard at Qin Lin's hand, gripping the hinge. The sharp tang knife visibly sank into Qin Lin's palm. Qiao Xun could distinctly feel a bone-crunching sensation. But Qin Lin seemed to feel no pain. His two hands were unaffected, not even bleeding, and he continued to twist the hinge forcefully. Doctor. Qiao, I feel terrible. Qin Lin's voice sounded hoarse and dry, as if his vocal cords were damaged. Qiao Xun quickly pushed heavy furniture like the dining table and couch against the front door to block it. He was now very calm, his thoughts clear. After barricading the front door, he opened the bedroom window, tied several bed sheets together, ready to jump down at any moment. From that one strike, he understood that his physical strength was not on the same level as Qin Lin's. He absolutely could not confront him hidden. But just as he was about to climb down using the tied bed sheets, the outside suddenly fell silent. He cautiously approached the entrance. Surely they wouldn't suddenly break in and kill him. His heart was in his throat as he moved closer. IT was very quiet, and nothing could be seen through the peephole. But Qiao Xun still didn't open the door, obediently waiting for the police to arrive. After a while, there was a knock at the door, but it wasn't the police, it was Zhou Sibai, whom he had seen in the morning. Zhou Sibai stood outside the door, wiping the sweat from his forehead, revealing a very charming smile. 003 The big fish eats the small fish. In the living room. Are you scared? Zhou Sibai asked first. A little. Qiao Xun felt that the conversation seemed very familiar. What's wrong with him? He asked. Zhou Sibai always had a gentle and refined demeanor, looking to be around 35, with a bit of stubble. And he had a rather charming appearance, fitting the ideal image of a mature man in the hearts of young girls. It's an infection, or you could call it pollution. A virus? Zhou Sibai shook his head. If it were just a virus, that would be fine. Is it very serious? I really didn't expect that both incidents of metal disease today are related to you. What is metal disease? It's a genetic disorder caused by infection with abnormal biological metals. Qiao Xun recalled what Qin Lin had said before and then recounted it to Zhou Sihai. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sihai immediately became serious. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with what he said? Yes, he was quite clear at that time. He doesn't usually lie to me. Zhou Sihai inhaled sharply and asked again, did he say where that stone went? Something was off. Zhou Sihai furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, spoke to his watch on his right hand. Immediately send out a guide to search the fishing pond east of the city. There's source metal there. Now, is the problem that serious? Qiao Xun asked. Zhou Sihai's brow was deeply furrowed. That stone is most likely source metal. You can think of it as the virus core in a game. Easy to understand, Qiao Xun laughed. The officer is also a gamer. Zhou Sihai was taken aback. He didn't expect this person to be so calm in such a situation, and even have the mood to joke with him. Are psychological counselors this skilled? Zhou Sihai looked at Qiao Xun, his pupils suddenly becoming unusually deep. Then he frowned, murmuring to himself, just an ordinary person, is he really just bold? Where did my friend go? Qiao Xun asked. Zhou Sihai didn't offer any comforting words. He was taken away under the control of my subordinates. He should be on his way to a special place. Let's just call it a containment facility. What will happen to him? He is infected with source metal. He will either die or evolve. You hope he can take the path of evolution, right? Evolution? Yes, it's the ascension that the eight-legged man mentioned to you. Zhou Sihai shook his head. Forget it. You'll learn more later. It shouldn't take too long. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't delay you. Saying this, he handed Qiao Xun a watch, similar to the one on his right wrist. Keep this. Contact me if there are any issues. Zhou Sihai couldn't figure out what was different about Qiao Xun, but his intuition told him that a communication watch was worth the investment. Aren't we signing a confidentiality agreement this time? Qiao Xun suddenly asked as Zhou Sihai walked to the door. Zhou Sihai paused, turned around, wanted to say something, but decided against it. He waved his hand and left. Qiao Xun watched Zhou Sihai's departing figure, and for some reason, a surge of inexplicable excitement welled up in his heart. Abnormal biological metal? Evolution? Ascending to divinity? He shook his head, bit his tongue, and controlled this feeling of excitement. After calming down, Qiao Xun began to tidy up the entryway. He looked at the hinge, which was already broken, and the door frame had been slightly deformed. He knew that Lin himself definitely didn't have that much strength. There was some white powder remaining in the corridor outside, but he didn't know what it was. Qiao Xun was very curious about how the crazy Lin was controlled, and according to the timeline, it shouldn't have been the police that notified Zhou Sihai to come over. Zhou Sihai might have known about the situation here before he called the police. Why? Qiao Xun thought to himself. Could it be that he was being monitored? He looked around but didn't notice anything unusual. He could only comfort himself in his heart, hoping that he was just overthinking. Suddenly, he felt a damp sensation around his ankle. He hurriedly rolled up his pant leg and was shocked to see a pink worm coiling around his ankle. It was the same worm that had been writhing in the wound on Lin's palm, a fish that slipped through the net. Qiao Xun instantly got goosebumps and was about to raise his hand to swat it away when the insect seemed to have a kind of telepathy, its head suddenly becoming very sharp and swiftly drilling into the vein at his ankle. In just a second, it burrowed in like a needle, leaving only a tiny blood spot. This is bad, Qiao Xun instinctively thought. Starting from the vein at his ankle, waves of heat surged through his blood vessels, pouring out from every inch of his skin, and soon he felt thirsty and hot. It was very similar to the symptoms Lin had before. His head gradually became a bit fuzzy, as if someone was hammering his forehead with a heavy mallet, or as if a blob of goo was stuck in his nervous system. Don't panic. Don't panic. Qiao Xun tried hard to stay awake. He must not sink like Lin. Otherwise, it would really be the end for him. He hurriedly rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower head, and let the icy cold water of late autumn wash over his body. Even so, he still felt extremely hot. Without the water, it felt like he was being roasted. And with the water, it was almost like being boiled. Qiao Xun trembled all over. His skin burned as if it were scalded, turning a deep shade of purple. His eyes were bloodshot, wide open as if they were about to burst. Qiao Xun's only awareness told him not to lose consciousness. He clenched his fists against the bathroom wall, feeling insects crawling relentlessly through his flesh and blood. He knew this was likely not just a sensation. There were indeed insects burrowing in. It hurt so much. Qiao Xun was panicking. His heart rate started to soar. He was afraid that he would end up like Lin, losing his sanity and then being taken away by someone from that special department like Zhou Sihai. Then he would be placed on the experimental platform, with various knives stabbing in his body, skin being dissected, strips of flesh being peeled away, tendons and fascia being cut inch by inch, tubes of blood being drawn out, bone marrow, brain matter, and tissue fluid all extracted from his body. Then brain slices, internal organs soaked in formalin, turned into specimens. Or perhaps, deemed to have no experimental value, directly euthanized. The first half was true, while the latter half was purely his wild imagination due to extreme nervousness. His heart raced. He was on the edge of tension, then quickly entered a state of extreme calm. This was Qiao Xun's strength, but it could also be a flaw. His excited and agitated brain, along with his body's restless nerves, suddenly calmed down, like throwing a red-hot iron into cold oil. In the bathroom, under the shower head, Qiao Xun was as calm as someone without emotions, acutely aware of the bugs crawling and wriggling within his body. He could even sense their size, strength, and the amount of flesh they were gnawing on. The bugs seemed to be suffering from some kind of torment, with faint cries echoing in the background, until they sank into silence within him, becoming a part of his body. It was as if some dormant neurons in his brain suddenly awakened, and Qiao Xun felt a mysterious and profound sensation, as if he had been reborn. In his mind, a magnificent golden staircase slowly emerged. At the end of the staircase was an unfathomable greatness and vast will. God! The single word thundered in Qiao Xun's mind. He whispered softly, "Is this the stairway to God?" Some things didn't need to be explained by others. He gradually understood. Just like the pink bug that had intended to parasitize him, slowly consuming him bit by bit, he had turned the tables and consumed it instead. He accepted and understood this process. Qiao Xun leaned against the wall and got up, walked out of the bathroom, and looked at his somewhat disheveled self in the mirror above the sink, murmuring hoarsely, "Big fish eat small fish. Very reasonable. I'm a big fish." Near the fishing pond in the east of the city, Zhou followed a group of guides as they searched the area for the source metal, which was isolated by a strange air wall for a radius of 5 kilometers. Pedestrians and vehicles instinctively chose to detour upon seeing it. Suddenly, Zhou communication watch received a message. He opened it, and a hurried voice rang out. "Report, the infected entity codenamed Eight-Legged Frogman has escaped and lost control." Zhou inhaled the cold air of late autumn, and in an instant his scalp tingled. He shouted, "Get to the target Qiao Xun immediately, and ask the sentinels there for coordinates." Yes. After telling a group of guides to continue searching, Zhou hurriedly ran towards Qiao Xun's residence. He ran extremely fast, his feet seeming to step on a gust of wind, like an arrow shot from a bow in the darkness. 004 Hidewell. What was that pink worm that was devoured by himself? Qiao Xun cannot understand for the time being, but at this moment, he clearly feels that his body is undergoing changes due to the consumption of that worm. Zhou had mentioned before that those infected with metal disease either evolve or die. Am I infected with metal disease? If I am infected with metal disease, why is my reaction so different from Qinlin's? Not only am I not out of control, but I am also calmer, or perhaps more perceptive. Qiao Xun looked at his ankle, the place where the pink bug had previously burrowed into his vein. The only blood spot had also disappeared. Now, there were no signs of metal sickness visible on him. Everything seemed so normal. Qiao Xun changed his clothes and came to the balcony. The late autumn wind was very cold, and it had just rained today. Logically, he should feel cold physiologically. However, the sensations transmitted from his body to his brain were quite strange. He didn't feel cold. This wasn't because he had just taken a hot shower and didn't feel cold, but rather, it was due to his body temperature being very low. He glanced at the smartwatch on his wrist, which displayed that his heart rate was 40 beats per minute and his body temperature was 15 too. Coincidentally, the outdoor temperature in Jidong City right now was between 14 and 18 degrees. Is the watch broken? Qiao Xun paused for a moment. Then he walked into the room to get an electronic thermometer and measured his temperature again. The result was the same. Why? Qiao Xun knew that his body temperature had always been slightly lower than that of normal people, but only by 0.5 to 1 degree. His usual temperature fluctuated between 34 and 35 degrees. However, experiencing a sudden drop to 15.2 degrees like now was unprecedented. Such a temperature typically only exists in corpses, as they no longer have vitality and their temperature changes with the environment. At this moment, he felt like a lifeless being. Qiao Xun stood on the balcony, hissing as he breathed in the cool air. It didn't feel harsh on his throat or cold in his lungs. He looked toward the square in the distance. The antis were diligently making noise. As soon as the rain stopped, they hurried to the square to dance. Qiao Xun could almost clearly see the faces of each anti. The wrinkles on their faces, the gray-white roots of their hair, and the bloodshot veins in their eyes. He looked around in a daze. The bustling night scene of Jidong City had never been so clear before. The neon lights, the electronic advertisements on the exterior walls of the tall buildings in the distance, The vehicles speeding by on the road and the drivers inside. Everything was vivid in his eyes. This feeling was like someone who had been nearsighted for years suddenly putting on glasses. The world became incredibly clear. But it was nighttime. Qiao Xun possessed not only extraordinary vision, but also night vision and dynamic visual capture abilities. Who could see the wrinkles on an Annie's face 300 meters away at 9 o'clock at night? Without any tools, just with their bare eyes. Was this the result of devouring that bug? Either evolve or die. Zhou Sibai's words echoed in Qiao Xun's mind. So, does the extraordinary ability he has gained now count as evolution? If it is evolution, then in what direction is it heading? The evolution of species in nature is determined by the environment and genetics. Qiao Xun did not believe that there had been any significant changes in his environment. Moreover, the evolution of populations and the evolution of individuals are completely different concepts. Then he thought that since Qin Lin, an ordinary person, could easily contract the metal disease, it indicated that this disease might have already started to spread. Society is undergoing transformation. Like a dark tide, it surges underground, waiting to erupt. Next, Qiao Xun no longer stood idly by. He began to understand the changes in his body after devouring that pink worm, bit by bit. His body temperature had not actually decreased. Instead, it changed with the environment like that of a cold-blooded animal. However, he discovered that he seemed to be able to control the range of his body temperature changes, though he was not yet skilled at it, and the effect he could achieve was very weak and limited. His senses had not only improved in vision, but also in hearing and smell. However, these changes were not as significant as those brought by his enhanced vision. Perhaps this was just a preliminary evolution and had not achieved a qualitative leap, merely better than before. The most obvious change was that his physical abilities had greatly improved. He could now easily reach the ceiling when he jumped, and his body's flexibility and endurance had significantly increased. These changes left him feeling both excited and horrified. Just by consuming a worm, his body had undergone such drastic changes. It was almost reasonable to speculate that there must be evolutionaries in the world with unimaginable abilities. So to speak, the earlier eight-legged frogman was a good proof of this. With this thought, Qiao Xun decided to go out to a more open area to properly confirm his current physical strength level. He changed into a set of sportswear and took along a tang knife, then stepped out, of course, to avoid being seen as a dangerous element. He hid the tang knife inside a customized long-handled umbrella. The tang knife could fit into the umbrella handle, making it look like just a trendy knife umbrella. As he walked down the corridor, he noticed that Qin Lin's door was not closed. To be honest, Qin Lin was his neighbor, fishing buddy, and also considered a half-friend. He was younger, so Qiao Xun usually regarded him as a younger brother. Now that such an incident had happened, he felt uneasy. Feeling uneasy was one thing, but there was nothing to be done about it. As Zhou Sibai said, he hoped that Qin Lin could embark on the path of evolution. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Xun pushed open Qin Lin's door and cautiously walked inside. Thanks to his excellent night vision, he could see the basics without turning on the lights. Although it was not as exaggerated as in daylight, he could still clearly identify what he was seeing. As soon as he entered, a foul, fishy smell hit him. Qiao Xun's sense of smell has also been enhanced, so this foul odor is even more stimulating than what he had smelled before. He has visited Qin Lin's house and is familiar with the layout of the rooms. The source of the stench seems to be coming from the bathroom. Holding his breath, he cautiously approaches the bathroom. Just as he is about to open the bathroom door, he discovers that the doorknob is covered in a transparent, sticky liquid that is dripping down slowly. Qiao Xun couldn't imagine what Qin Lin had gone through at home to become that way. It took about 8 or 9 hours for Qin Lin to go from being scratched and infected by the source metal to losing his sanity. But why did he almost lose his sanity so quickly? Qiao Xun envisioned that if Qin Lin was infected with parasite eggs, which then hatched in his body and led to his madness and loss of reason, and the hatching time of the eggs was around 8 to 9 hours. This explanation seems to make sense. However, whether this is actually the case remains inconclusive. Qiao Xun took a towel, wrapped it around the bathroom doorknob, and opened the door. The scene inside shocked him. Countless tiny powdery specks, smaller than fine sand, were distributed irregularly throughout the bathroom. He was sure that someone with a phobia of dirt would faint at the sight. An instinct about life in his mind told him that these tiny specks had lost their vitality. He thought that most likely, these were insect eggs that had died after losing their host. His scalp tingled. Qiao Xun didn't want to stay there for another moment and turned to leave. After taking a last look at Qin Lin's room, he closed the door and headed towards the elevator. As soon as he entered the elevator, his pocket vibrated. It was the watch that Zhou Sibai had given him earlier. He had studied it and found it had no special functions, only for communication. At that moment, the screen of the special watch displayed a message. Hide well, he is coming for you. The floor where Qiao Xun lives is not high. After reading this sentence, just in time, the elevator arrives at the first floor. A strong stench rushes into his nostrils. Ding dong, the elevator doors open. 005 elegance is always in style. The man outside the elevator holds a red umbrella, while Qiao Xun inside the elevator holds a black umbrella. Perhaps due to the heavy rain earlier today, the power supply is somewhat unstable, and the corridor lights are dim. He stands under the dim light, looking at Qiao Xun, his mouth slowly cracking open into a grin, until the apples of his cheeks are pushed up near his nose. Dr. Qiao, are you so eager to have dinner with me? A sickly flush appears on his face, like someone allergic to alcohol who has consumed poor-quality liquor. Of course, you are the food, and I am the diner. Qiao Xun's heart rate began to soar, and his body temperature started to rise. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil. The sudden appearance of the eight-legged frogman caught him completely off guard. Just that morning, Zhou Sibai had casually told him that this monster wouldn't survive the night, making it sound as simple as going to the supermarket to buy a bottle of drink. But now, this monster was standing right in front of him, brazenly dressed in a well-fitted Western suit, as if preparing to attend some high-end ball. Just as he had said before, one must be well prepared. Otherwise, it would be a desecration of fine dining. Undoubtedly, the sudden appearance of the eight-legged frogman had pushed Qiao Xun to the brink of extreme tension. Yet, in that instant of anxiety, he became unusually calm in a way that didn't resemble someone who had just encountered a monster. Qiao Xun tightened his grip on the handle of the black umbrella, which was actually the hilt of a tang knife. Why? He intended to buy some time. Since Zhou Sibai had sent him a message, it indicated that the other party was aware of the situation and most likely on their way. As long as he could delay until Zhou Sibai arrived, that would be enough. Therefore, he didn't directly inquire about the issue, but merely asked a single why, just to create the possibility of conversation. The eight-legged frogman appeared calm and courteous, standing as if he had been specially trained, exuding elegance. There was no reason. Everything you do not understand is predetermined. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Qiao Xun squinted slightly. You know I live on the 5th floor? The eight-legged frogman smiled faintly. You've asked a childish question. True, Qiao Xun thought. Since the other party knew where he worked, it wasn't surprising that they also knew where he lived. The elevator doors were about to close when several middle-aged women, just finishing their square dance, walked into the building carrying speakers and flower balls, laughing and loudly discussing who danced best today and who was not in form. One of the women noticed the elevator doors closing and hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute." Qiao Xun took the opportunity to press the door button. The octopus-legged frogman laughed and said, Dr. Qiao is a very warm-hearted person. Normal people would do such things. Qiao Xun found it strange. During the conversation with the eight-legged frogman, he felt no hostility from him at all. Could it be that for him, eating himself was a harmonious or even honorable thing? A few aunties squeezed into the elevator, pushing the eight-legged frogman and Qiao Xun into two corners. The eight-legged frogman's voice was very magnetic, with a natural affinity. Dr. Qiao, don't be nervous, it won't be painful, he said. One familiar aunt curiously looked at Qiao Xun and asked, Young man, what illness do you have? As she spoke, she patted the back of Qiao Xun's hand that was holding the umbrella, adding, no matter what illness you have, you must maintain a good mindset. Just after saying that, she immediately exclaimed, Oh my young man, why is your hand so cold? As a psychological counselor, Qiao Xun has encountered many clients with a friendly demeanor. He smiled and said, It's okay, thank you for your concern. I'm naturally cold-handed. The aunt nodded, and when she saw her floor had arrived, she laughed and said, Young man, you must relax. Then, she bid farewell to her friends and exited the elevator. Suddenly, Qiao Xun heard the eight-legged frog man ominously say, "Unforgivable. Unforgivable. She actually touched your skin. Unforgivable. This is a desecration of food." Qiao Xun watched as his eyes gradually bulged, a long, slender, blue tongue licking the corner of his mouth. However, the eight-legged frog man turned his head and immediately put on a friendly demeanor. "Dr. Qiao, just a moment. I need to take care of her first." His voice was delivered in a peculiar way, and in the elevator, only Qiao Xun could hear it. After saying that, he exited the elevator. Crazy. This person is completely insane. What did the old lady do wrong? To the eight-legged frogman, she had touched her own skin, which was meant to be food. But to Qiao Xun, she had done nothing wrong. She had even kindly offered goodwill to this stranger. Now, this goodwill was threatened by death. Qiao Xun's pupils were irregularly dilating and contracting. He took a deep breath and walked out of the elevator. "Dr. Qiao, what brings you here? Are you also here to appreciate the ultimate beauty of life before it withers away?" Qiao Xun looked at him and said, "You make me feel disgusted." Half of his face was illuminated by the dim light, while the other half was hidden in darkness. The eight-legged frogman smirked. "It's okay. Even sheep find bloodthirsty wolves disgusting. I've always been curious. Why do you want to eat me? Haven't you been told that you smell quite nice?" As he said this, a sickly blush returned to the eight-legged frogman's face. Qinlin had said something similar before, but Qiao Xun couldn't detect any special smell on himself. If he had to say anything, it was just the ordinary scent of an adult man. He couldn't help but wonder if he had a special attraction to these infected beings. Seeing Qiao Xun's expression, the eight-legged frogman understood that he was unaware. So he smiled and said, "Dr. Qiao, it's a good thing I encountered you first. If other clans had met you first, they might not treat you as gently as I do. They are all more cruel than the last." With his keen hearing, Qiao Xun heard the previous and insert the key into the door lock, open the door, walk in, and then close the door behind her. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, he began to back away, facing the eight-legged frogman, until he had created a certain distance before turning and running. It would be extremely irrational to confront the opponent head-on, risking his life at this moment. With his heart rate extremely low and his mindset very calm, Qiao Xun would never act recklessly. After consuming that pink worm, his physical strength had significantly increased, making his running speed and agility much better than that of an average person. Therefore, he descended the stairs by pushing against the railing and flipping down. He could not confront this frogman in a narrow, enclosed space, as that would certainly put him at a disadvantage. At present, he was unaware of the opponent's abilities. So open, crowded places were undoubtedly safer. The floor he was on was not high, and Qiao Xun quickly descended the stairs, soon reaching the stairwell on the first floor. However, the next moment, Qiao Xun saw the eight-legged frogman swiftly climbing the wall like a spider, reaching the safety exit. Two of its 8 legs hooked onto a small platform above the exit, its entire body hanging upside down, perfectly blocking the safety exit. The other 6 legs dangled in the air, waving flamboyantly. 006 Devouring Talent. Dr. Qiao. Have you heard of millipede? It's also known as a thousand-legged worm. Perhaps I was bitten by one in my childhood. My lifelong dream has been to have 1,000 legs. At the same time, this is also my path to divinity. A long, blue-tongued appendage slid from the cracked corner of his mouth to the other side, making a rustling sound. His gaze was mesmerizing, like a tranquil forest lake bathed in moonlight. "Dr. Qiao, come, become a part of me, and together we shall ascend to divinity." Qiao Xun stood still, coldly staring at him. The 8-legged frogman looked slightly surprised, his brows furrowing slightly. "Strange, really strange. Why weren't you attracted to me? Why?" Sure enough, just now, Qiao Xun felt an unusual sensation suddenly rush into his mind, manifested in his body as a brief feeling of paralysis. Was that a mental ability similar to a soul-binding technique? "Ha! It doesn't matter. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you myself." After saying that, the 8-legged frogman dropped to the ground like a spider, and then his 8 legs moved with an intensity that ordinary people couldn't achieve, rushing wildly towards him. Qiao Xun's dynamic vision has improved a lot now, but even so, it is still a bit difficult to catch the figure of the high-speed moving octopus frogman. Fortunately, thanks to his extremely calm mental state, he is able to make reasonable judgments about the current situation. The moment he sees the shadow of the octopus frogman flickering ahead, he immediately turns and jumps away. The octopus frogman misses his target and is instantly stunned in place. Strange, really strange. How did you dodge? You're just an ordinary person. Qiao Xun didn't care about his doubts. The moment he jumped away, he immediately adjusted his posture and ran towards the emergency exit. Food should obediently stay on the plate. The voice of the eight-legged frogman became sharp, and it was clear that he was a bit angry. He lunged at Qiao Xun again, this time much faster. At the same time, he stuck out his long, thin tongue. This attack method was very much like that of a frog. Qiao Xun immediately realized that he couldn't dodge his current speed, and then suddenly drew out the tang knife hidden in his umbrella, chopping at the blue tongue that was spitting towards him. Although it was just a flesh tongue no thicker than a finger. The sharp tang knife struck it as if it were hitting hard steel. The moment the eight-legged frogman's tongue made contact with the tang knife, it began to wrap around the blade towards the hilt. Qiao Xun decisively discarded his knife, not giving him a chance to get close. He then turned and ran again. The tongue of the eight-legged frogman was exceptionally agile, even more so than his hands and feet, wielding Qiao Xun's tang knife to slash at him. Qiao Xun couldn't evade in time and felt a scratch on his shoulder, his clothes ripping open on the spot, fresh crimson blood oozing out. The moment the blood emerged, the eight-legged frogman was unexpectedly stunned. That scent, so rich, so pure. If I eat him, I can definitely step onto the third level of the divine stairway. The third level. His expression became extremely fanatical, like an extreme zealot encountering the god of his faith. His eyes bulged out suddenly, almost as if only nerves were connecting to the eyeballs, and he kept exhaling foul, hot breath. It was even more exaggerated and grotesque than before with Qinlin. Donji, a donjhuoha, just like the tiny powdery spots he saw in Qinlin's bathroom before. Qiao Xun's instinct for survival warned him that this eight-legged frogman was at a peak level of danger at that moment. He ran out recklessly, letting the wound on his shoulder bleed freely. But just as he took a step, the heavy body of the eight-legged frogman crashed down on him. This was an absolute gap in strength. Yet even in such a situation, Qiao Xun felt no tension at all. His brain raced to devise a strategy. So delicious. So delicious. The eight-legged frogman let out a shrill voice in frenzy, foul saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. As it dripped onto Qiao Xun, it instantly corroded his clothes, and upon touching his skin, a burning sensation surged through him. Merge with me, like a zealot's prayer before dinner. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and lunged at Qiao Xun's bleeding wound. Despite having a tongue and mouth like a frog, he had dense, sharp teeth. The sharp teeth sank into Qiao Xun's shoulder, tearing at his flesh like a saw, the pain overwhelming his brain. Qiao Xun was not caught in the torment of fear and pain. He was as calm as a stone. His brain was spinning rapidly. This person had the characteristics of a frog, and the most vulnerable part of a frog is its abdomen, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Qiao Xun quickly took out a butterfly knife from his pocket with his left hand and thrust it fiercely into the abdomen of the eight-legged frogman. Since it was a toy, the butterfly knife was not sharpened, but it did have a pointed tip. Moreover, now that he had gained a lot of strength, he directly pierced through the frogman's clothing and into his abdomen, then sharply twisted the knife. Without a sharpened edge, there was no evisceration, but it certainly caused the frogman significant pain, causing him to instinctively open his mouth. Taking advantage of the moment when he was distracted, Qiao Xun forcefully retracted his leg and kicked him hard in the stomach. Although it didn't send him flying, it did make him lose his balance and nearly fall. Subsequently, Qiao Xun rolled over to pick up the tang knife that had fallen a short distance away. Precise. With all his strength, he thrust the tang knife. The tip of the knife entered the wound in the frogman's abdomen and then made a horizontal cut. This time, there was evisceration. However, the frogman's vitality and endurance far exceeded Qiao Xun's expectations. Food should stay obediently on the plate. The eight-legged frogman grabbed the tang knife with both hands and forcefully twisted it, causing the steel blade to snap, numbing Qiao Xun's palm. After the earlier struggle, Qiao Xun had not suffered serious injuries, but he had expended a lot of energy. The eight-legged frogman appeared to be severely injured, but in reality, it had little effect on him. Once again, like a frog, he bent his hind legs and sprang towards Qiao Xun like a spring. His head slammed into Qiao Xun's abdomen, knocking him against the wall beside him. Qiao Xun almost fainted, the intense pressure in his abdomen causing him to spit out blood. The octopus-legged frogman once again opened its large mouth to bite his injured shoulder. Qiao Xun felt his vitality draining rapidly. His originally low heart rate began to soar, and his body temperature kept rising. A burning sensation filled his entire body, like being doused with hot water. This feeling was exactly the same as when the pink worm had invaded his body before. Then his brain began to become excited, and the nerves throughout his body also started to awaken. The excitement made him feel elated, and this feeling of elation gave rise to a desire for flesh and blood. In a moment, his soaring heart rate suddenly dropped to its lowest point, and the excited brain, along with the nerves throughout his body, cooled down like oil being tempered. In his mind, the steps to ascend to divinity once again emerged. The great and ethereal will at the end gazed at him. Qiao Xun took a deep breath, suddenly raised his head, and opened his mouth to bite down on the shoulder of the eight-legged frogman. In an instant, the eight-legged frogman felt his flesh trembling, gathering towards the shoulder that was being bitten. "What are you doing?" He let out a sharp scream. Qiao Xun's eyes were as deep as an endless abyss, showing no signs of movement. Flesh and blood. He craved flesh and blood. Devouring talent. No, why do you have devouring talent? The eight-legged frogman screamed in despair. His body was completely out of his control as all the flesh and blood crazily gathered towards the bitten shoulder. "You are clearly an ordinary person. Why? I know. God. Great God. Quickly save your kin." Until it ceased. All was silent, just for a moment. Qiao Xun stumbled and stood up on the eight-legged frogman, who was left with only skin and bones. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Big fish eat small fish, right? This time, I'm still the big fish. In the future, I will be too." The security passage of the 007 Amphibious Organism Unit building had been blocked by relevant personnel, not allowing entry or exit. Outside the warehouse on the first floor, Zhou Sibai watched the eight-legged frogman, now just skin and bones, fall into deep thought. After shedding its flesh, the dried torso looked even more like a centipede. From the distribution of the facial bones and the degree of skin tension, Zhou Sibai guessed that it had experienced immense terror before death. Why? What exactly happened to leave no flesh behind? He hissed a cold breath, and a fleeting black vortex appeared in his pupils, deepening his frown. The third eye couldn't detect anything. The third eye is his evolutionary talent, a very rare psychic ability with special functions. It can capture residual consciousness and glimpse consciousness activity. The inability of the third eye to detect any traces of consciousness, in Zhou Sibai's understanding, generally indicates two situations. 1. A more powerful talent is concealing it. 2. There are no traces of consciousness at all. The eight-legged frogman had just died, so logically, it shouldn't be without residual traces of consciousness. Could someone be hiding the truth? Zhou Sibai remained silent for a moment and contacted the sentinel lurking here to monitor Qiao Xun through his communication watch. Soon, a person dressed in black, completely concealing their skin, emerged from the darkness. Zhou Sibai inquired, "What happened here?" Suspected target Qiao Xun killed the entity codenamed eight-legged frogman killed? The sentinel nodded, then pressed their right index finger against their temple, transmitting a series of bioelectric waves carrying memories to Zhou Sibai's communication watch. This is the Sentinel's ability, to transmit sensory memories in the form of bioelectric waves to electronic devices. On the communication watch, the images were all from the Sentinel's first-person perspective. The dialogue between Qiao Xun and the eight-legged frogman, along with the fight scene, was clearly observed by Zhou Sibai. Zhou Sibai asked, "Why is it so blurry?" "My senses were disrupted, and I couldn't perceive a clear image or sound. After my senses recovered, I only saw the monitored target Qiao Xun leaving and the corpse of the eight-legged frogman. But for some reason, after the image became clear, the eight-legged frogman had already turned into a corpse. His gaze was profound, and an unnatural scene from a previous battle floated in his mind. It was a fight between a polluted creature with a devouring ability and a warrior. In the end, the polluted creature devoured the flesh and blood of that warrior alive. The aftermath resembled the current situation. Devouring ability. Does Qiao Xun have his talent awakened? Zhou Sibai frowned deeply. After a moment, he shook his head. How could it be? This kind of talent is only possessed by polluted creatures. He had just checked Qiao Xun's pollution value a few hours ago, and it was 0. Even if he had been polluted in such a short time, it was impossible for him to suddenly become so powerful as to directly devour an 8-legged frogman that a control team couldn't even restrain. What still puzzled him was why there was no residual consciousness in the body of the 8-legged frogman. After thinking for a while without any clues, Zhou Sibai ordered the control team to quickly clean up the scene and then went alone to Qiao Xun's home. Qiao Xun's body temperature is now very high, exceeding 45 degrees, and his skin is red, as if deliberately smeared with red paint. This makes him very uncomfortable, feeling as if his head is being boiled in a furnace. Generally, when a person's body temperature stays above 40 degrees, it can easily become life-threatening, and a temperature of 45 degrees is a figure that only briefly appears in an incinerator. Qiao Xun also knew that he could no longer be considered a normal person. He could clearly feel that his body was digesting the flesh and blood of the 8-legged frogman he had just consumed. Although he had turned the 8-legged frogman into a dried corpse, the change in Qiao Xun's weight was only equivalent to having drunk half a bottle of water. He lay on the sofa, with a broken tang knife placed on the coffee table in front of him. Gradually, he felt that he was not only digesting the flesh and blood of the 8-legged frogman, but also digesting the abilities he possessed, so to speak. Based on his direct experience of fighting the 8-legged frogman, he had noticed that its abilities included extremely fast speed, strong physical control, and a mental ability similar to a charm spell. However, during the specific digestion process, Qiao Xun's understanding gradually became clearer. This understanding came from digesting the consciousness of the 8-legged frogman. Chaotic information flashed in his mind, and ultimately, a large amount of useless information was culled and deleted, leaving only the content related to its abilities. This made Qiao Xun feel regretful. He had hoped to gain more information about the metal disease. It seemed that those things could only be encountered little by little later. However, this might not be a bad thing, because just digesting the abilities of the 8-legged frogman made him feel like his head was about to split open. Digesting even more complex information could potentially make it explode. The CPU should be used in the most suitable place. Eventually, a talent called Amphibian appeared in Qiao Xun's consciousness. Second-tier talent of the ascending god level, Amphibian, and first-tier talent of the ascending god level, Charm. The former was the main advancement talent of the 8-legged frogman, while the latter was an auxiliary talent. This distinction was akin to a primary job versus a part-time job. The talent Amphibian as the main advancement talent could grow, but the understanding that Qiao Xun had currently digested was very limited, and he was not clear on the specifics, only knowing that it had the characteristic of being able to grow. This did not mean that the 8-legged frogman was an amphibian, but rather that as a person, he had acquired such a talent and possessed the abilities of an amphibian. This was a talent with many directions for ability advancement. However, the 8-legged frogman's main focus seemed to be on poison arrow frogs and centipedes. Centipedes did not seem to be amphibians. Qiao Xun doesn't quite understand the relationship between these things for now. The other talent, Mi Qin, is indeed as he guessed, a mental-type talent that can confuse people's senses and consciousness. After digesting these two talents, Qiao Xun feels quite wonderful. It's like seeing bamboo shoots sprouting after the rain in a morning bamboo forest. He discovers that his body doesn't have exaggerated features like the 8-legged frogman, such as bulging eyes or a long, thin tongue, but he has mastered the related abilities. His field of vision has increased, and his environmental sensitivity has improved. It seems that my body's digestion is of the kind that takes the essence and discards the dross. Not bad at all. Qiao Xun still prefers his current form. It's somewhat hard to accept if he were to turn into something strange. The digestion of his gifted amphibious abilities has only further enhanced these skills. While the talent of fascination can be considered a newly acquired ability, looking at it this way, the gains are quite substantial. However, amidst his joy, Qiao Xun cannot help but ponder how future society will evolve through various transformations and how he should face it. To be honest, such matters are the hardest to think about. The career planning documents from his university days and the career reports from his working years have been quite bothersome, leaving him perplexed and unclear, let alone issues like this. After all, he is a doctor, attempting to explain the psychological impact these bizarre phenomena have on people through the lens of mental health. While contemplating these thoughts, there was a knock at the door. Qiao Xun carefully put away the broken tang sword from the coffee table and then walked to the entrance to look outside through the peephole. Zhou Sibai stood outside like a gentleman, smiling and waving his right hand. This scene feels so familiar. 008 Tower, were you scared? Colonel, you don't have to ask me that every time you see me. Zhou Sibai chuckled. I see. It seems you've gotten used to it. 3 times is the rule, right? Also, don't call me Colonel. I'm not a military or political official. Just call me by my name, Zhou Sibai. Qiao Xun shrugged. He didn't care much about titles. Did you come this time to ask about that 8-legged frogman? Zhou Sibai smiled broadly. He liked Qiao Xun's straightforwardness, not beating around the bush. Well, you know, this is my job. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink? No, thanks. The two sat across from each other on the sofa. Before we proceed, please allow me to check your body first. Zhou Sibai said, immediately explaining, don't worry, it won't harm you. According to the procedure, anyone who has come into contact with contaminated organisms should undergo a check. To demonstrate the legitimacy of his actions, Zhou Sibai took out his credentials. Qiao Xun took a look and saw it read. Emergency Response Center Zhou Sibai. There was no job title, only the department and the name. Qiao Xun asked, what is the Emergency Response Center? Zhou Sibai thought for a moment, believing that Qiao Xun was no longer an ordinary person and was very likely qualified for inclusion, and said, it is merely a shell organization that facilitates operations on the surface. In reality, I'm a member of the Tower. The Tower? You can think of it as an organization that specializes in metal sickness, polluted organisms, and evolvers. Specifically, I cannot tell you directly. You need to gradually accept it under reasonable inquiry conditions. After all, this is beyond normal cognition, and I cannot spoon-feed it to you. Qiao Xun's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled and said, it seems that this world is far from the one I know. You are quite optimistic. At least, more optimistic than most people I have seen who have encountered pollution events. Qiao Xun stretched lazily, realizing that being pessimistic wouldn't make his life better. People often need to comfort themselves. Zhou Sibai's mature and his sharply defined face broke into a rich smile, making him even more charming. Now, I'm going to conduct an examination on you. Let's begin. Zhou Sibai operated his communication watch, then turned his palm towards Qiao Xun. After a moment, several lines of text appeared on the screen. Pollution level, 0, no pollution. Mental value, 60, normal. Evaluation, ordinary person. This result made Zhou Sibai furrow his brows. Qiao Xun asked, is there something wrong? Zhou Sibai shook his head. No, your body is not only unpolluted but rather unusually clean. Qiao Xun let out a sigh of relief, joyfully saying, that's good. I was afraid I would end up like Qin Lin and get infected with metal disease. Zhou Sibai examined Qiao Xun, finding no signs of abnormality in his demeanor or actions. He thought to himself, this kid has had repeated contact with contaminated creatures, yet his contamination level is still at 0. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation and didn't know how to assess it. However, I'm very curious. How did you kill that 8-legged frogman? Qiao Xun naturally said, he was too arrogant, really thought I was just a helpless person. In fact, I usually exercise a lot, and my physique is quite good. And how should I put it? My mindset is relatively good, not nervous at all. Taking advantage of the moment he had me pinned to the ground, I broke his belly. Then I escaped. Is that all? Qiao Xun asked in confusion. Is there anything special? Clearly, Qiao Xun was lying, but he was very convincing. Most people's judgments of truth and falsehood do not follow objective facts, especially in the absence of clear evidence. Therefore, in Zhou Sibai's view, Qiao Xun seemed like someone who felt joy after a narrow escape. Zhou Sibai had no way to interrogate him. He wanted to use his mental talent, a third eye, to probe into Qiao Xun's situation like an interrogator. However, as someone who has always pursued procedural justice, he could not privately conduct an interrogation. After all, Qiao Xun was a victim of the pollution incident, not the perpetrator. Moreover, With a pollution level of 0, Qiao Xun was classified by the tower as an ordinary person, making it impossible to conduct an absorptive review from the perspective of an evolved individual. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just find it hard to believe that the 8-legged frogman escaped from a team of 8 people and ended up dying at your hands." Qiao Xun scratched his head and smiled, saying, "The loss of a horse's front hooves is probably the best punishment for the arrogant." Zhou Sibai felt a mix of emotions. In terms of decision-making, he had made a significant misjudgment regarding the 8-legged frogman incident, but fortunately, it hadn't led to any major public crisis. Instead, the fact that the 8-legged frogman fell at the hands of the naive Qiao Xun would become his achievement. He couldn't feel happy about it and had no sense of accomplishment. This achievement was entirely handed to him. Unable to learn more from Qiao Xun, Zhou Sibai exhaled, smiled somewhat reluctantly, and then said, "Dr. Qiao, let's leave it at that. Do you have any questions?" Qiao Xun thought for a moment, looked at the entrance door, and then asked, "It seems that there are some dirty things in my neighbor Qinlin's house. Can you handle it?" "Yes, we have specialists to deal with it. Will I have a chance to see him?" Zhou Sibai shook his head regretfully. "No, contaminated beings are generally not allowed to contact outsiders. Of course, if he embarks on the path of evolution and is accepted by the tower, then he can." Is evolution difficult? According to the latest data from the tower, the current evolution rate for ordinary people is only 1.5. Qiao Xun suddenly said without reason. With 8 billion people in the world, if they are all polluted, wouldn't that mean 120 million people evolve? That's not how it works. The sources of pollution are different, and the levels of pollution vary, which in turn affects the degree of spread and the pollution rate. 1.5 is just an aggregate figure. Your friend was infected by source metal, and the evolution rate for source metal infection is only 0.08. The vast majority of those infected by source metal either can't withstand it and die directly or become polluted beings that oppose the evolved. Qiao Xun paused, his tone somewhat heavy. What exactly is source metal? Zhou Sibai instinctively looked out at the night sky, his gaze distant and mysterious. Our understanding of source metal research is still very limited. We only know that it holds the secret to becoming a deity. Qiao Xun did not expect the word becoming a god to come from Zhou Sibai's mouth. He had thought that it would only come from the lips of extreme theists like the 8-legged frogman. Zhou Sibai realized he had said too much, stood up, calmed himself, and then smiled, saying, "Who knows? It could be a year, it could be 10 years, or maybe a month. The changes in the world are drastic and unpredictable. All we can do is fulfill our respective roles. Tomorrow, when you wake up, you can continue living your life, and I can continue to patrol for pollution incidents." Qiao Xun smiled and said, "I've always wondered if something like those events in zombie movies might happen." Zhou Sibai gave Qiao Xun a deep look, didn't say much, and only softly replied, "Dr. Qiao, hold a heart full of reverence for the unknown. It's not a bad thing. Never face the night gently." After saying that, he nodded and then left. "Reverence," Qiao Xun murmured. Qiao Xun had to put himself in a dangerous situation before thinking about what he should do. Throughout the latter half of the night, he couldn't sleep and was busy stocking up on shopping website, mainly food, water, medicines, self-defense weapons, and other supplies. What happened today was beyond comprehension. Even someone as harmless as Qinlin could instantly turn into a monster, let alone others. If the metal disease were to break out on a large scale, these resources would become extremely precious. Just a casual remark about a salt shortage could empty the market of salt, let alone a real crisis. Even if such a crisis wouldn't come immediately, food and water are necessities of life. In short, preparing more isn't a bad thing. Even after a sleepless night, Qiao Xun didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was full of energy. Standing in front of the washstand, he looked at himself in the mirror. His mental state was much better than before. Originally handsome and sunny, due to work, he had been sitting in front of the computer for a long time, and his skin condition had worsened. But now, just after one night, there was a visible change, reminiscent of the time when his looks could easily win over girls. Smiling at his reflection, Qiao Xun thought, "The world is changing, and so am I." 009 The Tears of the Mermaid after leaving Qiao Xun's home. Zhou Sibai rushed to the fish pond in the East District. Upon arrival, the team leader responsible for searching for the source metal told him seriously, They had detected radiation traces of the source metal, which seemed to be flowing into the Jianbai River along the underground currents of the fish pond. Zhou Sibai was taken aback and nearly collapsed. Are you sure there's no mistake? Do you know what it means for the source metal to enter the Jianbai River? As a certified guide of the tower, the team leader certainly understood what it meant for a piece of source metal to enter a city's water supply river. He didn't dare to hide anything and handed Zhou Sibai the radiation distribution map of the source metal. On the detector screen, a beautifully glowing trace was clearly visible, extending from a gap at the bottom of the fish pond to the Jianbai River 10 kilometers away. Beauty signifie danger. Zhou Sibai looked at the screen, trying hard to control his emotions, and trembled as he said in a low voice, "Upgrade this pollution incident to a wolf-level incident." The wolf-level pollution incident has 3 keywords: aquatic transmission, source metal, and a population of millions. Any one of these fits the current situation of Jidong City perfectly. Yes. The guide team leader didn't hesitate and quickly organized and summarized the pollution incident, marking it as a wolf-level incident to be transmitted to the tower, which would issue directives. Zhou Sibai gazed at the sky, which was turning fish-belly white in the distance, with a hint of sorrow on his face. He knew very well that this bustling city would no longer be peaceful. The sun rose as usual. Standing on the balcony and looking around, everything seemed unchanged. But the noticeable changes in his body made Qiao Xun understand that everything had changed, just waiting for a storm. He packed his things and left. Qiao Xun's assistant, Yu Xiaoshu, arrived very early. At her age, she is still quite enthusiastic about her work and is very proactive. She had already organized some appointment files for patients and placed them on Qiao Xun's desk, then waited nearby. When she walked into the office, Yu Xiaoshu immediately stood up and greeted warmly, "Good morning, Dr. Qiao." Qiao Xun smiled and nodded. "Good morning, Yu Xiaoshu." Yu Xiaoshu looked at Qiao Xun and paused for a moment, unable to help but become a little dazed. Qiao Xun asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Yu Xiaoshu realized he had and quickly waved his hand, then explained, No. Then why are you staring at me? It feels like Dr. Qiao has become much younger." Qiao Xun smiled slightly, probably because she went to bed early last night. "Besides, I'm not really old anyway." Qiao Xun is indeed very young, the youngest consultant in the clinic, at the age of 27. As a result, the proportion of female patients under his care is significantly higher. "Huh?" Yu Xiaoshu mumbled in confusion. "I also go to bed early, so why am I not young?" Qiao Xun noticed that her eyes seemed to brighten a bit. Moreover, they felt deep and had an indescribable quality. Since he often chatted with patients and needed to interpret some content from their expressions, he was always very sensitive to changes in a person's eyes. "Your eyes." Yu Xiaoshu chuckled. "I just put in some eye drops today." "Are the effects of eye drops this good now?" "It's a new product just launched." "Oh, I see." Qiao Xun nodded and began his work. In the morning, he engaged in his routine tasks of analyzing medical cases and conducting online consultations. Today, everything was quite normal and nothing unusual happened. Qiao Xun was genuinely afraid that another 8-legged frogman would come and say strange things. The afternoon work was more fixed, consisting of face-to-face consultations and treatment sessions. In one afternoon, he attended to 4 patients. The last patient was a long-term patient under his care, whom he had been treating for nearly a year. She was a public servant from the Water Resources Bureau of Jidong City. Before leaving, she gave Qiao Xun a suggestion to stock up on more purified water. When he asked for the reason, she wasn't too sure, only saying that the provincial government issued a document today stating that they would strictly control regional water resources. On his way home, Qiao Xun searched online but found no relevant news or announcements from the Water Resources Bureau. Furthermore, there were no follow-up reports on the infectious disease mentioned in yesterday's news about coastal villages. Was there an information blockade? Qiao Xun felt that something must have gone wrong. Normally, he wouldn't have cared about such things, but after what happened yesterday, it was impossible for him not to pay attention. After returning to the community, he first cleared out the purified water and convenience food from a nearby supermarket. This bulk purchasing method even forced the supermarket to arrange a pickup truck to deliver the items directly to the entrance of his building. The guy helping him with the delivery was quite puzzled by this behavior and couldn't help but comment, "Dude, what are you planning to do with all this stuff?" "I'm opening an online store." "But you don't source from supermarkets when you open an online store. The guy found it hard to understand. However, seeing Qiao Xun's expression that said not to ask too many questions, he decided not to press further. Qiao Xun thought to himself, if you knew I'd also bulk purchase them online, you'd probably think I'm a fool. The reason I stopped buying online is that it takes time for the goods to be delivered. Qiao Xun didn't want to see the situation change drastically before the goods even arrived. 2 pickup trucks full of supplies, mainly bottled water, convenience food, and some household items. The living room and storage room were piled high, but he lived alone, so he could fit so much. At night, Qiao Xun looked at the bottles of water that filled half of his living room, nodding in satisfaction like a dragon guarding its treasure. Suddenly, his phone dinged. When he opened it, there was a text message. At around 6:30 p.m. today, due to a sudden fire at the Zhangbai Water Purification Center, a large amount of chemicals leaked into the water supply pipeline. Among them are untreated toxic substances. To ensure the safety of residents' water supply, our city has decided to urgently suspend water service. The municipal government is taking this matter very seriously and has arranged for the military to deliver purified water door-to-door on a regular basis. Qiao Xun walked to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and after a gurgling sound, no water came out. Clearly, the water had been shut off. Qiao Xun opened the owner's group, and sure enough, the group was in an uproar. He knew very well that the city hall was lying. The water supply in a city is divided into zones. If there is a problem with the water purification center in one area, it will not affect other areas. The complete citywide water outage could only indicate one issue. The water source had been contaminated. The water source for Jidong City is the Zhangbai River. He immediately thought of the source metal that Qin Lin had caught while fishing. Considering how serious and solemn Zhou Sibai had appeared before, could that source metal have entered the Zhangbai River? The citizens of Jidong City started rushing out to snatch bottled water from convenience stores, supermarkets, and small shops. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the streets were crowded with people carrying water. Unfortunately for the residents of Qiao Xun's community, most of the water at the nearest supermarket had already been bought by him. They had to go further away to buy water. If the notification about the water contamination had only prompted people to frantically grab water, the subsequent notification completely blew up the situation. Emergency notification. A severe infectious disease has emerged in our city. The Emergency Response Center has decided, starting from 2000 hours on October 14, 2035, all city buses, subways, ferries, and long-distance passenger transport in Jidong will be suspended. Citizens are advised not to leave Jidong City without special reasons. Airports, train stations, and highways leading out of the city will be temporarily closed, with the recovery time to be announced later. Citizens should actively self-isolate at home and not go out. Life resources will be comprehensively allocated by relevant departments. 010 Lockdown Emergency Response Center. Qiao Xun remembered that Zhou Sibai's official identity was a member of the Emergency Response Center. Sure enough, the news of the contamination disease had spread. Looking at the abundance of living resources in the room, Qiao Xun breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had stocked up at the supermarket today. Otherwise, with the city locked down, he would have to fight for supplies at the supermarket since online shopping deliveries wouldn't be coming in. He opened his phone and casually entered a forum, where netizens were frantically discussing the sudden lockdown announcement in Jidong City. Topics like Jidong City lockdown, Jidong City water cut, and what happened in Jidong City dominated the trending searches, and everyone was fervently discussing it. Various conspiracy theories emerged, along with prayers and questions about whether Jidong City needed resources. After a while, Qiao Xun stopped reading. Ordinary people were usually left in the dark, unable to obtain key information from them. Looking down from the balcony, the sound of loudspeakers was incessant. Many people were driving to buy supplies, and the sidewalks were congested. Police, military, and urban management forces were all deployed to maintain order. Panic began to brew. Qiao Xun knew that things were far from simple. If it were just an ordinary infectious disease, it would be one thing, but this was not an ordinary infectious disease. He could imagine how vulnerable an ordinary person would be when faced with a contaminated creature. Without family. As he thought about some distant matters, his phone rang again. It was Yu Xiaoshu calling. Hello, Xiaoshu, what's up? Dr. Qiao, have you seen the lockdown notice? Yu Xiaoshu's voice was very breathless. I went to a lot of trouble to grab some water and convenience food from the supermarket. Dr. Qiao, do you need anything? If you do, I can bring some over tomorrow. Qiao Xun was moved. In this situation, his little assistant actually thought of him. He smiled and said, I have plenty here, but if you need something, you can come to me. That's good, that's good. The water suspension and lockdown came so suddenly, I really didn't expect it. The clinic over there has also notified that they are suspending work and switching to online operations. Yeah, I know. By the way, Dr. Qiao, I asked that uncle who sold me the eye drops this afternoon. He said it was actually just a bottle of regular eye drops. And said it was all in my mind. Qiao Xun frowned slightly. Psychological effect? He was certain that the so-called uncle selling medicine was lying. But he didn't know the specific motive. After thinking for a moment, he said, Xiao Shu, just to be safe, you shouldn't use that eye drop. I'll listen to you. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Shu felt a bit shy. Directly saying, I'll listen to you, seemed to carry a sense of intimacy. Qiao Xun paused for a moment and then asked, do you live alone or share an apartment with someone? I live alone. Oh, why? Think about it. You're a young girl. It's not safe at this time. The police will protect us. Qiao Xun smiled helplessly. Yes, in general, the police can protect you, but this is not a general situation. It's better to be cautious. It won't be good if something happens. All right, you too. Call me if anything happens. After hanging up, Qiao Xun casually ate something, then closed the doors and windows securely and lay down on the bed. It was noisy outside. His hearing had become much sharper, making the noise even more overwhelming. It wasn't until midnight when the outside calmed down that he gradually felt sleepy. However, this sleepiness vanished abruptly after a loud bang. He sat up in bed. Was that a gunshot? He went to the balcony, opened the window a crack, and looked outside. In a distant alley, he saw 3 people doing something to an unidentified object lying on the ground. His eyesight had improved quite a bit, and he could see clearly that the 3 people were likely from special department, dressed uniformly, and the object on the ground. A puddle that resembled a large frog with human legs. A contaminated creature? Throughout the night, gunshots continued in the vicinity. At 8 o'clock the next morning, just as the officials had said, they delivered supplies to the door, a pack of convenience food, for liters of water, and body-wiping wet wipes. Qiao Xun didn't lack these items, but he didn't mind having more, so he collected them all. Soon, the city government arranged for workers to go door to door for testing. Officially, they said it was to check for infectious diseases, but in reality, they were measuring pollution levels. From discussions online, it was evident that some people had already been contaminated. Those who tested positive for mental illness were taken away immediately. They claimed it was for isolation and treatment, but who could say for sure? With a comprehensive evolution rate of 1.5, Qiao Xun probably understood that those taken away were likely bidding farewell to the world. Meanwhile, their families remained in the dark. This situation made Qiao Xun ponder whether information blackout was still necessary, whether it could truly be kept hidden, or if the officials had other considerations. At noon, an app was launched with a simple function, one for assistance and one for needs. It was easy to understand. Assistance was for emergencies where one could directly call for help from officials, while needs allowed households to input their required supplies, with reasons for the requests judged by officials, who would deliver reasonable needs the next day. This app did not require internet access. For those without phones, they could write their needs on paper and post it on their doors, with delivery personnel taking the requests away after delivering supplies. Some people delivered supplies, while others collected garbage. Everything seemed to indicate that the current isolation environment was quite ideal, except for the lack of direct financial support for each household. However, the most concerning issues remained unresolved. What infectious disease was it? What would happen to the infected? What were the transmission routes? The officials remained tight-lipped on these critical questions, refusing to disclose anything. Clearly, this would greatly impact control efforts. Therefore, the strong information blockade was inevitable. It was just unclear whether this pollution incident could be controlled. Qiao Xun remembered that the organization managing mental illness, polluted organisms, evolvers, and pollution events is called the Tower. Why such a name? Instead of something straightforward like the Mental Illness Prevention Center, Qiao Xun looked at the communication watch that Zhou Sibai had given him, contemplating whether to ask Zhou Sibai about it. After thinking it over, he decided against it, realizing that Zhou Sibai was probably very busy at the moment. In the following 2 days, whether during the day or at night, the streets outside were desolate. During the day, the city was very quiet, but at night, gunshots would occasionally ring out. Qiao Xun guessed that it might be because the current polluted creatures only move at night. On the fourth day after the lockdown, Yu Xiaoshu sent him a video on a chat platform. Upon opening it, the video was shot from a surveillance camera, time-stamped at 11 p.m. on October 17th, which was last night. In the video, a person with an extraordinarily swollen head was crawling on the ground, writhing as they moved forward. Their hands and feet were severely atrophied, tightly pressed against their sides. Behind them was a trail of wet marks that looked like thick mucus. The person was also damp all over, like a fish struggling on land. Soon, 3 people in military uniforms appeared in the frame, and one of them shot the creature in the head. Blood immediately sprayed out, and the fish-like creature rolled around on the ground. The video had no sound, but from its wide-open mouth, one could sense it was screaming in agony. The video ended amidst a flickering snowfall of static from an old television with no signal. Exiting the video, the first thing he saw was Yu Xiaoshu's message. So scary. Is this real? The place in the video is where I went for hot pot before. It doesn't look edited. Qiao Xun felt that this should be true. Ordinary people wouldn't associate this infectious disease with such distorted monsters. He heard that those infected with the disease would end up like this. Qiao Xun reminded again. So, you need to pay more attention to safety and must not run around. He got it. On the other end of the phone, Yu Xiaoshu was curled up in bed, rubbing her eyes and grinning foolishly. Recently, she didn't know why, but her eyes had been itchy. Maybe it was because she had been eating fewer vegetables. Qiao Xun planned to watch the video again, but this time he clicked on it directly, which carried the risk of the video popping up and making it impossible to read a few words. It was blocked. He opened a well-known social media app again, and the trending topics seemed normal, with no keywords like monsters or the opposite sex. People from other places were still praying for Jidong City, and there were no abnormalities in the local circle of Jidong City either. It seemed that the relevant departments had handled it very cleanly. At night, the darkness pressed low over the city. With no work or school to attend, and unable to go out to play, most people's nightlife turned into lying in bed playing on their phones. Before going to sleep, Qiao Xun went to the bathroom. As he unbuckled his belt and was about to take off his pants, he looked at the hole of the squat toilet and silently tightened his belt again. When you're taking off your pants in front of the abyss is gazing back at you. Qiao Xun quietly took a bag of salt and poured on. Then, Qiao Xun took out his phone and opened the owner group. The group was already in an uproar. Oh my God, a tentacle has grown in my bathroom. Same here, but it's not the bathroom, it's the floor drain. Oh, that's even worse for you. Use salt. The tentacle is afraid of salt. Chili powder works too. It has to be chili powder. What the heck is this? So weird. From the photos shared by everyone, it was the same kind of tentacle. Qiao Xun furrowed his brows. The apartment building had a total of 17 floors. And, starting from the 3rd floor, residents on each level reported the same strange situation. This indicated that a giant polluting organism was lurking in the building's pipes. In Unit 011, a thousand-eyed octopus had appeared in the home toilet, causing the residents to be unable to settle down. They collectively wrote help requests in the assistance section of the government-developed app. Such requests could not be handled by ordinary agencies, so when city government personnel received them, they directly forwarded them to the Emergency Response Center, where special personnel like Zhou Sibai were located. After receiving the request, the reviewing sentinel felt that the description did not match that of an ordinary infected person. It was likely a primitive polluting organism, and quickly reported to the city's head. Zhou Sibai, Captain Zhou, there seems to be a giant polluting organism in the Wudong Street of the North Bay area. A giant polluting organism? Zhou Sibai, who was analyzing the pollution situation in Jidong City, was suddenly startled by the word giant and quickly asked, how big is it? At least 70 meters long. Based on the description, it may have the evolutionary talent of octopus. Zhou Sibai frowned. ISNT, that thing usually only found in deep water areas? The reporting sentinel was also puzzled. I'm not sure, but there are photos. Captain Zhou, please take a look. Zhou Sibai carefully examined the residents' help information. Almost every household had encountered this situation. From the appearance of the tentacles in the photos, he immediately recognized that this was indeed a polluting organism from the main evolutionary talent, octopus. Why would a polluting organism that normally only appears in deep water show up in a place like this? Moreover, the source metal totem appearing in Jidong City was CERN. It shouldn't have attracted something like this. He found it hard to understand. Although he had many questions, he knew that if they ignored this giant polluting organism, it could very likely destroy the entire building. So, he said seriously, allocate one guide and one sentinel to gather intelligence. Understood. If it were a normal situation, a complete control team would go, but now, due to insufficient manpower, they needed to ensure effective use of personnel. Jidong City had always been a city with relatively low pollution levels, so there weren't many tower members stationed there. This large-scale pollution incident had caused many members to be temporarily transferred from other areas. North Bay Area, Wudong Street, ISNT that where that doctor lives? Could it be related to him? The control console displayed the locations and statuses of each tower member. Based on the current situation, the spread of pollution had been mostly contained, and there was no viral spread. However, he couldn't rest easy. The giant polluting organism hung in his mind like a weight. That night, Qiao Xun sealed all the openings connected to the building's pipes in his home tightly. He didn't want a disgusting tentacle suddenly reaching out from his home. Three-dimensional tentacles were indeed hard to accept. A person shouldn't, at least not willingly. Moreover, it was a polluting organism. But he was very worried. If it really was a giant polluting organism as tall as the apartment building and strong enough, it could potentially damage the stairs. He wouldn't take such a risk. He had previously killed the octopus man by chance due to the opponent underestimating him. If that octopus man had chosen to kill him first and then eat him, not giving him a chance for close contact, he would likely already be a part of the other side. Facing such a giant polluting organism head-on was something that anyone with a brain would avoid, because now households basically dared not go to the bathroom, let alone expose their most vulnerable parts to the abyss. Those who didn't take care would find a bag at home to solve their problem, while those who were more particular would take the risk to go to the community restroom. There were also bold and stubborn ones, of course, and not lacking those who had a strange affinity for tentacles. Who knows what they were secretly doing? Qiao Xun felt okay. When he did a big shopping at the supermarket before, he had prepared plenty of portable excretion bags. He didn't care about whether it was elegant or not. After all, he lived alone, and no one else would know. Who doesn't have a few embarrassing little secrets? Logically, in such a situation, it should be difficult for people to fall asleep. At least most people in this building were insomniacs, anxious and afraid that the inexplicable tentacles would emerge. However, Qiao Xun actually slept very well, sleeping soundly. Sleeping soundly didn't mean he was dead to the world. Rather, after he absorbed the amphibious creature's ability, he mastered the corresponding skills. His body could spontaneously alert him to the surrounding environment without expending extra energy. So, when danger arose, he could react immediately. In the dead of night, the guide and sentinel responsible for reconnaissance arrived here. The evolvers in the tower were generally divided into 4 categories. Leaders, whose primary advanced abilities are supportive, responsible for command and coordination. Guides, whose primary advanced abilities are mental, responsible for sensing pollution sources. Sentinels, whose primary advanced abilities are reconnaissance, responsible for analyzing the environment and gathering intelligence. And warriors, whose primary advanced abilities are combat, responsible for direct control and confrontation. The 4 types of evolvers complement each other in a control team. If any link is missing, the overall combat effectiveness of the team will drop significantly. Therefore, these 2 were here only for reconnaissance tasks and would not engage in confrontation. Under the night sky, after the sentinel analyzed the environment of the apartment building, he found several places where the polluted creatures were most likely to hide and began to check them one by one with the guide. Eventually, the target was locked onto a large water tank located on the rooftop. They did not approach, afraid of disturbing the polluted creatures. From a distance, the guide began to sense the pollution source. Primary advanced ability, 8-armed eye, currently at the 2nd stage of the God Ascension level, Believer stage, totem unknown. Pollution value, 943. Status, asleep. Zhou Sibai looked at the information and muttered. A pollution value of 943 indicates a large pollution source, but it's in a dormant state. This is a good thing. Dormant polluted creatures 1T actively attack people, and the possibility of spreading pollution is very low. Subsequently, Zhou Sibai issued an order. Their main goal was not to eliminate the pollutants, but to prevent widespread transmission. For such giant polluted creatures, it was best to remain still. Even if they had to move, it should be after the surrounding residents were evacuated, otherwise, it would definitely endanger innocent bystanders. Early the next morning, the property management notified the owners in the group. The municipal hall has notified that there is a high-risk infection source in the Yuyo community, and all residents must be temporarily relocated. Please prepare necessary items in advance. Relocation will start at noon, following the order of the apartment buildings. This was a temporary relocation, and residents were asked not to bring too many items for convenience. This notice directly caused a stir in the owners' group. Why do we need to relocate? Where's the infection source? Where will we be relocated to? Is it related to those tentacles that appeared last night? I have a disabled person at home. It's inconvenient to relocate anywhere. Who will take care of our houses after we relocate? Even owners who usually didn't speak much began to voice their concerns, as it involved the safety of their families and the homes they had spent a lifetime saving for. Watching the lively scene in the group, Qiao Xun thought, indeed, that giant polluted creature posed a significant threat, necessitating the relocation of all residents in the community. He was puzzled. With such a situation arising, could the information still be kept under wraps? Soon, news that all residents of the Yuyo community would be relocated spread throughout Zidong City. But it was limited to Zidong City. There was no relevant information appearing on public social platforms. This was certainly not because the people in Zidong City didn't use social platforms. It was obvious that the news was being restricted. At noon, a long convoy of military vehicles appeared at the Yuyo community. Qiao Xun stood on the balcony, murmuring to himself, "They're going straight to the military. It seems like a forced relocation." He was in Unit 14, and according to the schedule, it wouldn't be their turn until the third day. Usually, Qiao Xun would cook a little for himself, but now the conditions didn't allow for it, so he just made a bowl of instant noodles to get by. These days, aside from casually browsing the news and sleeping, he had mostly been developing the potential of his body. He had nearly mastered the abilities of amphibious creatures and the Mai, but he lacked practical conditions to practice. He wasn't sure if it was due to his recent unnutritious diet, but he always felt very hungry. This hunger wasn't just a physical craving for food from his stomach, but rather a spiritual hunger. Whenever this spiritual hunger struck, he couldn't help but think back to when he devoured pink worms and eight-legged frogmen. As night fell, the sound of gunfire rose and fell in the distance. A peculiar atmosphere filled the air. The feeling of spiritual hunger returned. This sensation made Qiao Xun very uncomfortable, even worse than watching food videos late at night. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His body yearned for something that excited and stirred him. As a psychological counselor, he understood that deliberately suppressing his inner restlessness was unhealthy behavior. He decided to let it out and go out for a feast. His eyes peered into the darkness, where monsters lurked, making muffled sounds. 012 deformed frogman going out for hunting. Weapons were essential. After his beloved Tang, Dao broke, Qiao Xun bought an upgraded compound, Bao, at a nearby archery club. Of course, such weapons were generally not allowed for sale, but as a psychological counselor, he had some connections. The club owner happened to be one of his former patients, who half sold, half gifted him the upgraded compound Bao. He packed the compound Bao and 12 arrows into a storage backpack, changed into comfortable sportswear, and strapped on a close combat dagger before setting off. The neighborhood was very quiet late at night, and as the temperature dropped at the end of autumn, Qiao Xun adjusted his body temperature to match the environment. Since the polluted creatures were more active at night, the military only conducted relocations during the day. Although the troops weren't present, there were still soldiers stationed at the front and back gates of the neighborhood, making it seem impossible to leave directly. However, as a longtime resident of the neighborhood, how could he not know some shortcuts? Qiao Xun tried to avoid the line of sight of the sentry soldiers, climbed over a flower bed, and then arrived at a certain spot on the eastern wall. This area used to be a garbage dump, but when the city of Jidong was improving its environment, the community removed the dump without promptly repairing the hole in the wall, only nailing a few sheets of iron to cover it. The iron sheets were the kind used for construction sites. Although they weren't thick, it was generally a delusion for an ordinary person to try to bend them. just right. This became the first hurdle for Qiao Xun to test his abilities. He pinched the bottom edge of the iron sheet with both hands, and, to avoid making a loud noise, he didn't use brute force, but slowly applied strength, rolling the iron sheet up little by little, like rolling a spring roll. It was quite easy. His hands didn't even turn red. It seemed that the flesh of that eight-legged frogman was indeed a great supplement. One more, or maybe not. Qiao Xun didn't hesitate and crawled out through the wall hole. Once outside on the street, a gust of wind blew by, causing him to frown immediately. It wasn't because he felt cold, but rather because the wind carried a hint of a salty, fishy smell. It was like the foul odor of canned herring. The street was deserted, with no one around, and even the streetlights were off. Only some floors of nearby buildings had lights on, providing a very faint illumination. Fortunately, Qiao Xun's night vision had greatly improved, so he could navigate without having to feel his way along the walls. He cautiously moved forward, following the salty, fishy scent. Along the way, he occasionally spotted some sticky wet traces, reminiscent of the slimy marks left by mermaids in the video Yu Xiaoshu had sent him earlier. The salty, fishy smell grew stronger, almost overwhelming. He stopped in front of Jim because he saw through the transparent glass wall that a frog-headed man was running wildly on a treadmill. Just how terrifying could a self-disciplined frog be? From the view of the shattered glass wall, it seemed this frog-headed man had crashed right through the glass to get inside. That was reinforced glass. The first piece of information: this frog had a strong crashing force. Qiao Xun lowered his footsteps. Amphibians are not lacking in the hunting skill of stealth. Although the technique is not yet refined, that frog-headed man is training hard. Taking out a compound bow and knocking an arrow, Qiao Xun walked through the broken glass wall. He tried to avoid any rules of combat as much as possible. Qiao Xun launched a surprise attack on the disciplined frog. Time was passing. The power of the enhanced composite bow was significantly greater than that of a regular one, and the sound of the arrow cutting through the air was intense. Qiao Xun found it quite pleasing. The sharp arrowhead struck the frog-headed man's skull. For an ordinary person, being shot through the head by an arrow would be certain death. But for this frog-headed man, it only penetrated halfway. Perhaps his brain had become useless after being contaminated, as the frog-headed man was unaffected, quickly jumping down from the treadmill to lock onto Qiao Xun. Then, with a croak, he leaped forward. The frog technique. Compared to that eight-legged frogman, this frog-headed man was much slower. Qiao Xun easily dodged. The frog-headed man's intelligence was incredibly low, driven only by instinctive aggression, lacking any decision-making ability. Qiao Xun circled like a bull, and after a few laps, his stamina was significantly depleted, causing a noticeable decrease in his attack speed and frequency. Realizing his current combat level, he decided not to linger. The sounds of fighting here could easily attract others. He didn't want to be discovered yet. Subsequently, Qiao Xun's heart rate plummeted, and he became like a cold-blooded killer, or rather, a cold-blooded hunter. His deep-set eyes locked onto the frog-headed man, and he shot 3 arrows in quick succession, all hitting the abdomen. Although these weren't fatal wounds, the force was enough to make the frog-headed man lose his balance and fall to the ground. In a state of extreme calm, Qiao Xun's decision-making was always the optimal solution. He drew out a dagger and quickly advanced, moving at incredible speed. The dagger pierced the heart of the frog-headed creature, and pink blood gushed out. Qiao Xun, who was particular about cleanliness, naturally avoided getting splattered with blood and dodged immediately. After a few croaks, the frog-headed creature quickly lost its vitality, collapsing to the ground with its mouth wide open and tongue hanging out. Then, Qiao Xun extended a finger and poked into the wound on the creature's abdomen. Soon, the frog-headed creature was reduced to skin and bones. Not having to bite was fantastic. Feeling the flesh and blood, a flush appeared on Qiao Xun's face. The flush came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Devour, digest, 2 steps. Digesting information surfaced in his mind. Polluted creature, frogman, deformed. Main advancement talent. Amphibious creature ascend to divinity stage. First stage kin totem. Before losing consciousness. One thought kept circling in its mind. The gym membership expires in 1 day. Terrifying. Is this what a big shot looks like before their gym membership expires? I suggest the gym set up a monument for this big shot. This time, the digestive information was much more detailed. There was an addition of the ascend to divinity stage and totem. So the first stage of ascend to divinity is called kin. What comes after that? Although Qiao Xun was not clear about the specifics, he felt that he should be at the first stage. It made sense. After all, he had just begun to evolve, starting from zero. But what was this totem? Although this concept appeared in his mind, he couldn't perceive it at all. It was shrouded in a thick layer of fog. As the eight-legged frogman said, indescribable. After devouring the frogman, Qiao Xun's mental hunger was alleviated significantly, but it was only a relief. He still felt a bit unsatisfied. He didn't linger and quickly took out the arrowhead from the frogman's body before continuing to search for his next target. In the quiet and dark steel forest, Qiao Xun held a compound bow, acting as a hunter. Shortly after he left, a four-person control team arrived here. Looking at the frogman turned into a dry corpse on the ground, they were somewhat puzzled. Clearly, this was not done by the control team. The control team's responsibility was to combat, control, handle, and eliminate, and they would never leave traces. The leader, a red-haired woman, frowned and said, Yinjun, check for any traces of other evolved beings. Yinjun was the guide of the team. He nodded, crouched down, pressed his hand against the ground, and then closed his eyes. Waves of rhythm transmitted from the earth through his palms to his mind. It was the mental talent of listening. After several sensations, he stood up and shook his head. There are no traces of other evolved beings. What about other contaminated creatures? None either. The pollution levels nearby have dropped to zero. The red-haired woman furrowed her brows tightly. Without any traces of evolved beings and no other contaminated creatures, how did this frogman die? And in such an unusual manner. After pondering without any leads, she said seriously, Qiao, record the situation and clean up the scene. Understood. This was the duty of the sentinel. He took out a spray bottle and sprayed on the frogman. Once the spray dissipated, nothing was left on the ground. Only some mucus secreted by the frogman. Subsequently, the control team left the area. 013 eating after leaving the gym. Qiao Xun entered a snack street. In the past, this place was brightly lit and bustling even at 1 or 2 in the morning. Standing on the street, he could see various food stalls, grilled fish, spicy hot pot, barbecues. Hot pot. At this moment, it was as quiet as a scene from a horror movie, with leaves blown down from the sidewalk trees scattered on the ground. And no one to clean up. All the streetlights were turned off, leaving everything in total darkness. Qiao Xun lowered his pace and advanced cautiously. His body was in a fully activated state, and the innate abilities of the amphibian had been maximized. Night vision, alertness, stealth, thermal sensing. Just by devouring one amphibian's innate ability, he had gained so many skills. This made Qiao Xun unable to help but anticipate what abilities other types of talents would have. The wind swept through the fallen leaves, bringing a sense of desolation. In the empty alley, the river wind blew in, producing a sobbing sound, reminiscent of a woman quietly crying in the corner. Besides the sobbing, the wind also carried a faint, rancid odor, the smell of polluted beings. While it made Qiao Xun feel nauseous, it also sparked excitement in him. He quickened his pace, following the scent. At an intersection, Qiao Xun spotted his target. Outside a snack shop with a sign for Li Dinyang's stinky tofu, a polluted being stood quietly, its upper body resembling a giant salamander, while its lower body consisted of 2 thick but twisted human legs. Saliva dripped from its mouth onto the fallen leaves on the ground, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. It stared at the tightly closed rolling shutter door of the snack shop. Qiao Xun had frequented this stinky tofu shop before, where business was thriving, and he usually had a queue every time he visited. The giant salamander person stood exactly where the queue would form. Even after turning into a polluted being, it still longed for that stinky taste. Qiao Xun truly admired it. At the same time, he speculated that what a normal person would want to do after being polluted might become an instinct. Just like that older brother whose gym membership was about to expire. The giant salamander person stood alone in the desolate autumn wind, like a hunchbacked old man gazing into the distance. Poor thing. Let me accompany you for a while, to spare you from the suffering of this world. Qiao Xun raised his compound bow, aimed at the head of the giant salamander, and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow cutting through the air was like a beast wail. The arrow pierced the giant salamander's head and blood splattered out. Its blood glowed with a green light, bursting forth violently like a vivid piece of artwork. Blood splatter, wailing, anger. The giant salamander turned around, facing Qiao Xun. Then it suddenly took a deep breath and spat. A stream of thick, scorching saliva quickly flew towards Qiao Xun. He hurriedly dodged to the side and looked back. The saliva spat by the giant salamander was highly corrosive, melting the streetlight pole in an instant. Normal attacks with enchantments. Before Qiao Xun could shoot a second arrow, the giant salamander's saliva attack came again. Its attack speed was incredibly fast. 5 spits per second would be an understatement. Fast attack speed, precision, long range, great power. The giant salamander was like a self-propelled Gatling gun, continuously spitting. Qiao Xun dodged to one side, and the saliva attack followed right behind. Soon, a circle was drawn, with saliva falling on the ground, building walls and street trees, forming a ring. It didn't even have time to reload, attacking at a high frequency and intensity, giving Qiao Xun no chance to stabilize and operate the compound bow. Fortunately, Qiao Xun had a good grasp of the amphibious creature's abilities and had devoured the flesh and blood of the 8-legged frogman, giving him strong mobility. While he couldn't exactly run on walls, he certainly moved quickly. The street was too open, and there was no suitable cover in sight. Barrels and street trees could not withstand the giant salamander man's saliva attack. Seeing that it showed no sign of reloading, Qiao Xun knew that direct confrontation was futile. He couldn't get close at all. He had to interrupt its high-intensity attacks. Qiao Xun ran around to dodge attacks while observing his surroundings. Soon, he discovered a movable trash can at the intersection not far to the right of the giant salamander man. As soon as he saw it, he thought of it. And as soon as he thought of it, he acted on it. Qiao Xun quickly ran behind the trash can, aimed at the giant salamander, and kicked it hard. The trash can was made of metal, and kicking it hurt a lot, but his body was currently highly resilient, and he endured the pain. The trash can flew up and slammed down towards the giant salamander. This strike was not intended to inflict any substantial damage, but to interrupt its attack. Seeing the flying trash can, the giant salamander instinctively jumped away, possessing a natural biological tendency to seek benefits and avoid harm. Qiao Xun seized the opportunity to attack, steadying his compound bow to shoot 3 arrows in quick succession. The 3 arrows hit the giant salamander man's head accurately, knocking it off balance as it wobbled and fell backward. Qiao Xun rushed forward like a cheetah. This giant salamander was clearly stronger than the previous frogman. Even though its center of gravity was knocked off balance, it quickly regained its footing and stood firm again. But it was too late. The hunter had arrived right in front of it. Qiao Xun silently recited, Mi Qin, Zhu, Do, Fu. Qiao Xun was taken aback for a moment, then whispered, Go eat in your dreams, good night. The dagger plunged into the heart of the giant salamander. Blood glowing with green fluorescence gushed out, splattering onto the ground like a fountain. In the pitch-black street, the giant salamander fell amidst the green light. Perhaps from above, it would look like a beautiful and romantic painting. But unfortunately, it was paved with blood. Qiao Xun tried to imagine that this giant salamander was probably just an ordinary office worker in its previous life, enduring the grind of the 996 work culture at the company and facing the nagging of his wife and children at home. Every day after work, the greatest satisfaction was to buy a portion of stinky tofu at a snack shop, while eating the stinky tofu and walking along the riverside on the way home, accompanied by the dazzling neon lights of the night and the bustling sounds of the market. Perhaps it was only at such times that he briefly had his own time. Is it worth lamenting? Yes, but there is no need to be sorrowful. The sentimental and overly emotional attitude is not the survival rule for the end of days. Qiao Xun recalled a phrase that Zhou Sibai had once said, Do not face the night gently. He inserted a finger into the wound of the giant salamander. Gathering flesh and blood, he then began to devour it one by one. This time, the digestion was quick, and the information obtained appeared in his brain's cognition. Polluted creature, deformed salamander person, main advanced talent. Amphibious being ascension tier, first tier kin totem. Stinky tofu is a belief. It would be great if there were a stinky tofu religion. He often said this to his friends. The talent amphibious being is a mixed bag. The abilities learned by different polluted creatures and different evolvers vary widely. Like this salamander person, its primary learned ability is to produce corrosive liquid. The fluorescent substance in its blood is the source of the corrosive liquid, similar to the relationship between bone marrow and blood. Spitting saliva and urinating all count. Qiao Xun felt a wave of fear. Luckily, he solved it quickly, otherwise this guy would probably have started peeing on him. Qiao Xun imagined himself spitting at someone during a fight and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. After some thought, he decided to set aside that ability and not practice it. He was still a person, after all, and he wanted to maintain some dignity. After consuming 2 contaminated creatures, Qiao Xun felt mostly satisfied. Checking the time, it was now 4 in the morning, with only a few hours left until dawn. He had only taken a few steps when the wind brought the smell of humans. His keen sense of smell told him that 4 people were approaching from this direction. Qiao Xunluo frowned slightly and immediately took a different route to quicken his pace and leave. No matter who was coming, he didn't want to meet them face to face right now. The safest place was to hide in the darkness and watch the light. Qiao Xun is quite self-aware. In this rapidly changing world, he is just a novice. Novices need to have the mindset of a novice. Staying low-key and focusing on personal growth is the way to go. After returning home, Qiao Xun immediately took a shower. The stench of the frogmen and salamanders was overwhelming. Just being close to them, without even touching the secretions and blood, made him smell as if he had been fermenting with canned herring for half a month. Due to his profession as a psychological counselor, he has seen too many psychological disorders and dark sides of the mind, which has made him particularly fond of cleanliness. This is not a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder or a phobia, but rather a psychological compensation, a way to relieve psychological pressure, so to speak. After soaking some disinfectant in a basin and placing the arrows of his compound bow inside, Qiao Xun went to the balcony. Although Zhudong City is changing dramatically every day, the sun rises as usual. Squinting his eyes and gazing at the distant mountain horizon, bathed in the morning light, Qiao Xun felt a sense of elevation. To be honest, the intense craving for flesh and blood he experienced last night had left him a bit uneasy, and only now, seeing the rising sun, did his restless heart begin to calm down. Early in the morning, the military came to organize the evacuation of residents. The neighborhood was bustling with activity. Such matters inevitably lead to disputes and criticisms. But fortunately, it was the military handling the evacuation rather than regular civil servants. Or else it would have caused quite a stir. Most ordinary people still hold great respect for the soldiers. Qiao Xun took out his phone to see if there were any new messages. On the chat platform, Yu Xiaoshu had several unread messages. He opened them. Dr. Qiao, are you there? The time was 1 a.m., and Qiao Xun had already left, not checking his phone. Half an hour later, I can't sleep. I feel really hyper. It's strange. I have this weird feeling like something is itching inside my heart. Hard to describe. It's just, I want to see you. Reading this, one might think that this young girl has developed feelings and wants to confess. But the next message made Qiao Xun frown. My eyes are super itchy, and they've changed color. I don't know if it's because of the eye drops. A late-night selfie. Yu Xiaoshu's hair was messy, and her overall state looked strange. Her eyes red. It wasn't the kind of red from conjunctivitis, but her originally dark brown pupils had turned red, as if there were many small red particles inside. I'm a bit scared. Also, someone knocked on the door just now. When I got close, I immediately smelled a foul odor and didn't dare to open the door. Another hour and a half passed, and it was now 3 a.m. Someone is knocking on my window. I'm so scared. My eyes are getting itchier. I feel like I want to claw them out. Dr. Qiao, I'm really scared. The messages ended here, with no follow-up. Qiao Xun's heart suddenly tightened. The youthful and vibrant face of Yu Xiaoshu appeared in his mind. He instinctively wanted to call her to ask, but then he thought, if she was in a bad situation right now, would the ringing of the phone have a negative impact? Thinking of this, he cautiously sent a WeChat message asking, are you okay? Are you sleeping? Qiao Xun anxiously waited. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the doors and windows were shut. The entire room was very enclosed, shrouded in darkness. On the bed, Yu Xiaoshu curled up into a ball, her forehead covered with a layer of fine sweat. She kept her eyes closed, her eyelids trembling as if something was trying to break free. She felt very cold. Even with the air conditioning set to the highest temperature and the blankets tightly wrapped around her, this coldness still spread throughout her body. The chill seemed to grow within her flesh and blood. Beside her, her phone rested on the pillow, and the lock screen displayed a chat message with a nickname, Dr. Qiao. This fear was different from the childhood fear of leaving her feet exposed at night. It was a fear that made her spirit shudder. She didn't know what had happened, how she had suddenly become like this. For the past few days, her eyes had been itchy, but it was just an itch, nothing particularly serious, until last night when everything changed. Her eyes turned red, as if something was about to escape, and she felt overly excited, unable to calm her mind to think, with a tremendous sense of palpitations tormenting her. It seemed that restoring contact with Qiao Xun had become an obsession for her, and she kept thinking about it. But no matter how much she thought, her body was completely out of control, unable to reach for her phone. Anxiety, fear, and palpitations consumed her, like a parasite gnawing at her marrow, causing her immense pain. Gradually, she felt exhausted, waves of sleepiness crashing over her. She couldn't fall asleep. Her intuition told her she couldn't sleep, but she was just an ordinary young woman, lacking the kind of strong willpower. Ultimately, the tide covered her. Before losing consciousness, she faintly heard the sound of waves, the sound of a ship's horn, and the noise of people. Her breathing stopped, and her heartbeat did as well. Downstairs, an ordinary middle-aged man dressed in a simple down jacket stared at a room hidden behind the curtains for a long time. At a certain moment, he exhaled, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Then, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Perhaps due to smoking too much, his voice was hoarse. Subject 394 has been successfully parasitized. We can proceed to the next step. On the other end of the line, a crisp female voice replied, Siren. The middle-aged man smiled and echoed, Siren. After hanging up the phone, a sickly flush appeared on his face. A mist of confusion rose in his eyes, as if he was caught in a climax, murmuring in a trance, how much food from an entire city will allow you to grow? How exciting to anticipate. He took a deep breath, calming his restless heart, and turned to walk into the Rinxin pharmacy. Today's sun was beautiful, probably the last good weather of autumn. The sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, illuminating the bedroom floor with a faint yellow halo. At a certain moment, lying in bed, Yu Xiaoshu suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath as if she had just awoken from drowning. She felt sticky all over and very uncomfortable. As she pulled the collar of her pajamas, a smell of sweat made her wrinkle her nose in disgust. Her head was still a bit foggy, like she had been drinking. Write the message. She hurriedly grabbed her phone from beside the pillow and quickly called Qiao Xun. After a beep, the call connected. Hello. Hearing Qiao Xun's voice, Yu Xiaoshu immediately relaxed, as if a tight string had been released. She unconsciously chuckled, feeling silly. Little did she know, upon hearing her silly yet normal laughter, Qiao Xun's anxious heart finally settled. Hello, Dr. Qiao. What happened to you last night? Was it because of the eye drops? I'm not sure. Nothing happened when I applied them. Yu Xiaoshu took out the eye drops from the bedside table, saying besides they look normal, just like any other eye drops. Where did you get these eye drops? Bought them from the pharmacy downstairs. They were quite expensive, 50 yuan for a small bottle. Bought them from the pharmacy downstairs. Sounds like a normal source. Qiao Xun asked again, how are your eyes now? Wait, just woke up. Let me check in the mirror. Yu Xiaoshu rushed to the vanity without even putting on her shoes, running barefoot. She opened her eyes wide, looking left and right. Hey, this is strange. My eyes are fine now, not red anymore. Any changes in her body? Or any discomfort? Yu Xiaoshu stood in front of the mirror, twisting her waist. No changes, everything's good, and there's no discomfort. Hearing Dr. Qiao's voice makes me feel much better. What? Oh, nothing. I took a long nap, and I feel much better. Yeah, that's it. I'll hang up now. I need to wash up. Yu Xiaoshu hurriedly finished speaking and hung up the phone. She looked at herself in the mirror, her face flushed, her eyes dreamy, and quickly slapped her face. Yu Xiaoshu, what are you saying? So shameless. Shameless. Perhaps her brain wasn't functioning well. It wasn't until after she took a shower in a daze that she realized it, lying in bed, burying her head in the pillow and rolling around. Qiao Xun stood on the balcony, his brow slightly furrowed. Is everything really fine? After thinking for a moment, he still felt uneasy. Although he planned to go see for himself, the city was under lockdown, and each neighborhood was being monitored very closely. At night, it was better. The amphibious creature stealth was quite effective. But during the day, it was a different story, with stability maintenance personnel everywhere. If he were discovered, he would inevitably face the trouble of being questioned. He dialed Qiao Xun's number again. "Hello, Dr. Qiao." Qiao Xun said, "I think it's best for you to get checked. The situation is quite tense right now, so it's better to be cautious. It wouldn't be good if you got infected with a contagious disease." "Huh? But what's wrong?" Qiao Xun hesitated for a moment and said softly, "I'm a bit scared." "It's normal to be scared. After all, she's a young girl alone." Qiao Xun comforted. "Don't worry, it's just a checkup. You can apply for an on-site inspection, and it will be quite quick, just a matter of a few minutes." Qiao Xun's voice became even softer. What if there's a problem? If there's a problem, it exists whether we check or not. It's better to check early. If there really is an issue, we can treat it sooner. Dr. Qiao, you're right. I'll hang up and apply now." Qiao Xun hung up the phone and, after a slight hesitation, applied for emergency assistance on a special app, noting that it was for an on-site test. In less than 5 minutes, the testing personnel arrived wearing protective gear. The results came back quickly. The contamination level was 0. Everything was normal. Qiao Xun immediately informed Qiao Xun, sounding relieved and happy. Qiao Xun let out a sigh of relief. As long as there were no problems, that was good. 015 out of control. The emergency response center of the city hall. Zhou had not closed his eyes for a week. Although sleep was not as necessary for evolvers like him as for ordinary people, being under high pressure for an extended period inevitably made him appear dispirited. His eye bags had become quite noticeable, giving him the aura of a melancholic uncle. On the control panel screen in front of him, every cursor of the tower members was very clear, and the pollution points were also evident. From the situation, the tower's evolvers were in a dominant position. The AI calculated that at the current speed and rate of increase, they would be able to handle this pollution incident before winter set in. Zhou repeatedly felt relieved that the first-level kin virus carried by that piece of source metal, although easily transmissible, was not so severe. If it had been a second-level believer virus, the situation would definitely not be like this. A team member who had been assisting Zhou said, "Captain Zhou, why don't you take a break?" Other team members echoed in agreement. "Yeah, you haven't slept for a week." These team members worked in shifts. One group would rest while another took over, but only Zhou, as the overall commander, remained at the control center, fully coordinating the actions of the control teams across Jidong City. Zhou did not respond and squinted slightly. He then asked, "Is it stable?" "The guide station here has detected that the pollution levels and activity have remained stable over 2 days of observation." "What about the evacuation of residents?" "There are a total of 15 apartment buildings in the danger zone, and 13 have already been evacuated. It is expected that the remaining 2 buildings will be completely evacuated today." The station guide reports that no activity traces of the polluted creature have been found, suggesting it may have infiltrated from underground gaps or has existed in the area for a long time. Zhou pinched his chin, slightly furrowing his brow. "Continue observing." "Yes." Zhou then sat down on a nearby chair, closed his eyes, and began to rest. He also understood that the situation was relatively stable now, and forcing himself to stay awake wouldn't contribute much. Instead, it would only waste his mental energy. It was better to take a short break to recharge. For an evolver of his level, 1 or 2 hours of rest was enough to restore his mental state to its best. 1 or 2 hours should not be a problem. The relocation work in Yuyo community was coming to an end today. Over the past few days, Qiao Xun had been lying at home reading, playing games, and browsing forums during the day, and transformed into a hunter at night to go out hunting. After several nights of observation, he discovered that there were 4 types of polluted creatures in Jidong City: frogmen, fishmen, salamanders, and crabmen. All of them were of the mutated type. Through the digestive information obtained from devouring them, Qiao Xun roughly understood that pollutants could be categorized into native and mutated types. The former were born as polluted creatures, while the latter were creatures that had been transformed from one species to another due to pollution. Most mutated types were stitched monsters, looking as bizarre as one could imagine. As for the native type, he had not encountered any yet. Among the 4 mutated types, frogmen and fishmen were the easiest to deal with. followed by salamanders, and crabmen were the hardest. Crabmen were the toughest because they were really hard, resilient, and had tremendous strength. Even though their movements were somewhat clumsy, making them easy to tether like dogs, ordinary attacks were difficult to harm them. Every time Qiao Xun encountered such polluted creatures, he had to exert a lot of effort to deal with them. However, the saying that higher-end ingredients were often harder to obtain was true. One crabman provided Qiao Xun with benefits that the other 3 types of polluted creatures could not match. The amphibious biological talent of crabmen was almost entirely focused on defense, probably because they were afraid of pain. This also caused Qiao Xun's physical strength to soar after eating a few crabmen. He had once tried jumping from a 10-story building without any defense and crashing onto the ground. The cement surface cracked and peeled, but he felt no pain. At 4 p.m., the relocation work for the 14th apartment building in Yuyo community began. Soldiers rushed up to the apartment building in pairs, registering and distributing tags house by house. Qiao Xun's number was 20. After taking the number, he sat on the sofa and waited while watching TV. He didn't have much to bring, as he had already packed a few clothes and some lightweight daily necessities. The largest and heaviest item was his compound bow and 12 arrows. The news on TV reported that the pandemic prevention efforts were showing initial results, and the infection was basically under control. The next step was cleanup. He chuckled, thinking how nice it would be if it were really that simple. By chance, he turned his head and saw a 15 or 16-year-old girl standing on the balcony of the 8th floor of another residential complex across the street. She looked like a shadow, with long bangs covering her right eye, dressed very simply, which seemed out of place in this youthful era. She coldly gazed at Unit 14 of the U community. Then Qiao Xun saw her extend her right hand and push aside the bangs covering her right eye. Her right eye was revealed, and Qiao Xun's heart suddenly tightened, because her right eye was vertical. One eye was horizontal, and the other was vertical, looking as strange as could be. The girl seemed to notice Qiao Xun watching her, but she didn't care, because soon the people living in that building would become pitiful souls under the ruins. Oh no, not pitiful at all. Her vertical right eye emitted a scarlet light, aimed directly at Unit 14. Then she turned and left. Oh no! Qiao Xun immediately thought of the giant contaminated creature lurking in that building. Over the past few days, it had been unusually quiet. It hadn't shown up since the first time it appeared. Now, suddenly recalling this matter made his heart rate begin to soar. The building started to shake like a slight earthquake, but the shaking quickly intensified. Once the shaking became apparent, it was clear that it wasn't the regular shaking of an earthquake. It felt as if someone was holding the entire staircase and shaking it continuously. The furniture and appliances in the room quickly became a mess, and the supplies he had stored turned into a jumble, rolling around the room. The whole place looked like a garbage dump in disarray. A blue-black tentacle broke through the wall, now dozens of times thicker than before. The tentacle swept through the space as if it were in a no-man's land, instantly snapping the load-bearing walls. The floors began to collapse. As soon as the building began to shake, Qiao Xun quickly grabbed the backpack he had prepared in advance and broke through the window. Living on the 5th floor, he wasn't far from the ground, but he knew that if he chose to land, the collapsing building would trap him. So he jumped fiercely, soaring into the air like an antelope. He paused momentarily in the air, twisted his body, reached out to grab the security bars on the outer wall, and then kicked off the wall with both feet. The immense reaction force propelled him to the building across the street. He crashed through a resident's window with a powerful kick. The sound of shattering glass immediately startled a family of 3 inside the room. The 3 of them stared in disbelief at Qiao Xun, who had flown in from outside. "What the hell? Who are you?" the male homeowner shouted as he regained his composure. But soon, his yelling was drowned out by the sound of the building collapsing and the snapping of steel rebars. He widened his eyes in shock as he watched the building across the street, which had just been standing intact, now break apart and collapse layer by layer. Each of its tentacles was covered with a dense array of eyes. One tentacle landed on the living room balcony, and the eyes scattered across the tentacles blinked at the 4 people inside the house. 016 read, "Stop staring, run." Qiao Xun let out a loud shout, waking the 3 people who were in a daze. The female owner and the child immediately screamed. The male owner didn't care about anything else, picked up the child, and hurriedly ran downstairs. In an instant, screams and cries filled the air. As for the person buried in the rubble, they could no longer call out. Qiao Xun rushed into the building and immediately saw the girl with a single vertical eye. She walked calmly on the building and was momentarily taken aback when she saw Qiao Xun. A vague impression told her that just moments ago, this man was in the opposite building that had already turned to ruins. How did he suddenly appear here? She was momentarily stunned, but Qiao Xun was not. He quickly descended the stairs. The girl squinted, watching Qiao Xun's back. Strange, truly strange. How could an ordinary person leap across such a great distance from one building to another? Qiao Xun aroused her curiosity. Just as she was about to follow and investigate further, her phone rang. Hello. How's it going over there? Pretty good. Bit her finger, and blood immediately oozed out. She greedily sucked on it like a baby craving breast milk. Hearing her sucking sound, the person on the other end asked, what happened? Nothing. Just ran into an interesting character. So excited I'm about to burst. I can't interfere with your preferences, but I must remind you that the matter at hand is urgent. That eight-legged frog is a cautionary tale. On chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, the other party quickly hung up. As soon as the call ended, not loud, nor sharp, but with an extraordinary penetrating power, her laughter spread like a shockwave centered around Hong. The sound shattered all the glass in the entire floor into powder in an instant. Those who didn't manage to escape were instantly stunned by the sound. Her voice alone wasn't noisy. It was quite crisp, but it concealed an unknown power, devouring bones and souls. She cradled her face in a trance, murmuring, "Little darling, listen to me, sing a song." Then she began to pursue along Qiao Xun's escape route. Once down the stairs, Qiao Xun immediately looked towards Unit 14 of the UU community. The screams, cries, car alarms, and chaotic yet terrified shouts intertwined, breeding panic. Debris flung by enormous tentacles was everywhere, and many people were hit, instantly losing their ability to move and collapsing to the ground. This scene, which usually only appears in sci-fi movies, suddenly descended into reality, ruthlessly tearing apart people's worldview. In the emergency response center of the town hall, Zhou Sibai woke up amidst a series of alarm sounds. He quickly asked, what happened? Zhou Sibai felt his heart race, and darkness swept over him. He hurriedly pressed his temples and asked, why did I wake up suddenly? Zhou Sibai suddenly realized, as if awakening from a deep dream. It's a trap. This pollution incident in Zhidong City is not a coincidence. It has been a meticulously designed scheme from start to finish. But what was the purpose? Zhou Sibai's mind was a mess. A serious team member looked at the continuous reinforcement requests coming from the North Bay area and said, Captain Zhou, the situation in the North Bay area is critical. Please give instructions. Zhou Sibai took a trembling breath and calmed down. But, Captain, it's about to get dark. Yes. The control center staff then began their tense and busy work. At that moment, Zhou Sibai's communicator suddenly vibrated. He raised his hand to look and was startled to find it was a message from the communicator he had given to Qiao Xun. Vertical pupil, girl-esque figure. These two keywords swirled in Zhou Sibai's mind. Although he didn't know how Qiao Xun knew this, it greatly helped him understand the mastermind behind the pollution incident, Hage. Zhou Sibai inhaled sharply. Hage, short for Black Revolution, was a typical arrivalist organization. They had been dedicated to resurrecting the ancient mythological creature, Siren, and had caused numerous pollution incidents worldwide. Zhou Sibai used the communicator to inquire with Qiao Xun. How are you doing now? More and more things made him feel that Qiao Xun was quite an extraordinary person. Even if she wasn't an evolved being, she was definitely someone worth attracting. A calm voice from Qiao Xun came through the communicator, being chased by that vertical pupil girl. His calm and indifferent tone made it seem as if he wasn't the one being chased, but rather the one doing the chasing. What's your location? I've sent you the coordinates. As soon as Qiao Xuangong finished speaking, a sound wave was unleashed, directly destroying the communicator. This electronic device was as fragile as a piece of paper under the attack of the red sound wave, perhaps even less sturdy than paper. I just glanced at you. Is it really necessary to pursue me so relentlessly? Good brother, stop and listen to me sing a song. Hong's voice resembled that of a soft and cute lowly. Qiao Xun quickly realized that his growth speed, after devouring more than 10 frogmen, salamanders, fishmen, and crabmen, was laughably slow in front of Hong, akin to an infant crawling. He could distinctly feel that the other party was toying with him, slipping away. Just like that eight-legged frogman, she was a pathological individual. Falling into the hands of such a person would surely lead to a bad end. The desire to survive forced Qiao Xun to break through his speed limits time and again. He was well aware that running on the open street was futile aside from exhausting his stamina, so he quickly turned into a narrow alley. As a longtime resident of this city for over 20 years, and with a habit of wandering around, he was very familiar with the layout of the streets. Engaging in a battle in the alley would surely be much more advantageous than a frontal confrontation. After turning into the alley, Qiao Xun swiftly turned left and right, climbed over a low wall, and entered the old industrial area behind. Hong stood at the entrance of the alley, smiling like a flower. She indeed possessed all the physical characteristics of a beautiful girl, but the heart inside her had long been tainted. The good brother wanted to play hide-and-seek with his sister. How exciting! She trembled all over, a vague and indescribable daze rising in her eyes, and a flush appeared on her face. Perhaps, in that moment, she ascended to heaven. 017, no, one survives. Wanshao Industrial Park was once the heart of Jiding City, excelling in technology, electronics, the internet, and various other fields. However, as time passed and policies were implemented, the focus of the city's development shifted to the Zhongshan district at the estuary of the Zhangbai River. Gradually, this place fell into decline, and now it appeared dilapidated and old. Therefore, when Qiao Xun climbed over the wall and looked out, he saw rusted steel frames scattered everywhere. Groups of buildings were covered in moss, and water stains made the walls look like they had suffered from war graffiti. The roadside was piled with abandoned tools, corroded by time, and there were many cars that were nothing but empty shells. In Qiao Xun's view, this kind of place was the most suitable for guerrilla warfare. Because of his physique, no matter how fast he ran or how much stamina he expended, his heart rate and body temperature remained consistently low, and his body's metabolism seemed to have undergone a significant change since he comprehended the talent of amphibians. Qiao Xun hid in a flower processing factory. The factory's roof had several holes due to rust, causing wet marks to appear everywhere inside, creating a strong sense of dampness. He stopped at the end of a production line, standing behind a large separator. The parts inside the separator had mostly been stripped clean, leaving only a heavy iron shell. Qiao Xun was hiding inside the iron shell. The iron shell was connected on 3 sides, so there was no way to be completely trapped. Crack! The sound of a plastic pipe breaking underfoot after being exposed to the sun for a long time. Hiss! This was the faint sound made by canvas shoes rubbing against the cement floor. Qiao Xun's hearing was so sensitive that he could almost determine what was producing a sound and under what conditions just by the frequency of the sound. He remembered that the vertically pupil girl was wearing canvas shoes. This indicated that she was already inside this processing plant. Good brother, are you playing hide and seek with me? That's great. Hong used to love playing hide and seek the most. It was strange. The way she produced sound, and even the way the sound propagated, was so unusual that Qiao Xun couldn't determine her position by sound alone. Qiao Xun tightly gripped the compound bow. It was his only weapon, and although this cold weapon had become difficult to inflict substantial harm on the contaminated creatures, there were no better options. In this republic where firearms were strictly controlled, acquiring hot weapons was extremely difficult. Good brother, are you scared of me? Why are you hiding from me? Is Hong really that terrifying? Hong's voice echoed from an entirely uncertain location, making it impossible to judge the distance or direction. And Qiao Xun's psychological pressure only intensified. The feeling of danger approaching without any effective solution was the most distressing. When Hong was still studying, she was always the cutest and most popular girl in the class. But unfortunately, some thought I shouldn't be so beautiful, and so my right eye could no longer see anything. Later, what happened? Let me think. The voice suddenly stopped, and the factory was eerily quiet, with rainwater accumulating on the roof, dripping down bit by bit. Drip, drip, like the sound of a clock urging something. Oh! Hong's voice suddenly rang out, bringing life to the entire space. Qiao Xun, hiding in the empty shell of the separator, unconsciously trembled. I remember now, I killed them all, everyone, all dead. After she finished this sentence, Qiao Xun felt a sudden heaviness in his head, followed by a momentary black haze before his eyes, like the feeling of suddenly standing up after squatting for too long due to low blood sugar. Screams rang in his ears. No, I didn't bully you. I was just watching from the side. It's Zhang Wenjing. That compass was given to her by Li Man. Not me. Wu Diong. No, don't kill me, Wu. The sounds of shattering glass, chairs scraping against the floor, fists pounding on doors, kneeling and bowing, and blood flowing. Sounds. Just sounds, constructing a hellish picture in Qiao Xun's mind. Yihong, don't kill the teacher. The teacher has his own difficulties. Yihong, no. Nails cut through the throat. Blood gushing out in a trickle between the fingers. Yihong, stop. There are debts with a cause. My family is very wealthy. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely not have a good end. No, The body, losing control, leaked a pale yellow liquid like a trickling stream. Qiao Xun saw not even a hint of color, only a cacophony of sounds filling his mind. It was these sounds that gave him limitless space for imagination. He could vaguely see. In a closed classroom, desks and chairs were askew. Books and stationery were in disarray. The teacher and students huddled in a corner trembling. And a girl radiating a scarlet aura smiled silently, without uttering a word. Blood and the setting sun outside stained the entire classroom red, while torn clothes splattered like various colors of paint on the walls, desks, the floor, and the blackboard. A hellish scene unfolded in Qiao Xun's mind. The girl roamed from classroom to classroom, spreading panic and death, until all was silent, and there was no sound left in the school. The girl stood at the school gate, looking at her alma mater, smiling contentedly. Qiao Xun's gaze was hazy, and he vaguely saw a girl waving at him. She had her back to the setting sun, and the warm light flowed from her hair. He absent-mindedly raised his hand, wanting to touch the girl in front of him. But at that moment, his heart rate skyrocketed. 40, 80, 120, 160, 200. After reaching a certain limit, it suddenly dropped to 25. A golden staircase floated in his mind, and a great and vast will gazed at him. Qiao Xun suddenly woke up. He immediately saw a vertical eye in front of him. The vertical eye reflected the hellish images he had just conjured in his mind. Sands like an hourglass surrounded these images, emitting a faint red glow. In some sense, the color red represented danger. Qiao Xun looked coldly at the girl in front of him, raised his compound bow, and shot an arrow. Because they were too close, the arrow struck her forehead, and the enhanced power at such a close range pierced through her head. The girl looked at Qiao Xun in disbelief. One of her eyes was horizontal, while the other was vertical, expressing different emotions. One was shocked, the other was excited. Her life force was rapidly draining, but a smile still lingered on her lips. She asked, "Do you like that painting? I cannot refute your desire for revenge, but many others are innocent. Brother." She directly addressed Qiao Xun. Under the tide of evolution, no one is innocent. Qiao Xun looked at her coldly. "You are the same." The girl was taken aback for a moment, then smiled brightly. "Brother, I look forward to our next meeting." After saying this, her body fell straight down. Silent and without a sound, she was dead. "Next time," Qiao Xun murmured. "Is she not completely dead yet?" Qiao Xun furrowed his brows slightly, and he no longer intended to waste his mind on things he had no understanding of. He squatted in front of the corpse of the girl in red, extending a finger to poke at the hole in her forehead. Devour and digest. 018 Heart of Red, Chosen 1. Red Main Advancement Talent. Mental System Red Rose Talent. Auxiliary System Sound Field Talent. Auxiliary System Soul Rest Talent. Auxiliary System Funeral Talent. Chosen Talent. Auxiliary System Fatalism Ascend to Godhood. Messenger Totem. The girl in red liked to watch the stars until her eyes were pierced, after which she began to like watching people's hearts. This time, the information for digestion was significantly more, very different from the low-level polluted creatures before. Firstly, the girl in red was not a polluted creature, but a brand new title, Chosen One. Qiao Xun wondered if the so-called Chosen One was actually an evolved being not caused by pollution. As for talents, he finally saw other talents beyond amphibious creatures. Red Rose, Sound Force Field, Soul Rest, Funeral, and Fatalism. Among them, Fatalism was still a chosen talent. although he didn't know what a chosen talent was. In terms of the cognition reflected in his mind, it was significantly more advanced than other information. The ascending god rank was also a brand new representative. He had no idea what came after that. After briefly sensing these talents, Qiao Xun felt his head swell as if it were filled with water. It seemed that his current level was still a bit lacking to absorb a representative talent. He didn't force it. Such matters couldn't be resolved like the protagonists in shonen manga who explode with power in a crisis. Although Qiao Xun had never been one to belittle himself, he knew that he was just a novice in this new world. As for why a novice could turn the tables on a third-tier representative, he speculated that perhaps the other party underestimated him. It was strange for someone with talents all in mental and supportive abilities to be countered when getting so close. The corpse of the girl in red was completely different from other polluted creatures after being devoured. It didn't turn into a dried corpse. Instead, red roses sprouted from her body, then dissipated into the bleak air. This was a refreshing exit method, akin to the way certain bosses exit after death in games. Perhaps he had been too tense earlier, and now that the crisis was over, his mind was a bit disordered, thinking about all sorts of things. Crack! The sound of a plastic tube being stepped on echoed again. Qiao Xun's relaxed mind suddenly tightened again. He unhooked the safety latch of his compound bow, holding his breath and waiting vigilantly. Dr. Qiao? The moment the voice sounded, Qiao Xun's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled. It was Zhou Sibai's voice. To be on the safe side, he didn't reveal himself immediately, but instead looked out through the gap in the abandoned separator shell. After confirming, he saw Zhou Sibai's figure. He lowered the compound bow in his hand. I'm here. Qiao Xun walked out of the shell. Zhou Sibai looked at him, and after seeing that he was unharmed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He didn't know why he was worried about Qiao Xun. If he had to say, it was just a kind of intuition. The intuition told him that even if Qiao Xun was an ordinary person, he must be a talent worth nurturing. Qiao Xun said, You look very tired. Zhou Sibai smiled slightly with a hint of bitterness, didn't explain much, and looked around to ask, Is Girl Hong not here? You know her. The infamous Black Revolution's Red Heart A. Codename girl, name Hong. Who among the members of Tower doesn't know her? Black Revolution? Zhou Sibai simply said, An organization that opposes Tower. Then he asked, Where is she? She's dead. Zhou Sibai was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to process it. Then he shook his head firmly. She can't be dead. What appeared in Zhejiang City was just a puppet. She herself is very powerful, a true humanoid natural disaster. If she were in Zhejiang City, it would have completely fallen on the first day of the pollution outbreak. I see. Qiao Xun lowered his head in thought and then asked, What level is she herself? Zhou Sibai was a bit surprised. It seemed that you had done quite a bit of research these days. Ever since I encountered the 8-legged frogman incident, I've started to learn about these things. You're very good at learning. It's just a habit. Zhou Sibai looked at Qiao Xun meaningfully and then said, Let's go. We can talk as we walk. Personally, I think it's quite necessary to tell you more. Where to? Qiao Xun shrugged, indicating agreement. They left the abandoned and dilapidated Wansha Industrial Park. A military green off-road vehicle was parked on the road outside. Qiao Xun didn't find it strange at all. With someone like Zhou Sibai, even if he drove a tank over, it would feel perfectly normal. In the car, Qiao Xun sat in the passenger seat and asked the previous question again. What level is the girl Hong? 3 years ago, the last time she appeared in her true form was in a military district of the Federation, where she single-handedly dismantled the entire combat capability of the district. At that time, the mental and pollution values observed by the tower indicated that she was at the 6th level of demigod in the ascension stage, with the totem being Siren. In the past 3 years, she hadn't shown her face, appearing only in the form of a puppet, so her current strength was a mystery. Demigod, Qiao Xun muttered to himself. Just hearing the title, he knew that the other party was a real big shot. And now he was being targeted by such a big shot. Damn, who did I provoke? How many levels are there in the ascension stage? The only levels we can observe and deduce are 6. The blessed, the believers, the spokespersons, the messengers, the stewards, and the demigods. As for the levels beyond that, no one has advanced. At this point, he paused and then said in a speculative tone, The tower might be the only existence at the 7th level. Qiao Xun frowned. Isn't the tower an organization? It is indeed an organization. But at the same time, the core of the tower, never mind. Sorry, forgive my rudeness. I can only speculate about such matters and shouldn't speak casually to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Qiao Xun shook his head, indicating that it was nothing. In fact, Zhou had no need to apologize for such a thing. However, his inherent gentlemanly demeanor did not allow him to make others feel offended. Now, it's time to talk about how you killed the puppet Red. To be honest, I find it incredible. Even if it was just a puppet, it was a representative of the 3rd tier, and you look like just an ordinary person. To be honest, Zhou felt a strange and awkward sensation when saying the words ordinary person to Qiao Xun. She used a mental type ability to control me, which must have led her to underestimate me, standing so close to me. Although that mental type ability paralyzed my brain for a moment, I quickly recovered. And then I killed her with a compound bow. The brilliant golden staircase and the great will that appeared in my mind are secrets that cannot be mentioned. Zhou frowned. Although it was the ability of a puppet, Red Rose control should not be something that could be easily escaped from. He did not voice this thought. It was necessary to maintain a sense of propriety in their communication. Zhou could only speculate that perhaps Qiao Xun was a hidden chosen one, just unaware of it himself. There are indeed many cases where one awakens a talent, but is not aware of it. This was also the fundamental reason for the recent establishment of the Seeker organization in front of the tower. During the subsequent car ride, Qiao Xun asked a few introductory questions, such as, what is a chosen one? How many types of talents are there? Qiao Xun sensed that Zhou had the intention to absorb him, and he did not deliberately express his stance, maintaining this relationship with a sense of distance. After all, Zhou was a mobile resource pool for him. He couldn't always play the role of a novice. He needed to understand this world in detail. 019, Fall the Girl Hong, was dead. To be precise, the Girl Hong here was dead. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble sighed helplessly. He knew that with Girl Hong's personality, it would be abnormal if she didn't cause some trouble. However, he didn't expect her to die so quickly. They had just spoken on the phone 2 hours ago, and now she was already gone. Fortunately, this situation had been considered from the beginning of the plan, where all participants could potentially be dead. Even if everyone involved in the plan died, the plan could still proceed without error. He sat in the pharmacy with an electric heater at his feet, looking like a lazy, ordinary middle-aged man. Harmless. Facing a window, across from him on the 4th floor of the apartment building lived the female lead of the plan. However, the power of the explosion was enough to suppress it, preventing it from causing more damage to the surrounding buildings. From a distance, one could see the continuous flashes of fire lighting up the distant sky. This scene, akin to the arrival of a monster, overturned everyone's imagination in Jidong City. They couldn't comprehend it. Where was the promised scientific worldview? Where was the promised materialism? Was this all they had to show me? This deep-sea polluted creature, once out of its water habitat, was rendered immobile, a fatal flaw that left it at the mercy of others. A few guides activated their mental talents to hypnotize it, forcing it back into slumber. Qiao Xun watched the truck gradually driving away into the distance and thought to himself, what a pity. Such a big chunk would take a long time to eat. The surroundings were in disarray, with remnants of walls and piles of broken bricks and tiles everywhere. Zhou walked into the scene, and immediately, a leader responsible for directing the work approached. She was a beautiful red-haired woman, like a blazing fire. She nodded and said, Team Zhou, the control work is basically complete. Have the pollutants been eliminated? They are being eliminated. It is expected that the pollution levels will drop below the safety line in about an hour. The red-haired woman glanced at Qiao Xun, who was standing next to Zhou. He was quite handsome. Qiao Xun smiled politely. Zhou said seriously yes. All right, you go ahead and take charge. The red-haired girl nodded, turned around and walked a few steps, then paused and turned her head to smile at Qiao Xun, saying, My name is Xinu. I'm Qiao Xun, he replied. After that, Xinu strode away. Qiao Xun looked at Zhou in confusion. What was her purpose? She had a gift called insight, which allowed her to glimpse a person's character to a certain extent. She took the initiative to get to know you because she felt you were worth befriending. Qiao Xun shrugged. Is that so? But I don't think I'm a good person. Zhou Sibai raised an eyebrow. I never said that worth getting to know someone as good character. Kindness and integrity. What does it mean then? I don't know. Xinu is a weirdo. Those who think she's good will find her very good, while those who think she's not will feel that she is simply impossible to associate with. Dr. Qiao, if you interact with her, it's best to be more cautious. Qiao Xun's smile didn't reach his eyes. Interacting? That's better off not happening. The two walked among the ruins. The sirens of police cars and fire trucks echoed back and forth, adding a touch of tension to the atmosphere. Qiao Xun, I'm very curious, after this happened, do you still plan to block information? What do you think? Blindly sealing off information in a closed environment, when people's mental thresholds reach their limits, can lead to a series of negative chain reactions. You're a smart person. Too kind. Zhou Sibai's brow was always furrowed, looking worried. The direction of Jidong City is no longer within my control. Zhou Sibai shook his head. Since we know it's a bait, why? Zhou Sibai gave a self-deprecating smile. I used to think everything was under control, but now it seems that the gradual control of the polluted organisms is just an illusion, meant to lead us to incorrectly assess the level of this pollution incident. In reality, the pollution has long since spread. What does that mean? Jidong City is on the brink of collapse. Qiao Xun is living there. Is there no solution? With the current number of tower members in Jidong City, it is simply impossible to control it. I have already requested support from the Republic branch. Now, all we can do is inform everyone about this matter and then try our best to control it. Qiao Xun thought for a moment and then asked, what if? If Jidong City completely falls? The only option left is destruction. The Republic has plenty of ways to make Jidong City disappear from the map. Qiao Xun fell silent. Zhou Sibai said, it's quite cruel, isn't it? Perhaps, in the midst of world changes, there are no praises or criticisms, only neutral words. Dr. Qiao, you are really a very special person. Thank you for the compliment. No, I'm not complimenting you. I'm stating a fact. If I gave you a chance to join the tower, where'd you think? But I'm just an ordinary person. I have no awakened talent and am powerless against those powerful, polluted creatures. Zhou Sibai raised an eyebrow at Qiao Xun. You just took down a second tier and a third tier being, and now you're telling me you're powerless? You're just putting on an act. Qiao Xun sighed helplessly. It's not that I'm beating around the bush. It's just that the changes are too fast and too complex. In just 10 days, my understanding has been completely overturned, and I really haven't figured out what to do next. It's okay. You have plenty of time to think. Qiao Xun rubbed his shoulders and said, I don't want to think about anything else right now. I just want to know what to do if I lose my house. Zhou Sibai smiled and replied, of course, you can choose to join the Emergency Response Center, and the organization will assign you housing. Bribery? Qiao Xun asked. Don't worry. There won't be any coercion. I wouldn't have thought of that if you hadn't mentioned it. Hee. Qiao Xun slightly squinted his eyes and changed the subject, asking, melt treatment. Is this how all polluted organisms are handled? Generally, low-level polluted organisms are directly cleaned up on-site after they are killed, but giant polluted organisms like this require special methods. What a pity. What? Nothing. 020 no longer concealed it. Dr. Qiao, really not considering joining the Emergency Response Center? Zhou Sibai asked again. Qiao Xun said, everything should be based on a certain purpose. I really don't understand why you want me to join so much. The octopus frogman. The second stage believer, the red doll of the girl, the third stage spokesperson, you've almost cleared it without any damage. Don't talk about it like it's a game. It's very dangerous, okay? That's not the point. Just your attitude toward world change and your learning ability already qualify you to join the Emergency Response Center, but I don't have talent. Zhou Sibai shook his head. I can even honestly tell you that talent isn't the key. There exists a mechanism of talent inheritance in the tower, where the talents of fallen members can be inherited by others. Although the conditions are very harsh, it's not impossible. Otherwise, do you think the number of chosen ones with naturally awakened talents could handle so many polluted creatures? Qiao Xun was pondering. In fact, he didn't care much about talent. His body's devouring ability guaranteed one thing. Talent was the least of his worries. On the contrary, what he lacked was opportunity, the opportunity to advance. Although his body currently possessed the talents of amphibians and Ning'en, along with several others he had yet to begin learning from SH on Hing, he was still clueless about evolution. He didn't even know which level he was on in the so-called divine ladder, nor what the so-called totem was. Moreover, as he continued to devour more of the same kind of polluted creatures, the effects became increasingly worse. The harsh reality was that the recent pollution incident in Ning'en City had provided him with a chance to grow. But what would happen if the pollution incident in Ning'en City was resolved? Relying solely on himself, where would he find opportunities for growth? In the novel's immortal cultivation world, one could still be a wandering cultivator. After all, spiritual energy was everywhere. But the real world was different. If polluted creatures were easy to find, the world would have long been in chaos. Therefore, what he lacked most was the chance to continuously understand the world and gain opportunities for growth. And could the Emergency Response Center, the so-called tower, provide that? What could I gain by joining the Emergency Response Center? Qiao Xun asked this straightforward question. This was actually what Zhou Sibai wanted to see. Those who work in the line of work are most afraid of people who act solely on passion, as such individuals typically die the fastest in battle. In ancient warfare, morale was emphasized, but in the fight against polluted creatures, what matters is comprehensive ability. Otherwise, a control team wouldn't need to have leaders, guides, sentinels, and warriors all in one. Qiao Xun's tendency to consider problems from his own interests makes Zhou Sibai feel more at ease than those who are overly passionate. Zhou Sibai smiled and said, "First, you'll have access to first-hand information on everything you want to know, including pollution incidents, the chosen ones, talents, totems, etc. Secondly, the talent database will match you with suitable talents as soon as possible. Then, we have a professional team that can tailor a growth space for you. Don't use corporate jargon. In short, you'll be able to participate in the control countertask of the control team." Qiao Xun thought for a moment and asked again, "What about salary and benefits, year-end bonuses, holidays, and so on?" Zhou Sibai's expression stiffened slightly. He didn't expect Qiao Xun to ask such a question, thinking to himself, "Are you still concerned about these things?" He exhaled and said, "After all, there are too few evolvers. They can't be bought with money. If not treated well, losing even one would be a huge loss." The benefits Zhou Sibai mentioned were exactly what Qiao Xun wanted. However, he still appeared somewhat reluctant, saying, "Let me think about it." He couldn't let Zhou Sibai feel that he was eager to join the organization. He would think it over slowly on the way. Where to go? The pollution tide is about to break out. We need to prepare everything in advance. You can first go to our control center to see how we work. Not bad. In the car, Qiao Xun, sitting in the passenger seat, took out his phone to check the news. Local news was reporting on the monster incident occurring on Wudong Street in the North Bay area, with footage shown openly and unabashedly. The professional host seemed to be strongly impacted by the situation, his tone slightly trembling. This time, they didn't block the information. After reporting on the monster incident, the host comprehensively described what was happening in Ning'en City, no longer using terms like infectious disease or epidemic to describe the crisis, but rather candidly stating it as a case of anomalous biological metal disease, introducing the transmission method of this disease, blood transmission. Infected individuals would enter a disease cycle. First, the incubation period, which can be short or long, as short as a few hours, or as long as several days, or even over 10 days. Second, the infection period. The virus manifests in different forms, with 4 forms currently present in Ning'en City: frogmen, fishmen, salamanders, and crabmen. During this stage, a person's physical form undergoes significant changes. Several typical representative images appeared on the TV screen and censored. Besides the physical changes, consciousness would also be gradually eroded. Third, the distortion period. Consciousness is completely eroded. The virus takes over the body, becoming a polluted creature that acts purely on instinct. Subsequently, the news played several gruesome videos of polluted creatures. There was no censorship, which also indicated the seriousness of the incident. At the end of the news, the host emphasized, "Citizens, please stay at home and do not leave. Close your doors and windows, and do not turn on the lights at night. All 4 types of polluted creatures are phototropic. Then, rest assured, the country and government will save us." After that, this news entered a 24-hour continuous broadcast cycle. Once this news was aired, the entire city immediately fell into darkness. No one had the courage to turn on the lights after seeing those disgusting and frightening images on the news. Qiao Xun looked out the car window at the street and couldn't help but exclaim, ordinary people really have no way to deal with this kind of thing. Since ancient times, the common people have suffered the most. Is this incident only spreading in Jidong City? The entire Jidong City is shrouded in a large barrier, and information can't get out. Currently, the Republic's branch is still discussing whether to announce the metal disease issue nationwide. At present, many foreign governments have already abandoned information blockade, especially those neutral small countries, which really feel powerless in the face of the situation. Only the major powers are still concealing the truth for the sake of social stability. But this kind of thing can't be hidden, right? Zhou Sibai nodded. Fully disclosing the truth means a new era is coming. What we consider as individuals is very fleeting. A country has to think about many things from a macro perspective. Society and the nation are a large set, not just individual entities. And regulation work is very difficult to carry out. Qiao Xun was just about to speak when a call came in. It was Yu Xiaoshu. As soon as he answered, a relieved sob came through. You're still there? That's great. Qiao Xun smiled and said, what do you mean I'm still here? I saw the news that the community you live in was destroyed by a monster. You have no idea. I was so shocked when I saw the news that I was frozen for a while before I remembered to call you. I thought something happened to you. Qiao Xun comforted. I've always had good luck. When the monster appeared, I happened to be out of the house. Yu Xiaoshu sniffled. That's great, that's really great. Don't worry, I'm Yufina. Where are you now? The community has been destroyed. Do you have a place to stay? I have a vacant room. It's okay. I have a place to stay. You don't need to worry. Qiao Xun was somewhat reluctant to keep the conversation focused on that topic. So he changed the subject and asked, by the way, how's your health now? Are you okay? Nothing unusual. The news said not to go out and not to turn on the lights. You need to remember that. Don't worry. Then I'll hang up first. I have other things to do. We'll talk later. Okay. Qiao Xun hung up the phone and furrowed his brow slightly. He didn't really like the feeling of worrying about others, but the innocent girl Yu Xiaoshu did make it hard for him to relax. Coming to a strange city to work alone and encountering such incidents shortly after starting. The phone at home couldn't get through, she couldn't go out. And she was living alone. Sigh. Zhou Sibai smiled and asked, what's wrong, little girlfriend? Qiao Xun shook his head, my assistant. I'm quite curious. Your conditions are pretty good, yet you're still single. I don't like the feeling of caring about others, nor do I like the feeling of others caring about me. Zhou Sibai was silent for a moment, then said, you really are quite a special person. Maybe. The army green off-road vehicle sped down the empty street. On both sides of the street were polluted creatures hidden in the darkness, drooling from the corners of their mouths. Protocol 021. Control center of the town hall. Despite the darkness elsewhere, this place was brightly lit. As soon as Zhou Sibai entered the command center, a team member immediately approached him and said, Captain Zhou, the pollution wave has fully erupted. This was expected. Zhou Sibai nodded and then asked, how long can our defense hold? There are a total of 16 control teams in Jidong City, including the regular army. AI estimates that our defense can hold for 2 days. Zhou Sibai thought for a moment and said, 2 days is enough time for those guys to arrive. The team member shivered, pulling his neck in. Has the division arranged for those guys? The Black Revolution has people here. No wonder. Don't think too much. Just focus on your own tasks. Yes. Qiao Xun looked at the team members who seemed a bit frightened, then asked Zhou Sibai, where are those guys? Are they very scary? Not just very scary, but extremely scary. Each one of them is a large mobile source of pollution. What does that mean? Qiao Xun asked. So what do they rely on to avoid distortion? The fifth type of person. The tower has 4 types of people. The leader is responsible for command. The guide is responsible for perception. The sentinel is responsible for reconnaissance. And the warrior is responsible for confrontation. The control squad consists of only these 4 types of people, while the task force has a 5th type of person, the doctor. The doctors possess extremely rare healing talents and can regulate the physical and mental states of the task force members. Each doctor is an extremely valuable talent. It can be said that most members of the task force rely on the doctors to survive. Healing talents. Why are they so rare? They are a type of reverse evolution talent, which is naturally quite difficult to find. Just like that girl Hong. Do you know what kind of talent she has? Qiao Xun knew all about the talents of the girl Hong, but he still shook his head. Zhou Sibai's expression was unusually serious, his pupils constantly dilating and contracting. Fate theory, a talent that can reverse life and death. Although almost no one has seen her use it, we never dare to underestimate the impact this talent could potentially have. The fate theory talent was marked as a divine selection talent in the previous information digested. Initially, he didn't think much of it, but hearing Zhou Sibai's exaggerated remarks made him realize how big of a bargain he had stumbled upon. He thought aimlessly, "Thank you, dear sister who gifted me this talent." Qiao Xun asked, "What are the healing talents?" Zhou Sibai smiled kindly and, not knowing where he got it from, pulled out an employment agreement. Once the employment agreement was signed, one could learn as much as they wanted about these matters. It was a case of revealing the dagger when the picture was finished. Qiao Xun reviewed the agreement, reading each word carefully to confirm that it was not a shady deal. After ensuring everything was in order, he picked up the pen and signed his name. Zhou Sibai immediately beamed with joy and extended his hand. "Congratulations, Dr. Qiao. You're now a member of the Emergency Response Center. Once your identity information is entered into the system, you will become a member of the tower. The tower will assign you tasks based on your overall abilities." Qiao Xun had a strange feeling of being sold. He smiled on the surface, but not in his heart. "Can I back out?" "Of course, you can leave the tower at any time, but before you leave, your related memories will be erased. Then forget it." Qiao Xun shook hands with Zhou Sibai. "I knew it, Dr. Qiao, you are wise. I am very curious. What is your position in the tower?" "In terms of classification, I am a leader, and in terms of position, I am a senior officer responsible for handling pollution incidents in Jidong City. Above me is the decision-making level of the branch." Zhou Sibai went to a computer at the control console, saying, "Come, I'll personally help you input the information. First, scan the iris." Qiao Xunzio was quickly brought up in the records. A plain ordinary file detailing his main experiences from school to work. Zhou Sibai acted swiftly, operating smoothly while saying, "I will act as a guarantor, verifying your combat experience as the eight-legged frogman," and the girl read. "Then conduct a physical assessment. And then Tower will record your information and evaluate your overall abilities." After saying that, Zhou Sibai personally took Qiao Xun to the examination room. In the command room, a group of team members stared at each other in disbelief, all wondering who Qiao Xun was to warrant Zhou's personal attention for onboarding. In the examination room, Zhou Sibai led Qiao Xun into a biological chamber. Once inside, various lights scanned over his body, and weak electric currents occasionally flowed through him. About 3 minutes later, the assessment was complete. As Qiao Xun stepped out of the biological chamber, he saw Zhou Sibai looking puzzled at the indicators on the display screen. "What's wrong?" Zhou Sibai read aloud. "Ahem, Qiao Xun, Tower Junior Staff, Pollution Level 0, Mental Value 60, no talent, talent adaptability. 100 hiss. Is there anything special about that? Do you know what a talent adaptability of 100 means?" "I don't know. It means you can adapt to most talents in the tower talent pool." "Most?" Zhou Sibai frowned, suddenly realizing something, and hurriedly operated on the display screen. "What's going on?" "Dr. Qiao, I must seriously tell you that I have applied to Tower to seal your test indicators. A talent adaptability of 100 sounds wonderful, but in reality, it will only bring you a lot of danger, and you must keep this confidential." "What secret is there in this?" Zhou Sibai shook his head, his expression complicated. "I really don't have the authority to tell you these things. In short, you must not tell anyone else about this. It concerns your safety." Qiao Xun saw that Zhou Sibai's expression was very conflicted. He smiled and said, "Although I don't know what this means, I still want to thank Team Leader Zhou." Zhou Sibai couldn't feel happy at all and absent-mindedly nodded. "A talent compatibility of 100. This is the most perfect experimental living subject." He shook his head, forced a smile, and then asked, "Do you like any accessories? Watches, rings, bracelets, and the like?" "Why ask this?" Members of the tower generally need to be equipped with pollution value detectors and special communication devices. In battle, it's very likely that one might be contaminated without realizing it, so third-party auxiliary tools become necessary. My recommendation is a watch, as it's convenient to check and the screen size is moderate. "Right, I don't have the habit of wearing jewelry, so let's go with a watch." "Okay. You should go to the dormitory to familiarize yourself with the environment first. The exclusive watch needs to have your identity code recorded, and you'll have to wait for the tower to review it. Are all members' information reviewed by the tower? Yes. Qiao Xun nodded and did not ask more questions. Afterwards, Zhou Sibai went off to attend to other matters. He was taken by the staff to the assigned dormitory. The treatment was indeed very good. The staff indicated that any needs, as long as they were compliant and legal, would be unconditionally met by the unit. Isn't this much better than being a civil servant? However, the responsibilities also increased significantly. Qiao Xun knew to some extent that once he entered through this door, his head would be taken off and tied to his belt. As Zhou Sibai had said, the members of the Emergency Response Center were indeed well treated. The dormitory assigned to him was a 2-bedroom suite with separate wet and dry areas. A kitchen, dining room, balcony, and study, all fully furnished and equipped. Qiao Xun only has a backpack for his belongings, so there's not much to pack. His former home has turned into ruins, and naturally, everything inside is gone. Looking at this clean, tidy, and sunny dormitory, he let out a breath. After taking a shower, the electronic doorbell at the front door rang. Zhou Xun opened it, and the staff handed over a black box. Mr. Zhou, this is your black box. Qiao Xun, what is this? Identity code, work tools, employment agreement, and some other things are all inside. Qiao Xun took it over and smiled. You've worked hard. You're too kind. Sitting in the living room, Qiao Xun examined the black box. The box was not completely closed. It had a thumb-sized touchpad on top. He tried pressing it with his thumb. The box made a ding sound and then opened like a drawer. Inside, there were 4 neatly arranged items: an employment agreement, a black watch, a small metallic card, and an ID badge. The physical indicators were simple and clear, with only 2 metrics: pollution value and mental value. Currently, the displayed values showed Qiao Xun's pollution value as 0 and mental value as 60. There was no change compared to before. The watch had been bound to his identity code, and once it was out of his control, it would become invalid. The ID badge looked exactly like the one Zhou Sibai had shown him earlier for the Emergency Response Center, with no special features. After a glance, Qiao Xun focused his attention on the metallic card. Although it was called a card, it resembled the storage cards of the past. The upper left corner had a series of numbers, TN1366239XH. He picked it up and immediately saw a note written underneath. Dr. Qiao, this card is the serial card for tower members, and the number is your serial number. Be sure to remember it. Once you insert the card into the communication watch, you will be able to access the exclusive internet established by Tower, which contains everything you want to know. Zhou Sibai. Qiao Xun carefully pinched the sequence card, which was only as big as his little fingernail. After taking a look, he put the watch on his wrist and inserted the sequence card into the slot on the side of the watch. There was no change in the communication watch. The change occurred in his mind. An electronic voice sounded in his head. Sequence card detected. Do you want to log into the tower network? Logging in. Logging in. After a flash of white light, Qiao Xun found himself standing on a platform. In front of the platform, many interface entrances were floating. He glanced at them and saw Chosen One Forum, Polluted Organism Guide, Pollutants Guide, Combat Records, Bounty Center, Branch Official Website Entrance, Talent Library, Major Events, as well as many smaller sections, such as Gourmet Tasting Center, Trading Center, and so on. Qiao Xun first entered the timeline interface. He intended to learn about the history of metal disease. As he immersed himself in the information, scenes began to appear in his mind, creating a vivid sense of presence. The timeline recorded events starting from the 1920s when the first Chosen One emerged, documenting many significant pollution incidents that caused serious consequences along the way. Subsequently, countries established special organizations to recruit the Chosen Ones to combat polluted creatures until the 1990s, 50 years ago, when the Tower appeared. Initially, the Tower was not an organization, but a very special existence, so special that people could not define it. It could appear effortlessly in any corner of the internet, and even without the internet, it could manifest through any object. Later, the Tower integrated the special organizations from various countries to establish a global organization against metal disease. It was at this point that the Tower could be referred to as an organization. After decades of development, the structure and division of labor within the organization had become highly refined, resembling a world exclusively for evolvers, the chosen ones. Every numbered chosen one in the world was recorded within the tower, even those without numbers, such as well-known chosen ones from opposing organizations like the Black Revolution and the Valence Society were also documented. Because of the girl Hong, Qiao Xun took a detailed look at the Black Revolution. Though small in scale, it was not lacking in strength. The records listed 54 core members, arranged in the order of playing cards: spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 JQKA, big and small jokers. Due to his tier permissions, Qiao Xun could not view the records on the big and small jokers. He quickly opened the information on the heart A, which referred to the girl Hong. Her real name was no longer traceable, but from the earlier auditory hallucination, Qiao Xun remembered it was E Hong. There were no records of her information before she became heart A, only afterwards. The database detailed every action she took and assessed her gifted abilities. Each talent was marked with terms like extremely dangerous and calamity. With each record he read, Qiao Xun felt his heart sink. He had no real concept of how powerful Hong was before, but now he understood that she was indeed, as Zhou Sibai had said, a human-shaped natural disaster. Wherever she went, a major pollution incident was bound to occur. With someone like this taking notice of him, Qiao Xun truly didn't know whether to feel honored or unfortunate. He could only pray in his heart, hoping he wouldn't encounter her true form too soon. He needed to at least have the ability to escape. After reading all this, Qiao Xun entered the forum for the chosen ones. The functions were similar to those of an ordinary forum: posting, reading, commenting, etc. But the people here were not ordinary. They were all evolvers. Upon entering, Qiao Xun felt a strong sense of an alien forum. The posts inside had a completely different style. For example, is there an advanced guide for the talent searchlight? Masters, can the pearls produced by the clan person of the believer tier be collected? Where can I easily find the totem runes of Lamia? I urgently need them for my advancement, begging for pointers from the masters. Today I killed a representative tier Pinocchio and almost lost my life. The battle record has been uploaded to the database. Interested parties can click this link to watch. Here, I will share my combat experience. Just the titles were incomprehensible, let alone the content. The forum was anonymous and required registration for a new account. After registering his forum account, Qiao Xun exited and entered the database, opening the first volume of information titled Metal Disease, from beginner to master. The entire night, Qiao Xun was immersed in the tower network, learning about this new world. He learned a lot, but he also felt he had lost much. The new world was not a beautiful one. On the contrary, it was a cruel, merciless, and highly rational world. There was no romance or lyrical expression here, only conflict and struggle, death and rebirth. In the morning, Qiao Xun logged out of the tower network and looked out the window. The morning light spilled over the corners of the city. There was no sense of vitality. Everywhere exuded decay and desolation. He left the dormitory intending to eat something. While thinking about food, for some reason, he felt that this thought was too plain. The cafeteria was not far from the dormitory, just a short walk away. There were not many people inside, probably because most were busy in the city. Those left in the control center were mostly administrative and service personnel. The food was actually quite rich, catering to tastes from various regions. But Qiao Xun's appetite wasn't great, and he just ate a little. Then he headed to the command center. As soon as he walked into the command center, he saw Zhou Sibai standing in the middle of the command platform, silently staring at the light spots on the display screen. Qiao Xun stepped forward. Team leader Zhou saw Qiao Xun, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. How is it? Can you adapt? Not bad. I thought you would stay in the dormitory for a long time. Most people who just arrived here stayed in the dormitory for about a week, coming out only after accepting the change in worldview. Qiao Xun said, I've already adapted a long time ago. That's true. How's the situation? Zhou Sibai's expression slightly darkened as he shook his head and said, It's not ideal. After the outbreak of the pollution tide, the contamination has already spread. Polluted organisms have appeared all over the city, and in 2 communities, everyone has been infected. Qiao Xun frowned and said, Is it really that serious after just one night? For metal disease, one night is enough to change the nature of a city. Zhou Sibai smiled, not wanting to put too much pressure on Qiao Xun. But you don't have to worry. The task force members are about to arrive. Jidong City will not fall. It is an important port city in the south, and the Republic will never allow it to be lost. But even if it doesn't fall, the subsequent recovery work will still be difficult, right? That's not something we need to worry about. Dr. Qiao. Just call me Qiao Xun. I've already resigned. All right, Qiao Xun. There will definitely be growing pains in the world's transformation, just like in a global war, which will certainly rewrite the landscape. This is unavoidable. It's a major historical trend. Qiao Xun nodded and then asked, Captain Zhou, do you have any tasks for me? Zhou Sibai smiled and said, what's wrong? Are you so eager to do something? Qiao Xun smiled, mainly wanting to contribute light and heat to the organization. I believe it. Qiao Xun shrugged. Zhou Sibai said, you just joined the tower, and the evaluation of you is not high because your combat parameters are unclear, so I can't assign you to a control team, and I don't have the authority to arrange tasks for you. Of course, I can give you a special title of intern in my personal capacity, allowing you to learn and observe with the team. An intern sounds reasonable. Zhou Sibai shook his head and added, but I must make it clear to you. Control teams emphasize cooperation and complementary abilities. You currently have no special abilities, and even if you don't participate in combat, you will definitely become a burden to the control team. The combat missions executed by the control team are very dangerous and are related to life and death. Therefore, control teams generally do not accept outsiders to accompany them. I can only help you ask if there are any teams willing to take an intern. Thank you, Team Zhou. Qiao Xun, do you remember what I said to you earlier? Looking at Zhou Sibai's serious expression, Qiao Xun thought for a moment and concluded it must be this. Hold a heart of reverence for the unknown. Zhou Sibai looked at him and said, I feel that I shouldn't worry about you in this regard, but please be sure to keep this in mind. Qiao Xun nodded. He clearly knew that Zhou Sibai really cared about him. As for the purpose of this concern, he couldn't explore it for now. Later, Zhou Sibai asked in the internal group chat of the Emergency Response Center in Jidong City, I have a promising newcomer here. Is there a team willing to take him for an internship? The internal group chat was real name verified. Suit Saijia, Leader Wow. Captain Zhou personally spoke. We must pay attention to this. Liu Yu, Guide Captain Zhou, is my idol up. Zhang Hangyuan, Warrior Captain Zhou, actually rated him as very promising. The newcomer must be impressive. Let me guess, his mental value must be at least 200. Guomeng, Warrior only 200? Who do you look down on? I say, conservatively 300. Zhang Hanjuan, Warrior Mine. Su Sheng, Leader Captain Zhou, what is the newcomer's talent? My team's guide might not be able to hold on for another 2 days. Can we let the newcomer fill in for now? Zhou Sibai looked at the messages in the group chat, feeling a bit awkward. He could already foresee what the result would be when he sent out Qiao Xun's stats. Although he had high hopes for Qiao Xun, the control team had been teetering on the edge of life and death for years, and they valued strength more than a mere claim of potential. He gritted his teeth and sent out Qiao Xun's stats. Member, Qiao Xun identity. Tower Junior Officer talent, none. Ascension level, none. Pollution value, 0. Mental value, 60. As soon as the panel appeared, the entire group chat fell silent. After a while, Su Sheng, Leader I'll go ask by, he might not last 2 more days. Across the city, people stared at the screen displaying the newcomer's panel. Stunned for a while, and after refreshing repeatedly, they found it was indeed just like that, all taking a sharp breath. What a truly promising panel. No talent, and a mental value of 60 already indicated that he was a thoroughly ordinary person. The only highlight was the pollution value of 0, but that wasn't key. A control team, even if they wanted to bring in a newcomer, at least needed someone with some utility. They couldn't be a complete burden. Suit Saijia, Leader, just asking weakly, is there really no problem with the panel? Suit Saijia, Leader, sorry for the interruption. No one spoke. Zhou Sibai knew they had given him enough face and hadn't directly said that this was just an ordinary person's panel. He was about to embellish the story of how Qiao Xun had defeated the 8-legged frogman and the girl in red when a message popped up. XINU, Leader Captain Zhou, let me take him. Someone was willing to take Qiao Xun, and before Zhou Sibai could feel happy, he froze at the moment he saw that name. Suit Saijia, Leader Sister Yu in society. Give Sister Yu a call. Su Sheng, Leader as expected of XINU. People across the city silently prayed for the newcomer after seeing XINU speak in the group chat. They hoped the newcomer wouldn't be ruined. If it were anyone else, Zhou Sibai would have agreed immediately. But, see Niu, He chose to respect Qiao Xun's own choice. Qiao Xun, only one team is willing to take you. Looking at Zhou Sibai's complicated expression, Qiao Xun smiled and asked, "Is the team very special?" "Well, the team leader is Xianu. You met yesterday." The image of the red-haired beauty floated in Qiao Xun's mind. Qiao Xun thought for a moment and shrugged. Having one is better than none. Zhou Sibai silently said to himself, having one doesn't necessarily mean it's better than none. Of course, he still respected Qiao Xun's choice. "All right, I'll contact her," he said. Then, Zhou Sibai opened a private chat with Xianu. Zhou Sibai, "Xianu, Qiao Xun is really a talented person. You better not mess around." Xianu, "Don't worry, I will teach him well." Zhou Sibai, sweating emoji. "Then you can come pick him up?" "Si niu, okay. At the command center, right? I'll be there in half an hour." Zhou Sibai looked at Qiao Xun and felt a bit guilty. He looked elsewhere and asked, "Xian, will be here in half an hour. Do you want to prepare a bit?" "There's nothing to prepare." Zhou Sibai said seriously, "Qiao Xun, if you want to back out at any point, tell me immediately." Qiao Xun paused for a moment, gave a dry laugh, and said, "Captain Zhou, don't make it sound so frightening." Zhou Sibai shifted his gaze elsewhere. Task 024, the first mission. A large military green off-road vehicle stopped at the entrance of the control center. Qiao Xun and Zhou Sibai were already waiting at the door. The tall and slender Xianu got out of the driver's seat, her long red hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking fresh and capable. She was dressed in military combat gear, which accentuated her curvy figure perfectly. In terms of appearance, her features were distinct and well-defined. Overall, she had a spirited look. But beneath this image, there was a slightly delicate beauty mark under the corner of her left eye. Although appearance cannot determine character and conduct, it certainly provides the first impression. Qiao Xun thought to himself, "This doesn't seem so special." Xianu walked over with a smile, greeting as she walked. "Hey, Team Leader Zhou. And you, Qiao Xun. Nice to see you again. Do you remember me?" Qiao Xun shrugged and said, "Don't say my memory is like a fish. Didn't we just see each other yesterday?" Xianu frowned and asked in surprise, "Yesterday? Haven't we not seen each other for a long time?" Qiao Xun was taken aback, looking at Xianu's expression that was truly beyond belief. For a moment, he doubted whether his memory was confused. He glanced at Zhou Sibai beside him. Zhou Sibai whispered, "She has a time distortion syndrome due to her innate characteristics. But don't worry, she will be perfectly normal in battle." Hearing them whispering, Xianu immediately slapped her forehead and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I must have had another episode." Qiao Xun politely shook his head. "It's okay." Zhou Sibai said, "Xianu, I leave Qiao Xun to you." Xianu replied seriously, "Don't worry, I will do my best to protect him." Qiao Xun thought to himself, "Isn't this quite normal?" However, this time disorder syndrome is rather novel. As a psychological counselor, he felt a professional curiosity and wanted to understand the pathological features, onset symptoms, treatment methods, and so on. Xianu looked at Qiao Xun, her face beaming with a smile. "Newcomer, come on, get in the car with me." Qiao Xun nodded. "I hope it's not an illegal taxi." In the front passenger seat, Qiao Xun glanced at Xianu and then asked, "How should I address you?" "You can call me by my name or Captain." "Then Captain it is. Whatever you prefer." Xianu focused intently on the road ahead. Her profile was very attractive, with distinct features. Normally, someone who has been out on missions for a long time would have a darker complexion, but her skin was very fair, glowing even more against her red hair. "Part of my boldness," Team Leader Zhou said, "you have a time distortion syndrome. It's nothing, everyone knows. Are you curious about something? What are the symptoms of time distortion syndrome?" Xianu replied briefly, "The sense of time is very erratic. Of course, it's not that the sense of time is poor. Erratic? Just like earlier, I suddenly felt like I hadn't seen you in a long time. Does it have any effects? I'm the patient, so I can't evaluate." "That's true. It's generally difficult for those with such a special, non-functional disorder to recognize it." Qiao Xun asked again, "What caused this?" Xianu seemed like a very easygoing person, with no airs about her, treating others kindly and answering everything. "It's caused by my talent for forbidden words." She didn't explain further. Qiao Xun didn't ask for specific reasons. After all, they were still not familiar with each other. "Haven't you been treated?" "I have, but it couldn't be cured." Xinu's expression was indifferent. Her long eyelashes slightly curled, the arc just right. "Where are we going now?" Xinu smiled and replied decisively, "The scene of the incident." After saying that, she stepped on the gas. The feeling of acceleration was extremely strong, and Qiao Xun instinctively grabbed the handle on the roof of the car. Half an hour later, they stopped outside a residential area. The two got out of the car. Xinu looked at the empty and rather desolate Baigua community and said, "This is the pollution concentration point. The community has 10 units, and there are mutated and fully mutated polluted organisms hidden in each building. Our task is to keep them firmly contained within the community to prevent them from leaving and spreading further." "Is everyone infected?" "Yes. Last night after 9 o'clock, 3 frogmen broke into the community, and I don't need to say more about the result." Qiao Xun looked around and estimated that there were probably more than 3,000 people living in this community. There must be over 3,000 polluted creatures. Xinu shook his head and said, "Polluted creatures will devour each other, similar to raising a poisonous insect, especially the low-level polluted creatures. Their way of evolution almost solely relies on continuously devouring other polluted creatures. What we need to do is twofold. First, prevent them from escaping this community. Second, prevent the emergence of a poison king." As Xinu spoke, he walked inside. Qiao Xun followed closely behind her. As the level of environmental pollution continued to rise, their activity during the day increased as well. It is expected that in the afternoon, the pollution levels in this community will rise to support their daytime activities. As she spoke, Xinu glanced seriously at Qiao Xun and said, "In turn, be careful." Qiao Xun nodded seriously. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet my team." After entering the community, they walked along a small path in the garden and arrived in front of a room. It looked like it used to be a laundry room, filled with a strong scent of laundry detergent. Xinu pushed the door open and said softly, "Friends, the intern has arrived." Inside, there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them turned to look at Qiao Xun, each with different expressions, frowning, indifferent, and curious. Xinu pointed at Qiao Xun and said, "Let me introduce. This is our intern for this time, named Qiao Xun." Qiao Xun smiled politely and said to the 3 of them, "I hope everyone will take care of me." The young man, with a frown, looked at Qiao Xun. His name was Jun, tall and thin, looking well-mannered like a college student just entering society. Jun adjusted his glasses with his right index finger and nodded, saying, "My name is Jun, and I am the guide of the team." Next was the young man with a flat expression and a noticeable scar on his forehead, which had been covered with a cosmetic tattoo, making it look unique rather than ugly. He said, "My name is Qiao, and I am the sentinel of the team." Lastly, there was the soldier. She smiled brightly and said, "My name is Qiao, and I am the soldier of the team." Qiao was petite, about 1.50 meters tall, with a small face that looked very cute, especially her pair of eyes, which sparkled vibrantly. Qiao Xun did not expect that such a small girl would be responsible for direct combat. He thought she should be a member with a more mental talent like a guide. After the introductions, the team leader, Xinu, went straight to the point and looked at Jun, asking, "Jun, what is the situation with the pollution levels nearby?" Jun looked at the thin portable detector in his hand and said seriously, "Overall, it is rising rapidly. The fastest increase is in Unit 8, and the current average has reached 190, expected to exceed 200 in an hour. Xinu found so fast?" "Yes. It is speculated that there are evolved organisms with a significantly higher evolution speed than average, or it could be supermutant species." Xinu immediately said, "We must stop it. Supermutant species will disrupt the evolutionary balance. We cannot allow potential dangers to grow." She clapped her hands and said, "Everyone, move, gear up, and prepare to control." "Yes." The 3 responded in unison. Then Xinu looked at Qiao Xun, her tone slightly lighter. "Intern, stay behind me." Upon hearing this, the guide, Jun, frowned and said, "Does he have to come with us?" "I saw the panel issued by Team Leader Zhou. He is just an ordinary person. That kind of place is dangerous and not suitable for him." Although he said it politely, his attitude was very clear. He did not want to carry Qiao Xun, whom he considered a burden. The sentinel Qiao touched his scar, but said nothing. The soldier Qiao, however, cheerfully said, since he is an intern, he can only learn things on site. Jun pushed up his glasses, slightly dissatisfied. Su Yoxia, have you been an evolved person for too long and lost the concept of the power of ordinary people? Su Yoxia rolled her eyes at him. Jun, team leader, Zhou, personally said he has great potential. Do you really think he is an ordinary person? Having great potential does not contradict being an ordinary person. At least for now, he is just an ordinary person. Xian Yu frowned, her tone slightly heavier. I will personally take him. You all just need to do your own jobs. Jun wanted to say something else, but was silenced by a look from Xian Yu and obediently closed his mouth. Qiao Xun didn't say much and just watched from the sidelines. He thought to himself, it seems that everyone has a strong prejudice against ordinary people. You are the risk control team yourself, and with an intern added, you set off. Once in mission mode, the four of them instantly changed their demeanor, becoming very focused. As they approached Block 8, Qiao Xun immediately smelled a distinct stench. It wasn't just one, but many, indicating that there were a lot of contaminated organisms inside the building. Suddenly, he felt his appetite surge. Xian Yu looked at the building. It had a total of 20 floors, with each floor having an independent balcony for each unit. Some windows were already broken, and bloodstains had seeped onto the outer walls. Coupled with the fact that it was an old community, the building had a distinct horror movie set vibe. Jun confirmed the contamination point. Jun nodded, walked to the front of the building, pressed his hands against the wall, closed his eyes, and activated his ability to listen. Qiao Xun immediately felt a faint rhythm spreading around, like a leaf falling onto the surface of a calm lake. Half a minute later, Jun opened his eyes, habitually pushed up his glasses, and said, 3 points of suspicion. Room 403 on the 4th floor, room 1002 on the 10th floor, and room 1306 on the 13th floor. The pollution levels in all 3 places are around 190. Xian Yu murmured to herself, 3 places. After thinking for a moment, she said, the contaminated creatures with a pollution level of 190 can be dealt with even without me, right? Su Yoxia, as the main force against the contamination, confidently nodded. Jun immediately countered. No, Captain, Qiao Xun is an ordinary person. Having no combat power means a negative combat capability. It's too unsafe to take him with you alone. I suggest we go together as 5. Xian Yu shook her head. As a leader, I am very clear about my decision. Captain, Jun wanted to argue, but couldn't find a reason. Indeed, Xian Yu was an excellent leader. She had carried out many missions, and her decisions had never been wrong. Xian Yu looked at Jun, her gaze calm. I know you're worried about me. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Seeing that he couldn't convince the captain, Jun turned to glare at Qiao Xun and said, in turn, I hope you won't hold us back. Qiao Xun smiled and said, thank you for your hope. Please rest assured, I have a way to protect my life. Qiao Xun's smile made Jun uncomfortable, but he had no way to refute it. Xian Yu shook her head. That's enough. Jun, don't be too harsh on the intern. I'm not targeting him. I just think his presence introduces uncertainty to our team. As a guide, it's essential to constantly assess the mental state of team members. The moment Qiao Xun appeared, I evaluated his mental state, but I felt nothing like a black hole. This feeling is unsettling for a guide. Xian Yu smiled wryly. If we're talking about uncertainties, my illness should be the most criticized. Captain, hearing Xian Yu say this, Jun immediately calmed down. The other two also fell silent. All right, let's move out. Xian Yu resumed her serious expression. Stay in contact, and don't take risks when you can't assess the danger. Yes, the 3 responded in unison. Then, the 5 split into 2 teams and entered the apartment building. They didn't take the elevator. The closed and uncontrollable elevator environment is very dangerous. Once inside the building, the stench became even stronger. Just from the smell, Qiao Xun deduced that all 4 types of mutations were present in this building. Xian Yu led the way. She wasn't large in stature, but she exuded a strong sense of security. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she said, you have questions, right? Feel free to ask. Won't our voices disturb those contaminated creatures? Don't worry, my talent forbidden words will eliminate the impact of our voices on the environment. It sounded quite magical. Qiao Xun thought for a moment and asked, why are you willing to accept me? I'm just an ordinary person and will only have a negative impact on the team. Xian Yu paused slightly, turned around, and looked down at Qiao Xun. You give me a sense of kinship. Kinship? It's hard to say. I have a support-type ability called insight. This ability always gives me alternative judgments, but often, the results of those judgments are beneficial. Qiao Xun fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Isn't this risky? Don't you think so?" Xianu smiled and said, "I like risks." Qiao Xun replied, "I don't like it. Is that so? But the feeling you give me is, you're a risk." Qiao Xun gradually realized that Xianu was indeed a rather strange person. The pollution point, the three-person team, was heading to his room 403 on the 4th floor, while Xianu and Qiao Xun were on the 13th floor, room 1306. As they passed each floor, they could clearly smell the stench of blood and the foul odor emitted by the contaminated creatures. The two smells intertwined, making one feel nauseous. Fortunately, Qiao Xun had a good tolerance, and as for Xianu, being an evolved being, he was already accustomed to such odors. When they reached the 6th floor, Xianu stopped in his tracks. There were contaminated creatures. Qiao Xun immediately held his breath, lowered his footsteps, and cautiously followed behind Xianu. The corridor was very dark, and the light from the two ventilation windows was not enough to illuminate the darkness. Qiao Xun asked, "Are there any living people in the neighborhood?" "No. Either they have mutated or they have been eaten." They arrived at room 606. The door was not closed, just ajar, and a pool of blood had seeped out from the gap at the bottom, now thick and sticky. There were many bloody claw marks on the door. Xianu gently pushed the door open. She was wearing gloves and was not worried about the bloodstains on the door. As soon as the door opened, a strong, pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with a foul odor rushed out. The foyer was very messy, with a pool of blood accumulating. The traces of blood extended from the foyer all the way into the room. Qiao Xun smelled two kinds of blood. This seemed to indicate something. In the blood, there were long hair and short hair, as well as severed fingers. He carefully examined the surroundings, while Xianu looked at him seriously. "What's wrong? I thought you would be scared." "My psychological endurance is okay." "That's good." They stepped into the blood-soaked area. On the left side of the entrance was a cloakroom, and Xianu gently pushed open the sliding door. The scene inside resembled a slaughterhouse, with severed limbs and broken bones, hair scattered everywhere, and some unidentified bodily fluids mixed with blood. Clearly, someone had hidden here but had been found. They continued forward to the living room. Several knives were scattered in the living room, indicating that the homeowner had attempted to resist but failed. On the TV cabinet was a family photo, smeared with blood. But it was clear that there were three people, a couple and child. A long bloodstain, slightly wider than an adult male's waist, extended from the living room all the way to the innermost master bedroom. In Qiao Xun's mind, a scene emerged of a polluted creature dragging a man's upper body from the living room to the master bedroom. Xianu said, "Stay here and don't move." After saying that, she walked alone towards the master bedroom. Qiao Xun was very obedient, not moving at all and honestly watching her. Xianu slowly approached the master bedroom. When she reached the door, she gently twisted the doorknob. Creak! The door opened. Qiao Xun immediately saw a frogman crawling on the ceiling behind the door. The frogman's eyeballs bulged out with only a mass of nerves hanging down. Saliva stretched into a long thread, dangling from the corner of its mouth all the way to the ground. The moment the door opened, the frogman opened its mouth wide, and its bluish tongue shot out towards Xianu. Qiao Xun furrowed her brows. She saw that the frogman's tongue was grabbed by Xianu and then yanked down hard, slamming it onto the floor. Afterwards, she quickly took out a dagger from her calf and plunged it into the frogman's heart, then forcefully twisted it, severing the artery. The movements were very smooth, and Qiao Xun found it quite pleasing to the eye. Once the frogman stopped struggling, Xianu took out a small bottle of spray and sprayed it on the frogman. The frogman's body sublimated at a visibly fast rate. What was that? A dissolvent. For disposing of the body, Xianu casually grabbed a cloth to wipe the blood off the dagger, and then said, "The blood of contaminated creatures carries metal viruses, so it's generally best to avoid letting wounds come into contact with it during combat. Remember that." Xianu strode over, her high red ponytail swaying from side to side. Quite cute. It probably wasn't too appropriate to describe someone who could take down a frogman in under 3 seconds as cute. "Let's go." Xianyu walked outside. After reaching the entrance, Qiao Xun called out to her, "Wait a minute." Xianyu turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Qiao Xun furrowed his brows slightly and stopped in front of a wardrobe next to the entrance. Then, he slightly turned his body and quickly pulled open the wardrobe. The moment the croaking sound echoed, a smaller-sized frogman suddenly jumped out, heading straight for Xianyu. Qiao Xun kicked it away with one leg. Xianyu immediately went up to stab it again. After the little frogman stopped struggling, Xianyu looked at Qiao Xun in surprise and asked, "How did you know there was a frogman hidden here?" Qiao Xun thought for a moment and said, "From the family photos, there are 3 people living in the house, a couple and a child. When I came in, I only found the severed limbs of adults and no sign of the child. There are 2 possibilities. Either the child was completely eaten or they haven't died yet. Generally speaking, in the face of danger, parents would hide their children. There are 2 bloody handprints on this wardrobe, and judging by their size, they belong to an adult woman. I guess the mother instinctively pressed against the wardrobe to protect the child inside from the intruding amphibian. Of course, this is just my speculation." Xianyu looked at Qiao Xun with calm yet dangerous eyes. "You're very clever. You just happened to guess right." Xianyu had one more thing to say. "Your reaction speed is very fast, and you have great strength in your legs." Looking at Qiao Xun's calm expression, Xianyu thought, "Indeed, you are a significant risk yourself. 026 Stitching Monster, it's a pity that with Xianyu around, Qiao Xun couldn't consume the flesh and blood of the contaminated creatures. In his eyes, Xianyu dissolving the amphibian corpses was a waste of food. After dealing with the contaminated creatures here, they set off towards the contamination point on the highest floor. On the way, they encountered a few contaminated creatures, but Xianyu easily dealt with them. Qiao Xun noticed that she didn't even use her talent. She simply relied on her combat skills, as if she was clearing small monsters in a dungeon. According to her, these are just low-level aberrations that had recently mutated, existing at the bottom of the food chain among contaminated creatures. Xianyu was a very responsible person. When she said she would teach Qiao Xun well, she was not vague at all. Along the way, every time she dealt with an aberration, she would explain the characteristics of the aberrations and combat precautions. Although this information was available in the Tower Network database, it was almost the difference between self-study and having a teacher guide you through practice. He benefited greatly from it. After they arrived on the 16th floor, the 3-person team sent a message saying they had dealt with the first contamination point and were heading to the second one, indicating that the first contamination point was not a super aberration. Qiao Xun, what is a super distorted species? It is equivalent to a rare genius. Highly integrated with a virus, with evolution speed, strength, and physical endurance far surpassing its peers. And it may even awaken a secondary talent in addition to its main advancement talent. The stench on the 16th floor is even stronger, and the temperature is noticeably lower than in other floors. He glanced at his watch, which showed that the surrounding environmental pollution level had reached 198. Generally speaking, the pollution level of ordinary distorted species is around 150. Xianyu's expression is much more serious than before, and she said softly, "Be careful." Qiao Xun focused his attention. When he went out, he didn't expect to be directly involved in the control work, so he didn't bring his compound bow. And now he was basically empty-handed. Having never encountered a super mutant before, he couldn't guarantee whether he could face it head-on. They slowly walked into the corridor from the stairway. The garbage storage area in the corridor was a mess, with various household waste scattered around, emitting a rotten smell. Compared to other floors with mutants, the 16th floor was relatively clean. At least there was no blood in the corridor. However, it was still just as dark. It was very quiet. Qiao Xun could hear his own heartbeat and even hear Xianyu's heartbeat. They slowly moved deeper into the corridor, and the further they went in, the dimmer the light became. Xianyu did not have night vision like Qiao Xun, so she used a small flashlight to light the way ahead. At the corner, they saw a pile of rotten flesh. Judging by its structure, it was a gnawed salamander person. The only thing capable of gnawing a salamander person like this was a stronger mutant. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thudded. Judging from the sound, the opponent was someone heavy. Xianyu took 2 steps back, shielding Qiao Xun behind her. She was stained with the smell of blood, along with a hint of herbal fragrance. Qiao Xun remembered she had mentioned before that she was undergoing treatment for temporal dislocation syndrome. Stay close to me. Don't move. Xinu's voice was low and captivating. Qiao Xun frowned slightly. He wasn't very fond of strangers getting too close to him, but fortunately, Xinu didn't make him feel repelled. Perhaps it was because the other party's intention was to protect him. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and a very vague, elongated shadow appeared ahead. Judging from the shadow, the newcomer was directly opposite the vent. As the distance closed, Qiao Xun heard a heavy and slow breathing sound. The respiratory rate of polluted creatures is generally very low, which is a characteristic. Xinu turned the flashlight to its maximum and shone it forward. In the circular beam of light, a large monster slowly walked in. It had the shell of a crab person, the limbs of a frog person, the mouth of a salamander person, and the eyes of a fish person, with human limbs and a head that could open and close its eyes embedded in its body. In short, it was a stitched monster. And she said in a muffled voice, "Super mutant. Is this the super mutant?" The sense of oppression was indeed quite different, and its gaze did not seem dull. Other polluted creatures were similar to mindless zombies that attacked purely on instinct, while this stitched monster resembled a calm beast. Xinu immediately notified the three-person team. Super mutant discovered at the pollution point on the 16th floor. But it seemed the three-person team had encountered a particularly troublesome guy on the 10th floor and couldn't come to assist quickly. You said before that you have a way to save your life. Is that true? Sort of. Then remember to assess the situation and run away if things go wrong. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Just listen. All right. Just as their whispered conversation ended, the stitched monster suddenly reached out and forcefully broke a large chunk of brick and concrete off the corner of the wall, hurling it at the two. The throwing power was great, and the projectile was fast. However, the two reacted quickly and dodged. The mixed solid crashed onto the floor of the corridor, creating a huge noise as it smashed a dent into the tiles. Then, the stitched monster crouched down and took on a frog-like posture, leaping suddenly. Despite its large size, it had enough strength to nearly break through the narrow corridor as it jumped. "Run!" Xinu shouted, turning and dragging Qiao Xun to sprint down the corridor. The stitched monster threw wall chunks while spewing out the corrosive fluid of the salamander person. The cross-attack of solid and liquid left the two with very little space to evade. Xinu remained calm, quickly assessing the current situation. As she ran, she said, "I'll hold the super mutant here. You take the elevator to leave this building quickly. What about you?" "I need to stay and hold it off until the three of them come up to confront it." Qiao Xun is still pretending to be an ordinary person and can only honestly agree. The stitched monster approaches step by step. After the two run around a corner, they arrive at the elevator entrance on the 16th floor. Fortunately, the closest of the four elevators is stopped not far away on the 13th floor. The super aberration bursts around the corner of the hallway, confronting the two. Xinu's eyes widen in surprise as she activates her forbidden word talent. The forbidden word is a support-type talent, and those affected will temporarily lose their talent abilities. Qiao Xun suddenly felt a surge of rhythm emanating from Xinu, quickly enveloping the stitched monster ahead. Before being enveloped, the stitched monster crushed a piece of wall and threw it over, then immediately froze in place. It flew over, and despite the two's quick reactions and speed, they couldn't avoid it and inevitably got hit by some debris. Qiao Xun's hand was hurt. A line of blood appeared, and blood seeped out. Ding dong, the elevator arrived. "Hurry in." Qiao Xun didn't hesitate, directly stepping into the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor, and closing the door. In the hallway, after safely seeing off Qiao Xun, Xinu had time to catch her breath before she immediately noticed the stitched monster's pupils, as large as gongs, wildly expanding and contracting. Excitement. Its eyes were filled with excitement. But what was it excited about? The stitched monster felt an unusual heat and restlessness all over its body. A faint awareness told it that the man's blood smelled very enticing. If it could eat him, it would definitely become much stronger. The stitched monster was suppressed by the prohibited words, yearning for Qiao Xun's flesh, but unable to obtain it, and began to struggle violently. "Xin, you couldn't understand." Shouldn't the prohibited words suppress its physical instincts as well? Why did it seem so agitated now? Its nerves were continually attracted to the essence of Qiao Xun's blood, as if injected with a powerful stimulant. It went berserk, letting out a frenzied screech, breaking free from the suppression of the prohibited words. Xian, you felt something was wrong. Although she couldn't understand why the stitched monster could break free so quickly, something that ordinary contaminated beings couldn't do, she didn't hesitate and quickly dodged. However, she immediately realized that the rampaging stitched monster was not attacking her, but instead smashed through the wall where the elevator was located, violently squeezing into the elevator shaft. With a loud snap, the steel cable holding the elevator was torn apart, and the elevator fell straight down. Xian's mind went blank in an instant. 027 blazing fire. After Qiao Xun entered the elevator, he suddenly felt a violent shaking when the elevator reached the 7th floor. The lights inside the elevator went out, and an alarm went off. Trapped in the elevator, he instinctively pressed the door open button, but there was no response. Immediately, he heard a loud sound of steel rebar snapping from above. Then, a heavy object crashed onto the top of the elevator, making a noise, and he could clearly see the marks of the top cover bulging downwards. Before he could think much, the steel cable supporting the elevator snapped, and the elevator lost its restraint and fell. A strong sensation of weightlessness hit him. Qiao Xun quickly lowered his center of gravity, stood in the corner, and tightly held onto the vertical walls of the elevator with both arms. The elevator plummeted to the bottom, slamming hard into the basement. Even though the elevator had hit the ground, the sounds of bricks shattering and steel rebar breaking continued to ring from above. A strong, foul smell gradually approached. He clearly remembered that this was the smell of the stitched monster. This made him immediately realize that the stitched monster was crawling down the elevator shaft from the upper floors. Why? Qiao Xun glanced at the scar on the back of his hand. The scar was still oozing blood. Since it wasn't an artery, the bleeding was minimal, but the smell of blood was clearly exposed. He remembered how the 8-legged frogman had become extremely excited and agitated after he was wounded and bled during their confrontation. Is my blood irresistibly attractive to contaminated creatures? Judging by the behavior of the 8-legged frogman and the stitching monster, it's almost certain. At the same time, this indicates that the stitching monster's target is him. Qiao Xun didn't dare to stay in the cramped elevator. He quickly took out a dagger and inserted it into the gap between the two elevator doors, then forcefully turned the dagger sideways. The doors of this old-fashioned elevator didn't close tightly, so with enough strength, they could be pried open directly. With Qiao Xun's strength, this was naturally not a difficult task. Qiao Xun quickly ran out. Just a few steps outside, the stitching monster crashed to the ground, directly flattening the elevator. A sharp and loud screech echoed. The air was filled with the stitching monster's unpleasant odor. Qiao Xun ran quickly between the various vehicles in the parking lot. Due to the dense parking of the cars, he couldn't fully stretch out. The stitching monster was different. Its massive size allowed it to advance by jumping, not needing to avoid obstacles, and it brazenly crashed through them. With each jump, a car was crushed and rendered useless. The blood of Qiao Xun was attracting it, making it excited and greedy, like a hungry beast seeing its prey. The stitched monster single-handedly lifted a small car and forcefully hurled it in the direction Qiao Xun was running. The car slammed down onto a row of vehicles, pushing the originally neatly arranged cars in all directions. Suddenly, several cars blocked the path Qiao Xun was running towards, due to the friction causing a fire. The gasoline leaking from the vehicles ignited. The flames spread rapidly, illuminating the entire parking lot. The thick black smoke generated by the burning gasoline could not be effectively dissipated, accumulating in the parking lot. The dense black smoke contained a large amount of inadequately burned toxic gases, instantly turning the parking lot into a scorching gas chamber. Under the high temperatures, one car after another could no longer withstand it and began to explode. The power of the tire explosions was not to be underestimated, as the strong impact pushed the cars forward. Therefore, even if these cars did not start, they were moving in an irregular manner due to the chain reaction. This kind of movement undoubtedly sealed off Qiao Xun's escape route. Qiao Xun furrowed his brows, his expression unusually serious. Although the chances of a car catching fire and exploding are low, it usually occurs in open outdoor areas. The parking lot is large, with at least 500 cars or even more parked. Under such a fire, it is almost inevitable for these cars to catch fire. The flames are immense and will quickly consume the oxygen in the air, emitting large amounts of carbon dioxide and unburned toxic gases. The gas circulation in the parking lot will rapidly become disrupted, and the space can almost be considered a closed system. In a closed environment, the probability of cars exploding after catching fire greatly increases. If a large-scale explosion occurs, this underground parking lot is likely to collapse. Even if Qiao Xun is confident in his physical strength, he wouldn't dare to withstand the collapse of one or even multiple floors. He must leave here quickly. The stitched monster is closing in behind him. Is it afraid of fire? It makes sense, even if this stitched monster is a super mutant. It cannot change its amphibious nature. No matter how many of its kind it devours, it remains an amphibious creature. Environments with high temperatures and direct ultraviolet rays are the most feared by amphibians. According to the theory of relativity in combat, the enemy's weaknesses are our strengths. Qiao Xun dodged the attacks of the stitched monster while observing the layout of the environment. From the markings on the walls and floor, he noted that the parking lot had 4 exits, corresponding to the 4 entrances of the neighborhood. However, the raging fire had blocked all 4 exits, making it unrealistic to leap across the sea of flames. The temperature of burning gasoline reached 400 degrees, and the firewall was very thick, containing a large amount of toxic gas and burning dust from the car's interior. Any one of these factors made it impossible to directly cross the inferno. Soon, he spotted a security guard booth situated in a place not surrounded by the roaring flames, and not far behind the booth was a safe passage. He could see an upward building, likely leading to the ground floor. The stitched monster chasing Qiao Xun was clearly smarter than the average polluted creature. When Qiao Xun found the safety passage, it did too. Although its intelligence was far from that of a human, it could instinctively determine where Qiao Xun intended to run. Thus, it took a shortcut to occupy the escape route first. As Qiao Xun ran, he suddenly saw the massive body of the stitched monster leap up and then crash down onto the path leading to the stairway. He slammed to a stop, furrowing his brows as he watched the stitched monster, which was drooling continuously from its mouth. Qiao Xun tried to communicate with it, saying, "You want to eat me? It's not that easy. If I really start circling around you, you definitely won't catch me for a while." The fire in the parking lot spread quickly, and it would soon turn into a sea of flames, followed by an explosion. The entire floor was very likely to collapse. As he spoke, his eyes became unusually deep and dark, and he asked in a profound manner, "Do you want to perish together with me?" The stitched monster paused slightly. Although it couldn't speak and had low intelligence, it could understand Qiao Xun's words. After all, it had been a proper person in its previous life. However, it still didn't relax or yield, its eyes desperately bulging out and moving erratically. The saliva seeping from the corners of its mouth was decreasing, indicating that it was starting to become dehydrated. Amphibians dehydrate faster than humans in such environments. Qiao Xun is confident that if he holds on until the fire spreads to its limits, he won't be able to escape, and he will definitely die before it does. But dying first is not what he is concerned about. He just wants to survive. 028 Princess Carrie, after a moment of blankness, Xinu quickly regained her composure. She opened the communicator and immediately said loudly, "Go to the basement, level 1. Time was pressing, and she didn't explain the reason." After saying this, she took another elevator down to basement level 1. However, the shorter the message, the more important it is. The 3-person team on the 10th floor, hearing their captain's urgent command, had to quickly get rid of the contaminated creatures on this floor. Although the contaminated creatures on this floor were difficult to deal with, they were not super mutated types, so escaping wasn't too challenging. In the stairwell, Su Yoxiao's expression was serious as she looked at the contaminated creature in front of her. She took a slight breath and activated her talent, Flash Change. In an instant, she burst forth with astonishing speed like a flash of lightning, and reached a crabman that was slightly larger than usual. Then, she raised her fist, and a hard exoskeleton grew from the back of her hand, forming a fist. With a powerful punch, she struck the crabman's reproductive sac. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The crabman flew up like a large sandbag, crashing heavily against the wall next to the ventilation window. Afterward, Su Yoxiao retracted the exoskeleton on the back of her hand and quickly ran toward the stairwell. Let's go. The three of them rushed toward basement level 1. After Xinu took the elevator to the first floor, it stopped with a series of alarm sounds. She immediately felt a wave of scorching heat rising from basement level 1. Previously, they had investigated the layout of the complex and knew that basement level 1 was a parking lot. The scorching heat mixed with the smell of burning gasoline made her roughly guess the situation below. Oh no, with her rich combat experience, Xian quickly deduced that the parking lot below was engulfed in flames, and there was a high probability of an explosion occurring. Once an explosion happened, the building would likely collapse. After exiting the elevator, she quickened her pace toward the stairwell leading to basement level 1. Relax. What we should do now is to get out of here. Qiao Xun's tone became calm. Whether you believe it or not, I can guarantee that if the fire completely traps us, you won't be able to eat me. In the end, you'll only be buried in the sea of flames. The large eyes of the stitching monster were spinning faster and faster. Qiao Xun squinted slightly and continued, You've just embarked on the path of evolution. Why take such a big risk and bet your life on me? If you leave here, you have more possibilities. If you stay, there's only one way out, death. Think it over carefully. The temperature was rising and the oxygen was dwindling. Qiao Xun tried to lower his breathing rate to reduce oxygen consumption while avoiding inhaling too much toxic gas. He was drenched in sweat, his hair sticking to his forehead and the back of his neck. The situation of the stitched monster was even worse than his. Its originally smooth skin had noticeably wrinkled, and the exoskeleton from the crabman had begun to turn red, like a crab that had been put into a steamer. Its open mouth no longer dripped corrosive saliva. Qiao Xun, do you feel the moisture in your body is draining away? His voice became deeper, carrying a magnetic quality. During the treatment of patients, he often used this tone to induce psychological activities in them. Although it was not very effective for the less psychologically complex creature, the Stitcher, even a slight effect was better than none. Do you want to turn into a pile of charcoal? Or escape from here and seize the opportunity to evolve into a god? The Stitcher's breathing became heavy and weak. The lack of water was deadly for it. Although amphibians can live on both land and water, they cannot survive without water. The continuous roasting at over 400 degrees Celsius shattered the Stitcher's desire to eat and ignited its survival instincts. Moreover, the scent of Qiao Xun's blood was overshadowed by the strong smell of burning gasoline, gradually diminishing its stimulant effect. Boom! The shockwave brought a wave of fire. Qiao Xun immediately jumped into the duty room to avoid the impact of the flames. The Stitcher was too large to hide effectively and took the full brunt of the fire wave head-on. This wave of fire became the last straw that broke the camel's back. It could no longer hold on, and its survival instinct overwhelmed its desire to eat. It turned around and attempted to jump toward the safety exit. Qiao Xun's pupils suddenly constricted. Want to run? No way. Can't let the barbecue slip away. The stitched monster completely stopped thinking about Qiao Xun and was solely focused on escaping. The fear of death urged it on. Fear is a fatal weakness of human nature, and it is the same for the stitched monster. At this moment, it was at its most vulnerable. Talent of enchantment activated. A surge of rhythm quickly emanated from Qiao Xun, enveloping the panicked stitched monster. It immediately fell into a daze. Qiao Xun quickly caught up, leaped up, and landed on the back of the stitched monster. Then he took out a dagger and thrust it fiercely into its skull. Blood gushed out. Qiao Xun pressed his palm down and devoured. The stitched monster, which was almost dried out, couldn't escape Qiao Xun's devouring at all, and could only watch helplessly as its flesh and blood gathered towards the back of its head. It collapsed to the ground, its massive body visibly shrinking at a rapid pace. In contrast, Qiao Xun's spirit and appearance became more and more vibrant. Half a minute later, the stitched monster had turned into a dried corpse. Qiao Xun did not linger and quickly escaped the encirclement of the fire. The sound of cars exploding was like firecrackers, with shockwaves continuously striking the load-bearing walls of the parking lot. Flames engulfed the stitched monster's body. Qiao Xun stepped onto the stairs and quickly left the basement. At the corner on the first floor, he bumped into Xinu, who had just come down. He had lost too much fluid His physical strength was almost depleted, and after inhaling a large amount of toxic gas, he felt dizzy and weak. The collision with Xin Yu knocked him straight to the ground. Qiao Xun had a face full of dirt and smiled helplessly, saying, "Captain, I managed to escape with great difficulty, and you almost sent me away directly." After Xun Yu was taken aback for a moment, hearing the continuous loud explosions. She didn't care about anything else and picked up Qiao Xun from the ground and ran outside. Qiao Xun lay in Xin Yu's arms, thinking, "It's a princess, Carrie." By the captain, it's really big. The three-person team, who arrived late, had just reached the first floor when the ground suddenly shook violently and began to descend towards the lower tower. Sentinel Su Keshin immediately noticed the situation on the basement floor and shouted, "The load-bearing column below has collapsed. Hurry to escape." The three of them had experienced many confrontations. Their teamwork was impeccable. Su Yoxiao was fast, activating her talent flash change, with one arm around each of them. She darted out of the apartment building like a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions were destroying the foundation of the building. This neighborhood was an old one, with each building basically being 30 to 40 years old, unable to withstand such dense explosions. After the collapse of the load-bearing column on the basement floor, the first floor directly caved in. Although the entire building didn't collapse, there was a large crack that made it look like it was about to tumble. The three-person team exited through another exit on the first floor. Thus, a scene unfolded. Su Yoxiao had her left arm around Yinjun and her right arm around Su Keshin. Xin Yu was holding the disheveled Qiao Xun. The two teams met at the intersection of a neighborhood garden. They stared at each other in surprise. 029 Guide, code, Xin Yu calmly held on to Qiao Xun, showing no intention of putting him down. She smiled slightly and said to the three approaching, "Long time no see. Qiao Xun, it's only been less than 3 hours since we parted." But for Yin Jun and the others, they're already used to the captain occasionally having episodes like this. Su Yoxiao put the two down and asked, "Captain, what exactly happened?" Qiao Sunlu felt embarrassed. It was quite inappropriate for a big man to be held like this by a girl. Moreover, someone was watching with eyes nearly turning red, full of murderous intent. He said, "Captain, why don't you let me down first?" Xin Yu set Qiao Xun down and calmly said, "We've encountered a super mutated species." Yin Yun suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Qiao Xun by the collar, and angrily said, "It must be you who caused trouble for the captain." Qiao Xun narrowed his eyes slightly, not getting angry, and casually said, "Finding excuses for your anger is not a good behavior. You, Yin Jun, let him go." Xin Yu frowned and sternly criticized, "Have you forgotten what a guide should always remember?" Yin Jun released Qiao Xun and snorted coldly. Xin Yu shouted loudly, "Recite the 3 major rules of guides for me." "Captain, Yin Jun tried to defend himself. Xin Yu looked at him coldly. Her hair had turned even redder, faintly glowing, as if it were burning. Qiao Xun thought her red hair was dyed, but it seems it might not be. Yin Jun took a deep breath, stood upright, and recited loudly towards the distance. Rule 1. Always remain calm. Rule 2. Integrate into the team as an observer. Rule 3. Be the last pillar of support for the team. Xin Yu questioned, "Which rule did you just violate?" "The first one, Yin Yun. This time I'm only warning you. If they're essaying next time, I will apply to the organization for a reassessment of your qualifications as a guide." "Yes." After reprimanding Yin Jun, Xin Yu's expression immediately relaxed, as if she were a different person. She softly said, "I encountered a super mutant on the 16th floor, and the contamination level reached 300. After I subdued the super mutant, I let Qiao Xun take the elevator down, but to my surprise, the mutant broke through my forbidden words after being restrained for only 10 seconds. A few people gasped in shock. They all knew how powerful Captain Xin Yu's talent for forbidden words was, yet it couldn't hold for even 10 seconds. Then a mutant snapped the elevator shaft's hooks. Qiao Xun fell to the basement floor along with the elevator, and the mutant immediately followed. At this point, Xin Yu looked filled with guilt and regret. She said to Qiao Xun, "I'm very sorry that my misjudgment put you in a life-and-death crisis." Qiao Xun shook his head, saying, "This has nothing to do with you." "Captain," he wasn't being polite. He was genuinely aware that this was indeed unrelated to Xin Yu's judgment error. Su Yoxiao widened her eyes and walked around Qiao Xun in a circle. Qiao Xun looked at the petite and cute girl and asked, "What's wrong? I want to know how you managed to escape." "A super mutated creature with a pollution value of 300. I can barely handle it even with team cooperation. Yet you came out unscathed." At first, Xianyu noticed this, but she didn't ask right away. Qiao Xun said, "That guy's a brute. He used a car to smash into me, and as a result, the car started leaking oil and caught fire. The parking lot was already quite enclosed, and once the fire broke out, it quickly created a high-temperature environment. Being an amphibious creature, it definitely couldn't withstand that kind of environment. After I circled around it for a bit, it lost its ability to resist, and then I escaped." A few people, except for Xianyu, were unwilling to believe what Qiao Xun said. If super mutants were that easy to deal with, the casualty rate of ordinary control teams would be cut in half. Although the three of them clearly showed expressions of disbelief, Qiao Xun didn't bother to explain much. Xianyu, however, looked deeply at Qiao Xun. Her gifted insight told her that Qiao Xun was a person with risk traits. She gradually began to understand what so-called risk really was. Qiao Xun faced a situation filled with uncertainties. Uncertainty meant risk, but risk was precisely what Xianyu pursued. A flicker of fiery red light appeared in her deep pupils, making her red hair even more dazzling. Yinjun had remained sullen after being criticized, saying nothing as he quietly sat in front of the computer, operating something. It seemed he was recording and analyzing, which was indeed the work of a guide. Xianyu reflected once again on what had just happened, summarizing the specific reasons for the major mistakes. During her contemplation, she vaguely felt that the out-of-control super aberration might be related to Qiao Xun, but she didn't voice this thought, instead blaming herself. Meanwhile, Qiao Xun was waiting for the digestion results of the super aberration. This time, the digestion took longer because there was more flesh involved. Unlike the previous girl-like red puppet, which digested quickly due to lacking flesh and only having ability traits, this one was different. After Xianyu finished summarizing the earlier incident and made the work arrangements for the afternoon, Qiao Xun's digestion results came out. Polluted creature, composite, super aberration, main advancement talent, amphibious creature talent, stitching ascendant, kin totem. He was an employee of a certain 996 company in life. Known as the office's top performer, and even after becoming an aberration, he remained quite driven, evolving far faster than his peers. No way. Even this can be driven? Continuing to devour polluted creatures like frogmen would likely yield minimal enhancements. The new talent, stitching, was similar to the previous eight-legged frogman, allowing one to stitch the limbs of other creatures onto oneself for use. Without a second thought, Qiao Xun immediately passed on this talent. He believed that the human body was the most perfect form. Becoming a stitched monster or an eight-legged frogman would be too horrifying. After the control team meeting, Captain Xianyu allowed everyone to rest for half an hour before starting the afternoon work. Yinjun went outside alone, squatting on the steps to smoke a cigarette. Qiao Xun stood up and walked towards him. Xianyu, who was napping with his eyes closed, slightly opened his eyes to take a look, then closed them again. Qiao Xun sat down next to Yinjun. Yinjun glanced at him and said with self-deprecation, "What's wrong? Are you in such a hurry to mock me?" Qiao Xun smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, "A guide should be the most composed one in the team, because the guide needs to constantly pay attention to the mental state of the teammates. If the guide's own mental fluctuations are too great, it can be very detrimental to the team. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be restless time and again because of me." Yinjun scoffed. Qiao Xun knew what he wanted to say and interrupted first. "Don't say something like I'm just an ordinary person and that I will hold the team back. Just for this reason. If a guide gets restless, it's really unqualified. With Captain Xianyu's personality, you would have been kicked out of the team long ago." Yinjun frowned. "What do you mean?" Qiao Xun smiled and said, "I used to be a psychological counselor and have seen too many people burdened with their own baggage. You too have your own burdens. Baggage is a stumbling block on the path of evolution. Should I guess what your baggage is?" Yinjun looked at Qiao Xun with a somewhat complicated expression. He pushed up his glasses and then shook his head. "I understand what you mean. No need to say it out loud." Qiao Xun smiled and extended his hand. "Please rest assured, I will leave your team after this pollution incident." Yinjun hesitated for a moment, sighed, and shook hands with him. But why do you specifically want to say this to me? Qiao Xun thought for a moment, stood up, and smiled nonchalantly, saying, "You are the only guide in the team. If you make a mistake, we all suffer. Just consider that I'm looking out for myself." After saying this, he entered the temporary base. Jun looked at Qiao Xun, gradually becoming a bit lost in thought. Burdens, stumbling blocks on the path of evolution. 0:30 Pilgrim in the afternoon. After the team finished their rest, they set out again. Due to the explosion incident in the underground parking lot, the community garden experienced a certain degree of collapse, and the underground cables were severely damaged, resulting in a complete power outage in the entire community. The pollution concentration in the area rose significantly after a few hours, and concentrated pollution points appeared in each building. As before in the morning, they split into 2 teams to sweep through the various buildings, dealing with those high-threat pollution organisms. According to the metal disease transmission isolation model established by the tower, the most direct and effective way to slow down the transmission speed is to reduce the density of the pollution organisms and control the peak of their evolution. Based on Jun's calculations, resolving pollution organisms with a pollution value greater than 150 would maximize the reduction of transmission speed. The number 150 serves as a threshold. Simply put, the difference between pollution organisms with values of 151 and 149 is much greater than that between 149 and 148, as well as between 152 and 151. In the afternoon's control efforts, no super mutants were found, so the intensity of their actions was significantly reduced. Qiao Xun basically learns from following behind Xinu. Xinu teaches everything she knows, and she provides detailed explanations for all of Qiao Xun's questions. Communicating with her is very easy, even quite enjoyable. Because she's the type who speaks her mind and is straightforward, she expresses things in the simplest way possible, rarely beating around the bush. Besides occasionally having episodes, she has almost no flaws. Often, she walks ahead and suddenly turns around to ask, "Haven't we seen each other in a long time?" When reminded that they've been together all along, she just says, "Oh," and then returns to normal. Her time distortion syndrome has a very extreme effect on her. On one hand, she is extremely sensitive to time, almost able to state the current time accurately down to the second. Qiao Xun specifically checked her watch, and it was spot on. On the other hand, her perception of the scale of time often goes awry. When it goes wrong, even if just 1 minute has passed without talking, to her, it feels like they haven't seen each other for almost a month. Qiao Xun couldn't help but think that it would indeed be difficult for an ordinary person to get along with her, as conversations often experience severe disconnection due to her episodes. Fortunately, Qiao Xun was not an ordinary person. He was a psychological counselor with nearly inexhaustible patience. This control lasted until 6 in the evening and only ended when darkness fell. Since the situation in Zhidong City at night was completely different from during the day, the work plan had to be redrafted. Without the strong UV radiation at night, the mutated creatures in Zhidong City were fully active, appearing in every corner of the city. The military's conventional weapons could directly deal with ordinary mutated creatures, but those with pollution levels above 150 require a control team due to their battle damage ratio. According to the control center's instructions, Xinu's 5-member team left their originally guarded community and moved to another area that had not yet been contaminated to begin defensive work. Their mission was to prevent contaminated creatures from entering the community and attacking ordinary people. The city was filled with the sounds of military gunfire, the cries of contaminated creatures, and the sounds of evolved individuals unleashing their abilities. The city, which should have been silent at night, became extraordinarily lively because of this. Yu Xiaoshu lay on her bed, staring blankly at the chat interface on her phone. The contact was labeled Dr. Qiao. She wanted to chat with Qiao Xun, but didn't know what to talk about. Work? Forget it. Dr. Qiao had already resigned. And with the current state of Zhidong City, everything was at a standstill. Who would they be working for? But besides work, was there anything else to talk about? Yu Xiaoshu put her phone aside and thought carefully. Apart from work, she had almost no other contact with Qiao Xun. They hadn't even had a meal together. How pitiful, Yu Xiaoshu. She buried her head in her pillow, her feet rhythmically tapping on the bed sheets. What a hopeless romantic, Yu Xiaoshu. Doctor, Qiao clearly just sees you as a work assistant, yet you're harboring feelings for him. Ugh, how lowly. As she thought this, she suddenly sat up. Why not ask Dr. Qiao how he was settling into his new place? Yes, that is a legitimate reason. Nothing inappropriate about it. She picked up her phone and typed a line in the chat input. Dr. Qiao, how are you settling into your new place? She tapped send, being very cautious. Then she immediately buried her head under the covers as if she had done something shameful. She reassured herself that maybe Dr. Qiao was washing up. After waiting for half an hour, there was still no reply. He was probably reading and had his phone on silent. See you, Xiao. You were just being overly sentimental. Dr. Qiao must find you annoying and doesn't he want to respond. She lay back on her bed in a defeated manner, her gaze lifeless. However, at that moment, Qiao Xun had received a task from XINU to clear out the minor enemies. There were too many of them, and he had no time to check his phone. Ding dong, the electronic doorbell rang outside. Yu Xiaoshu's mind suddenly became very clear. At this time, who would come knocking? The delivery staff for supplies came in the morning, and now families were wary of each other. It was unlikely anyone would be visiting. Who could it be? Yu Xiaoshu cautiously walked out of her bedroom, responding to the government's call by not turning on the lights. She felt her way along the wall to the entrance and pressed the electronic screen on the wall. The screen displayed a middle-aged man standing outside the door. She remembered this person. He was the one who sold her the special eye drops. Just thinking about the side effects that had tortured her made her grit her teeth. How dare you, unscrupulous merchant, come knocking again? Just watch me. Keep you outside. Yu Xiaoshu listened as the middle-aged man rang the electronic doorbell again and again. I heard the doorbell, but won't open the door. Just playing around. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Miss you, I heard your laughter. Why aren't you opening the door? Yu Xiaoshu quickly closed her mouth. I was laughing very quietly. How could he hear me? Yu Xiaoshu hesitated for a moment and asked, Did you need something? The man outside suddenly laughed, his tone eerie, making Yu Xiaoshu feel uneasy. Her voice trembled. What do you mean? Just enjoy the feeling. On the electronic screen, the man outside suddenly disappeared. Yu Xiaoshu's eyes widened, covering her mouth to avoid screaming. Where'd he go? What is happening? A prank? A supernatural event? She wanted to escape the entrance, but as she stepped forward, she felt her body becoming unusually heavy, as if filled with lead. Suddenly, she felt a heat on her skin, as if something was leaving her body. Then she was shocked to find a hand extending from her shoulder. This hand grew longer and longer, eventually revealing half a shoulder, then half a person, and finally, a complete person stepped out from her side. This person was the middle-aged man who had been outside the door. It was like a parasite splitting from its host in a sci-fi movie. Yu Xiaoshu was so frightened she became paralyzed and collapsed to the ground. The middle-aged man laughed eerily, his face pale. Connection is the most wonderful objective existence. The connection between you and me has built a bridge for passage. He extended his hand and smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am Spade 10. Of course, you can also call me Dog. Yu Xiaoshu's face turned pale. Frozen in place, Spade 10 squatted in front of her, his tone becoming somewhat urgent. Wonderful, wonderful. I can't wait to see you become a deity. He extended a finger, touching Yu Xiaoshu's forehead. Instantly, countless red particles appeared in her eyes. The red particles intertwined and spun, forming a swirling red vortex. Yu Xiaoshu's entire demeanor changed. She stood up and silently gazed at Spade 10. Spade 10 deeply bowed, performing a gentlemanly gesture. He softly said, Welcome to this world, esteemed pilgrim. The pilgrim said, I'm hungry. Spade 10 smiled slightly. There's an entire city's worth of food waiting for you to consume. 031 Strange. See, clearing out minor enemies is not a task that requires much technical skill. So even an ordinary person like Qiao Xun could do well after a simple learning process. Since he had no special abilities, XINU went to the military to report and obtain some equipment. Bulletproof vests, rifles, bullets, flashbangs, thermal grenades, etc. This equipment was naturally for Qiao Xun. For an ordinary person, without systematic learning and training, even with a gun, the effectiveness would be average. But Qiao Xun was different. He had honed his amphibious creature ability to the extreme, reaching a point of no further improvement, with exceptional dynamic vision and reaction times. Dealing with minor enemies was incredibly easy for him. He stood guard at the temporary watchtower at the south gate of the community, accurately shooting every minor enemy that approached. Xinu and the others were tasked with dealing with the more contaminated and densely populated mutant groups. Shooting them in the head was just basic operation. There were no mutated creature corpses within 50 meters of the south gate of the community. Qiao Xun even felt a bit bored, accustomed to facing the aberrants head-on. He did not like this kind of defensive operation, but there was nothing he could do. This was the task assigned to him by the captain. He was still grateful that Xinu was willing to accept him into the team as an intern, so he had to do his best to complete this task. His communicator buzzed. "ZZ, Qiao Xun, how's it going on your side?" It was Captain Xinu. "Everything is stable." "Good." There was a lot of commotion on Xinu's side, with many aberrants' cries intertwining, along with the commands of other teams. Just listening to the sounds made it easy to imagine how intense the battle was. The population of Zhiding City was 12 million, and the number of aberrants was increasing exponentially every day. From the first week of the outbreak, the control center observed that there were only about 300 aberrants. But now, half a month later, it had risen to as many as 100,000. Additionally, there was still a large number of latent aberrants that had not yet been counted. If there was no external interference, Zhiding City would completely fall within a month. Qiao Xun stood in the watchtower, constantly paying attention to whether there were any fish that had slipped through the net around him. The time was 9:40 p.m. Qiao Xun used his rifle to shoot a fish that had slipped through the net and was about to change the magazine when he suddenly felt a gust of wind. If it was just a gentle breeze, it wouldn't have felt like much. After all, Zhiding City is by the river, and it's normal to have river winds at night. But this gust of wind grew too quickly, going from a light breeze to a howling rush in just a few seconds. The fallen leaves on the street were swept up by the strong wind. Qiao Xun immediately deduced from the movement of the fallen leaves that this was a whirlwind. Soon, he realized that this whirlwind was rotating around the community he was in. Leaves, trash, paper, dust, and other debris were being swept up by the whirlwind, spinning around the community at high speed. The visibility in the surrounding environment rapidly decreased. Everything changed too quickly, fast enough to make one understand that this was no ordinary whirlwind. He crouched in the watchtower to avoid being hit by objects blown by the wind. Looking around, he discovered that the eye of the whirlwind, or the center, was the residential building, and one of the floors of that building was surprisingly glowing red. There was a problem, a big problem. Just then, his communicator rang again, and he heard Xinu's urgent voice. "Qiao Xun, hide well. A large number of aberrants have suddenly gathered nearby, and our defense line has been breached. The tide of aberrants is heading toward your community. Hide well. Don't stick your head out." After saying this, Xinu cut off the communication, not giving Qiao Xun a chance to ask questions. Rumbling dense and urgent sounds echoed around him. Soon, he saw a mass of aberrants rushing in from the distance. Leaping frogmen, crawling and running salamanders, writhing fishmen, and sideways walking crabmen. From the low rooftops, from the dark alleys, from the sewers, from the main road. Anywhere they could fit, they were packed with aberrants. In a daze, Qiao Xun felt like he was witnessing a zombie tide erupting from sci-fi movie. But these aberrants were much faster than zombies. They rushed toward the community, and the checkpoints set up outside were destroyed within seconds. Among them were even some noticeably larger aberrants, those with pollution values greater than 150. There were even super aberrants like the stitched monster, towering like a giant among a mass of polluted creatures. They moved incredibly fast and were immensely powerful, with many polluted creatures being crushed under their feet. What is this seeing such a scene? Qiao Xun had no desire to shoot back in resistance. Even if his amphibious biological talent had reached its peak, he was still just a single combat warrior without AoE skills. With so many polluted creatures, even a single spit could kill him. However, after the polluted creatures charged into the community and reached the center of the Eye of Storm, they lay on the ground motionless, as if they had just consumed 100 pounds of tranquilizers. The strong wind continued to howl, and aberrants kept pouring in. This community had a deadly attraction for them. This attraction was different from the allure of Qiao Xun's blood. It felt more like a call. Watching them devoutly crawl in front of that residential building, the words believers popped into Qiao Xun's mind. Not believers in ascending to divinity, but servants called by faith. At the control center, Zhou immediately learned that all the aberrant creatures in the city were converging towards the same location. He looked at the large screen in front of the console, which displayed an aerial view of Zhidong City, with countless blinking red dots rapidly moving towards the Jinhua community from all directions. There were too many, too densely packed, to the extent that the defensive line was completely out of control and could not be stopped at all. This was within Zhou expectations. Once he knew that this pollution incident was orchestrated by Hage, he understood that an enormous wave of pollution would inevitably erupt. However, he couldn't figure out the purpose behind Hage's manipulation of pollution spread, so he could only respond to the situation as it arose. His mind raced, trying to determine what was about to happen based on the current situation. In his years of combat experience, he recognized 3 possible reasons for all the polluted creatures converging in one place. First, there could be polluted creatures advancing to the 3rd tier after reaching divinity, namely the envoy, the deacon, and the demigod. Second, a source metal carrying a complete totem might appear. Third, a large-scale ability with confusing and enticing properties could be at play. He quickly ruled out the first possibility. If there were creatures that had advanced to the 3rd tier, the tower would have detected them immediately. As for the second possibility, the complete totem, the totems that could attract these amphibious aberrations were Siren, Sea God, and so on. He deemed this possibility quite low. Complete totem source metals were extremely rare and usually existed in harsh environments. It was almost impossible for such source metals to appear in a metropolis like Zhidong City. Therefore, the last possibility was the third one. He immediately thought of the Black Revolution. Since the doll of the girl hung was here, it indicated that Heish took this matter very seriously, and there must be other core members involved. Realizing this, Zhou knew he could no longer stay at the control center because the core members of the Black Revolution were not something the control teams could handle. After briefly briefing his team on some matters, he boarded a helicopter and left. 032 thought reform. What exactly happened? Qiao Xun hid in the watchtower, watching the mass of mutated creatures continuously converge towards this place. The whirlwind continued to intensify, causing the watchtower to sway dangerously, with some child-sized mutants being directly swept up. He looked towards the floor of the apartment building that was glowing red. That red light must be the key to attracting them here. Although the community was pitch black, there were actually quite a few people living there. Otherwise, Qiao Xun wouldn't have come to guard the tower. Some bold individuals cautiously pulled back the curtains and used their phones to capture this terrifying scene. Of course, many others were hiding in their rooms, trembling in fear. The oppressive atmosphere was too overwhelming for them to calm down and be mere spectators. They sealed their doors and windows tightly, afraid that a mutant might break in. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single case of metal disease in this community. Otherwise, under such circumstances, it would have ended up like the previous community, facing total annihilation. In Yu Xiaoshu's room, the pilgrim felt the vibrant life force surrounding him, and the red vortex in his eyes grew increasingly profound, as if one glance could lead to being consumed by it. Spade 10 smiled and said, "Noble pilgrim, please enjoy." The pilgrim stepped onto the balcony, looking at the densely packed mutants in the community, and a hint of red finally appeared on his pale face. "How much food is there?" "As much as you want." The pilgrim extended a hand towards the mutants below in the community. Countless mutants seemed to sense their totem of faith in that moment, feeling the call of the divine from afar. They accepted the embrace of the god without resistance. The innermost circle of mutants began to decompose, like dry ice sublimating, transforming into wisps of smoke. The smoke merged together, forming a white tornado. The tornado was connected to the pilgrim standing on the balcony. The red vortex in the pilgrim's eyes spun rapidly. Strange runes emerged all over her body, flickering at a high frequency, as if woven from red glowing neon lights. Spade 10 stood behind, watching the pilgrim's silhouette, feeling unusually excited, his heavy breathing almost puffing out smoke. What a wonderful figure, what mysterious power, what enigmatic runes. Countless experiments around the world had finally led to this result. Spade 10 seemed to already envision the glorious path to divinity. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter rotors came from the rooftop. The pilgrim turned to look at Spade 10. Her voice was emotionless, merely stating a fact. Someone is coming. Spade 10 bent slightly, smiling softly. I'll take care of it. Then, he touched the wall, and his body melted into it like a puddle of black mud. Following the building structure, he reached the rooftop. A blue helicopter hovered above the rooftop, and Zhou Sibai emerged from inside, jumping down. The moment he landed, he saw Spade 10. Zhou Sibai frowned. Spade 10. Spade 10 smiled slightly. Oh, you recognize me. Among the core members of the Black Leather, not many had clear frontal photographs. Most were disguised. Spade 10 was one of the few with a clear photo. Spade 10, known as the Pathfinder, the Hound of Fate. According to Zhou Sibai's understanding, Spade 10 usually appeared in his true form. His danger level was not as high as that of the Red Queen. So as long as he was stealthy, it was generally hard to detect him. In the tower's introduction, Spade 10 generally undertook reconnaissance and scouting tasks in the Black Leather, somewhat akin to a sentinel. His rank was above average among the black ranks. After all, holding the position of Spade 10, Zhou Sibai had no confidence in defeating him. He frowned seriously and said, "Is the Black Revolution declaring war on the Republic?" Spade 10's expression remained unchanged. The Black Revolution never declares war on the Republic. We are the enemies of the world. Zhou Sibai couldn't invoke the Republic or the Tower's name to pressure him. The Black Leather was an extreme existence akin to a terrorist organization, unafraid of any nation in the world, and in fact, they had almost offended every country. Cool. Terrorist attacks, major pollution incidents, localized wars, maritime robberies, they had not missed a single one. Yet even so, governments around the world had no way to deal with the Black Leather because they were too mysterious and powerful, making it impossible to pinpoint their exact location. When not on a mission, they mingled among ordinary people around the world, making them difficult to discover and track. To this day, major intelligence agencies still did not know how the Black Leather members communicated with each other. Zhou Sibai didn't want to reason or negotiate with him. It would be pointless. He activated his third eye talent, his pupils becoming dark and profound. The trajectory of Spade 10's actions clearly appeared before him. Then, he activated another talent, his main advancement talent, the supportive thought reform. The rhythm of the interference space quickly enveloped Spade 10. Immediately, Spade 10 noticed that the space around him had changed, leaving the original rooftop scenery behind, replaced by a digital world comprised of zeros and ones. Countless zeros and ones surrounded him, constructing a platform to stand on, all under Zhou Sibai's control. Spade 10's expression slightly changed, a bit surprised, exclaiming, "What a remarkable supportive talent. Creating a thought space, isn't it? Impressive, impressive, full of potential. With such a talent, you're actually guarding a place like Jidong City. Is it possible that someone from the tower in the Republic's division is trying to trip you up?" Zhou Sibai's gaze was cold. He changed from his usual gentle demeanor. His right hand extended, and instantly, countless zeros and ones converged, forming a handgun in his hand. Then, with his left hand, he beckoned, and many zeros and ones emerged from beneath Spade 10's feet, climbing upwards to form thick chains that firmly bound him. Zhou Sibai raised his gun and pulled the trigger. A series of zeros and ones shot out, flashing and transforming into a bullet. Yet in that instant, Spade 10 vanished. The next moment, he emerged from Zhou Sibai's back. Connection is an inescapable bond. You bind me, and I bind you. Zhou Sibai turned and fired again. But similarly, Spade 10 appeared from his back once more. Zhou Sibai furrowed his brow. He had seen records in the database about Spade 10's talent of symbiosis with all things. With this talent, Spade 10 could coexist with any living or non-living thing he was connected to. You can't untie our connection, so you can't kill me. Spade 10's voice was like a devil's whisper. Zhou Sibai switched between several weapons, but none could harm him, and he couldn't even capture him, like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. The Ten of Spades did not launch an attack on Zhou Sibai. He was well aware that in this mental space, attacks would have little effect on Zhou Sibai, so he didn't want to waste energy. All he needed to do was to hold him back, creating a quiet space for the pilgrim to eat. That was his only task. 033 we need to re-recognize. The moment the pilgrim stepped onto the balcony to begin eating, Qiao Xun saw her. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but upon closer inspection, he realized he wasn't. standing on the balcony, simply extending her hand to turn the distorted creatures into white smoke, was none other than Qiao Xun. But was this still Qiao Xun? Qiao Xun remembered the messages that Qiao Xun had sent him that night. Could it be that the eye drops really contaminated her? But there hadn't been any noticeable changes in her appearance or physique. He squatted in the tower and took out his phone. As soon as he unlocked the screen, he saw the messages that Qiao Xun had sent him a few hours ago. Dr. Qiao, how are you settling in at the new place? Qiao Xun could almost imagine the psychological state of Qiao Xun when she sent this message. How could he not know that this young girl, who had just entered society and was simple-minded, had feelings for him? But now, it seemed that Qiao Xun was no longer Qiao Xun. He took a slight breath and dialed Qiao Xun's number. The pilgrim on the balcony suddenly heard the ringtone of her phone in her pocket. She answered the call. Hello. It was Qiao Xun's voice, but the tone was different. Qiao Xun asked coldly, Who are you? My name is Qiao Xun. You are not. So, are you watching me now? The pilgrim smiled slightly, then looked around, almost instantly fixing her gaze on the watchtower at the south gate of the community. I found you. Although I really want to talk to you face to face, unfortunately, I am currently having a meal. Having a meal. Is that her way of eating, devouring polluted creatures? Qiao questioned. What is your purpose in occupying her body? You have misunderstood one thing. I did not occupy anyone's body. I am Qiao Xun. Dr. Qiao, wouldn't you agree? Qiao Xun is a passionate and innocent person. And what about you? Passionate and innocent brings me no benefit. It can be discarded. Dr. Qiao, are you teaching me a lesson or judging me? But he indeed realized that the previous Qiao Xun no longer existed. What exactly happened to you? The pilgrim smiled softly. Nothing much, just suddenly understood many things. What things? Why should I tell you? Dr. Qiao, as Qiao Xun, I know I have feelings for you. But that is not what I care about. Of course, I can understand your concern for me. Fundamentally, we are harmonious and amicable with no conflict, no contradiction, and certainly not enemies. It's just that we need to get to know each other again in a different way. At this point, she said more seriously, Hello, my name is Qiao Xun, and they call me the Pilgrim. Qiao Xun's feelings were complicated. He couldn't determine whether Qiao Xun had been possessed by someone or if it was just a change in appearance. I have always been Qiao Xun. The red vortex in the eyes of the pilgrim paused slightly before spinning even faster. Well then, goodbye. Qiao Xun didn't say anything and directly hung up the phone. The monstrous aberrations were continuously gathering here. The entire city was completely out of control. With such a large number of aberrations, the army's light firepower was simply ineffective. But there were still many normal people living in this residential area, and heavy weapons couldn't be used. They could only rely on concentrated fire to shoot, killing as many as possible. Control teams from other areas also rushed over, but they were unable to enter as they were squeezed out by the tide of aberrations. Qiao Xun naturally couldn't get out either. The communicator rang, and Xinu's voice came through. Qiao Xun, are you okay? Don't worry, Captain. Those aberrant creatures aren't attacking everywhere. What's the situation inside? We can't get in at all right now. Jun said the pollution levels inside are extremely high, and just sensing it for a moment almost made him faint. There is a very powerful evolver here. She is devouring these aberrant creatures. There was a clear pause on the other end of the communicator. Devouring? Yes, the devoured aberrant creatures are directly sublimating. In the physical sense of sublimation. Xinu had never heard of such a situation either, so she could only say, We can't get in for the time being, so please be sure to stay safe. Okay. Qiao Xun crouched down against the wall of the watchtower. Now he could only stay here, unable to go anywhere. Did he have to wait for that so-called pilgrim to devour all the aberrations before he could leave? This feeling was quite uncomfortable, but to some extent he felt lucky. At least he had seen the real world, unlike ordinary people who were kept in the dark and powerless when crisis struck. The mysterious ability of his body to consume and digest was still an unsolvable mystery, and what this ability would bring in the future, crisis or opportunity, he couldn't say for sure, only that he would take it one step at a time. The only thing he clearly recognized was that life was truly fragile. In this world, being alive and surviving were incredibly precious. Qiao Xun closed his eyes, leaning against the wall, with his rifle being his only weapon. The mutated creatures continued to come in relentless waves. On the rooftop terrace, In the four-dimensional space created by Qiao, the Spade 10 floated like a ghost. Intangible and untouchable. Any weapon rewritten with zeros and ones cannot harm it. Experienced in combat. Qiao understood that Spade 10 was merely stalling for time and had no intention of launching an attack. This indicated that the key to the entire pollution incident was not Spade 10, but someone else entirely. His thoughts gradually became clear. You designed this pollution incident to create a large number of mutated creatures as Siren, didn't you? Spade 10 did not shy away from it, and you reacted quickly. Qiao's voice was low. These mutated creatures are weak, lack potential, and cannot give birth to chosen talents. They're almost useless to black leather. The only possibility is that they have been someone's food for evolution since their birth. Spade 10 smiled slightly, as expected of someone who possesses such talent. Qiao coldly looked at Spade 10, regrettably informing him that your goal may not go as planned. Spade 10 asked with a smile, "Do you think you can stop me?" Of course, I can't stop the famous Spade 10, but there are certainly others who can. Just those control teams in the city? I believe you wouldn't be foolish enough to think they could control this matter. Qiao raised an eyebrow. Who said they needed to control it? The watch on Qiao's wrist emitted a sound. The C Squad of the 9th Special Task Force has arrived in Jidong City. Please send the specific coordinates. Spade 10 was taken aback, murmuring, Special Task Force. Why so fast? According to the original plan, it should have been today, after the Pilgrim's arrival. That Qiao would learn this matter was orchestrated by Black Leather. But now, it was too late to notify the task force. By the time they arrived, the Pilgrim could devour over 90% of the mutated creatures. But now, the situation had changed. 034 break out of the encirclement after Qiao sent the coordinates. He squinted at Spade 10. Do you think I only learned today that this pollution incident was orchestrated by Black Leather? Spade 10 tilted his head slightly, unable to comprehend. This matter should have been kept very confidential. Even in the Black Revolution, apart from Spade A and Spade K, only the executing Red Heart A and he knew. Why? He suddenly remembered the death of Red Heart A's puppet a few days ago. Honestly, when he learned about Red's death, he did not associate it with a member of the Tower. Because members of Black Leather have a characteristic. Once killed by a member with an evolution number, i.e., a member of the Tower, the current plans involving that Black Leather member would immediately cease under Spade K's talent ability. After Red's death, Spade K did not issue the order to terminate the plan. He immediately sought to understand the reason and found that Red died from his own arrogance, killed by a non-evolved individual. And afterward, all plans continued as usual, so Spade 10 did not associate it with the task force. He did not understand why there was an error in this link of the plan. That non-evolved individual was a loophole in the plan. Spade 10 did not express anger. He merely transformed his previously maintained smile into a rather bland expression. No matter who you got the information from, before you leave, I must remind you that Red holds a grudge. This was certainly not a kind reminder, but merely a more subtle form of verbal revenge. Spade 10 quickly merged into the building and soon reached the Pilgrim's side. With an apologetic expression, he said, I'm sorry, the situation has changed. A Republic Special Task Force has arrived in Jidong City, and we must leave immediately. The Pilgrim glanced at him, then looked at the watchtower at the south gate of the community, smiling, and said, It's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Thank you for your generosity. After Spade 10 finished speaking, he carved a rune on the nearby wall. Suddenly, a huge black hand emerged from the rune, grabbing both of them and leaving the area. After Spade 10 and the Pilgrim left, the countless mutated creatures lost their worship and faith, and after a brief silence, they erupted into chaos. Hearing the sharp cries of the mutated creatures again, Qiao Xun hurriedly stood up to look outside. The mass of mutated creatures had completely lost control. They were now left with the instinct to feed, devouring each other. The Pilgrim, who was originally standing on the balcony to feed, had vanished, and the whirlwind gradually diminished. Various objects that had been flying in the air began to fall like rain, setting off alarms in nearby vehicles. Severed limbs, flesh, and entrails flew everywhere. And in an instant, the community resembled a scene from hell. A large number of highly agile frogmen began to climb up the building, attempting to break into the homes of ordinary residents to feast on the purest flesh and blood. Qiao Xun did not hesitate at all, picking up the rifle and shooting them down one by one. However, there were simply too many of them, and Qiao Xun alone with a gun could not stop them. Not only could he not stop them, but the gunfire also attracted the attention of the aberrations. The aberrations around began to crazily gather towards the watchtower, climbing up the walls of the tower. They were too close. The rifle became ineffective, so Qiao Xun simply gave up the gun and started punching anyone who came up. One after another, the aberrations had their skulls smashed, but they showed no fear, lacking the survival instinct seen in super aberrations, only driven by their instinct to feed. Climbing up the watchtower one after another, Qiao Xun looked at the densely packed aberrant creatures around him and felt that if this continued, he would be worked to death. He opened the communicator and urgently called for help. "Captain, there's a massive riot of aberrant creatures. I'm surrounded, requesting support. Hold on. We're rushing to your location at full speed." In the distance, Xian rarely showed a very anxious expression. There were simply too many aberrant creatures, thick and overwhelming, blocking the road completely. Even if their control team could deal with these aberrant creatures like chopping vegetables, the sheer number was too much to handle. Xian anxiously asked, "Xiaoxia, can we go any faster?" Su Yoxia, covered in the blood and flesh of aberrant creatures, could clearly sense the captain's urgency and wanted to go faster too. But there was nothing she could do. There were just too many aberrant creatures, resembling a sea of monsters. Yin Yun remained silent, not understanding why the usually calm captain was so anxious. Was it because of that intern? But he was just an intern, and they had only known each other for a short time. Interns die every day. Why? What made that intern named Qiao Xun so important to the captain? He didn't understand. Over at the watchtower, Qiao Xun appeared to be a relentless punching machine, smashing anyone that showed their head. One by one, the aberrant creatures had their skulls crushed and fell to the ground, only to be devoured clean by other aberrant creatures. At the same time, more and more aberrant creatures surged forward, until at one moment, a super aberrant creature spotted Qiao Xun at this location, leaped from a distance, and directly crashed into the watchtower. Qiao Xun reacted quickly, pushing off with his feet to jump toward a nearby wall, simultaneously opening 3 grenades in midair and throwing them down. Boom! 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 The grenades exploded, sending hundreds of mutated creatures flying. A strong, fishy smell rose into the air, and Qiao Xun felt as if he had fallen into a stinking ditch full of dead fish. The super mutant did not give up the chase, leaping towards Qiao Xun by stepping on the bodies of the ordinary mutants. Inside and outside the wall was a sea of monsters, and Qiao Xun dared not descend the wall, running quickly along its top. The screeching cries of the super mutant were ear-piercing, echoing one after another. It was disturbing. Qiao Xun ran while throwing grenades. Whether it was flashbangs, smoke grenades, or explosive grenades, he tossed them all behind him to shake off the pursuit of the super aberrant. But this super aberrant was also a stubborn one. Despite knowing it couldn't catch up, it insisted on chasing him. With Qiao Xun's current physical strength, he could indeed face a super aberrant head-on, but there was more than one, and countless minions as well. No matter how low the minion's attack power was, even a single poke would be enough. No one could withstand a dull knife cutting flesh. Soon, the thing Qiao Xun feared the most happened. Ahead, another super aberrant had also spotted him. With one on the front and one on the back, he was caught in a pincer attack. Now he was surrounded on all sides by a massive number of minions. It was clearly a situation where no matter where he ran, it would be a dead end. Forget it. Time to take a gamble. Qiao Xun increased his speed to the maximum, like a flash of lightning, and charged towards the super mutated creature that was leaping at him. When they were only 10 meters apart from collision, he activated his talent, Illusion. The super mutated creature momentarily froze, falling off the wall. Qiao Xun seized the opportunity to pull the ring of a demolition grenade, then jumped off the wall, landing on the back of a super mutant and leaping forcefully into the air. He timed the explosion of the grenade and, at a certain moment, struck it hard before tossing it down after a brief pause. The grenade exploded midair. The shockwave from the explosion propelled Qiao Xun's airborne body away. In that instant, he felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered, and his head was buzzing. He held on. He quickly adjusted his posture in the air and then landed smoothly on the balcony of a building across the street on the 4th floor. His body was trembling uncontrollably, which was quite uncomfortable for him. Although he wasn't at the epicenter of the blast, the force was still significant. The mutants below showed no signs of thought and began to climb the walls to continue their pursuit of him. As Qiao Xun was planning to continue fleeing, he suddenly heard a voice from the sky. Silence. The voice was loud and penetrating, echoing through every corner nearby. Then Qiao Xun noticed that all the aberrations, regardless of size or whether they were ordinary or super, fell silent, standing there like simpletons. Wait. Another voice followed. With this command, all the aberrations seemed to be pressed down by a heavy object, collapsing to the ground. Disassemble. After the sound settled, Qiao Xun saw that the mass of collapsed aberrations began to disintegrate from the center, like ripples, in concentric circles. Heads, limbs, and bodies instantaneously separated. Strangely, there was no scene of blood spurting or internal organs spilling out. In the time it took to say 3 sentences, the monstrous sea disintegrated. A burly man descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and sending nearby severed limbs flying, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the ground around him. Bald, viring Zunglasis, muscula. And with a mouth full of bright white teeth, this was what Qiao Xun saw. The bald man in sunglasses stood there like a model, striking a pose without moving. All right, Qiao Hao, no one is watching. Stop posing like that. The person was unseen, but the voice arrived first. Then, a young man in a suit, looking very sunny, walked out from a nearby alley. Maintaining elegance is my attitude, said the bald, muscular man named Qiao Hao, crossing his arms and tilting his chin up. A woman approached from another direction, wearing autumn and winter school uniform, with short hair and a pretty face. She didn't say a word. Soon, Zhou Sibai walked out from the residential area. The young man in the suit, Feng Yulong, immediately smiled and waved. Hey. Zhou Sibai walked over and smiled. Didn't he expect it to be you 3? Hearing that Uncle Bai requested support, we immediately volunteered to come. Why didn't you say so in advance? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Zhou Sibai looked at the desolate scene around. Do you think I can be happy? Feng Yulong scratched his head. Qiao Hao said, Feng, if you can't speak, just don't. Zhou Sibai patted Qiao Hao's bicep and nodded with a smile. But you've gotten stronger. It's thanks to Uncle Bai's good teaching. I remember I taught theoretical classes. Did you go exercise muscles in class? Qiao Hao smiled awkwardly, his bright white teeth shining. Zhou Sibai then looked at Ding Yiqiao, who was quietly standing by, and his tone and expression softened a lot. You rushed here right after class, huh? Ding Yiqiao nodded, seemingly not good at talking, and said softly, Hello, Uncle Bai. Zhou Sibai looked around and, not seeing anyone else, asked, Don't you have any accompanying doctors? They are behind. Just as Feng Yulong finished speaking, a panting sound of huff-huff came from the road, not far away. You guys slow down. Wait for me. A cute little chubby boy, with a medical box slung over his shoulder, was struggling to run towards them. He reached the 4, bent over, breathing heavily, and after a while, managed to smile and say, Hello, Uncle Bai. As someone who loved working out, Qiao Hao was very dissatisfied with Li Xinyuan, this chubby boy. Li Xinyuan, I told you to eat less and exercise more, but you didn't listen. Li Xinyuan, with a flushed face, defended himself. Food is steel. Besides, can a gourmet be told to eat less? Qiao Hao flexed his biceps. You clearly look good, yet you insist on eating yourself into this state. Zhou Sibai laughed and said, You're still growing. It's okay to eat more. Suddenly, the quiet Ding Yiqiao lowered her head and said softly, Someone is watching us. Who? Qiao Hao shouted, flexing his chest muscles at the same time. Not far away, Qiao Xun, who was upstairs, knew they were talking about him because he saw the slightly shy little girl glancing in his direction from time to time. Realizing he was found out, Qiao Xun obediently came downstairs. The young man in the suit, Feng Yulong, asked, Who are you? Zhou Sibai answered for Qiao Xun, smiling, This is my new member. Feng Yulong looked him up and down. An ordinary person? Zhou Sibai replied, A potential stock. All right. They trusted Zhou Sibai a lot, nodded, and didn't say anything further. The little chubby boy, Li Xinyuan, looked at Qiao Xun with concern and said, You seem to be injured. Do you want me to help you treat it? Qiao Xun was taken aback. This cute little chubby person seemed very enthusiastic, a true healer's heart. He said, "Is it okay?" "No problem. It'll be quick and won't hurt." "Thank you then." Li Xinyuan smiled foolishly and said, "Give me your right hand." Qiao Xun did. Li Xinyuan took a small ampoule from the medical box, broke the neck of the ampoule, and poured the liquid into Qiao Xun's palm. It was cool and had a faint fragrance. Then, Li Xinyuan's right index finger pointed at Qiao Xun's palm. Qiao Xun immediately felt a warmth spreading throughout his body from his palm, and the pain in his internal organs was instantly relieved. It felt very comfortable, like soaking in a hot bath. However, before he could enjoy it, he was stunned, as he realized that his body was absorbing and digesting this wonderful power that was flowing in. Before long, the information began to appear in his consciousness. The Chosen One, Li Xinyuan main advancement talent, healing talent, reviving withered trees in spring talent, auxiliary talent, pain immunity talent, mental talent, soothing ascension path, messenger totem. Li Xinyuan has two great goals. First, to taste the world's delicacies. Second, to eliminate all diseases. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Just because Li Xinyuan's healing power entered his body, it actively began to absorb and digest it. Seeing Qiao Xun in a daze, Li Xinyuan immediately asked nervously, "Did it hurt you?" Looking at his worried expression, Qiao Xun suddenly felt a small sense of guilt. He had quietly stolen someone else's talent, and it was from such a kind and lovely child. "No, it just feels warm and comfortable inside." Li Xinyuan immediately smiled brightly. That's great. A dual healing of body and spirit. Soon, Qiao Xun's body returned to its original state. Is this the power of healing talent? No wonder Zhou Sibai said that healing talents are extremely precious. Feng Yulong glanced at his watch and then said regretfully, "Uncle Bai, although I really want to have a good gathering with you, we are on a temporary mission and need to return to the team quickly." Zhou Sibai smiled. "It's okay. There will be plenty of time to gather in the future." Feng Yulong sighed, looking reluctant. But as the captain, he couldn't stay here, so he turned to the quiet Ding Yiqiao and said, Qiao, check the pollution situation in Jidong City." Ding Yiqiao pursed her lips and nodded. Then her expression went blank. About half a minute later, her eyes regained clarity, and she whispered, "The average pollution value is 109 and is gradually decreasing. No large pollution points discovered." Feng Yulong breathed a sigh of relief. That should be resolved then. He then said in a serious tone, "Return to the team." The four stood in formation, saluted Zhou Sibai, and then turned to walk in a certain direction. Qiao Xun looked at them and praised, "Well trained." Zhou Sibai was taken aback for a moment, glanced at Qiao Xun in surprise, but didn't explain. Then, the four of them walked less than 20 meters before immediately going their separate ways. Why can't they take a compliment?" Qiao Xun smiled and said, "Captain Zhou, it seems your identity is quite extraordinary." Zhou Sibai patted his neck and replied, "It's all in the past." "So, have you seen the combat strength of the Special Task Force?" Qiao Xun nodded and sincerely said, "Very impressive, completely on a different level compared to the regular control teams." Zhou Sibai gazed into the distance and sighed. "Those kids are the most precious flowers of the Republic and even the world." Not far away, the four-person control team finally arrived. Seeing the mess everywhere, they guessed that the task force must have come through. When Xianyou saw that Qiao Xun was safe and sound, she let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling the stone in her heart finally drop. Yan Yun, who was next to her, glanced at her profile, his expression slightly complex. Qiao Xun saw them and waved a greet. "Hey, Captain." Xianyou walked over and first greeted Zhou Sibai, then asked, "How are you?" "Well, pretty good. The task force helped me out." Zhou Sibai smiled and asked, "Xianyou, how's the intern I arranged for you?" Xianyou slightly narrowed her charming eyes and said, "Indeed, very promising. So, always keep a sense of awe and never underestimate anyone." After the four members of the task force left, the cleanup work began. Cleanup is usually the responsibility of the Sentinels, but there were simply too many aberrant species. Dismembered bodies were scattered on the main roads, in alleys, stuck to walls, and on streetlights, everywhere. The Sentinels alone couldn't manage, so almost everyone joined in the cleanup effort. Qiao Xun was no exception. He drove a cleaning machine the size of a tricycle, weaving through narrow alleys and spraying a dissolving liquid. He had long since lost interest in the blood and flesh scattered on the ground. His method of devouring was quite different from that of the pilgrim. He had to do it one by one. That was simply too slow, and the improvement was not significant, so he didn't consider it at all. He was multitasking, driving the cleaning machine while digesting the spoils he had gained today. The several talents from the girl in red were stored in his cognition, but due to insufficient mental capacity, he couldn't start learning them directly. The 3 talents from the chubby doctor had a relatively low threshold. The main advanced talent was Withered Wood Revives, a precious healing talent. There was also an auxiliary pain immunity and a calming talent in the mental category. The latter 2 talents were easy to learn, with almost no difficulty in getting started. Qiao Xun spent about an hour fully digesting and understanding them. He sensed that pain immunity could work on himself as well as on others. For him, this talent was somewhat useless for the time being, as his current tolerance allowed him to withstand most pains directly, and pain was a protective mechanism of the body, which was quite important in battle. The calming talent, as the name suggests, had a soothing effect, dispelling some negative mental influences. In the following time, Qiao Xun focused most of his energy on Withered Wood Revives. This talent was relatively difficult to learn, of course, compared to the other talents that could be learned in less than an hour. While learning Withered Wood Revives, he felt as if he were standing by the Willow River in March, his emotions very calm, and his body and mind quite comfortable and refreshed. But as he continued to learn, he realized that what he had learned seemed to be somewhat different from Li Xinyuan's Withered Wood Revives. How to put it? It was like an upgraded version. The original Withered Wood Revives could heal bodily injuries and reduce pollution levels. However, the version he learned not only had those 2 abilities, but also an additional enhancement effect, which was the ability to create a mental power field, replenishing mental values. Mental values were a major indicator of an evolutionist's compatibility. The higher the mental value, the stronger the talent effect. It was like the original Withered Wood Revives had only healing and purification effects, while Qiao Xun's version also had an attack buff. Wasn't this just a healer? Qiao Xun's feelings were complicated. If Li Xinyuan found out that he not only stole his talent, but also learned the advanced version, who knows? He thought for a moment, given Li Xinyuan's personality, he might actually be very happy. After all, his grand goal was to eliminate all ailments. At 5:30 in the morning, the sky was already dimly bright. Qiao Xun applied the withered tree, reviving and spring buff to himself, and tried it out, finding that his body was noticeably stronger. A healing talent with auxiliary effects. Perhaps it's rarer than the usual healing abilities. He was busy until 9 a.m. before finally cleaning up the area he was responsible for. The 4-person control team also gradually completed their assigned areas. The sun came out today, shining on the damp ground from the sanitation work, reflecting a faint glow. The entire polluted area looked rejuvenated, as if bursting with life. Although many public and residential buildings had suffered severe damage, the city's recovery efforts were no longer their concern. That was the matter of the municipal office. After gathering the team members, XINU drove the 4 of them towards the municipal control center. Everyone was too tired. Su Yoxia curled up like a little cat, sweetly sleeping in the back seat. Su Keshin leaned against the window, gazing at the street scene, lost in thought. Yan Jun's hands were still busy typing on the computer, recording the actions of this operation. Qiao Xun sat in the passenger seat, staring ahead, a bit lost in thought. XINU held the steering wheel with one hand, glanced at him, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yan Jun briefly looked up before continuing to focus on his work. Qiao Xun said, "Is this your daily work routine?" "Almost. It's not easy, and it's quite dangerous. That's to be expected." XINU's red hair brightened slightly, following the path of evolution. Although her tone was very flat and her expression calm, Qiao Xun faintly sensed that she actually enjoyed this routine. As she said, she liked things that were risky. He just didn't know how high the risk she could accept really was. After returning to the control center, XINU said, "Everyone, take a good rest. In 4 hours, gather in my dormitory to summarize this control work." "Okay," Qiao Xun said. "Captain, I still don't know where your dormitory is." "Building C, room 401. After XINU finished speaking, she turned around gracefully and strode away. Her high red ponytail swayed left and right, looking quite playful. After returning to his own dormitory, Qiao Xun immediately took a shower and then took a nap. He wasn't sure if it was because he had executed control work with XINU many times, but Qiao Xun's perception of time had become very sensitive. As the agreed meeting time approached, he naturally woke up. Although he hadn't rested well all day yesterday, those 2 or 3 hours had already restored his spirits. After getting ready, he stepped out of the door. The employee dormitories at the control center were relatively concentrated, not much different from an ordinary residential community. Living here, aside from work, was quite similar to that of ordinary people. Qiao Xun found room 401 in Building C and knocked on the door. XINU opened the door and said, "You're here." Yeah. The other 3 had already arrived and were sitting on the sofa in the living room. XINU's dormitory was clean and simple, with almost no decorations, very plain. The 5 of them sat around a coffee table. Clearly, the other 3 had already gotten used to it, nodding repeatedly. Qiao Xun suddenly realized something. If XINU wanted to, she could completely remember every person's every blink breath and other trivial matters. She was essentially a humanoid surveillance device. To be honest, having someone like that around is somewhat unsettling, because your every move is under the other person's scrutiny. After reviewing their control work, the team members summarize their respective tasks and then share their thoughts. Although Qiao Xun is an intern, XINU treats him no differently, and he has to do everything that the official team members do. The summary meeting lasted for 4 hours and only ended close to dinner time. Then, Jun and the others made plans to go to the cafeteria for a meal. However, Qiao Xun was kept behind by XINU. In the 037 investigation team, XINU sat on the sofa, legs crossed, with both hands resting against the back of the sofa. His gaze was calm, and the faint blush had already faded away. He appeared very relaxed. Qiao Xun asked, "Is there something you want to discuss that requires me to stay alone?" XINU looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Qiao Xun, you are not an ordinary person. That's obvious, right? First of all, I'm not speaking to you as the team leader right now." XINU tilted her head slightly while looking at Qiao Xun. "I don't want to delve into what happened in the underground parking lot or how you escaped from that mutated monster, but I'm very clear that it won't be as simple as you say. Everyone has secrets, and I understand that very well because I have them too. Regardless of your reasons for concealing things, I haven't sensed any adverse situations from you." Qiao Xun smiled and said, "So, what exactly do you want to say? I want to invite you to join my team." Qiao Xun was slightly taken aback as he looked at XINU. Her gaze was sincere, with little expression. Sometimes, it was really hard to guess what this woman was thinking. "I'm just an intern, and I have to follow the organization's arrangements. I will submit an application to the tower." "So, why? You should be able to sense that some people in the team are not welcoming me. Moreover, I have already promised him that I would voluntarily leave your team after the pollution incident in Jidong City." XINU shook her head. "No, I plan to disband the current control team and reorganize." "Why?" This must be hard for the 3 of them to accept. XINU's gaze gradually became intense, and the hidden redness in her pupils emerged. "I am responsible for them, which is why I have this plan. You are a smart person and may be able to sense my uniqueness to some extent. If the 3 of them follow me, problems will arise sooner or later." Especially Jun. Qiao Xun didn't know if she was testing him, so he didn't make any assertions and instead asked, "What is the purpose of rebuilding the team?" "To find people with a common goal, and then seek the secrets of evolution." The secrets of evolution. Qiao Xun. Don't tell me you plan to honestly stay in the control team and dutifully accept the organization's arrangements. Qiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "You can't just tell me about the mystery of evolution and expect to draw me into unknown risks, can you? Are you going to paint a rosy picture for me like those corporate HR people?" XINU shook his head and then said, "I plan to form an investigation team." "An investigation team? Why?" "The investigation team is a relatively special unit within the tower. Although it has investigation in its name, it doesn't actually conduct intelligence work like the Sentinels. The functions of the investigation team are very broad, including investigation, execution, control, containment, and elimination. Its characteristic is that it operates independently from various functional departments under the tower and can act freely, but correspondingly, there is a certain cost. The pollution events that the investigation team deals with are extremely special, with danger and the unknown being absolute keywords. While it's called an investigation team, it actually resembles an expedition team more. They often delve into various perilous areas and encounter pollution events that exceed general understanding. Thus, the investigation team also has the highest casualty rate among all units. The investigation results obtained by the investigation team are directly handled by the tower's highest authority, without going through any functional departments along the way. Similarly, the rewards and compensations are very generous. Xianu asked, "What level of pollution events do you think a standard control team can typically handle?" Qiao Xun shook his head. Xianu said, "It's probably equivalent to what grassroots police officers do. It's a minor issue, but social order is maintained by them. I certainly don't dispute that. But is this your pursuit? I can tell you directly that I want to explore more, to engage with more. The speed of change in the world is too fast. If you only run after the tail of change, you'll always be among the first to be eliminated. Facing change head-on is my pursuit." Qiao Xun went, "Since that's the case, why did you still join the control team in Jidong City? First, I am looking for suitable teammates. Second, my primary purpose for coming to Jidong City a year ago was to investigate a mysterious pollution incident." "What incident?" Xianu paused for a moment and asked softly, "Isn't that something only found in novels?" "Not necessarily. The world is changing rapidly, and there are countless unknowns hidden beneath the thick clouds. Those things are out there in certain places, waiting for someone to discover them." Qiao Xun looked intently at Xianu. Their gazes collided as both tried to read something from each other's eyes. "So why did you choose me as your teammate? You could say it was an intuition that you are quite extraordinary." "Ha! In the face of such danger, do you think it's reasonable to assess risk based on intuition?" Xianu's lips curled up, her eyes slightly squinting, her voice laced with a charming feminine nasal tone. "Then what do you think is reasonable? Rational? Logical? Or simply based on common sense?" Xianu was not confrontational. On the contrary, she was an understanding oddball. Suddenly, she broke into a smile, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and said, "What I just mentioned was sent to you through the tower network. If you're interested, feel free to reach out to me." Qiao Xun looked at his watch, and sure enough, it showed there were new messages. Then Xianu stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's have a meal together. Consider it a celebration." Qiao Xun shrugged nonchalantly and followed along. The guide Yinjun and the team submitted their control work report to the control center, which was reviewed and then transmitted to the tower network. These experiences would become the criteria for their future promotion in the organization. After dinner, Zhou Sibai sought out Qiao Xun. In the command office's meeting room, there were only the two of them. Zhou Sibai smiled and asked, "How's it going? How do you feel?" "Pretty good. Just almost died," Qiao Xun replied. "How's it been with Xianu?" Qiao Xun thought for a moment and said, "She's indeed a strange person, but for now, we get along quite well. So what are your plans after this?" "After this pollution incident, Tower will reevaluate you. However, without talent, it will still be difficult to find a control team, right?" Zhou Sibai nodded, acknowledging the fact. "Without talent, it's likely you'll end up in a clerical position, or you might be reassigned to areas with lower pollution levels." "What does lower pollution level mean?" "It means places where weaker polluted creatures like earthworms or electric grass appear, rather than things like frogmen. This is not what Qiao Xun wants. His current improvement from devouring frogmen is minimal, let alone from creatures smaller than frogmen." Zhou Sibai knows that Qiao Xun won't settle for a clerical position and said somewhat uncertainly, "Maybe you could start from the very basics and work your way up. Perhaps one day you'll awaken your talent." The key issue with Qiao Xun is not his talent, but rather that the tower cannot detect his talent, and he is even less able to express it. His body is very special, yet it also contains too many uncertainties. Although he is not satisfied with this possibility, he still smiles politely and says, Zhou Sibai looks at Qiao Xun and sighs helplessly. "A talent compatibility of 100 is far more precious than any healing talent. It cannot be spoken of." 038 Resurrection back in the dormitory. Qiao Xun lies on his bed watching the news. In the news, the host says that the crisis in Jidong City has been preliminarily resolved, and the subsequent quarantine policies will gradually be lifted, urging citizens not to rush out, but to wait patiently. What will happen next? The events that occurred in Jidong City are known to basically everyone in the city. This is no ordinary epidemic, but a complete apocalyptic crisis. It is unclear how the higher-ups plan to handle this matter. They can't possibly ask everyone in a city to sign a confidentiality agreement, especially since it's such a large-scale situation. What good would a confidentiality agreement do? After finishing the daily news, Qiao Xun lies on his bed and enters the tower network. He finds the chat message that XINU sent him during the day, which is a document code. UN 437736. K confidentiality level. Tiger document status. Decoded. Resurrection. On October 15, 2032, at 1413, resident Zhu pseudonym from Baimu Town, Yingao County, Jiushi City, reported to the local police station that his daughter Xiao Wei, pseudonym, had been resurrected using someone else's corpse. After the incident, at 1438 that same afternoon, the police went to Zhu's home to inquire about the situation. The following is the video recorded by the law enforcement camera. Attachment 1. 203-21015. Avi, Qiao Xun clicked on the video. In the video, there was a middle-aged man with a terrified, angry, and sad expression. Next to him, a locked door was banging, as if someone inside was trying to break it down. Who was in there? My eldest daughter, Beep. She fell ill a few days ago and passed away. Yesterday was the burial, and then someone borrowed her corpse to come back, going crazy. I locked her up. Open a door and take a look. No way. She has gone mad and wants to hit people. Don't worry. If she really tries to hit someone, we will definitely control her immediately. Sieg, Fina. The middle-aged man took out a key from his pocket. The camera shook as it moved closer to the locked wooden door. The man unlocked it, and the door suddenly swung outward, hitting him and pushing him back several meters. After a bizarre roar, the camera began to shake violently. What are you doing? Stop. A police officer appeared in the frame, trying to rush through the door, but a hand pushed him away. Then, a disheveled figure appeared in the frame. A girl's body, with her face covered by hair, her clothes disheveled, clear marks around her neck, and her veins bulging on the back of her hands, continuously letting out a growling sound. Crouch down and cover your head. The disheveled girl didn't listen and instead charged forward, after a dull roar. The camera quickly spun until it faced the ceiling and stopped moving. Attachment 2. 203-21016. Avi, in the second video, the mad girl was seen with chains wrapped around her wrist, curled up in a dark corner, motionless. Don't be afraid. I'm a doctor. The girl kept her head down and didn't say a word. Are you okay now? How do you feel? You haven't eaten for 2 days. Do you want to eat something? The girl nodded. What do you want to eat? The girl swallowed, and surprisingly a low, hoarse male voice came out. Human flesh. Human blood. Saying this, she started to laugh sinisterly, her eyes covered by hair, barely revealing a hint. The pupils were very dark, and almost no sclera was visible. Why? It's delicious. Have you eaten it before? I used to eat it every day, only those under 16. Meat from older ones is too tough. Too thin has no meat, and too fat is all oil. Stir-fried heart and liver, vinegar-fried intestines, sour bamboo shoots, and kidney flowers, roasted bones, garlic brain, cold mixed tongue. Dry-fried joy. I especially like vinegar-fried intestines. On October 18, 2032, the Central Anomaly Inspection Office took over the case. Attachment 3, 203-21018. Avi, in the video, a bespectacled man, sat across from the girl. The camera captured their profiles. The man leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on the table, supporting his chin. What is your real name? Were you specially grafted onto this girl, or was it forced? The girl kept her head down and didn't say a word. The girl remained silent. The man sat up straight, his right palm facing down on the table. Then, from the tips of his 5 fingers, 5 vines began to grow, quickly spreading across the table and wrapping around the girl. The vines gradually enveloped the girl completely. Zhai Jiwen, born in March 1990, lives in Unit A, Room 1102, Sanhua Community, Jialo District, Qiao City, Zhejiang Province. Right? The girl raised her head and glared fiercely at the man, her eyes filled with resentment. The man smiled slightly, stood up, and said, "Thank you very much for the information." The girl let out a low, hoarse male voice again. You will regret investigating this matter. The third video ends here. On October 19th, 2032, the Central Anomaly Inspection Office of the Republic of Tower dispatched a 4-person investigation team to Zhejiang Province. On January 4th, 2033, only 1 member of the investigation team escaped, and the other 3 died. The escapee became mentally unstable and began receiving special treatment. On January 14, 2033, the survivor of the investigation team died. On January 15, 2033, the Central Anomaly Inspection Office of the Republic of Tower decided to name this case Resurrection. On February 18th, April 9th, and June 30th of the same year, 3 investigation teams were dispatched to investigate this case. All perished. On July 31st, 2033, the Central Anomaly Inspection Office of the Republic of Tower decided to seal the case. The entire document ends here. Qiao Xun lay in bed, wide awake and extremely excited. Borrowing a corpse to return to life? That sounded too much like a story from a street-side supernatural tale. If it weren't for the document coming from the Central Abnormal Inspection Office of the Republic of Tower, Qiao Xun would definitely think this was a mockumentary made by some low-tier director. A total of 4 investigation teams had been dispatched, but all 4 had been completely wiped out. The only one who managed to escape was also mentally abnormal and died 10 days later. The casualty rate was as high as 100%. Qiao Xun thought, XIN, you wouldn't want to investigate this matter, would she? After thinking it over repeatedly, he sent a message to XINU on the tower network, asking if they could chat. She responded quickly and directly connected the call. Since it was on the tower network, the sound was directly transmitted to his consciousness. Have you seen that document? What do you think? The mortality rate is 100% with no cause or effect. You wouldn't want to investigate this matter, would you? Of course. Why? Just because the risk is extremely high? Of course not. I'm very interested in the resurrection mentioned in the document. Interested? Or do you want to obtain this ability? To validate a hypothesis. Qiao Xun paused for a moment and asked cautiously, what conjecture? Perhaps the so-called evolvers, the chosen ones, existed a long time ago. Maybe in the distant past, they were referred to as gods by ignorant people. And now, they are somehow reviving. Why would there be such a conjecture? It sounds absurd. XINU smiled and said, Qiao Xun, if you plan to be my teammate, I will naturally tell you everything I know. But for now, we don't have a common goal. All right, I need to go wash up. I expect to stay at the Xiong City Control Center for another 3 days to hand over subsequent work. You can chat with me anytime during this period. After hanging up the phone, Qiao Xun exited the tower network and lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Gods are reviving. This sentence reminded Qiao Xun of the golden long staircase existing in his consciousness, and the great and vast will gazing at him from the end of the staircase. Is that a god? His body, as abnormal phenomenon pollution value, had always been 0. His mental value would not increase. And his devouring and digestion ability did not allow him to think too much about these things. He spent the latter half of the night sleepless, lost in contemplation. 039 latest assessment at 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Sibai called, Qiao Xun. The tower has released its latest assessment for you. You can log into the tower network and enter your number in the staff database to check. Thank you, Team Zhou. You're welcome. Zhou Sibai was silent for a moment before saying, Qiao Xun, you are quite special. So even if the assessment isn't ideal, don't lose heart. Even the tower cannot fully understand many things. It's okay, Team Zhou. I used to handle psychological issues for others for many years, so I can accept this. All right. After hanging up the phone, Qiao Xun logged into the tower network, entered the staff database interface, and typed his number into the search bar. The information immediately popped up. Name, Qiao Xun, basic information. This section omitted, title, junior staff position, none, chosen one. This staff member is not a chosen one. Talent compatibility, archived, recommender, Zhou Sibai, number 10-73738-549-SH. Recommendation reason. This person single-handedly killed a believer level. Main combat experience. 1. Participated as an intern in the control and cleanup of the wolf-level pollution incident in Xiong City. Attachment 1,203,510-11. PDF. Recorded by the 7th Control Team of the Xiong City Emergency Response Center. No more. Evaluation. No talent abilities, low physical indicators, suggested job assignments. 1. Service personnel. 2. Clerk. 3. Participant in fly-level pollution incidents. The evaluation was very low. The suggested job assignments given by the tower were either clerical positions or the lowest level participant in fly-level pollution incidents. From what he understood, A single ordinary frogman was already a mouse-level pollution incident. The fly level was generally for dealing with some initially mutated beasts and might even involve ordinary criminal cases. Major criminal cases were beyond his involvement. Without talent abilities, this was the most he could expect. The tower's evaluation of staff heavily weighed talent abilities. It made sense. After all, as they had to face pollution incidents, the stronger the talent abilities, the greater the role they could play. Qiao Xun felt helpless. He had many talents, but he couldn't express them because the tower couldn't detect them. If the tower couldn't detect them, then his talents were not legitimate. If they investigated, they would surely uncover that his talent compatibility was 100, and what would happen after that would be completely uncontrollable. After all, the tower was the highest authority for evolutionaries. Damn, do I, who possess 10 talents, have to work as a service personnel or help an old lady find her lost dog? Qiao Xun certainly couldn't accept it. However, with the evaluation given by the tower, he could basically only apply for civilian positions at any control center in the Republic. Even Zhou Sibai, who knew he was very special, couldn't openly give him a backdoor because every task had to be recorded and reported. If he left the tower, it would be difficult to find even a pollution incident, let alone anything else. After thinking it over, Qiao Xun dialed Xinu's number. Hello. Xin, you seem to be in a good mood today, his tone very relaxed. Captain, I want to know, do investigators look at the tower's evaluation? What's wrong? Is the evaluation unsatisfactory? I seem to only be able to be a civilian staff member. That's right. The tower's evaluation places a lot of importance on innate ability. If you lack talent and your resume isn't particularly impressive, it's natural that you won't receive a high evaluation. Of course, don't feel that it's unfair. Valuing innate ability is to prevent certain people from inflating their resumes to boost their evaluations and titles. You understand. The Republic is not short of such people. Qiao Xun certainly understands, so he has no complaints, just a sense of helplessness. I don't want to sit in an office. So why not go on an adventure with me? That's why I'm asking if your investigators have any conditions. The investigation team has a high degree of freedom. It operates as a functional department independent of the tower. Generally, as long as the applicant meets the criteria, they can choose their team members freely. Of course, if any issues arise with unofficial investigation teams, the functional departments will not be responsible. So there will be no compensation for bereavement or burial expenses. However, after taking on the investigation task, the tower will directly provide intelligence to the investigation team without going through the intermediate functional departments, and the investigation task will be kept absolutely confidential without the applicant's consent. After listening, Qiao Xun asked, "Can the government accept this?" Even if they're unwilling to accept it, they have to accept it. There's no other way. The will of the tower cannot be defied. Qiao Xun pondered for a long time. After half a minute, he asked, "Are there any other team members?" Of course, 1 third-level guide, 1 third-level sentinel, and 2 third-level warriors. May I ask, what level are you, Captain? Oh, I'm also 3rd level. Is it appropriate for a newbie like me to team up with 5 third-level experts? Xinu chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. Besides, I don't think of you as a newbie. The other team members might have some objections, right? Don't worry. They are all people who have faced life and death many times. They 1T underestimate anyone. I also believe you 1T disappoint us. This time, Qiao Xun didn't T question whether it was appropriate to gamble risks on trust because Xinu was that kind of person. Well then, I agree. Welcome aboard. Within a few minutes, Qiao Xun received a message in the tower network. Upon clicking in, he saw an invitation from Xinu. The content was naturally an invitation for him to join the investigation team. This invitation was issued directly by the tower, without going through any functional departments. He didn't hesitate this time and directly agreed. Once he made up his mind about something, he wouldn't have any second thoughts. After becoming a member of the investigation team, Qiao Xun's information panel had an uncallable tag added. All members of the investigation team were like this. Once they took on an investigation task, they could not be called upon by any functional department. Qiao Xun told Zhou Sibai about this matter. Of course, he only mentioned that he had joined Xinu's investigation team and did not specify what event they were investigating. Although Zhou Sibai expressed his concerns, he did not overly criticize him. He understood that this was the best choice for Qiao Xun at the moment. After all, he couldn't really go to the grassroots for training, as this was not a political ecology. Positions and tasks in the tower were allocated based on ability, and there was no concept of grassroots training, which is why students like Li Xinyuan and Ding Yiqiao could become members of the Special Operations Team. Those who went to the grassroots were purely lacking in ability. In the following days, the recovery work in Jidong City was in full swing. But this had nothing to do with the people at the control center. With the pressure in Jidong City released, the control center gradually began to receive tasks from other regions. After Xinu completed the handover, he announced his withdrawal from the 7th control team to the other 3 team members. This matter was the hardest for Jun to accept, as he believed Qiao Xun had disrupted their team. He immediately found Qiao Xun and angrily questioned him. Why did the team leader withdraw from the control team? Are you the one causing trouble? Qiao Xun would not indulge him and said bluntly, Xinu wants to form an investigation team, and the current death rate of the mission is over 80. Do you want to join? If you do, I'll go find her right away and plead for you to be added. Yun stared blankly at Qiao Xun. The investigation team. As a member of the tower, he couldn't possibly not know what the investigation team was. Qiao Xun hasn't directly said that the mortality rate is 100, yet Jun has already fallen silent. Jun, you really don't understand what kind of person Xinu is. As someone with normal emotions, it's only natural for you to have feelings for her, but this affection has clearly become a burden for you. Qiao Xun could naturally guess that in Jun's eyes, Xinu was a calm, composed, and intellectually graceful woman with leadership qualities who rarely made mistakes. However, in his eyes, Xinu was the complete opposite, a gambler, a risk-taker. Jun said nothing and left as if he had lost his soul. People are different from one another. A brief resonance does not necessarily foster a lasting tacit understanding. On the 3rd day at the base, everything was ready as Qiao Xun left the dormitory and arrived at the entrance of the control center. Xinu was waiting by the roadside, leaning against an off-road vehicle. She had taken down her ponytail, and her long, slightly curled, bright red hair attracted attention. Qiao Xun couldn't help but think that if it were black, she would have the vibe of a beautiful spy from the Hong Kong films of the last century. Unfortunately, that couldn't be changed. After all, this head of red hair seemed to be a result of her natural talent. It wouldn't make sense to give up a gift just because of a minor issue. Qiao Xun walked up and said, Yo, long time no see. Qiao Xun shrugged, indicating that he was used to it. Xinu looked him up and down and saw that he was only carrying a not-so-large backpack, and couldn't help but say, You're not bringing anything? Nothing particularly important. Get in the car. Qiao Xun opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The air conditioning was on in the car, making it warm and cozy, although Qiao Xun didn't really need it. Are we going straight to Qiao County? Seeing not that? The other team members were waiting over there. The vehicle started. The current Zhejiang City had not yet restored traffic on the wide avenue. There were no cars except for official and military vehicles. So Xinu drove very fast. A journey that originally took 2 hours was completed in just 1 hour. Upon reaching the outskirts of Zhejiang City, Qiao Xun noticed a large semi-spherical barrier firmly enclosing the city. Would the government continue to block information? Xinu said, We don't know for now. We have to wait for the global summit in a month. The main topic of the summit should be this issue. Let's see the results. It's likely that Zhejiang City won't be unsealed before the summit ends. If the outcome of the summit is to continue the information blockade, will Zhejiang City still be unsealed? Yes, but by then, the headquarters will send high-level evolved individuals with mental abilities to reprogram the consciousness of everyone in Zhejiang City. Mental abilities are even rarer than healing abilities. Before Qiao Xun checked the data in the tower database, there were currently only 5 mental system talents in the Republic: mental reform, prisoner's dilemma, consciousness parasite, memory editor, and absolute retrieval. He thought that the ability that most aligned with what Xinu described should be the memory editor. Xinu turned on the car's audio system, and soft music that didn't match her driving speed began to play. Although Qiao County is under the jurisdiction of Jidong City, it is more than 200 kilometers away from the urban area of Jidong City. Jidong City is a large metropolitan area, and when people refer to Jidong City, they're usually talking about the central urban area. After getting off the highway and entering the county area, the traffic returned to a normal state. Xinu's driving speed slowed down significantly. Qiao County is not wealthy, so the infrastructure is not as well planned as that of the urban area of Jidong City, and many roads are still relatively narrow. Xinu's large off-road vehicle drove even slower, and it wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that they finally arrived at their destination. After getting out of the car, the lively atmosphere around made Qiao Xun feel relaxed. After experiencing more than 20 days of an apocalyptic atmosphere in Jidong City, suddenly coming to a normal world felt like stepping from hell to heaven. Xinu watched Qiao Xun's relaxed and comfortable demeanor and smiled slightly, suggesting he should enjoy this last moment of comfort. Don't say it so terrifyingly. Aren't you trying to scare me away on purpose? Xinu rolled her bright red long hair up and tied it back into a high ponytail, then walked on to meet them. Qiao Xun said, suddenly feeling very nervous. Xinu looked at his face, which was completely calm, and said, "You don't look nervous at all." "Really? Am I not acting it well?" Xinu chuckled in disbelief and asked, "Why would you want to act nervous? Newbies should look like newbies. If the mortality rate is 100 if you're not nervous, that would definitely raise suspicions. You're all big shots, and I hope you could take care of me a bit more." Xinu's lips curled into a smile as she said, "Don't worry. If something truly uncontrollable happens, you definitely won't die before I do." "Why do you say that?" Xinu strode forward, her red high ponytail playfully swaying. "Although many people think I'm a reckless madwoman, it's precisely because of this that I know life is precious. I don't want to define life as merely existing. Just being alive is too cheap, too humble, reduced to dust. Maybe you still think I pursue risk for the sake of risk, but as your captain, I will be responsible for your life." Xinu stopped in her tracks, turned around, and said firmly, "I'm not comforting you." Qiao Xun quietly looked at her and then smiled, saying, "You really are a strange person. Many people say that about me. Maybe I'm complimenting you. Then thank you in advance." The two walked into a bar. The bar doesn't operate during the day, but that doesn't mean there aren't people working inside. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache was sitting at the bar playing a mobile game. Xinu walked up to him, took out a card, and placed it on the counter without saying a word. The man immediately put down his phone, revealed a professional smile, slightly bowed, and extended his hand. "Right this way, please." They were then led to a small door at the far end of the second floor. Xinu used the card to open the door and took Qiao Xun inside. "This is our pre-established base. We've prepared quite thoroughly for a mission with a 100 mortality rate. If you don't prepare well, are you just going to get people killed?" "Don't say that. The more you say, the more I want to back out." Xinu feigned a threatening posture. "Once you go through this door, don't even think about going back." "Fine. I won't say anything. After all, you promised to protect my life. If anyone dies, it'll be you first. You really are heartless." Xinu turned around and strode forward. She walked like a model on a runway, exuding elegance. After passing through a narrow corridor, they reached a spacious area that opened up wide. Inside was a large suite, resembling a small villa on one floor. Qiao Xun never expected that the base Xinu mentioned would be so luxurious. He thought it might just be a small room. Is this really a base? There's a rich woman in the team who has too much money to spend, and she specially built this half a year in advance. A rich woman? Qiao Xun was eager to give it a try. Whether it was about money or not didn't matter much. He mainly liked someone a bit older. But soon, he was disappointed. It wasn't a rich woman, but a rich girl. As soon as he entered, he saw a girl wearing pink rabbit ear headphones sitting in the living room playing games. Her hands were incredibly fast, but her skills were terrible. Xinu shouted, "Everyone, I'm here." The gaming girl immediately jumped up from the couch, darting over like a wild rabbit, and hugged Xinu, starting to nuzzle against him. Then she noticed that Qiao Xun was standing nearby. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. The gaming girl was very cute, with a rosy complexion and a great overall vibe, clearly coming from a wealthy family. What stood out the most was her blue-black eyes, sparkling like jewels. Qiao Xun, an eye fetishist, instantly fell for her. The gaming girl asked in confusion, "Uncle, who are you?" In an instant, the good impression vanished, leaving only the bad one behind. Qiao Xun braced himself and said, "My name is Qiao Xun, and I'm the new member of the team." The game girl looked Qiao Xun up and down. You are the last piece of the puzzle that Yu mentioned. Then, with a cheerful expression, she extended her hand. Hello, my name is Lu Xianyi, and I'm the guide in the team. Don't underestimate me, because I'm small. I'm an excellent guide. Lu Xianyi swayed as she spoke. This is my 4th time carrying out a survey mission. Qiao Xun casually patted Baba's palm. Soon, 2 people came out. One was a tall and thin young man, about 2 meters tall, looking like a bamboo pole, and the other was a young man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, looking quite proper. The 2 greeted Xinu, Captain. Xinu introduced. This is Qiao Xun, the new member I told you about a couple of days ago. Hello. The 2 introduced themselves, with the tall one saying first. My name is Ji Jingji, and I serve as a soldier in the team. The young man in the Zhongshan suit said, My name is Jun, and I'm also a soldier in the team. Xinu looked inside and asked, Where is Qi Buoxiwe? Went out to scout. Xinu nodded, said nothing, and turned to Qiao Xun, saying, Qi Buoxiwe is our sentry. That's how sentries are, almost always on the road. Qiao Xun nodded. Hey, my game. Lu Xianyi suddenly remembered that she hadn't finished her game and quickly ran to the game console, entering the zone in a second. Qiao Xun couldn't help but think that the 3rd-tier spokespersons looked quite ordinary when walking down the street. Who would guess that they possessed extraordinary abilities? The world of evolvers is both extraordinary and ordinary. At the end of the volume, a brief summary. Unlike my last book, this one follows the protagonist's perspective, and the world will gradually unfold around it. Readers familiar with my writing style know that it tends to start slowly, with the story gaining momentum only after key plot points are clarified. Therefore, the first volume may seem somewhat lacking in the flavor of apocalyptic transformation stories. Since there aren't many readers following this, I won't be making many recommendations for this book, and it is expected to be available for purchase in a week. I'm not a full-time author, and I don't have much time to write, but I will try to accumulate more content within this week. Thank you all for your support. Next volume, Rebirth 001 Meeting Game Over. Lu Xianyi sighed as she looked at the gray-white screen. Lying on the sofa with her hands hanging down, the game controller falling to the side. It's so hard. I've almost died 100 times. In the tea room next to her, Xinu shouted, Everyone come over, we have newcomers. Let's get to know each other again. Okay. Qiao Xun walked into the tea room. Captain Xinu seemed quite diligent, taking care of making tea and pouring water. The 5 of them took their seats one after another. Xinu sat in the first position, looking like the boss of a meeting. I had already told you that Qiao Xun is an ordinary person without any gifted abilities. Although I don't agree with this statement, that is how the tower evaluates him. So, if you have any doubts or concerns, feel free to bring them up. Lu Xianyi's dark blue-black eyes resembled a tranquil lake at night, but there were occasionally playful fish leaping out of the water. She smiled and said, I have no doubts. If the captain thinks it's fine, then I think it's fine. The tall and thin warrior Ji Jingji, despite being slender, had large eyes that made Qiao Xun feel as if he were being watched. I always believe that gifted abilities cannot fully determine a person's capability. But who would use gifted abilities to judge them? Although I haven't seen the newcomer's abilities yet, they give me a good impression. At least, I really like their gaze. Qiao Xun, when asked, the gaze? Ji Jingji smiled and said, Yes, that kind of indifference to everything. I really like it. I hope we could get along well in the future. Qiao Xun smiled and said, Is that so? But I used to be a psychological counselor. Caring for people's mental health is my responsibility. Who says a psychological counselor must have an ordinary face and be harmless? Ji Jingji lightly rested his fingers on the tea table. His fingers were long, very suitable for playing the piano. Another soldier, Jun, said seriously, I believe the newcomer understands what the investigation team means and knows that we are going to complete an investigation task that has never been accomplished before. In this case, if you're still willing to join the team, I naturally have no concerns. However, I hope the newcomer can take responsibility for their choice and not create trouble at the last moment. Of course, I know exactly what I'm doing, Xinu said, resting her chin and asking, Are there any other questions? Lu Xianyi leaned on the tea table, her chin poking her arm, and curiously asked, What's the situation in Jidong City? Xinu thought for a moment and replied. Lu Xianyi pouted, I really want to see the girl red. Qiao Xun paused and curiously asked, Why? She is so cute. I like beautiful girls the most. Qiao Xun. You are the same. Xinu smiled and leaned back in her chair, saying, "The red of a young girl can be over 30. Lu Xianyi chuckled, "That's enough. Besides, a beautiful girl with a vampire physique. Isn't that just amazing?" Qiao Xun looked at the intoxicated Lu Xianyi and thought, "This guy can't be a nerd disguised as a beautiful girl." Xinu watched Lu Xianyi with amusement and said, "Xianyi, it's not that I look down on you, but a red girl is a demigod. To put it bluntly, just one glance could kill you." Lu Xianyi chuckled, "It's okay, it's okay. I just want to take a look from a distance." Qiao Xun thought to herself, indeed, distance creates beauty. If she could get a closer look at Hong, she probably wouldn't think this way anymore. Anyway, he didn't want to encounter Hong again at all. The last time he was lucky enough to counterattack was because it was just a puppet. What would he do if he met the real thing? Xinu looked at the four of them and asked, "Are there any questions?" Qiao Xun raised his hand, "And I was curious why you chose this bar as a base. Even though there are fewer people during the day, it is located in a bustling entertainment street with quite a number of passersby. Moreover, at night, there are many people coming and going, and the mix of guests is very complex. This is because it is the area with the highest pollution level in Qiao County, reaching as high as 220. Besides you, we are all of all beings, and our individual pollution levels are generally around 200. The mental value is somewhat related to the pollution level. If we stay in places with too low pollution for too long, our mental value will decrease accordingly, which affects our innate abilities. As the investigation task is about to begin, we need to ensure we are in the best condition." Qiao Xun frowned slightly. "The pollution level here reached 220? Why? There are pollutants buried underground, which is a source metal. Won't this affect the nearby people?" "Yes. That's why the control team from the Zhejiang City Control Center will come to clean the area regularly. Only this central area maintains a high pollution level." Qiao Xun nodded. Ji Jingji looked at Qiao Xun and asked, "I remember your pollution value is 0, right?" "Yes. That's very rare. I haven't seen anyone with a pollution value of 0 except for those who grew up in the lab." Qiao Xun smiled and said, "Maybe this is my hidden talent." The four of them looked at him strangely. They didn't understand what was so cheerful about it, because a pollution value of 0 also meant that one could not naturally awaken their talent abilities. Perhaps it was a way to find joy in suffering. Ding! The sound of the electronic door opening echoed in the entrance. Zhuojun said, a young man who looked quite delicate and refined walked in, probably around 25. His skin was very pale, as white as a sheet of paper, but his lips were very red. So, overall, he appeared somewhat sharp, though fortunately, his gaze was calm and peaceful. Qi Buoxue saw the unfamiliar Qiao Xun, paused for a moment, and then realized he must be the newcomer the captain mentioned. So he smiled and greeted, "Mr. Qiao Xun, right?" "Hello, I'm Qi Buoxue, the scout in the team." Qiao Xun shook hands with him and said, "Just call me Qiao Xun. Please take care of me." Then Qi Buoxue took a seat, pinching the ring on his left pinky with his right thumb and index finger, and said, "I have already simulated the complete map of Qiao County. You can check it in the tower network." The other few people logged into the tower network. Qiao Xun discovered a data packet in the internal channel of a few people. Upon opening the packet, a massive flow of data spilled out like overflowing water, and then a panoramic map appeared in his mind. The map was incredibly detailed, allowing a god's eye view into any location, including private buildings. Of course, privacy was indeed worthless. By clicking on a specific spot, detailed information about that place, including environmental pollution levels, surfaced before his eyes. After just a glance, Qiao Xun couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. 002, like mines, Xanu said while looking at the map. "Our first destination is room 1102, building A, Unit 9, Sanhua Community in the Corner Tower District." However, when everyone clicked on that area of the map, it prompted that it was unexplored. Qi Buoxue said, "I haven't approached this area, as I was worried about exposing my whereabouts. But I inquired outside, and room 1102 is on the 11th floor, and the 10th, 11th, and 12th floors are all sealed off." Xinu nodded. "That's the right thing to do. It's too dangerous for you to scout alone." "What is the specific reason for the sealing?" The property management of Sanhua Community said it was due to renovations on 3 floors. But the residents claimed that someone died on the 11th floor, which was very eerie, and as a result, the 3 floors were evacuated. Moreover, gradually, other floors also had residents selling their houses at low prices and moving away. People in the Republic are quite superstitious about death, especially concerning accidental or suicidal deaths. Such incidents are not uncommon. Often, when a household experiences an accidental death, the property prices of surrounding houses drop as well. Therefore, property management usually tries to conceal such matters. Qiao Xun asked, "Did all 4 investigation teams sent by the Central Inspection Office die because of these 3 buildings?" He felt that if that were the case, the entire community might have been evacuated long ago, and it wouldn't make sense for only 3 buildings to be empty. Xianu shook his head, saying that the first destination in a joint investigation task is often just the beginning. The term borrowing a corpse to return a soul, as described in the original document, is a complex concept officially referred to as grafting, which is difficult to categorize as precisely as talent. Involving many factors, the complete annihilation of all 4 investigation teams has left a significant amount of uncertainty in this investigation task, as there is no useful information at all. In our plan, there is also a second destination, which is the original residence of the girl who was grafted. One is in Zhejiang province and the other in Guizhou province, quite a distance apart. There are no fixed reasons for this, and we could either become pioneers or stepping stones. The few of them looked quite serious, pondering some issues. This kind of investigation task is no joke. It is linked to life and death. After a while, Xianu asked, "Are there any questions?" Qiao Xun raised his hand again, asking if it's appropriate for such a high-risk mission to not be equipped with a doctor. Xianu frowned slightly, clearly a bit unhappy. "Originally, I had a doctor friend who was supposed to join the team, but the 3rd task force didn't approve. Her situation is complicated and different from ours, so she can't freely join the investigation team." Shinny pouted and said, "To put it bluntly, those guys in the lab have gone crazy, recklessly overexerting people's gifted abilities without giving them any space to operate." "Shinny, don't say that. I'm just speaking the truth." "Best des, yeah. You don't need to speak for them. They still want to use your gifted abilities for experiments." Xianu recalled some unhappy memories, rubbed her forehead, and said, "Let's leave it at that. I want to take a break. We'll formulate an action plan tonight." Shinny called out softly, "Yujia." Ji Jingji shot a glance at Shinny and said, "You, bringing up the wrong topic again." Shinny huffed, "I'm just angry for you, Jia. I can't be bothered to talk to you." After Ji Jingji finished speaking, he also left. The very upright Zhui Jun slightly frowned before leaving and said, "Be more careful next time." Qi Buixue smiled apologetically at Qiao Xun and Shinny before leaving as well. Shinny, feeling wronged, pounded the table and said, "What the heck? It's not like they did it on purpose." Qiao Xun fell silent for a moment and tentatively asked, "What exactly happened?" Shinny looked at Qiao Xun, and her originally aggrieved face suddenly broke into a smile, her eyes turning into crescent moons as she hummed, "If you play a game with me, I'll tell you." "Well, it's fine. I'll let you in a bit." "Okay then." An hour later, Shinny collapsed onto the sofa, flinging the controller aside. I'm done. I keep losing." She covered her face with her hands and said in distress, "Why is everyone bullying me?" Initially, Qiao Xun thought she was just bad at games. But after playing for an hour, he realized she was definitely a gaming black hole. From fighting games, FPS, and strategy to casual puzzle games, she lost in all 20-something genres. She even got stuck on the 2nd level of a single-player Contra. Qiao Xun seriously doubted whether she was an evolver, as her game abilities were almost at the bottom tier among all humanity. So he asked somewhat tactfully, "Is it because your mental talent consumes too much mental energy, making it hard for you to concentrate? After all, you are a guide." Shinny lay sideways on the sofa, looking despairingly at the display screen. "My focus is the strongest among us. Then it must be true that I'm really bad." Shinny asked with a mix of hope and despair. "Do you also think I'm really bad?" Qiao Xun thought for a moment and said, "I can only say there's a lot of room for improvement. Don't comfort me." She hugged her knees, curling up into a ball. "I still have a bit of self-awareness. I'm just a complete novice. I'm not all polite to myself. So why am I still so passionate about games?" Shinny looked at Qiao Xun, her dark blue-black eyes rippling with subtle waves, mysterious and serene. "Because I'm afraid." "Afraid?" "When I awakened my talent at the age of 12, I almost heard countless whispers every day murmuring in my ears, strange and muffled. I couldn't understand. but I could feel those emotions: fear, despair, sadness, pain. These emotions scared me. The only time I felt a brief sense of peace was when I played games, facing all sorts of bizarre things in the game, killing, wantonly destroying, and attacking at will. For a 12-year-old girl, facing these things does seem a bit cruel. Is this also the reason you want to see the girl in red? Lu Xinyi was taken aback. Why? Would you guess that? Social groups have a tendency to converge. The worse and more complex the psychological environment, the more one yearns to find someone like oneself to prove that they are actually normal. This is an instinct that has been passed down through genes. Qiao Xun is a psychological counselor and is very sensitive to the psychological state of Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi initially didn't pay much attention to Qiao Xun, which is why she started to observe him carefully. You seem to be a bit different indeed. What's different? I can't quite say, but I feel that some people might be very afraid of someone like you. Qiao Xun smiled and asked, what about you? Lu Xinyi smiled widely and said, it's hard to say, but we might be a match made in heaven. Qiao Xun smiled slightly and didn't respond. It's hard to say. The seemingly delicate rich girl might be dark inside, once cut open. Come on, come on. Lu Xinyi was like a girl addicted to the internet, suddenly energized again. I've already thought of a way to break your CX technique. Then I must watch closely how well the spokesperson learns. An hour later, Lu Xinyi lay on the sofa like a salted fish, staring with dead fish eyes, and said, I give up. 003 talent sequence. A righteous Zhongshan suit warrior. The top chef of a 6-person team, Qiao Xun. He cooked a delicious meal to treat the newcomer Qiao Xun. Qiao Xun was taken aback and, to show his respect, ate 6 large bowls of rice under the astonished gazes of the 5 others. It wasn't that the child was afraid of being hungry. It was that during the 20 days of the city lockdown in Dongshi, he hadn't had a decent meal, just instant noodles or bread. Xian understood and thoughtfully cooked an extra pot of rice for Qiao Xun. After dinner, the 6 of them gathered in the tea room to brainstorm. From 6 in the evening until 2 in the morning, after 8 hours of brainstorming, a preliminary action plan was developed. Qiao Xun has a very low need for sleep. He got up at 5 in the morning and then noticed that the lights in the tea room were still on. He walked over and saw Xian sitting inside alone, seriously contemplating a thick stack of drafts in front of her. He walked to the door and gently knocked to announce his arrival. Xian looked up, saw Qiao Xun, took a sip of water, and smiled as she asked, Up so early? Qiao Xun walked in and sat down. Aren't you going to take a break? Xian shook his head. I can't sleep. Are you worried about something? There is too little information available for the entire investigation task. Although I've gone over it more than 10 times, there are still some areas where my understanding is quite vague. The task has a 100 fatality rate, and although everyone is participating voluntarily as the team leader, I must do my best to minimize risks. I remembered what you said earlier. Why do you think this investigation task might validate your hypothesis? Xian stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the early morning night scene, saying grafting was first proposed at the beginning of the century, coinciding with the birth of an evolver with a talent sequence of 3. The talent sequence is an assessment by the tower based on the comprehensive parameters of talent abilities, including combat capabilities, the impact on evolvers, and the impact on the world, among other parameters. It's essentially a ranking, currently only including the top 100 talent sequences. That evolver is actually a product of grafting. In simple terms, the original body has been a vessel prepared for another consciousness since its birth. By chance, I came across some information, and through that information, I developed that hypothesis about God. Qiao Xun thought to himself that the coincidence that Xian mentioned probably wasn't that simple. Was the awakening of Sequence 3 due to the body, or was it because of the consciousness? Was it the combination of both that gave rise to Sequence 3? Qiao Xun remembered that he had seen in the database the talent Sequence 3 annihilation. What is the connection between these two things? If so, why don't they investigate this matter in person? Xian shook his head, saying that the higher the talent sequence, the less they can act casually. This would send signals to the outside world, and no one is sure whether others have infiltrated the central. The Black Leather, Valen, the New Religion, and the Free Army are all watching closely. They all follow different paths, with fundamentally different goals and interests, so conflict and confrontation are unavoidable. Once a confrontation occurs among evolved beings with higher talent sequences, it will definitely change the course of the world. Just like the great confrontation of the last century, which completely changed the pattern of the evolved world. If it weren't for the timely emergence of the tower in the 1990s, the world might have been thrown into chaos by now. Qiao Xun pondered for a moment and understood what Xinu meant. Do the other team members know about this? Xinu said. Although we knew each other before, they all came to this team with different purposes. After thinking for a while, she apologized and said, "Only you were brought here by me." Qiao Xun shook his head. "I don't have anywhere to go either, so I have to thank you for taking me in. Don't belittle yourself." Qiao Xun said nothing. One by one, everyone got up. The internet-addicted girl immediately pulled Qiao Xun to play games after washing up. Chef Qiao Xun was preparing breakfast. The tall and thin Ji was sitting on the balcony reading. The weak-looking sentinel Qiao sat quietly on the sofa, watching Lu Xianyi and Qiao Xun play games. After breakfast, everyone once again discussed the plan in the tea room. After confirming everything was correct, they set off. According to the plan, the six of them split into two teams. Xinu, Qiao Xun, Guide Lu Xianyi, and Warrior Ji Jingji formed Team A, while Sentinel Qiao and Warrior Zhu Jun formed Team B. Team A headed to the first destination, which was the residence of the grafting agent, while Team B went to the second destination, the back of Duanheim Mountain in Qiushui County, where the grafting agent frequently visited to investigate the footprints. In the initial plan, Qiao Xun was in Team B because the danger level of the second destination was very low. However, after a night of repeated consideration, Xinu decided to place Qiao Xun in Team A. The specifics of the arrangement were not mentioned. Team B set off first, disguising themselves as tourists hiking to Duanheim Mountain. The four members of Team A disguised themselves as newlyweds looking to buy a house, making appointments to view one apartment on the 9th floor and another on the 13th floor of the Sanhua community, conveniently located in the 3 floors that were sealed. At 1:30 p.m., the real estate agent called to inform Ji Jingji and Lu Xianyi to meet at the Sanhua community at 2 p.m. to view the apartment. Lu Xianyi was only 17 years old and looked quite young, so she specifically put on heavier makeup. A few minutes later, Xinu and Qiao Xun also received the apartment viewing notification. Team A then set off. They took 2 cars. Xinu and Qiao Xun's personas were seasoned office workers, making money but quite picky and frugal, so they drove a rented cheap car. Ji Jingji and Lu Xianyi portrayed a middle-class family whose elders provided money for buying a house, driving a mid-range sedan. Ji Jingji and Lu Xianyi arrived first and were taken to view the apartment on the 9th floor. After Xinu and Qiao Xun reached the Sanhua community, the manager of the real estate agency, Zhang Yang, immediately came over enthusiastically to greet them. "You must be Mr. Qiao and Miss Xin." Xinu, the spokesperson, nodded and smiled, saying yes. "I am Zhang Yang, responsible for showing you the apartment. There is only one person. Generally, apartment viewings are conducted with 2 or more people," which was good news for Xinu and Qiao Xun. "In our community, there's a subway station and a bus stop 300 meters to the east, a large commercial street and a shopping center to the north, and a farmer's market about 500 meters to the west. Transportation, living facilities, school districts, entertainment, and everything else are all available." Qiao Xun realized that Xinu was a skilled actress, perfectly portraying a meticulous, somewhat sharp, and picky character, which sometimes made Qiao Xun genuinely think he was house hunting with his wife. Before they even reached the selected room, Xinu had already made manager Zhang break into a sweat with her eloquence. As soon as they entered the elevator, Qiao Xun and Xinu noticed that the buttons for the 10th, 11th, and 12th floors were blocked. Xinu immediately raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are those floors blocked?" Manager Zhang hurriedly replied, "They're under renovation." "Renovating all 3 floors at once? How are the residents supposed to live?" Xinu pressed on. Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering why she was asking such specific questions. Why care about other floors? He certainly couldn't mention any strange incidents. As a real estate agent, his sole focus was to make a sale. After all, the commission was enticing. They were definitely renovating, but he didn't specify what exactly was being done. You agents always try to pull a fast one, exaggerating the good and being vague about the bad. Xinu remarked, and after a pointed comment, she didn't say much more. The elevator quickly arrived at the 13th floor. The lighting was decent, and the hallway was relatively clean. Room 1302 was the one they were there to view. Manager Zhang took out an electronic key card to open the door, and a strong smell of disinfectant wafted out. Xinu wrinkled her nose in disgust and asked, "What is that smell?" Manager Zhang explained, "The previous owner just moved out, and the house has been disinfected. Did you find out why they moved?" "Sin iu inquit. That is a personal matter I'm not privy to," Manager Zhang replied. Although we try to be responsible for the next tenant, they only mentioned that their child needed to change schools. Manager Zhang led them inside and immediately started the introduction. The living room has a balcony, a fan-shaped floor-to-ceiling window for better lighting, and it's well ventilated with a north-south orientation. The total area is 146.5 square meters, including a shared area of 12.5 square meters. The water and electricity manager, Zhang, guided them through each room. Xin wasn't unreasonable. As long as he explained things clearly, she would comment on whether it was good or bad. If he couldn't explain something, she would keep asking questions. At 3:11 p.m., Lu Xini sent a message in the tower's internal channel saying she had arrived on the 10th floor. As soon as the message came through, Qiao Xun sprang into action, suddenly feeling breathless and coughing a few times. Xinu quickly asked, "Are you feeling very uncomfortable?" Qiao nodded. Manager Zhang asked, "Mr. Qiao, what's wrong?" "I have a bit of asthma. I've been smelling the disinfectant for too long, so I'm going out to get some fresh air. You all continue your conversation." "All right, Mr. Qiao. If you turn right when you go out, there's a public platform at the end. It's well ventilated there." Qiao Xun nodded, pressed his chest, and walked out. He closed the door behind him. Once outside, his demeanor changed instantly as he quickly approached the stairwell. He activated a small jamming device to block the surveillance cameras. When he reached the stairwell and headed for the 12th floor, he found that aside from the stairs, all other areas were blocked by isolation panels, leaving no entry points. The elevator was shut down, and the entrance was sealed. It seemed that these 3 floors had been forcibly locked down by the authorities. A typical real estate company would not take such actions. If it were an investigative team from the Central Inspection Office, they could obtain documents directly from the authorities. However, this private investigative team could not do that. The tower and the management departments were not aligned, and there were significant rifts in many aspects, especially at the local level. Fortunately, thanks to Qiao Xun's advanced reconnaissance, they had anticipated this situation and were well prepared for an attack. Qiao Xun took a breaching knife, something resembling a hammer knife, but more powerful, out of the standard briefcase of a corporate drone. It was manufactured by the 73rd Arms Factory, which specializes in weapons and electronic devices related to metal diseases. First, he sprayed soundproofing spray around, then quickly used the breaching knife to cut through the isolation panel. The opening was quite neat, allowing Qiao Xun to seamlessly reattach the broken panel after entering. Once inside, he first sent a message in the team channel to inform them that he had arrived on the 12th floor. The 12th floor was without power, and the corridor was very dark. A damp smell wafted through, as if something had been soaked in water. Qiao Xun controlled his heart rate and body temperature, moving slowly. He stopped in front of the door of room 1201. A few strands of forked black marks were seeping out from the crack at the bottom of the door, resembling the branches of a cypress tree. Qiao Xun took off his gloves and put them on, tentatively touching the surface. There was no change, nor any raised feeling. The black marks blended seamlessly with the floor. After thinking for a moment, he took off the gloves and directly touched it. Suddenly, the black marks began to move, burrowing into his fingers, the motion resembling that of a tissue absorbing water. Rune, totem, adaptation talent. Qiao Xun encountered this cognitive information completely shrouded in mist for the first time. The only thing he knew was that this black mark was some kind of rune. Runes are carried by source metal, which is known as the anomalous biological metal virus. Is there source metal in the room? Or is the floor made of source metal? A cold breeze swept past Qiao Xun's neck, and he immediately got goosebumps. Something's not right. Qiao Xun remembered that when he looked up at the apartment building before, the windows on the 10th to 12th floors were all blocked by isolation boards. Where's this wind coming from? Woo-woo. A low sound of wind began to rise. Qiao Xun stretched out a hand to feel the direction of the wind. The wind was blowing out from the crack of the door. In a room with sealed windows and a power outage. Why was there wind? Tick-tock. Just as he was pondering, there was another dripping sound. Judging by its intensity and pitch, it was the sound of water dripping onto the floor. Water leaking from upstairs? Drip. Tick-tock. Gurgle. Another sound emerged, the sound of glass ball rolling on the floor. Previous scientific explanations stated that hearing the sound of a glass ball rolling from upstairs at night was not due to a child playing with a glass ball at midnight, but rather the sound produced by a contracting pipe. But would the sound of a contracting pipe be so rhythmic? The gurgling sound came closer and then moved away. Gurgle, gurgle. Qiao Xun looked at the gap in the floor door again, and the black runes that had originally emerged were no longer visible. Have I scared them away? Qiao Xun was puzzled when he suddenly heard a hissing sound, like a snake flicking its tongue. It was very quiet, but often, in a very silent place, such sharp and threatening sounds would evoke a chilling sensation. A tiny black that appeared silently at the peephole of room 1201. So small it was almost imperceptible. However, Qiao Xun had an extremely high sensitivity to his surroundings, and he noticed it almost the moment his gaze flicked over. He stared at the black dot. It was pure black, without a hint of color, even possessing an indescribable beauty. This beauty seemed to have a captivating quality, reflecting against the deep black of the human eye. The dot grew larger, but in Qiao Xun's eyes, it seemed unchanged. He quietly observed, gradually feeling a strange sensation. It felt as if he was not looking at the black dot, but rather the black dot was looking at him. He was entranced, like admiring a perfect piece of art. Then the black dot changed shape, no longer a point, as branching black traces spread from the center of the dot, crawling over the entire door and then onto the walls on either side, like a mass of black worms wriggling forward. How vibrant it was, so reminiscent of a creature's yearning for life. Qiao Xun is also pursuing life. In his mind, an illusion arises, which is that he is also a part of those distorted black marks, and he should not stand in three-dimensional space, but should instead continuously move forward in a two-dimensional plane like them. Forward, he slowly moves forward to touch those black two-dimensional worms. 005, special number 36. Qiao Xun suddenly woke up, stepping back several paces. Just moments ago, he had once again caught a glimpse of the golden stairway to divinity. He knew this was something that occurred when his consciousness fell into confusion. He turned to look at the door, and chills ran down his back. There were no black marks covering the entire door. There had always been just a single black dot attached to the peephole. It was that had drawn him in, creating an illusion. Recalling the feeling from just now made his heart race. It felt as if he was under the spell of shaman, his body no longer belonging to him, acting in ways he could not perceive at all. It was like being cursed. XINU's message appeared in the team channel just in time, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling still alive in this world. Qiao Xun, what's the situation? Very complicated, hard to explain. There are clear anomalies just on the 12th floor. What about the contamination level? Very low, 26. It doesn't seem like a contaminated environment. How's it on your side? I've temporarily controlled the manager. Once I simulate the observational factors, I'll come down immediately. The so-called observational factors refer to the traces of evolution of things. A scout with the talent of reconnaissance typically determines environmental changes and traces of evolution through these observational factors. The reason for entering here through roleplay instead of directly coming in is to simulate normal observational factors, preventing detection by other scouts. Suddenly, Elshini said in the team channel, "Report, rune traces found on the 10th floor." XINU immediately asked, "Can you confirm what totem it is?" "Cannot confirm." "You too. Do not act without permission. Wait for rendezvous." "Understood." Jijingji, how's the simulation of the observational factors on your side? It will be completed in 2 minutes. Good. Once done, go meet up with Elshini immediately. Received. Qiao Xun stood quietly in place, motionless, almost merging with the darkness. He closed his eyes and perceived everything around him with his other senses. Sounds, temperature, breath, the sound of water pipes, the sound of wind blowing through the alley, the sound of glass balls rolling, and the hissing of breaths intertwined together. Qiao Xun currently lacks detective talents, so he can only try to depict the structure of the room using various pieces of information he has gathered. He imagines himself opening the door and stepping into the foyer, with shoe cabinets and shelves on either side, decorated with some ornaments. From the sound of the wind, he deduces that there should be porcelain. Continuing further inside, the sound on the left is relatively deep and prolonged, likely from the corridor outside the bedroom, study, or bathroom, while the sound on the right is brief and hurried, possibly from the kitchen and small storage room. The source of the wind is. He furrows his brow, constantly trying to sketch based on the subtle changes in the wind sound at different locations. It should be in the innermost room. A study? A game room? A cat room? But it seems that this is not the source, or rather, the source is not in this household. It's very complex. The composition of the sounds is very intricate. The only talent he possesses related to sound is the sound field he scraped from the girl Hong. But unfortunately, the difference in levels is too great, making it too chaotic for him to learn. It's like trying to study calculus in a math major right after finishing kindergarten. About 10 minutes later, a subtle sound comes from the isolation panel. Xianu has arrived. After staying in this dark, damp place filled with unknown fears for a while, seeing Xianu again gives Qiao Xun a warm feeling. Xianu seems to notice the subtle change in his expression, smiles slightly, and softly says, "I'm here." In the darkness, her bright red hair glows like a ball of fire. Qiao Xun pointed to her red high ponytail. "Your hair is glowing. Won't it affect you?" Xianu paused for a moment. "Can you see it?" Qiao Xun was surprised. It turned out that it was invisible. He had always thought that everyone could see her red hair, glowing slightly. Shouldn't it be visible? Xianu shook her head. "No, generally speaking. Unless they have a specific talent. Those with a mental value lower than 1,000 can only see that my hair is red, but not the red light." Indeed, the red light did not reflect on the wall beside them at all. Perhaps it was a kind of light with a more special form. Qiao Xun thought for a moment, tilted his head, and said, "Maybe my eyesight is better? Forget it. I know you are quite special. This kind of thing is not important." Qiao Xun said, "Room 1201, this door in front of me, had black marks at the bottom of the crack before, which should be runes, but now they are gone. Only this black spot at the peephole remains." Xianu stepped forward and looked at the black spot at the peephole. In an instant, Xianu became dazed. "Hey, Captain." Xianu did not respond. "Captain." Xianu remained motionless. Qiao Xun immediately understood that she must have fallen into a state of confusion, just like he did. He reached out and grabbed Xianu's hand. The information was instantly processed in his cognition. Rune erosion, rune, totem, adaptation talent. "Thank you." Qiao Xun loosened her grip and shook his head. "I just fell for it too." Xianu didn't ask him how he got out. If she guessed correctly, what happened just now should be rune erosion. Runes are a type of mark, and there's a saying that they're the traces left by gods in the world. Collecting all the runes of the same totem can allow one to step onto the 7th level. However, this is just speculation and has never been verified. Even a small part of a rune holds mysterious power, a power that can seduce the mind and make a person the host of the rune. What happens after becoming the host of a rune? The relationship between a parasite and its host. Runes attract each other, which can lead to the host controlling and devouring other hosts. This is one explanation of evolution. So, aren't all people working for the gods? In the end, it's just making a wedding dress for the gods to revive. Xianu's brow furrowed slightly. So, this is the purpose of my investigation. Is evolution really just making a wedding dress for the gods? Is the so-called ascension to godhood merely a deception that spans time? Qiao Xun sudeli undesto sin niu. Her pursuit was no longer just evolution. It also involved the reason behind becoming a deity. Gathering her thoughts, Xianu said, "Let's not rush into room 1201. Let's check other rooms first." They walked to the left, where room 1202 was located. The document indicated that the grafted individual lived in room 1101, which was directly below room 1202. There was also a black dot attached to the peephole of room 1202. They walked through the entire corridor on the 12th floor and found that every door had a similar black dot. There were 12 units on each floor. Xianu asked, "Don't you think that black dot on the peephole looks a lot like an eye?" While we look at the black dot, it's also looking at us, like an endless abyss. There were 3 floors, with 12 units on each floor, totaling 36 black dots. Or rather, 36 eyes. Xianu stopped and frowned, muttering, "What kind of number is 36? There are so many things related to 36. After all, it's 12 times 3. In our culture, we often talk about 12 transforming into 3, so analyzing the number 36 alone doesn't have much practical significance. Yes, we need more information. Let's ask about Lu Xianyi and the others. XINU enter the tower network and open the team channel. Lu Xianyi, Ji Jingji, report your situation. We observe the corridor on the 10th floor, the walls, and the 12 doors. Each door has a black dot at the peephole, and the black dot releases a strong erosion rune. Luckily, I split my consciousness into two, otherwise I would have been affected. Our situation is the same as yours. Next, we plan to go inside. You must be careful. Received. Liuyi is a mental talent of Lu Xianyi that allows her to split her consciousness into two identical parts. One part is active, while the other is a backup. If the primary consciousness encounters any issues, the backup consciousness immediately awakens to take over the body. Qiao Xun couldn't help but think. If he didn't have the special existence in his cognition, and if Lu Xianyi didn't have the talent of the two instruments, or if it was not him and Lu Xianyi who took action first, but XINU and Ji Jingji, would there have already been casualties? A mortality rate of 100 is not just a literal statistic. It is truly written with human lives. Now, it is merely the beginning, and how things will develop later. Qiao Xun cannot predict. 006, a book filled with runes. Qiao Xun and XINU arrived at room 1201, and the black dot on the peephole remained constant. Since the team had the wealthy L Xianyi, there were plenty of high-tech products available. They had seen many combat records in the tower network, and now most confrontations between evolvers and contaminated creatures relied on talent technology, with the effectiveness of any single one being quite limited. The combination of the two, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, was the most suitable approach. The spider, N3, cut off the latch, making a faint sound like a mouse gnawing. With a click, the task was completed. The scene inside astonished the two. Dense black runes covered every surface, twisted and grotesque. They resembled randomly placed wires, as well as irregular honeycombs, with one end of the runes connected to the black dot on the peephole. When the door opened, these runes began to surge and reseed bit by bit. In the foyer, living room, on the walls, and in the adjacent kitchen and small storage room, all the black runes retreated to the left. XINU and Qiao Xun carefully stepped inside. XINU checked the environmental pollution level, 32, which was normal. This indicated that there were no pollution sources nearby. XINU asked, "Did you hear the sound of the wind?" Qiao Xun nodded. He had always heard the sound of the wind, and the sound of glass beads rolling. Glass beads rolling? I didn't hear that. XINU said as she walked towards the direction where the black runes receded. It was a study. She pushed open the door to the study. Everything inside looked normal, but it was empty because the owner had already moved out, with only a few older, somewhat damaged bookshelves remaining. What about those runes? Qiao Xun added that the sound of the wind had also disappeared. XINU noticed this as well and thought for a moment before asking. Could it be that the sound of the wind was brought by the runes? What kind of runes could carry sounds similar to the wind? Each rune has certain characteristics, but very few exhibit physical properties. Qiao Xun walked inside and saw a book on a certain shelf. He walked over. There was a book here. Be careful. XINU cautiously approached the book. It looked like an ancient text, about 4 centimeters thick, with curled corners and yellowed pages. The characters on the cover were heavily worn, making it impossible to see what they were. XINU carefully checked the contamination level, 28. Normal level, essentially just an ordinary item. Qiao Xun was puzzled and asked, why did the homeowner take away all the books but leave this one behind? There are two possibilities. One is that this book was left by a later visitor, and the other is that there is something wrong with this book, and they dare not take it. I remember Bo Shui previously mentioned that the 3 floors were vacated by the residents one after another because strange occurrences happened frequently. For all 36 households to move away, it must be due to something real that happened, not just rumors scaring them. Could it be those runes? From the description in the document Soul Restoration, it seems that the people here started moving away only after the grafting onto that girl from the province was completed. This rules out the possibility that this book was left by someone else. Qiao Xun thought for a moment and asked, Is it possible that those runes before came from this book? Xianu pondered for a while and said, let's take a look. As she spoke, she took out the small robot spider in 3 and placed it on the bookshelf. Then the two of them exited the study together. Spider in 3 opened the old book and scanned the information inside. Outside the study, Xianu and Qiao Xun looked at the scanned information shared in their respective channels on the tower network, gradually frowning. Xianu had a good memory and was able to remember everything at a glance. She quickly recognized that the strange characters scanned were the runes that had previously covered the entire room. However, they were connected together before, making them look very chaotic. Now, separated and displayed on the paper, they were much clearer. Qiao Xun, when asked, do you recognize these characters? Xianu shook her head. Although I had come across some ancient Chinese characters in college, this seemed to not quite conform to human logic of writing. Let's see if AI can recognize it. Subsequently, she took a screenshot of some of the glyphs and input it into the rune recognition tool of the tower network. Unfortunately, this type of rune had never been seen before and had never been included in the tower network's database. Xianu shook her head. This rune was entirely new. There was no basis for research. Qiao Xun recalled the insights he had previously digested. These runes were shrouded in mist, much like the totems after devouring polluted creatures. He was unsure if this was due to his current lack of power and low rank. Let's take this book and check other rooms. Okay, through Spider in 3. It was basically confirmed that the old book itself was not aggressive, and the runes were temporarily bound within the book. Therefore, Xianu directly stored the book away in a special storage bag designed to shield against rune erosion. After leaving room 1201, they headed straight to the left, exploring each room one by one. Although the placement of the books varied and their thickness differed, it could be determined that the recorded runes were of the same type. El Xiani and Ji Zhengji were in a similar situation, with an old book full of rune text placed in each room. In total, there were 36 books. It will be interesting to see what happens after collecting all the books. Qiao Xun remembered something and slightly frowned as he asked, are we going to take these books? Did you think of something? Qiao Xun said, you previously speculated on the reasons why these books were not taken away, ruling out the first possibility, which is that these books were placed here by later arrivals. That leaves one possibility. They dare not take these books. This fear of not daring has its reasons. What would happen if they took these books? The team channel was open, and both Lu Xiani and Ji Zhengji heard Qiao Xun's remarks. Qiao Xun continued. Xianu pondered for a while and said, the graph placed 36 books in 36 rooms, and the purpose of this matter is what we need to explore. If he is not trying to confuse us, then there must be a reason for having to place the 36 books in 36 rooms, El Xiani said, but we haven't found anything special in those rooms. After the owner moved out, they're empty. Qiao Xun said, why not look at it from a holistic perspective? Let's see the commonalities among the 36 rooms, from the aspects of room distribution, environment, etc. Xianu looked at Qiao Xun and asked, did you find anything? I have constructed a distribution model of the 36 rooms in my mind. From above, this building looks like a regular shape, with 3 floors, 10, 11, and 12, located in the middle of the entire building. The geometric centerline of the 3rd floor is directly facing Duanheim Mountain, which is where the grafting incident occurred. The 3 of them each constructed such a model in their minds according to Qiao Xun's description and found that the actual situation matched his words perfectly. El Xiani curiously asked, is this a formation? Such an overly abstract term left the others a bit uncertain. 007. The statue moved? The main question now is whether or not to take away the 36 books. They were unsure if taking these books would trigger some uncontrollable events, as there was a precedent for this. Although it was uncertain whether the previous 4 investigation teams perished because they took the 36 books, it could be inferred that they discovered these 36 books. The special number 36 was fermenting in the minds of the 4. Xianu cut off the team channel and looked at Qiao Xun, asking, do you have any good suggestions? Qiao Xun smiled and said, you're the captain, so what good advice can I give? Taking away 36 books is a risky behavior that comes with significant risks. Xianu looked elsewhere, raising an eyebrow. This kind of risk was undeniably enticing. Qiao Xun thought for a moment and said, I believe that this kind of risk is something we must take on. The investigation task itself carries a high degree of uncertainty. We are essentially blind, groping our way forward. We can't see what lies ahead. We can only advance bit by bit, gradually piecing together the whole story based on what we touch. In a situation where any choice lacks a specific direction, every choice carries equivalent risks. From the perspective of the graft maker, placing 36 books in 36 rooms, with the center of those rooms pointing directly to Duanhai Mountain, which is also the place where he had the accident. Rather than calling it an accident, it could be said that it was the place where he conducted the grafting. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Xian carefully considered Qiao Xun's thoughts, and after repeated deliberation, nodded and said, "This should be the optimal solution at the moment. Indeed, my choice was correct. Qiao Xun. What choice? To have you join the team." Qiao Xun smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by my rhetoric. By choosing to believe me, you also take on the risks that come with my advice. This isn't just about believing, it's about your thought process. Investigative tasks are not solely the domain of innate abilities. Runes, totems, mysteries, and various other elements challenge conventional understanding. The ability to easily break out of conventional thinking is, in itself, a rare talent. Xian believes in her judgment, not out of blind confidence, but based on actual events. She is not overly curious about Qiao Xun's secrets, nor does she think that his repeated escapes from danger are mere luck. Even if we take a step back, luck, as an unconventional factor, can indeed yield surprising results in special circumstances. After completing this, they regrouped on the 11th floor. Room 1102 is where the grafting agent resides, but they found nothing particularly different from the other rooms inside. Similarly, they made rubbings of all the runes from the 12 books in the 12 rooms on the 11th floor. After another thorough investigation and finding no more unusual items, they left the building. By then, it was 8 p.m. Standing at the base of the C-shaped building, Qiao Xun gazed at the 3rd floor, which was blocked by isolation panels, lost in thought. Shinny poked him in the right waist and curiously asked, "What are you thinking? Are we missing something?" Shinny squatted down, resting her chin on her palm, and said, "There is no clear starting point to this whole affair. Wherever we go, it feels like we've overlooked something." Ji Jingji said, "They all have a clear understanding of the current situation. No one is feeling relaxed." Qiao Xun thought to himself that the level of this investigation team was indeed quite high. What exactly did the other 35 residents, aside from the graft man, see? And how did those books end up in their homes? I think we need to clarify this. Xian looked at the sky and said. The three nodded in agreement. After returning to the base behind the bar, Xian immediately pulled up the team channel for the tower network to contact the two who were far away in Duanhai Mountain. Ki Boksu Suyun, how is the situation over there? The situation is quite complex. It can't be explained in a short time. You should first take a look at the video. He then sent a video file. The four in the base opened the video simultaneously. Dense vegetation came into view. Duanhai Mountain had not been developed as a tourist attraction. So generally, those who went there were not ordinary tourists but mountain climbing enthusiasts. Fewer visitors naturally meant a better natural environment, as could be seen from the dense vegetation. According to prior investigations, the graft man went missing on a cliff on the west side of Duanhai Mountain. The official report stated that he fell off the cliff, but no body was found because the bottom of the cliff was a very complex valley. After a 7-day search yielded no results, the search was abandoned. In the video, Zhuijun, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, was clearing the way with a sickle-shaped tool, and the recording perspective was from Qi Buishue's first-person view. They were advancing in a valley that was almost devoid of human traces. Various plants were growing wildly, and no discernible path could be seen. To ensure nothing was missed, the video was not edited, but was sped up. With Zhuijun, the warrior, clearing the way, they made very good progress, reaching the center of the valley, where the graft man fell, in just 3 hours. There was a small stream here, which had a small flow, but was clear, perhaps because no one had set foot there. After following the stream for about 100 meters, they discovered a humanoid stone sculpture in a dense thicket. Although it was humanoid, its appearance was quite strange, and it had suffered severe wind erosion, making it impossible to imagine what it looked like in good condition. The stone sculpture was larger than an adult male, roughly similar in size to an ordinary deformed frogman. Beneath the stone sculpture was a stone platform, and a line of text was inscribed on the front of the platform. but the traces of weathering made it impossible to discern what it said. They continued onward and walked another 100 meters, encountering a second stone sculpture, which looked different, but also suffered severe wind erosion. After advancing another 100 meters, they found a third stone sculpture. In this way, they discovered a stone sculpture every 100 meters. In total, they found 12 stone sculptures, each with different appearances, but all shared the common point of severe wind erosion, making it impossible to determine what kind of sculptures they were. After that, Qiao and Xun circled the valley several times, and aside from these stone sculptures, they found nothing particularly special. Gradually it got dark. The video ended here. Qiao said, "This is what Xun and I experienced today in the valley at the foot of the cliff on Duanhai Mountain." The four in the base exchanged glances. Jijingji said, 12 stone sculptures just correspond to 12 rooms on one floor. Lu Xini added, "Moreover, did you notice that based on their route, if you connect the 12 stone sculptures, they form a shape?" Xinu pondered. If they correspond to each other, then there should be 36 stone sculptures. Qiao Xun constructed a basic model in his mind and reminded them, "Don't forget, one floor has 12 rooms, and 3 floors have 36 rooms. If we consider the valley as a flat surface, then there should indeed only be 12 stone sculptures." LV Xini looked at Qiao Xun and asked, "But what about the other 2 floors?" Her deep blue-black eyes were filled with exploration and contemplation. The internet-addicted girl, when serious, gave off a feeling of being from a prestigious family. The people in both locations fell into thought. Xinu, as the team leader, considered the overall situation and said to Qiao and Zhuojuan, "Understood." As soon as Qiao finished saying understood, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wait." Xinu asked, "What is wrong?" "I think I saw the first statue. Move." Xinu's heart sank immediately, and he shouted, "Don't linger, hurry and leave." 008 Unknown Threat. Ji Zhengji frowned, looking worried, and all four felt a chill in their bodies. Qiao Xun calmed down first and said, "We should consider taking action." The sudden changes had undoubtedly disrupted the plan. Originally, the first day was meant for investigating the situation on the ground, followed by gathering intelligence, and then determining the optimal solution for the subsequent plan based on the existing information. A hint of crimson appeared in Xinu's eyes, and her red hair began to flicker like flames. "Everyone prepare to set off. We're heading to Duanhai Mountain." "Yes." Soon, the four of them got everything they needed ready. They were more or less aware that this departure was not just a preliminary investigation like in the morning. They might have to face confrontation, so they brought their weapons along. The four quickly gathered outside the bar. The bar was lively at night, and the booming dance music could be heard clearly from across the street. The four of them drove in Xinu's powerful, modified off-road vehicle, speeding past. Duanhai Mountain is located north of Qiao County, about 40 kilometers from the county town. The distance was not long, and there weren't many vehicles heading north at night. So Xinu drove quickly. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the foot of Duanhai Mountain. Duanhai Mountain had not developed a tourism economy, so there were no basic infrastructures like circular mountain roads or cable cars. Moreover, since Qibo and Shui's Valley was located on the inner side of Duanhai Mountain, they had to hike up the mountain to get down to the valley. Qiao Xun was dressed in standard uniform because he needed to carry weapons, resembling a special forces team from a film or drama. The weapons and uniforms were provided by Lu Xini, produced by the 73rd Armory, which led Qiao Xun to believe that someone in her family was one of the decision-makers at the 73rd Armory. The four of them were all evolvers and had a very fast climbing speed. Although Lu Xini was the guide, majoring in the mental system, and Xinu was the leader, majoring in the support system, it didn't mean that their roles were like fragile mages or support characters in a game. On the contrary, their physical strength was quite good. Evolution has never been just a one-sided enhancement of talent. It is a comprehensive process. Jijingji, even if slim, was a warrior clearing the way in front. "Do you really not have any talent abilities?" Qiao Xun said, "The evaluation of the tower is indeed like this. I'm not sure about the condition of my body, but as you can see, my physical strength is very high." Xini thought for a moment and said, "You might be a latent evolutionist. Your innate ability hasn't manifested outwardly. It's hidden within your body." Ji Zhengji interjected from the front, from the performance. "It could also be an anti-type ability." After all, exhibiting this kind of physical strength with your mental value suggests a higher likelihood of it being anti-type than others. In fact, according to Qiao Xun's understanding, the amphibious trait is not anti-type. It is a talent exclusive to non-evolutionary polluted organisms, with mixed abilities and high complexity. Xian remained silent. Her thoughts were somewhat different. Half an hour later, the four of them reached the summit of Duanhai Mountain. Even the normally bright moonlight now appeared dim and gloomy. According to Xian's tracing, they quickly found the route that Qiao and Jun took from the cliff to the valley. Along the way, there were wild grasses, thorns, and signs of some shrubs being cut down, with footprints reflected on the damp soil. The path from the cliff to the valley was very rugged, only accessible to evolutionists like them. Ordinary climbers would hardly consider such a place as a path. The downhill slope was covered with broadleaf trees, and when the wind blew, they looked like swaying, ghostly shadows under the moonlight. The path down to the valley was not as easy as the way up. It took nearly an hour for them to reach the valley entrance. Xian whispered, "Slow down and stay alert. Xian, activate the Hui Ming force field." Okay. Xian slightly closed her eyes and then opened them. Her originally blue-black eyes changed. Her left eye turned completely black, while her right eye turned completely white. Hui Ming was her main talent, a mental-type ability that could perceive the changes in light and darkness of objects. The left eye sees light, and the right eye sees darkness, with colors reversed. Wrapped in the Hui Ming force field, Qiao Xun found that the world in his eyes became very clear. Light and darkness flowed, and the flowers, grass, and trees were adorned with different hues, their forms constantly distorting. It was like experiencing hallucinations after consuming a toxic mushroom. But this was not a negative effect. He could judge the changing attributes of an object based on the distribution of light and darkness on it, including movement trajectory, energy distribution, and resistance strength. It was a very strong mental-type talent. The wind in the valley sounded more like the wailing of ghosts, jarring the nerves of the group. They continued forward along the path taken by Qiao and Jun. Through the Hui Ming force field, Qiao Xun could easily perceive how the two had walked along this open path, which further facilitated his mental modeling. Constructing mental models had always been his way of analyzing patients' conditions, and after acquiring the ability to devour and digest, this capability grew stronger with each instance of devouring and digesting. From initially being able to create only basic images, he could now construct precise models in small areas. He did not know how this ability would evolve in the future. A world in his mind. Before long, they arrived at the location of the first stone sculpture in the video that Qiao had sent. But there was no stone sculpture there. The stone sculpture moved. Qiao Xun's nose twitched, and he said, "There's a smell of blood." Then, he walked toward the large stone wall behind the position of the stone statue. In the dim moonlight, he could see a spray-like blood stain on the wall. Xin Yu Vao Wen, feeling uneasy. Xian, sense whose blood it is. It's Qiao. Xian frown deepened. There were no signs of a fight around. If the statue had attacked them, it would only leave no traces of a struggle if it had controlled them with a single strike. After Qiao said the statue moved, Ent said another word. If there had been a confrontation with his basic training as a sentinel, he would definitely have activated perspective sharing. The emergence of this situation was more likely a case of being controlled in one hit. After she finished speaking, the mood of the few people became somewhat heavy. Jijingji asked, "What about Jun? He is the main defensive warrior. Could he also be controlled in one hit?" Xian looked ahead and said, "Xian, trace the spiritual residue." Yes. Xian walked ahead. In her eyes, countless colorful lines appeared, like auroras in the distant sky under a long exposure. Following Xian's pace, they moved slowly and cautiously. In the silent night, an unknown threat lurked. 009, Pan, Qiao. The wind blew through the valley, and faintly, the sound of flowing water could still be heard. However, from the surrounding environment, there were no obvious traces of water flow. Following Xian's steps, Qiao Xun and the others advanced slowly. The bright moon illuminated the valley, adding to the chill. Xian sensed the surrounding energy traces, scents, and spiritual residues. To her, the rugged and complex path of the valley was composed of many lines of different colors, with different lines representing the movement trajectories of different scents. Among the many lines representing movement trajectories, some are very thick and extremely bright. According to past experience, such lines generally indicated living beings, anomalous creatures, or pollutants. She wasn't sure which category the stone statues belonged to, but since they could instantly control Qi Boshua and Zhuijun, the energy they possessed must be quite strong. According to the video Qi Boshua had shared earlier, the position of the second stone statue was under the stone wall ahead. Qiao Xun looked down at the stone wall. It was empty, with no stone carvings in sight. Lu Xinyi asked Xinu, "Sister, should we go take a look?" Xinu thought for a moment and said, "Ji Jingji, lead the way. Xinyi, monitor the fluctuations in nearby spiritual energy. If anything unusual happens, report it immediately, and we will retreat quickly." Understood. Ji Jingji and Lu Xinyi each took their orders. Ji Jingji lowered his center of gravity. He was tall and thin, and when he crouched, he resembled a hunting cheetah. Xinu stood in front of Qiao Xun, prepared to lead him away at the first sign of danger. They approached slowly, stepping lightly on the soft, muddy ground. The lush bushes rustled, making sound as they brushed against each other. Upon reaching the position of the second stone carving, no unusual phenomena occurred, but everyone remained tense, focusing on their respective duties. Xinu moved to the front of the group, crouching down to examine the ground beneath the stone wall. There was a gray-white stone platform covered in moss. On the platform, there were two distinct marks, which appear to be footprints larger than those of an average man. This should be the base beneath the stone carving. Ji Jingji adjusted his glasses and said, "Generally speaking, the stone carving and its base should be one piece. If they are separated, there shouldn't be any footprints left behind. This situation looks more like the stone carving and the base were pieced together." Xinu nodded. "You're right. From the footage earlier, the color and material of the stone carving and the base are different, indicating they must be assembled." Qiao Xun asked, "What is the necessity of doing this? It will be just fine to place the stone sculpture here directly. Why must it be mounted on a base?" Human-shaped stone sculptures themselves carry strong symbolic meaning, either for commemoration, worship, or artistic processing. In this case, I lean more towards the idea of worship, and since it is for worship, adding a base is understandable. Of course, if it were a single piece, it would also be for stability. If it is not a single piece, then using stability as a reason doesn't hold up. Qiao Xun's gaze wandered up and down the base. Suddenly, he frowned and walked forward, squatting down beside Xinu. "Did you find something?" Xinu asked. "Can we dig it open to take a look?" Xinu looked at the carving marks and immediately nodded, saying, "Ji Jingji, get to work." Ji Jingji nodded, stepped forward, and made a knife hand gesture with his right hand, then struck down hard on the ground. A shock wave radiated from his right hand, lifting the surrounding weeds and gravel. The soil in an area of about 1 square meter in front of the base shattered inch by inch. He then flipped his hand and slapped down with his palm, pushing the shattered soil aside to create a concave space. The stone base was about 1 meter high underground. The eyes of the few people gathered again on the base. Now, it was clearer. A series of neatly arranged carving marks covered the surface directly in front of the base. Qiao Xun quickly sketched these carved marks in his mind, and then compared them one by one with the runes recorded in the 36 ancient books found in the Sanhua community. A number gradually became clear. These carved marks were consistent with the runes in the ancient book from room 1111. Upon hearing Qiao Xun's words, the three of them were slightly taken aback and a bit surprised. Lu Xinyi asked, "Did you verify it so quickly?" Qiao Xun said softly, "My memory is quite good. Those who can become third-tier evolvers usually have strong memory skills, but it's rare to see someone like Qiao Xun who can quickly verify everything with just a glance. This ability is generally only possible for those with high mental attributes or specific memory processing talents. Therefore, the three of them were somewhat surprised. Ji Jingji temporarily dismissed the idea of considering Qiao Xun as a latent warrior, thinking he might be a latent guide instead. L. Xinyi and Xinu quickly verified their findings, agreeing with Qiao Xun. They retrieved a copy of the rune marked as 1111 from the Team Channel database in the Tower Network, and, after careful comparison, found that the carving marks on the base matched the runes on the first page of the book in room 1111. Qiao Xun said, generally speaking, the first page of a book, like the inscriptions on a base, is usually descriptive, providing a basic overview of the book and the statue. Shinny exhaled and said with a hint of regret, it's a pity that the data analysis of the tower network cannot determine the textual logic of the runes recorded in those 36 books, making it impossible to interpret the content. Xianyu and Zhizhengji also had no clues. Generally, the linguistic logic of the same civilization is similar. Even if the writing and language are different, meanings can be inferred through data analysis based on internal logic, such as the frequency of characters and the positions of identical phrases. If even the world's strongest data analysis from the tower network cannot analyze the internal logic, there is only one possibility. These runes are not the language or writing of human civilization and do not follow the linguistic logic of human civilization. Qiao Xun looked at the carved markings, deep in thought. He was pondering what the correspondence of the runes truly meant. After a moment, he stepped into the hollow space created by Zhizhengji's palm. Gently extending his right index finger, he slowly touched the carved markings on the surface of the base. A surge of excitement coursed through his heart, and then his head felt slightly warm. A string of cognitive information emerged. Rune engraving, rune, coiling dragon, 1. Totem, battle of the life deity, ascension path, Slayer, compatible talents. Qiao Xun was taken aback. This time, a lot of cognitive information suddenly emerged. It was as if all the cognitive information he had digested in the 3 buildings of the Sanhua community had been obscured by fog. Although there was still quite a bit of vague information this time, the key runes and totems had been decoded, and the route to ascending to the divine level had also revealed its first stage. Ponchio. Qiao Xun murmured this name in his heart. The carvings on the surface of the base were not runes, but a kind of rune engraving. To be precise, it was part of the engraving of a rune. 010, the power of the gods. Xianyu looked at Qiao Xun, who was frowning in thought, and asked, do you sense anything? If it were an ordinary task, Qiao Xun might have shaken his head and said nothing. However, now that he was in this investigative team, undertaking this task with very limited information, any piece of information could affect the progress of the mission. In high-risk tasks like this, every piece of information was crucial. A slight misstep could lead to a fate similar to that of the previous investigative team, which was completely wiped out. Therefore, Qiao Xun did not hide his skills as he had before. Instead, he frowned and asked, have you heard of Ponchio? Zhizhengji adjusted his glasses and said, the coiling dragon. The Qiao dragon is a mythical creature, a dragon with horns and a body like a tall horse. Before becoming an evolver, Zhizhengji was an ancient literature researcher. He continued, the Eastern Han Wei Boyang Zhou Kintongqi records. The male does not dwell alone. The female does not reside in solitude. The Xuanwu turtle and snake support each other. The Ponchio assist each other. To clarify the distinction between male and female, ultimately supporting each other, Qiao Xun asked, what does this sentence mean? It generally says that yin and yang must be in harmony to achieve balance. Xianyu looked at Qiao Xun and asked, did you discover something? Qiao Xun stood up, his expression calm. The cold moonlight shone on his face, making it look desolate. Lu Xianyi's eyes instantly sparkled with wonder. Wow, how is this possible? Interpreting the runes is just too amazing. Qiao Xun shook his head and said, this is not some magical ability. It's a way for me to engage with the world of evolutionists. A special talent? Perhaps. Gradually adapting to the changes of the new world. Qiao Xun has come to understand many things. When dealing with the new world, one must use new methods, face and accept changes calmly, and approach them with humility and reverence. At first, he always claimed to be an ordinary person, just a normal person's instinctive behavior in the face of the unknown. Although he is a psychological counselor, he is not exempt from this instinctive behavior. The world is changing rapidly, and Qiao Xun knows he cannot always face it with old methods. Perhaps, maintaining a low profile and developing quietly is not the rule of the new world. Xianyu looked at Qiao Xun, her eyes rippling with emotion. She asked, didn't you interpret it before in the Sanhua community? Qiao Xun nodded, saying that the content was too narrow in scope. Simple runes are difficult to interpret, but content preserved in the form of rune inscriptions is much easier to decipher. Ji Jingji looked at Qiao Xun seriously and said, "Your latent talent may be in the realm of information. If that is the case, it would be quite rare." Qiao Xun shrugged and said nonchalantly, "El Shini actually thinks this is not bad." With a hint of complaint, she added, "It's better to have ordinary talent. You probably don't know what we've been through." Saying this, she quickly shut her mouth and cautiously glanced at Xianyu. Xianyu shook her head and replied, "It's fine. Those things aren't really secrets." Qiao Xun asked, "So, what exactly have you experienced? Let's head to the next stone statue and talk along the way." As usual, El Shini sensed the aura, energy traces, and mental traces in front. Ji Jingji was responsible for clearing the path. Behind them, Xianyu whispered, "In the central branch of the Republic, there is a department called the Gene Selection Research Center. In name, it studies life sciences, but in reality, it's an evolutionary processing plant. Genetic modification, talent forging, gene integration, and other experiments are conducted daily. We have all undergone gene integration experiments, which means altering our bodies according to specific talents to adapt to them. This process is very painful, and the success rate is extremely low. It doesn't sound very humane. Actually, this kind of thing is being done by countries all over the world. They're all trying to get a head start in the new era. They have been searching for ways to freely control talent abilities. Free control of talents. Godlike abilities? Yes. That's why we often say that people always face the glory of the divine, wanting to take its place. The goal is great, but the process is brutal." Xianyu's expression was complex, and finally, she said softly, "So, I hope you don't walk into that furnace." Qiao Xun smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your concern. Captain, I think the evolvers should perhaps be a bit selfish. You're right. On the path of evolution, everyone who can step onto the divine ladder should be a bit selfish." They continued forward, cautiously approaching the location of the third stone sculpture. The situation was the same. Only one pedestal remained. Xianyu glanced into the distant darkness and said, "Given the current situation, it seems that every subsequent stone sculpture might have disappeared." Lu Xini added, "From the energy fluctuation traces I've observed, they share a common path of advancement." Qi Buishue and Zhuojun's whereabouts were still unknown. If the stone sculptures came to life because of the two of them, it was possible that these sculptures intended to take them to accomplish something. If they were merely seen as invaders, the first stone sculpture could have already ended this matter. Of course, the specifics still needed to be analyzed accordingly. Following the previous method, Ji Jingji dug through the soil and rock layers in front of the pedestal. Qiao Xun touched and analyzed. From the cognitive information, this was still part of the content of the rune pan law. However, compared to before, no more information was parsed out. He thought it might require more runes to be engraved. Subsequently, the four-member team gradually reached all 12 stone sculptures, under the dim and bright force field. Lu Xini was almost certain that all the stone sculptures were heading in the same direction. After devouring and digesting the 12th stone sculpture, the cognitive information finally experienced a change. Rune engraving, rune, panlong, incomplete. Totem, battle of life and death, divine ascension route. Governing yin and yang, death to the North Dipper. Life to the South Dipper, compatible talent. Destiny, following heaven. The cognitive information became much more complete, suddenly revealing 4 divine ascension paths. Qiao Xun felt that the route of this ascending god-long steps was somewhat different from the existing routes in the tower network. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Perhaps more information about the rune engravings was needed. Unfortunately, because it was the devoured and digested rune engravings, rather than the runes themselves, he couldn't learn the talent mechanics compatible with the rune spiral, like he had with the talents he had previously devoured. Xianyu looked at Qiao Xun and asked, "So, do you have more detailed information?" Qiao Xun did not say it directly. The cognitive information obtained so far is too fragmented to organize a coherent logic. To avoid misleading, he said, "The information is quite chaotic, and it's hard to make sense of it for now. We may need more." Xianyu nodded and then looked at Lu Xini. "Xini, you have confirmed the direction of the 12 stone sculptures, right?" "Yes, confirmed." Xianyu took a slight breath and then exhaled, his expression serious. "Everyone, we may have to face danger soon, so please be fully alert." "Yes, let's go." In the dim light of the Huiming power field, The four of them moved forward along the energy traces converging from the 12 stone sculptures. They passed through a narrow mountain pass, with trickling water and moss-covered stone walls on both sides. After the mountain pass, there was a relatively regular cave entrance, supported by stone pillars with obvious signs of polishing and engraving. Vines hanging down from above resembled the snake hair of Medusa, desolate and cold. Xin stepped forward and looked at the engraved marks on the stone pillars, saying, "This is an underground air raid shelter. Judging by the age, it should have been left over from the anti-invasion war 100 years ago." At that time, Jiding City often suffered bombings from invaders, and there were many such shelters, but very few have been completely preserved to this day. She peered inside, and it was pitch black, resembling the gaping mouth of a drooling beast. "Let's go in." Ji Jingji voluntarily walked to the front of the line. Thanks to Lu Xianyi's enhancement of the Hui Ming power field, they could see the path clearly without needing any light. The air raid shelter was very damp, with a strong smell of water. There was a whistling wind sound, suggesting there were likely more than just this one entrance. Qiao's night vision ability is excellent, and he can also utilize thermal sensing, so the situation in the air raid shelter appears more three-dimensional to him. The corridor is uneven, with some areas having standing water. Qiao Xun saw a series of footprints next to a puddle, many and mixed, making it difficult to distinguish how many pairs of feet had passed through here. The wet ground clearly showed the imprints left by footsteps. After crossing this roughly 100-meter-long passage, the space opened up significantly, resembling a large underground basement. As soon as they arrived, the four of them almost simultaneously realized that this air raid shelter had been modified. 12 small rooms had been created in all directions around this circular large basement. In the center of the basement was a platform, upon which lay a blackened corpse, positioned flat on its back, with its arms crossed over its chest and feet tightly closed. The howling wind echoed throughout the large underground basement, creating a chaotic atmosphere, making it impossible to determine where the wind was coming from, or rather, it seemed to come from all directions. Qiao Xun became increasingly familiar with the sound of the wind. Gradually, he realized that it was the same wind sound he had heard earlier in the three-story building of the Sanhua community. The frequency, timbre, and intensity were all identical. But why was the wind sound here echoing in those rooms? Xin frowned and asked Lu Xianyi, "Do you sense the spiritual traces of Qi Buoxue and Zhuojun?" "No," Lu Xianyi replied, her brow trembling uncontrollably. "Sister Yu, the energy aura here is too chaotic and vast. My will is afraid. The will of a guide is not an abstract concept, but a tangible, observable quantity, similar to a sixth sense, but actually existing." Thud! A sound of an object falling to the ground came from one of the 12 side rooms. Thud! Thud! It was accompanied by a squeaking friction sound. Lu Xianyi said in a deep voice, "The energy nearby is skyrocketing." Xin immediately said, "Prepare for battle." Ji Jingji took off his glasses and placed them in the pocket of his jacket, his body starting to emit a scorching aura. Soon, the four of them saw a stone sculpture emerge from the second side room, counting from the left. This stone sculpture was very special, completely different from the vague, humanoid stone sculpture in the video Qi Buoxue had sent earlier. It had distinct facial features and a strong recognizability, to the point that when the four of them clearly saw its face, their hearts almost skipped a beat. Lu Xianyi murmured, her eyes filled with disbelief, "Zhua, Suyun." Yes, the stone sculpture had the exact same appearance and clothing as Zhuojun, but it was larger in size and had a distinctly gray-white color. Xin frowned. "Be careful." The stone sculpture with Zhuojun's appearance stiffly raised its hand and reached out towards the four at the corridor entrance, making a creaking sound. Its mouth opened and closed, but it did not make any sound. Qiao Xun concentrated on observing its mouth shape, which was saying "run fast." His eyebrows immediately began to twitch uncontrollably, and a strong sense of crisis surged within him. He suddenly shouted, "Run!" This shout exploded at the entrance of the corridor, causing the hearts of the three to tremble. Xin reacted the fastest, immediately saying, "Retreat, retreat." As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of stones grinding against each other densely echoed around, like a landslide. As a soldier, Ji Jingji had excellent physical attributes. He quickly activated his talent, Shuo, stirring the air around him to condense 3 cyclones that enveloped the 3 of them, then exploded outward. Instantly, the 3 were shot out like cannonballs towards the other end of the corridor. Although it was dark inside, the faint moonlight was still visible outside. Even though it was night, their speed was incredibly fast. In just 3 to 4 seconds, they were ejected to the cave entrance from over 100 meters away, with Ji Jingji following closely behind. The exit was within reach. However, things were never absolutely smooth. A figure faster than them broke through the sound barrier, producing a booming sound, and in an instant, it vacuumed the air from the corridor, creating a massive pressure difference. Falling to the ground, the weakest among them, Qiao, began to cough violently. She felt as if her internal organs were about to shatter, but fortunately, her mind remained clear. She quickly took out a patch that looked like a dog-s plaster and stuck it on her neck. After a slight electric current sound, she gradually began to recover. Qiao Xun. This guy has a lot of black technology. With a slight shift in thought, he focused his gaze on the entrance of the passage ahead. A stone sculpture stood there, almost blocking the entrance completely, its face blurry and its entire body covered in the marks of wind and rain erosion, looking quite dilapidated. This figure was consistent with the stone sculpture image in the previous video by Qiao Xun. After taking off his glasses, Ji Jingji seemed like a different person, becoming extremely agitated. He said in a hoarse voice, "The strength is very strong, the speed is very fast, but it has no pollution value, so it's impossible to determine what provides its energy." Xian stood up and looked around, immediately saying, "Spread out, formation 112. Yes, the tactical formation had already been discussed earlier. 112 meant that Ji Jingji was at the front, Xian in the middle, and Qiao Xun and Qiao at the back. From the previous round of attacks, Xian confirmed that none of the 4 in their team could individually confront this stone sculpture in terms of strength. The 4 quickly spread out, concentrating their attention on the stone sculpture at the entrance. Qiao Xun glanced at the second side room, where Jun stood at the door, motionless, as if he had lost all power. Why? Was Jun transformed? Or was it just the stone sculpture mimicking Jun's appearance? Returning to the stone sculpture at the corridor entrance, Qiao Xun compared it in his mind. The etchings on it were basically identical to the third stone sculpture in Qiao Xun's video. It seemed to be in sequence, with each stone sculpture corresponding to its respective side room. The third stone sculpture at the corridor entrance twisted its limbs, creaking as it did so. It looked at the 4 people inside, extending its right index finger to point at Ji Jingji. Then, with its legs slightly bent, it leaped suddenly like a cannonball towards Ji Jingji. Ji Jingji activated Shuo, producing a brief flash of fire as he propelled himself to the side. The third stone sculpture paused briefly after losing its target, and Xian seized the opportunity with near-perfect timing. Her eyes glowed crimson as her powerful auxiliary talent, a forbidden word, activated, and she dropped from the air, crashing to the ground with a tremendous noise, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bang! The stone head shattered instantly into fragments. Then, the body of the stone sculpture collapsed to the ground, motionless. Seeing this scene, the others were momentarily stunned. So weak? But they did not let their guard down, carefully observing. After all, both Qiao Xun and Jun had been controlled in an instant. Thinking of this, Xian looked towards the door of the second side room, where Jun stood still, his face blank. Before she could observe further, something strange happened. The head of the third stone sculpture, which had been smashed to pieces, suddenly emitted black runes, like a swarm of twisted, two-dimensional worms. These runes seemed to possess a powerful attraction, quickly reassembling the shattered head. Many twisted runes clung to the head of the third stone sculpture, making its appearance physiologically unsettling. Qiao suddenly exclaimed, "I understand. It is using the primal runes to exert power. It's different from how we convert rune power into energy for our bodies. The so-called use of primal runes to exert power means that the source of strength is not the individual, but the runes themselves. In other words, the individual is merely a vessel for the runes, driven by them, much like a parasite controlling its host. When rune power is converted into energy within a living organism, It causes genetic mutations, which is commonly referred to as pollution. The level of pollution is an indicator of the degree of genetic mutation. This explains why the surrounding pollution levels were extremely low. The rune power had not been converted at all, so pollution was out of the question. Xianyu furrowed her brow even tighter. There were very few entities that exerted power through primal runes, so they lacked experience in fighting such beings. They could only observe and respond to changes as they came. After standing up, the third stone sculpture immediately locked its hatred onto Ji Zhengji, not even glancing at the three people behind him. For some reason, facing the stone sculpture again felt completely different for Ji Zhengji. A heavy pressure bore down on him, squeezing his lungs and making breathing somewhat uncomfortable, as if the blood in his veins had congealed, filling him with a sense of obstruction. "Captain, I feel something's off." As soon as he finished speaking, the third stone sculpture appeared in front of him at a speed that completely surpassed their reactions and grabbed him by the throat. Qiao Xun instinctively activated his talent, Tianfu Michuan, to momentarily impede the power of the runes within the third stone sculpture. He slightly waved his hand, and Ji Zhengji immediately felt a gust of wind beneath his feet, propelling him away. In that brief moment, an overwhelming fear surged within Ji Zhengji. He felt as if those runes were consuming him. The forbidden word activated once again, and the third stone sculpture collapsed to the ground once more. However, Ji Zhengji was under the suppression of fear and did not rush forward to attack. Luxiani noticed the Svenxius abnormality. Her basic training as a guide made her realize he was in a negative state, and she immediately opened the obscured energy field, removing the disruptive energy enveloping him. Once Ji Zhengji recovered, he reacted, but instead of recklessly attacking like before, he activated his third talent, Yin Bao. He slammed his hands on the ground, precisely controlling the transformation of the air around the third stone sculpture. The transformed air dispersed and exploded violently, creating a small-scale blast that condensed into gray mist. The impact from Yin Bao was immense. Knowing the characteristics of this talent, Xianyu immediately expanded the range of the forbidden word to shield the shockwave, preventing any collateral damage. The third stone sculpture was shattered into powder, evenly distributed throughout the explosive space. Qiao Xun was shocked. He imagined that if his talent were unleashed on an ordinary person, it could probably instantly turn someone into a mist of blood, leaving no complete corpse. From the battle, just now, he could sense that the cooperation among the three was excellent, and their combat skills were extremely high. They didn't need Xianyu to specifically command them, as they could accurately determine their positions and roles in the battle. Looking at the ground covered in stone dust, Qiao Xun said, "It will restore itself." The stone sculpture itself is merely a medium. As long as the runes are intact, no matter how shattered it is, it can be restored under the mutual attraction of the rune power. This reasoning is easy to accept, but the key is how to stop it. Xianyu is certain that neither she nor Ji Zhengji possessed the talent to directly the runes, as that would surely result in rune erosion. The only one who could avoid rune erosion, Lu Xianyi, would still need to rebuild her secondary consciousness with her talent of Tai. She didn't hide anything and shook her head, clearly stating, "We can't do it." Qiao Xun's eyelids slightly lowered, and he said, "Let me give it a try." Saying this, he walked towards the explosive space. Xianyu looked at him seriously and said, "Don't take risks. We still have a chance to retreat." Qiao Xun's lips curled up slightly. "If you don't say it, I'm already a risk myself." Risk requires the awareness of risk. He quickly approached the debris of the third stone statue and reached out to touch it. The black runes adhering to the gaps between the stone debris suddenly twisted wildly, desperately spreading outwards. Xianyu was taken aback. Those runes were afraid, devouring, in progress. In Qiao Xun's mind, the vast steps to ascend to divinity became increasingly bright, and the great will at the end of the steps became more and more real. This time of devouring brought him an unprecedented sense of comfort. The pure power of runes is always much stronger than the energy transformed by the body. Primitive runes, rune, coiling dragon, incomplete. Totem, battle of life and death, path to ascend to divinity, governing yin and yang, death in the north, life in the south. True as true, true martial, compatible talent, destiny cycle of heaven, the natural patterns of ancient Earth, glimpsing the evolution of reason governing life and death. All humans are clay idols, fleshly bodies. After absorbing the rune power of the third stone sculpture, the rune coiling dragon was thoroughly analyzed. The totem, path to ascend to divinity, compatible talent, and additional information were all recognized by Qiao Xun. This time because it was true runes. The talent destiny cycle of heaven was successfully added to his talent pool. Upon seeing the true forms of the 3 steps behind the long stairs, true as true, true world, and true martial, he realized how to connect the mysterious number 36 with this investigation task. There is a deity known as the Emperor of the North Pole, Qian, who is the legendary true martial emperor. The character that previously existed only in storybooks now appeared so clearly before him. The profound and obscure concepts were beyond imagination, and he could only catch a glimpse of them through the runes left behind. In front of the Emperor of the North Pole, there are 36 officials, the master of all laws, the true gentleman of divine skills, Jun, and the master of the Cave of Profound, Jun. The 36 seem to be explained. These stone sculptures with blurred appearances also seem to be explained. Qiao Xun withdrew from the ultra-conscious state of devouring and digestion, looking at the other 3 with a complex expression. A lot of information had been filled in. Xian's pupils dilated. What was it? An existence that perhaps you are all familiar with, yet also unfamiliar. The true martial emperor. As soon as this name was mentioned, the 3 of them were slightly stunned. In a daze, they thought Qiao Xun was about to start telling some mythological story. Although they were curious about Qiao Xun's ability to ignore rune erosion, Xianu knew that the situation must be very complicated and difficult to clarify at the moment, especially since their current circumstances were not suitable for such thoughts. Because 1 stone sculpture had fallen, and there were still 11 more. First, handle the current situation, Xianu said, glancing at Jun at the entrance of the second side room. They couldn't be sure if that was still Jun. She approached slowly, softly calling out, Jun. But the scene where it had previously urged them to run was still fresh in their minds. 013, a magnificent world was coming. As Xianu gradually approached the stone sculpture of Jun, the latter showed no signs of movement. They were unsure of the intentions and motives behind the rune power driving these stone sculptures. Qian vigilantly monitored each side room to prevent any surprise attacks from other stone sculptures. Qiao Xun turned his gaze towards the first side chamber. He wanted to verify a hypothesis. His eyes explored the darkness, peering into the first side chamber. He maximized his sensory abilities, bolstered by the ambiguous enhancement from Qian, and further improved his modeling deduction skills through each act of devouring and digesting. Under the influence of multiple senses, the scene in the first side chamber gradually reconstructed itself. The stone statue, resembling Qibua Shui, stood quietly in the center of the side chamber, facing a platform where a black mummified corpse lay. There was no more extended space inside the side chamber. The Qibua Shui statue was within a circular stone ring adorned with stationary runes. Above the side chamber, there was an opening leading directly to the mountain summit. The opening was small, forming a tubular structure. Having constructed the model to this extent, Qiao Xun understood where the strange sounds of the wind were coming from. It was the opening at the top of the side chamber. He thought that the reason the wind sounds were so dense and complex was likely because all 12 side chambers had the same structure, each with a tubular opening. At that moment, Xianu turned and said, "There is no activity, nor the presence of Jun." Qian asked with concern, "Has he been completely eroded by the runes?" Xianu's expression was complicated. She didn't dare to affirm this statement too hastily. After all, Jun was not a stone statue, but a living person and her teammate. However, based on the current situation, it indeed looked like he had been eroded by the runes. Generally speaking, when a normal living organism is eroded by runes, there are 4 possible outcomes. First, it becomes a contaminated organism. Second, it dies. Third, it becomes an evolved being. Fourth, it becomes a pollutant. The difference between a pollutant and a contaminated organism is just one word, yet there is a barrier of life. Given the current situation, the stone statue of Jun seemed to represent the 4th outcome. Qiao Xun furrowed his brows in thought. Transformed into. A pollutant? Is that really the case? He pondered repeatedly. After a while, he said, let's take a look at the situation in the other side rooms first. Sin eu not det. Subsequently, they conducted a thorough inspection of each side room. The first side room contained a stone sculpture by Qiao Xun, while the second side room had a stone sculpture by Qiao Xun. The stone sculpture in the third side room had just been shattered, its runic power devoured, leaving it empty now. In the other side rooms, there was a stone sculpture quietly standing, facing the platform that held the black, dry corpse in the center. Except for the third side room, which had its runic power consumed, the other side rooms were filled with black runes, although relatively quiet, without chaotic distortion or spreading everywhere. Finally, they focused their attention on the black, dry corpse on the central platform, with its arms crossed over its chest, legs tightly closed, and its body slightly raised at the hips. The posture of the black, dry corpse gave the first impression that it might be some sort of sacrificial offering. Xian asked, Cien, can you extract life information? Lu Xian replied, let's give it a try. Saying this, she took out a finger-sized transmitter from the storage pocket of her uniform jacket. Pressing the transmitter, a probe pierced into the body of the black, dry corpse. Moments. She received feedback in the tower network, and after AI retrieval and analysis, she obtained results. Qiao Xun. There are indeed many high-tech things. Xian said. It can be confirmed that this dry corpse is the grafting practitioner Zhai Jiwen. Xian nodded, just as she had guessed. She tried to analyze. There's a possibility that the grafting practitioner established this existence similar to a formation in some way, and then grafted the life will, or what is commonly understood as the soul, onto the recently deceased girl from your province, while his original body remained here to rot. After saying this, she looked at Xian again. Xian, please confirm the time range of the corpse's death. Xian nodded, her eyes turning black and white, beginning to explore the life traces of the dry corpse. Although it was impossible to obtain specific information due to the long time since death, the time range could be roughly estimated based on the surrounding environment and the degree of decay of the corpse. Xian pinched the tip of her nose and said after thinking for a moment, the time is basically consistent. It can be confirmed that after the grafting practitioner's life left the original body, it did not go anywhere else in between, but went directly into the body of the grafted individual. But now there are several key questions. First, there are 36 books of runes. Why are there only 12 statues? If there are another 24, where are they located? Second, did Qiao Xun and Qi Zhu really become pollutants after rune erosion? Third, how can the grafting practitioner achieve grafting in this way? Xian looked at Qiao Xun and asked, have you sorted out what just happened? Qiao Xun nodded. The situation might be a bit hard to accept. I cannot guarantee the authenticity of the information obtained. This matter itself is already beyond the usual scope, and it is the same whether it is exaggerated or illogical. Qiao Xun briefly. In my further analysis, I have determined that the rune poncho corresponds to a totem named the Battle of the God of Destiny, which also seems to be called the God of Destiny. In the mythology of Taoism, the God of Destiny is the northern Xintian emperor, also known as Zhenwu. In Taoist mythology, Zhenwu 36 divine officials, which may correspond to the 36 runes we discovered earlier. My understanding of Taoist mythology is limited. He looked at Ji Zhengji. Do you know more? Ji Zhengji had already put on his glasses, becoming the scholarly person again. The Taoist mythological system is very complex with many versions, and different eras have different interpretations. In some versions, there is no Zhenwu. In versions that include Zhenwu, it is usually said that Zhenwu is the northern Dipper Xuanwu of the four poles, the god of birth, representing life, and all mortals in the world are his physical forms. Any person can become his earthly reincarnation, and his clay statues and golden bodies are everywhere. When Ji Zhengji said these things, Qiao Xun noticed the change in Xian's expression. She was excessively calm, completely different from the wide-eyed Lu Xian beside her. Extreme calmness might not be a form of calmness at all, just excessive excitement. Xian, you had previously mentioned that she wanted to verify a hypothesis, that the so-called evolution is just a deception of becoming a god, and that ancient mythological figures might be gradually reviving in some way. Each totem symbolizes a certain mythological figure: sirens, Lamia, Jingzhe, Qingming, Lilith, Cain, Lucifer. Qiao Xun seemed to be watching as a vast world was irresistibly rushing towards them. 014. Stay behind and take my place. Can our so-called grafting be considered a form of reincarnation? Ji Zhengji asked. Lu Xinyi tilted her head slightly and said, but isn't reincarnation supposed to be entering the womb? According to what you said, the reincarnation of Zhenwu Emperor in Legends is also about being born. What happens in soul return should be called borrowing a corpse to return to life, right? Xian, you said. Legends are not real. It is difficult for us to use legends as historical materials to verify this matter. We should use rigorous logic for deduction. The starting point should be, why does the grafting person want to borrow a corpse to return to life? From the investigation between Qi Boxue and others. The original self of the grafting person, Zhai Jiwen, was a person without blemish, medical history, and had a very good lifestyle. What is his purpose for borrowing a corpse to return to life? Qiao Sunlu frowned slightly and said uncertainly, is there a possibility that Zhai Jiwen is actually not Zhai Jiwen? What does that mean? What if the soul in Zhai Jiwen's body belongs to someone else? If it can borrow a corpse and return to the body of a recently deceased girl, it might also be able to do so in Zhai Jiwen's case. Xin, you thought for a moment, and then said, you saw the last video in the Return of the Soul file too. The owner of the talent sequence 10 probed into the will of life, and the will of life belongs to Zhai Jiwen. Of course, we cannot rule out the situation you mentioned. Qiao Xun nodded. Xin, you continued. The four of them spread out and carefully searched the cave. Qiao Xun walked into the fourth side chamber. The side chamber is also circular, and the overall shape of this underground cave from a bird's eye view resembles a large circle uniformly connected to 12 smaller circles. The stone sculptures in the side chamber are positioned at the center of the small circles, while the center of the large circle is where the platform with the black dry corpse lies. Qiao Xun stood beside the fourth stone sculpture and looked up. Sure enough, there was a long tubular opening at the top. Through this opening, he could see the night sky outside. Below the small hole, there happened to be a star shining in the night sky, appearing solitary. Suddenly, something came to his mind, and he frowned, immediately leaving the fourth side chamber to go to the fifth. Similarly, he could see the night sky and a star in it through the long tubular opening. He then walked through each side chamber, and apart from the first, second, and third side chambers, he could see a star in all the others. Coincidence? Absolutely not. There couldn't be such a coincidence, especially in such a mysterious and eerie place. 12 side chambers, 12 stone sculptures, 12 stars. The clues were like buried in the sand, slowly being unearthed, gradually revealing themselves. But why were these stone sculptures previously in the valley outside? Just because Qi Bo and Zhuojun disturbed them. Did they each come to their corresponding side chambers? Qiao Xun walked out of the side room and shared his discovery with the other three. 12 stars. Xin Yu Thao Wen. She immediately went to verify it and found that the results were indeed as Qiao Xun had said. Her opinion was the same. This was definitely not a coincidence. Qiao Xun said, every opening in the side rooms is just right, perfectly corresponding to the stars in the sky. Ji Zhengji, somewhat puzzled, pushed up his glasses and asked, but isn't the Earth rotating? Both revolution and rotation will affect the position, right? With a hypothesis in mind, it was natural to verify it scientifically. Xian looked at Lu Xinyi and asked, Xinyi, can you verify it? I'll give it a try, Lu Xinyi said, immediately entering the tower network, opening the cloud star map, and inputting the coordinate parameters as the AI began to calculate. In the star map, 12 stars lit up in succession. She quickly input the celestial motion parameters of the Earth in its orbit, and soon, the star map displayed that within one revolution period of the Earth, there were a total of 4 positions and 4 time points where 12 stars would present this circular distribution. Of the 4 positions, 2 were in the ocean, 1 in East Africa, and the other was right here. She sent the verification process to the team channel. Upon completion, the actual situation matched the hypothesis. The entire verification and calculation process was detailed in the team's channel on the tower network, including position coordinates, motion parameters, time distribution, and more. At this location, the total time distribution was, from 1852 to the next day, 4:39, starting from the first star corresponding to the leftmost side room. The time points of deviation were 1945, 1953, 2051. Upon seeing this, Xinu's body suddenly jolted. She was extremely sensitive to time and almost immediately realized that 2051 was the time point when the third stone sculpture would attack them. When the stars returned to their positions, the stone sculptures remained still. After the stars deviated, the stone sculptures would no longer be quiet. The calculation process indicated that the time point for the four stars deviation was 2146. Xinu's expression changed slightly. She didn't need to look at her watch to know that it was now 2145, and in just over 10 seconds, the deviation would occur. She immediately said, "Prepare for battle, positions 112. Qiao Xun was the first to react and immediately stepped back. Although Ji Zhengji and El Shini didn't know what was happening, their high combat training allowed them to quickly take their positions as instructed. The creaking sound came right on time from the fourth side room. Heavy footsteps accompanied by the sound of stones scraping together echoed. The towering figure of the fourth stone statue appeared at the doorway of the side room, facing the four of them. Just like the previous stone statues, it pointed at Ji Zhengji and immediately launched an attack. Ji Zhengji was puzzled, thinking that he didn't possess any taunting abilities, so why was it targeting him? However, this was fine. A tank-type warrior preferred to be the enemy's target rather than the leader, guide, or scout. The battle was about to begin. With the experience from fighting the third stone statue, dealing with this one would be somewhat easier. But only somewhat. Ji Zhengji still faced a lot of challenges. At one point, he was punched against the wall, suffering a harsh blow. In the end, within the explosive space of the cloud burst, the fourth stone statue turned to dust, and the runes within its body became nourishment for Qiao Xun. This primitive rune absorption was much more satisfying than that of the frogmen or salamanders. Qiao Xun felt that his body was undergoing a qualitative change, just waiting for a key point of eruption. This time, the cognitive information, the totems in front, the runes, the ascension path, and the matching talents had not changed. It seemed everything was already prepared. Behind it, there was an additional cognitive supplement. The ancient gods have long since died, and even the runes scattered across the land yearn for rebirth. Stay behind and replace me. The phrase "stay behind and replace me" somehow had a feeling of looking for a scapegoat. Qiao Xun felt a chill run down his back inexplicably. From the calculations, the time point of the fifth star's shift was 2216. Lu Xini looked at Xinu and asked, "Sister Yu, should we wait here and deal with these stone sculptures one by one?" Xinu was silent for a moment and then said, "The completion of the investigation task requires a cause, development, result, and event correlation. Our current completion is still too low." Lu Xini leaned against the wall, feeling slightly more relaxed than before. "Qiao Xun, what is the upper limit?" "There is no upper limit. But for your reference, the pollution incident in Jidong City, with the involvement of the Black Revolution, has a risk coefficient of 3.7. So why do you seem to be more relaxed?" Lu Xini laughed. She had a pair of adorable dimples, and when she smiled, she looked quite playful. "I participated in pollution incidents with a risk coefficient of 7.2 and completed investigation tasks with a coefficient of 8.9, a coefficient of 5.0 is neither low nor high. I'm very curious about how this is assessed. The environment, the target's counter capabilities, operational pressure, our own casualties, resource consumption, and other indicators all contribute to the assessment." That sounds very professional. Of course, this AI is programmed using the thinking system talent, specifically the information system talent absolute retrieval. That's a sequence 5 talent, and it said that no one can escape its retrieval. Qiao Xun fell silent. He couldn't help but wonder if, when facing someone with absolute retrieval abilities, the secrets in his mind would also be uncovered. There were too many things in the evolution world that he couldn't directly learn from the tower network. Every step he took felt like walking on thin ice. During the waiting time, Qiao Xun gradually sensed changes in the environment. With his amphibious biological talent, he was particularly sensitive to environmental changes. He asked, "Has the weather changed?" Ji Zhengji glanced at the tower network and then said, "It will rain tonight." Qiao Xun hissed as he inhaled sharply. Doesn't rain mean that the starry sky can't be seen? If the stars are obscured by thick clouds and rain, would there be any difference with deviation? His tone was very light, sounding not urgent at all. yet it created an invisible pressure in the hearts of the three. Lu Xianyi didn't need to say much and immediately opened the hazy, bright energy field, expanding its range to the outside of the mountain. The wind howled, and the clouds kept piling up. The originally clear night sky was now obscured. In the cave, along with Zhuo Jun and Qi Boxue, all 10 stone sculptures sprang into action, shaking in unison. The sounds of scraping and heavy footsteps echoed densely from all directions, making the entire cave feel like a recording studio, with the sounds blending into a heavy, muffled noise. The 10 stone sculptures stood at the door of their respective side rooms at the same time, surrounding Qiao Xun and the others in the middle. Lu Xianyi shouted, "The energy fluctuations have exceeded my detection limits. The risk factor is skyrocketing." 15-9. Ji Zhengji, who usually showed little expression, couldn't help but tremble, nervously saying, "Captain, they are so dispersed. If we use cloudburst, the cave might collapse. 1 stone sculpture could be dealt with, 2 would require significant effort, 3 would definitely suffer heavy losses. And as for 4 or more, the difficulty increases exponentially." Exponential explosion. In Xian Yuhui's judgment, they had no chance whatsoever. The only choice was to escape. But how to escape? There was only that one passage, and it was very narrow, making it easy to be caught up. Xian Yu's mind exploded, with numerous intertwined and colliding timelines flashing in her mind. She desperately tried to use her maximum cognitive power to search for similar situations in the Tower Network Battle Record database, and then find a way to break the situation. The answer was unsolvable. A single stone sculpture was already strong in combat ability, and its rune power had an absurd recovery ability. Even if a stone sculpture were shattered, there would be no time for Qiao Xun to deal with it, as it would quickly stand up again. Xian Yu asked, "Xianyi, can your format transcoding be used?" Lu Xianyi's expression changed. "Sister Yu, has it come to that point?" Xian Yu said solemnly, "We have no chance, not a sliver of possibility." Lu Xianyi's shoulders trembled slightly, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "I'm ready." Format transcoding, Lu Xianyi's third talent, was a very special mental type talent, or more accurately, a talent that intersected spirit and information. It could transcode a person's life into data and upload it to the Tower Network database for storage. Xian Yu said seriously, "Start preparing. Later take them both for transcoding." As the captain, she was clear about her team members' talent capabilities. Format transcoding, under Lu Xianyi's current mental value, could only transcode 3 people at the same time. "What about you? I'll buy you time. Sister Yu, be obedient." Lu Xianyi, a seasoned guide, did not indulge in sentimentality and immediately began preparations. As she said, format transcoding should generally not be used unless absolutely necessary, because the life that is transcoded can only exist in data form. Reappearing in physical form means becoming an artificial human. Moreover, there is a preparation process, as life information must be decoded before transcoding. The 10 stone sculptures attacked simultaneously. They charged like war machines, trampling the dust and earth, heading straight for the 4. Xian Yu activated her forbidden words, temporarily prohibiting energy fluctuations. The 10 stone sculptures stopped simultaneously. Some fell to the ground, while others stood firmly. Faced with this situation, Ji Zhengji dared not launch a large-scale cloudburst and could only do so in a small area, one after another. As a talent with extremely high explosive power, cloudburst also had a significant consumption on both spirit and body. Ji Zhengji quickly couldn't take it anymore, trembling and sweating profusely. The time for the forbidden words was limited. The fallen stone sculptures stood up again, and those that were shattered also restored themselves under the mutual attraction of rune power. The stone sculptures closed in instantly. Ji Zhengji wrapped everyone in a layer of shuo wind, using air to propel their bodies to move at high speed to evade the stone sculptures' attacks. But in the enclosed environment, with so many stone sculptures, Ji Zhengji could not perfectly evade every attack, especially since the stone sculptures were not slow at all, similar to the third one before, capable of breaking the sound barrier. As the operator, Ji Zhengji was the first to be hit. A stone sculpture lunged upward from below, crashing into him against the cave ceiling. The top was not flat, with many protrusions and several stalactites. Unfortunately for Ji Jingji, his chest was pierced directly by a sharp stalactite, and he was hung upside down, pinned to the cave ceiling. Blood sprayed down. Ji Jingji cried out in pain. His body was quite strong. He forcibly broke the stalactite with both hands and fell down from above. He didn't dare to pull the stalactite out of his chest, as that would cause massive bleeding. Lu Xianyi, as a guide, was absolutely competent. Even in such a situation, she remained very calm and continued with the preparations for format transcoding. Qiao Xun stayed close to her, responsible for her protection. In such a high-risk environment, there was no room for niceties. Without the support of Ji Zhengji and Shuo Feng, Qiao Xun simply held on to Lu Xianyi to evade attacks. He held nothing back and fully showcased the ultimate physical agility of an amphibious creature. Faced with multiple stone statues launching a pincer attack, his mind was exceptionally clear, accurately seeking every safe landing spot. However, under the conditions of such high-frequency attacks and limited maneuvering space, it was inevitable that there would be unavoidable blind spot attacks. One stone statue charged at him with its shoulder, using a method that lacked any aesthetic appeal but was highly effective. There was no landing spot. Qiao Xun knew very well that he must not let it interrupt Lu Xianyi's preparations. He turned over, locking Lu Xianyi in his embrace from all angles, exposing his back completely. Bang! A dull crash sound echoed. This feeling was like being hit by a train. Qiao Xun immediately realized that his spine and ribs were broken. Intense pain surged through his body. The talent of pain immunity and the withering wood reviving in spring plus stolen from Li Xinyuan kicked in. His damaged body began to heal rapidly. Qiao Xun continued to evade attacks, but his mobility had decreased. Lu Xianyi curled up under Qiao Xun's arm, remaining calm, and immediately asked, "How do you feel?" "Not bad. I ask you, what is your current spirit value?" 2762. How much does it take a transcode 4 people? At least 3,000. Good. Get ready to transcode 4 people. Huh? Lu Xianyi was slightly taken aback. Why? Because your spirit value is about to exceed 3,000. After Qiao Xun finished speaking, he activated the withered wood revives and spring plus on L Xianyi. In an instant, L Xianyi felt an unusual clarity in her mind, as if she had inhaled vapor rub. As a guide, she immediately recognized that she had gained a mental boost. Her mental value skyrocketed 2,800, 2,900, 3,000, 3,500. Although surprised, she knew what she needed to do and shouted, "Sister Yu, I can transcode 4 people at the same time now." Saying this, she immediately incorporated XINU's life information into the transcoding format. XINU thought at once that this might be related to Qiao Xun. During the transcoding process, Ji Jingji and Qiao Xun were attacked several times. Ji Jingji had already turned into a bloody figure, with a horrifying depression on his forehead, and his entire right hand had been torn off. Qiao Xun wasn't much better off, as his mobility had decreased significantly in order to protect Lu Xianyi. For some attacks, he had to endure them to avoid putting Lu Xianyi in danger, resulting in him spitting out blood several times onto her hair. Each time he coughed up blood, he would habitually apologize. XINU stood in the middle, almost ready to burn up. Her forbidden words and the 2 auxiliary talents of deprivation greatly alleviated the pressure on Qiao Xun and Ji Jingji. Otherwise, the 2 would have long been beaten to death. After enduring countless blows, Ji Jingji was on the verge of death. Lu Xianyi finally completed the decoding. She shouted, "Everyone, agree to my transcoding." After getting everyone's consent, Ji Jingji, XINU, and Lu Xianyi's life wills were directly converted into data and uploaded to the database that had already been set up in the tower network, leaving only 3 empty shells behind. Ji Jingji, who lost control, was instantly battered to pieces, as if a truck had run over him. XINU and Lu Xianyi's bodies also went limp at that moment. Qiao Xun stood in the cave, holding the lifeless body of L Xianyi, lost in thought. Why? Wasn't I transcoded? 016, I witnessed the changes of the world in the private database established by L Xianyi. 3 pieces of data were saved after being authenticated by the encryption module. They now correspond to 3 strands of life codes capable of independent thought. XINU quickly established a connection with the team channel and then attempted to communicate with the life codes of others. The communication between code data is represented in the data network as zeros and ones. The difference is that they are life codes, possessing human thought patterns. Is everyone there? XINU asked through the team channel. I'm here. Me too. Then, there was no further feedback. XINU asked in confusion. Qiao Xun? Shinny, where is Qiao Xun? Wait, let me look for him. Even as a piece of data, Shinny still possessed her innate abilities. She quickly searched her personal database, conducting searches and deep searches, but could not find Qiao Xun's life code. Then, she immediately began the calculation process for tracing the transcoding format. Then, she was shocked, because she discovered that Qiao Xun's life code had indeed been decoded, but it had not been converted. She was puzzled. Clearly, when the format was being converted, she received feedback from Qiao Xun that agreed. So why was the conversion not completed? Yujia, there's a problem. Qiao Xun's life code was not successfully converted. XINU was taken aback and immediately asked, I don't know. The feedback I received was agreed to convert, but in the end, there was no conversion process at all. Did he refuse? XINU fell silent. She hadn't anticipated this situation. Even the outcome of a team wipe had been considered, but this kind of result was completely unpredictable. What should we do, Yujia? Shinny felt guilty, thinking it was due to her lack of ability. Just thinking about how Qiao Xun had protected her during the transcoding preparations, while she had made such a significant oversight, made her feel even worse. She believed that they could preserve their life codes and escape that place, and Qiao Xun played a crucial role. Yet, the key person himself had not escaped. If it were a case of heroic sacrifice for others, it would be sad and worthy of remembrance. But this was not the case. It was an accident, a mishap caused by unknown reasons. XINU steadied her emotions and tried to contact Qiao Xun through the team channel. Meanwhile, in the cave, Qiao Xun's mind was exceptionally clear, unprecedentedly so. Not thinking about the reasons behind this situation, he decided to tackle the immediate problem first. 10 stone sculptures surrounded him tightly from all directions, leaving no possibility of escape. Currently, Qiao Xun had learned 4 talents: amphibious creature, illusion, pain immunity, and withered wood revitalization plus. Among these, 3 had no combat capability. The enhancement of strength, mobility, and endurance from the amphibious creature talent was completely insufficient to withstand the attacks of the 10 stone sculptures. The illusion talent worked reasonably well on ordinary people or low-level aberrations, but it had little effect on these stone sculptures driven by runic power, failing to change the situation at all. As for pain immunity, it was nearly useless aside from allowing him to endure pain without fear. Withered Wood Revitalization Plus had strong healing effects and considerable mental boosts, but the key point was that the stronger the talent, the greater its effect. A deadlock. Qiao Xun stopped his defensive posture, calmed his mind, and quietly stood in the circle surrounded by 10 stone sculptures. If there was really no way out but death, it would be better to die quickly. After all, how could a mission with a 100 mortality rate allow them to escape unscathed? Qi Buoxiue and Zhuojun were now in a situation where they didn't even know whether they were alive or dead. In moments like this, he couldn't help but think of how characters in movies and dramas often close their eyes before death, afraid to witness the process of their own demise. Qiao Xun opened his eyes. If he could only die, then witnessing the process of death might be a more complete experience of life and death. But things were somewhat unexpected. After he gave up resisting, the stone sculptures did not attack. Instead, they all stood still. The faces of the sculptures had been eroded by the wind and rain to the point where they were completely unrecognizable. After they halted, there was no sign of life, only an indescribable silence. After a short while, one of the stone sculptures extended its right hand, pointing its index finger at Qiao Xun. This posture, he remembered, it was exactly the same as the one the sculpture had used to point at Ji Jingji. It seemed that this sculpture was the 5th sculpture. Then it took a step forward and walked over. Qiao Xun swallowed hard. The towering stone sculpture exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. However, it did not attack Qiao Xun. Instead, it extended its hands and enveloped his entire head with its palms from both sides. Then, dense runes surged out from its grayish-white stone skin, converging towards its arms, and began to crawl and spread along the arms until they completely wrapped around Qiao Xun. From a third-person perspective, Qiao Xun's head was surrounded by countless black insects. In Qiao Xun's view, everything was pitch black, and he felt something continuously drilling into his head. Soon, he gained new cognitive information. Rune consciousness. I have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties. I have witnessed the ebb and flow of tides. I have witnessed the changes of the world. I have witnessed the cycles of the sun and moon. I watch over the mundane, giving one person after another the opportunity for rebirth. But no one gives me a chance. Since my birth, I have borne the so-called mission to Obizal. The long years have passed. I await his arrival, only wishing to become myself. But Zul cannot be defied. So, please stay and take my place. The runes surged like a tide, coming from all directions. What Qiao Xun could not see was that the flesh and blood of his entire body, including his clothes, were being pulled away. Everything about him transformed into thin strands, being absorbed through the palm of the fifth stone statue. Starting from the left side of his body, it was as if someone was using an extremely fine wire saw to slice him into very tiny strands. Just like chopping vegetables. No blood flowed out. The blood was stagnant, bound by a strange force. Thus, such a horrifying scene emerged. Qiao Xun felt as if he had been struck by a dimensionality reduction, his entire three-dimensional form being pulled apart into 2 dimensions. And then he was drawn into the fifth stone sculpture. Until Qiao Xun completely disappeared, the fifth stone sculpture began to change. Its face twisted, as if it were not made of stone, but of grayish-white clay. After about a minute, the fifth stone sculpture completely transformed into Qiao Xun's appearance. Or rather, Qiao Xun became the fifth stone sculpture. Outside, heavy rain fell, with raindrops smashing against leaves, cliffs, and soil, creating a violent sound. The sky was overcast, and looking towards the distant south, one could faintly see the scattered lights of Qiao County. The 10 stone sculptures walked out of the air raid shelter, heading towards their designated positions. Qiao Xun, Qi, and Zhuojun were among them. However, they were no longer themselves. They would take on the mission bestowed upon them. 017, another victory for me rune consciousness. Primitive rune, Ponchio, complete, totem, battle of the command of fate, path to ascension, slaying, governyon. Die in the North Dipper, be born in the South Dipper, true as true world, true martial. Adaptation talent, fate theory following heaven, the natural form of ancient earth. Glimpsing the evolution of reason, death governing life. All people are clay idols, fleshly bodies of mortals. They could not accept their own demise, possessing unparalleled power. Yet why must they still die? They sought a way to break the shackles of life and death. In the end, he realized that physical immortality could not be achieved, but the soul could live forever. They began to sleep, waiting for the chance to awaken. In the darkness, Qiao Xun opened his eyes. Of course, it was only in a metaphorical sense. In reality, he was now a stone sculpture. After experiencing this puppet replacement drama, he understood why Zhuojun and Qi had turned into stone sculptures. Essentially, they were the same, left behind as substitutes, and those who regarded them as substitutes were the runes, or rather, the runes representing the 36 court deities. For some reason, they became runes dominating this. Qiao Xun felt it should be called a reincarnation ritual. But over the long years, the runes had developed their own consciousness, unwilling to continue waiting here for an opportunity that had no endpoint, wanting to find someone to take their place so they could leave. This was very similar to the water ghosts in old horror stories. There were always rumors that those who drowned could not reincarnate. To be reborn, they could only find a substitute. Now, it was evident that he, along with Qi and Zhuojun, were 3 unfortunate substitutes. Qiao Xun is not particularly unlucky. At least he's free now. Although his flesh and blood have merged with the stone sculpture, his consciousness remains autonomous. As he was engulfed by the runes, he witnessed once again the power of his devouring ability. The runes were devoured by him in return, but unfortunately, the self-awareness that evolved from the runes had already completed its reincarnation. Of course, this reincarnation is not about being reborn in a new body, but rather akin to grafting in the resurrection of files. It's just that he doesn't know where the self-awareness of that rune will be grafted. Will it like that Zhai Ji Wen, be grafted somewhere far away? Although his consciousness is free, he still faces a huge dilemma: how to gain control of his body. He clearly feels that he cannot manipulate this stone sculpture at all. The reason for this is that it is simply not the right time for this stone sculpture to return to its place. After all, these stone sculptures are essentially controlled by the power of the runes. And as for the source of the rune power, he believes, if he's not mistaken, it should come from the 12 stars in the sky. Therefore, cutting off the rune power from its source is unrealistic. But he cannot just sit and wait for death. Qiao Xun didn't want to be trapped in this stone shell for a lifetime. That would be too lonely. With this thought in mind, he seemed to understand why the consciousness of the runes had a strong desire to find a substitute. Perhaps they had to stay here for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Understanding this didn't mean he would accept it. Qiao Xun is now eager to kill the reincarnated runic consciousness that has made him a scapegoat. If he gets the chance in the future and can defeat that guy, he will definitely find a way to eliminate him. After venting his emotions a bit, Qiao Xun quickly immersed himself in thinking about how to escape his predicament. Although his consciousness is currently trapped in this stone statue, the statue itself is controlled by the power of runes. The key idea then lies in how to obtain the abilities possessed by those runes. In the recent round of cognitive information, the runic poncho, incomplete, is now complete. In other words, he now possesses a complete set of poncho runes. With the runes complete, can he learn the talent? With this thought, Qiao Xun immediately began searching his consciousness for the corresponding talent of poncho, which is the fate cycle of heaven. He attempted to learn it. Just by feeling it slightly, he immediately experienced a vast sensation of soaring through the starry sky. It felt immense, with the breath of deep space constantly leaping in his consciousness. This feeling was quite wonderful, giving Qiao Xun the illusion that he was an astronaut on an extravehicular mission. On the contrary, learning felt very easy. He thought this might be related to his mastery of this complete set of poncho runes. After all, in essence, talent abilities come from runes. If the runes are complete, how could he not learn the talents derived from them? The fate cycle of heaven is a very strange talent, to the point where Qiao Xun couldn't immediately determine its type. The cognitive information introduced it as follows. There are connections between things, and the trajectory of these connections is fate. Following the objective is the truth of the world. All things exist under the truth, accepting the arrangements of fate. It sounded very much like an agnostic metaphysics, but also intertwined with the materialistic concepts of world truth and the connections between things. When the fate cycle of heaven talent is activated, the user can attack enemies using the truth of the world. It sounds quite extraordinary, but first, Qiao Xun still doesn't understand what the truth of the world actually refers to. Objective laws? Axioms? Physical laws? If it's any of these, then how does the attack actually work? These abilities will need to be explored later. The most crucial discovery after learning this talent is that Qiao Xun feels he can replace the control of the runic power over this stone statue body. It's quite miraculous. He thinks the fate cycle of heaven may not be described using ordinary talents. It feels more like a power expressed by the runic consciousness of that entity. If that entity is indeed the legendary Zhenwu Emperor, then this is undoubtedly divine power. However, having explored to this extent, Qiao Xun more or less understands that perhaps the real Zhenwu Emperor is not as described in the legends. Maybe he is just a more powerful, evolved being. This thought is somewhat incredible, but Qiao Xun believes there's a possibility of it. For now, he decided not to think too much about it. Escaping from the stone statue is the key. Qiao Xun clumsily activated the fate cycle, gradually seizing control of the stone sculpture. He could clearly feel a force resisting him. No matter, he would swallow it all. Any power that approached him was immediately devoured and digested, then transformed into a part of his own body. His sense of time was not as strong as Xianyu's, but Qiao Xun clearly knew that he had probably spent 3 or 4 hours. Finally, in the later part of the night, as the rain began to lessen, he completely controlled the stone sculpture and started to change its nature, deconstructing its body and reconstituting his own flesh and blood. The stone sculpture began to crumble little by little, cracking and falling apart. The sound of cracking was masked by the rain and wind in the rainy night, not very noticeable. and the stone debris that fell to the ground was quickly washed away by the gathering rainwater. As the last piece of stone fell to the ground, Qiao Xun regained his flesh and blood body. The early winter rain fell on his face, icy and cold. In the darkness, he looked into the distance, breathing calmly, murmuring softly, "This time, it is my victory again." He turned around and walked towards the previous air raid shelter. On the way, he opened the tower network and entered the team channel. He found that the three who had already become life codes had been chatting a lot. He looked through the messages and found that Lu Xianyi also didn't understand why he was the only one who hadn't completed the format transcoding, feeling very guilty and thinking it was her fault. To be honest, at first, Qiao Xun harbored a thought of human malice, wondering if Lu Xianyi had intentionally caused his failure to transcode. But later, he realized that it was mostly due to the massive divine ladder in his consciousness and the great, vast will at the end of the ladder. Lu Xianyi's ability should not be able to shake his consciousness. Seeing that they had discussed for several hours on how to rescue him, Qiao Xun felt somewhat gratified in his heart, thinking that his effort to buy them time was not in vain. Lu Xianyi revealed her identity during the conversation. Sure enough, she was the daughter of a big boss from the 73rd Armory. She proposed a series of rescue methods, from seeking help from high-level evolved beings to collecting remaining fragments of consciousness and restoring it. Although most of the methods were quite unreliable and were directly rejected, Qiao Xun could still feel that she truly wanted to save him, this gaming friend. Qiao Xun paused slightly and then said, "Everyone, El Xianyi, is that Qiao Xun? It's me, the real one." Xinu hurriedly asked, "How are you?" Although they were currently in a life code state and unable to speak, they could express their emotions through punctuation, expressions, and tone. Clearly, Qiao Xun's sudden voice made them both happy and shocked. "I'm fine." Xinu asked, "What about those stone carvings?" Card bug. For El Xianyi, who enjoyed playing games, this statement excited her. Xinu remembered that there was a gap in the seven-side room, but that gap could probably only fit a husky. Xinu asked, "How did you get in?" Qiao Xun smiled and said, "I broke my bones and then drilled in." Jijingji asked, "Really?" Of course it's fake. But after thinking it over, Qiao Xun realized that only this explanation could make them believe it. "Really? Wow, you're too ruthless." Xinu asked anxiously, "Is it okay?" "To be honest, I actually have a healing talent." Jijingji raised a question mark. Lu Xianyi suddenly understood. So the ability that enhanced my spirit before was a healing talent. How many more secrets are you hiding from us? You can't blame me. I just became an evolver, so I have to be cautious. Jijingji said, "I understand. When I first awakened, I was also worried to death, afraid to tell anyone, and didn't even dare to go out, fearing I would get sliced. After all, this kind of thing is too exaggerated for ordinary people." Xinu said, "You always manage to surprise people. You reveal a minor secret to cover up a major one." This was Qiao Xun's thought. A person can't keep too many secrets. Revealing some appropriately can reduce suspicion. After all, 9 truths and 1 lie are better at misleading than an entire narrative of lies. Acting the whole part, Qiao Xun said, "I hope you all can keep this a secret from me. Healing talents are quite rare, and I don't want to be approached by the Republic's branch for now." Lu Xianyi was the happiest among them, saying "Great," with a smile. Xinu and Jijingji also expressed no problem. Given their attitude towards the Republic's branch, they were naturally more willing to stand on Qiao Xun's side. Qiao Xun re-entered the air raid shelter and immediately saw the bodies of Xinu and El Xianyi collapse on the ground, as well as the mangled remains of Jijingji. It was a scene too horrific to behold. "Speaking of which, do you still need your bodies?" El Xianyi said, "Of course. Please help me collect them. The will to live hasn't departed for too long, and while there's still some vitality left, let's preserve them with the H13 agent. I don't want to become a synthetic human. It's better to have my own body." Xinu shared the same thought. Qiao Xun paused and asked Jijingji, "Your body looks quite terrible. Do you still want it? It's basically no different from being run over by a dump truck." Jijingji gritted his teeth and said, "Yes. Please help me scoop it up. Maybe I can find a life organization to repair it later." "All right," El Xianyi said, "but don't do anything bad to their body, okay?" Smirking, Qiao Xun smiled slightly. "No, don't worry, I'm not interested in flat chests. Too much. See me you." Although I really want to chime in, I thought about it and decided to let it go. He shouldn't, right? The shovel is indeed a shovel. Qiao Xun first sprayed Ji Zhongji's dismembered body with a life-preserving H13 agent. After it solidified, he used a small entrenching tool he carried with him to scoop it up and pack it into a collapsible storage box. After that, he wrapped Xinu and Lu Xianyi's bodies in body bags. All this equipment had been prepared beforehand. They were all high-tech products provided by Lu Xianyi, so they didn't take up much space. For example, the body bags could be folded down to the size of a palm. Once he finished, Xinu said, "I have arranged for someone to pick you up. Just wait a moment. They should arrive in 2 hours." Okay. Qiao Xun then asked, "What should we do about the situation here?" "For now, let's leave it as it is. From our current investigation, this matter is not simple and exceeds our understanding. However, we have still gained a lot. At least, it has indeed validated my conjecture to some extent. What about Qi Buxiwe and Zhuojun?" To be honest, Qiao Xun could deconstruct them back into flesh and blood in the same way. But doing so would undoubtedly leave them with significant doubts, which would put him in an unstable situation. He didn't want to become a big mystery in the eyes of others. The three of Xinu are fine. After all, their values and beliefs align with his. But the others may not feel the same way. Therefore, he chose not to save them. Helping others must first be based on not adding trouble for oneself. This is Qiao Xun's belief. He never considered himself a bad person, but he also had no reason to become a great good person. In times of peace, even great good people can suffer losses, let alone in chaotic times. Just like he said to Xinu, evolvers should be a bit selfish. So, okay, where will we meet later? For confidentiality, we won't meet for now. Xianyi's identity is quite special. This matter will definitely be investigated. It's better if your existence doesn't get discovered. You should know that healing talents and your suspected information talents are very rare in the Republic. Just maintain contact through the team channel. That's fine. I have to say, Xinu is very thoughtful. Lu Xianyi said, "It's such a pity. I wanted to play games with you." "It's okay. There will be opportunities in the future." Thank you. Thank you for what? "Thank you for protecting me." "You're welcome. See you later." Okay. 2 hours later, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed over the valley. According to Xinu, Qiao Xun had brought the 3 bodies and the stone sculptures of Qi Buxiwe and Zhuojun to wait outside the valley in advance. Then, he simulated the observational information at the entrance of the valley using the method Xinu provided. 2 helicopters hovered in midair, and several people in military uniforms descended, quickly taking away Qiao Xun, the 3 bodies, and the 2 stone sculptures. On the helicopter, Qiao Xun looked at the city night scene in the light rain, slightly lost in thought. No, it's not over yet. Until he resolves the reincarnation of that runic consciousness, he will always have a thorn in his heart. 018, Lust. After arriving in Qioshu County, Qiao Xun requested to leave. Lying on the hotel bed, he opened his phone to check the news. There was still no public disclosure regarding the pollution incident in Jidong City, which remained under lockdown. The news stated that the lockdown would only be lifted after all hazards were completely eliminated. But he knew this was just a facade. Xin, you had previously said that the fate of Jidong City depended on the results of the global summit a month later. His chat records with Yu Shaoshu were left on the day she completely changed. Who she is now and what she will become in the future. Qiao Xun could not know. Perhaps he would have no further ties with her, or maybe, when they meet again, they would not treat each other kindly. Putting down his phone, he closed his eyes. Qiao Xun began to review the investigation mission. At the beginning, he joined the investigation team with a learner's attitude. He wanted to see how a professional team handles mysterious or abnormal events. Although the process was not smooth and the outcome was not ideal, he still learned a lot. Even so, it was quite rewarding for Qiao Xun. After absorbing the complete Ponchio rune, he felt that he was just one opportunity away from leveling up. The energy contained in his body was entirely sufficient to support his advancement to a believer, but probably due to the limitations of that absorption and digestion ability, he was still waiting for something. He had not yet fully understood the specific role of the talent fate cycle. As for the Zai-In of the clan level, it was quite easy to understand. In refers to the dark side of things, the aspect that cannot be easily touched or perceived. In short, it is the cognitive aspect. Ning'en can influence people's cognitive aspect to a certain extent, including but not limited to confusion, seduction, and disarray. In terms of functionality, it leans towards the mental system. Qiao Xun felt quite helpless. So far, he had stolen a bunch of talents, but they were mostly support-oriented, focusing on mental and healing abilities, and he still hadn't acquired a truly powerful offensive talent. The amphibious abilities had reached their limit, which was really not enough. With his devouring capability, he was very clear about his development direction, to become an all-round hexagon. As the saying goes, a support that doesn't want to deal damage is not a good healer. After reviewing everything, Qiao Xun organized his thoughts and closed his eyes to rest. The noise from outside had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to immerse himself in a gentle dream and enjoy this rare and pleasant time. He slept straight through until evening. Qiao Xun got out of bed, planning to go outside for a bite to eat. After leaving the hotel, he opened a review app to find a well-rated restaurant. He is quite picky about food. Previously, he couldn't afford much. But now that he has a rare chance to relax, he certainly wouldn't want to compromise. After finding a restaurant with good reviews, he opened the map and set off according to the directions. It seems that most good food is often hidden in some obscure alley. Turning off the main road into a small alley, he quickly spotted the bright fluorescent lights and a glowing sign that read barbecue. After enjoying a delicious barbecue meal at the restaurant, Qiao Xun felt very satisfied. Just as he was about to leave, after settling the bill, a beautifully dressed woman approached him and coyly asked, "Handsome, staying at the hotel?" It was early winter, and it had just rained. She was wearing black stockings, a short skirt, and a low-cut top to attract business. With such dedication, how could Qiao Xun refuse? He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are the prices?" "Hourly room is 100, single room is 200, standard room is 300, big bedroom is 500, and luxurious decoration is 1,000. Quite detailed. Of course, the market is saturated now. It's not easy to get customers for accommodation. We precisely grasp market trends, differentiate target customers, and position ourselves according to demand and quantity. While strictly ensuring product quality control, our pricing strategy also fully considers the latest market changes, with only slight fluctuations. Moreover, we have customized exclusive services for different guests. In the same price range, we are unbeatable. In terms of quality, we offer the lowest prices." The beautiful woman winked and smiled. "For a quality customer like you, we have special discounts. You might even get a rebate." Under the flickering lights, Qiao Xun slightly squinted, his deep, dark pupils exuding charm. The beautiful woman felt a ripple in her heart. This handsome guy has such allure. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Okay. The beautiful woman smiled and linked her arm with Qiao Xun's, leading him into the dimly lit alley. The barbecue shop owner watched Qiao Xun's back and sighed repeatedly. These young people nowadays have so much energy with nowhere to use it. It's nothing like when we were building the country, going up the mountains and down to the fields to work in factories. Turning left and right, Qiao Xun followed the beautiful woman into a bustling alley. He felt touched. Even in such cold weather, there were so many people diligently working on the front lines. Under the enchanting glow of small pink lights, Qiao Xun walked into a hotel with a sign for accommodation at the entrance, following the beautiful woman. Once upstairs, she arranged a room for him and then hurriedly opened her phone to send a message. "Wow, sisters, I found an incredibly handsome guy with great temperament and a refreshing vibe. I touched him. His muscles are well-defined and strong, clearly well-exercised, and his stamina should be great. It's so rare to meet a boss like this. He's definitely better than those greasy guys. Hurry up. Let us try to develop him into a long-term client. Is this for real? Don't mess with us. Last time you said he was handsome, and it only took half a minute before it was over. The medicine barely lasted a minute. Really, I'm not lying this time. His body is quite solid. Do you have a photo? Let me take a look. Oh, just come over and see for yourself. On my way." After sending the message, the beautiful woman re-entered the room and said with dreamy eyes, "Handsome. How about a luxurious room? Since you're a new guest today, how about a 50 discount? What level is a luxurious room? Big, nice decor, many rooms, full features, spacious and comfortable, clean, safe. We regularly check the safety hazards of our luxurious suites to ensure you won't catch anything unclean." Qiao Xun smiled slightly and said, "All right, come on. The handsome guy will definitely not suffer." Soon, the beautiful woman arranged for Qiao Xun to have a large room. Before long, 3 more people arrived. Including Qiao Xun, there were a total of 5 people. Watching this scene, the beautiful woman smiled and said, "It seems like it's going to be an exhilarating battle." Qiao Xun smiled, of course, with great pleasure. As he spoke, he turned around, closed the window tightly, and pulled the curtains shut. "Oh, the handsome guy is still shy." Qiao Xun asked again, "There are no cameras or anything like that, right?" "Of course not. We are doing legitimate business." To be safe, Qiao Xun fully utilized the talents of an amphibious creature and checked both inside and outside, confirming that there were indeed no pinhole cameras or anything of the sort. The beautiful woman was not worried either, because there were truly none. Those in this line of work should be more concerned about clients bringing cameras. Qiao Xun walked past a few people and arrived at the main entrance, locking the door from the inside. Then he turned over the shoe cabinet next to it to block the door. "Come on, is it really necessary? We're very safe here, and no one would come to extort us. Besides, there are people watching the entrance, so we don't have to worry about being checked." Qiao Xun turned around, revealing his white teeth, and said seriously with a smile, "No, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it and run away later." "Oh, provocation? Well, I'm not afraid of playing the little princess. You might be the one to run away first. The last person who talked big like you is already wilted." The girls' faces were filled with eager expressions. Qiao Xun stood at the entrance, looking at the few people inside who were dressed in an incredibly sexy manner. He said softly, "Eating is a primal desire of humans, but if it turns into gluttony, then clearly it becomes a sin. Similarly, love is also a physiological desire expressed by genes. But once it turns into lust, it should rightfully be nailed to the judgment rack and burned." The beautiful woman showed some impatience and asked, "What are you talking about? Are we playing or not?" "Of course, let's play something exciting." Qiao Xun reached out and placed his hand on the wall beside him. The illusion activated. Instantly, the 4 women in the room became dazed, motionless. The Ning'en controlling technique was activated. The dominion of Ning'en was at play. Those things hidden in the sunlight, unseeable, are the Ning'en. Those malicious thoughts that cling to the brain, devouring the mind, are the Ning'en. Those original sins that grow in the soul, desecrating desire, are the Ning'en. At this moment, Qiao Xun was dominating the Ning'en. Strange ripples spread along the walls and floor, clinging to the 4 women, wrapping them tightly. The ripples penetrated through their eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouths, like an invisible hand, grasping the Ning'en and forcefully pulling it outward, starting from every orifice. Their bodies twisted and turned, the insides flipping out while the outsides flipped in. They immediately let out sharp, piercing screams. In an instant, they displayed a blood-soaked, tragic appearance. Before long, 4 rabbit-eared, red-eyed rabbit-like monsters appeared before Qiao Xun. The exclusive watch on his wrist indicated that the environmental pollution level was skyrocketing. Damn it! Damn it! You have destroyed our guys. How despicable! How despicable!" The 4 rabbit-like monsters howled in anguish. Qiao Xun looked at them, casually uttering 2 words. "So ugly." The rabbit-shaped monsters opened their mouths wide and charged toward Qiao Xun like missiles. Qiao Xun grabbed the nearby, standing clothes rack and swung it violently, directly hitting a rabbit monster into the adjacent bathroom. It crashed hard against the bathtub, which immediately shattered. Then, he sidestepped to avoid the attacks from other rabbit monsters, using one foot to push off the wall and leaping out of the entrance into the more spacious living room. On the coffee table in the living room lay a fruit knife, which Qiao Xun picked up without hesitation. He dashed forward and swiftly slashed the throat of a rabbit monster. Blood gushed everywhere. The rabbit monster screamed. Qiao Xun thought to himself that it was good he had closed the doors and windows tightly in advance. But the sound still inevitably reached the next room, and the guy next door was immediately startled, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is it this intense?" It was indeed intense, a life-and-death struggle. The fruit knife was still too small and lacked the necessary force. Qiao Xun decisively abandoned the fruit knife, grabbing the clothes-drying rack and desperately smashing it down on the fallen rabbit monster's head. With such high-frequency and high-intensity impacts, even the hardest rabbit skull would turn into. At that moment, they thought about escaping, but when they turned around, they saw that the door was sealed tightly. Qiao Xun didn't give them a chance, swiftly attacking with the clothes rack. One hit to kill, then a follow-up strike. These mutated creatures had a tenacious vitality. Unless he smashed their heads, he feared they would quietly get back up. After dealing with the last two rabbit monsters, Qiao Xun threw away the clothes rack, wiped the blood off his face, and then began to devour and digest polluted creature, rabbit man, mutant, main advancement talent, lepority, other talents, disguise, divine ascension level, follower, totem, wutu, hey, come in and play. Once this phrase became a catchphrase, desire became an unforgivable original sin. Qiao Xun looked at the cognitive information and muttered, so it's still at the believer level. No wonder there are 2 talents. But isn't this a bit too weak? Or have I actually become much stronger? After devouring and digesting the 4 rabbit people, Qiao Xun glanced at the mess on the ground. He had no obligation to clean up. And even if someone noticed that 4 people were missing from this shop and reported it, that was not within his consideration. After all, they were special personnel, and what he killed were aberrations, not humans. He walked into the bathroom leisurely to wash up. He had gotten quite a bit of blood on him, which was rather disgusting. Under the shower head, he couldn't help but think that a believer-level aberration could actually behave just like ordinary people. Perhaps there are many such existences in my life that I have simply not discovered yet. Closing his eyes, warm water sprayed on his face. Suddenly, his head felt heavy, and his consciousness abruptly arrived before the magnificent golden steps to divinity. An invisible will was calling to him. He looked at the steps beneath his feet, expressionless, and stepped up 1 step. Without any discernible features, a loud voice echoed from the end of the long stairs. Gluttony, lust, on the evolutionary staircase. Desire is the best food, and I am the embodiment of desire. Desire is also the shackles of genes, and I am free and unrestrained. At that moment, Qiao Xun understood. The devouring ability within his body was, in fact, gluttony. And after he devoured the 4 rabbit people representing lust, he successfully advanced. Now, he was the embodiment of lust. Qiao Xun felt the wonderful sensations surging within his body and whispered softly, "Is this what it means to be a believer? But whose believer am I?" Aside, the term Yutu comes from the Zhuozhuan Year 4 of Duke Xian, which records, the people of Chu referred to the tiger as Yutu. In ancient times, the region of Ba and Chu had tribes that revered tigers, viewing all deities as embodiments of the tiger, calling them the tiger god. The moon god was also referred to as the tiger god, that is, Yutu. After Chang'e ascended to the moon, she became the moon god, and in the hearts of the tiger-revering tribes of Ba and Chu, Chang'e was the tiger god. The reason Yutu became associated with the jade rabbit was due to a misinterpretation by the Jin dynasty scholar Wang. In other words, in Ba and Chu mythology, there is only Chang'e on the moon. Chang'e is the jade rabbit, and the jade rabbit is Chang'e. The totem of Yutu in this book can also be seen as Chang'e. The reason for not directly writing Chang'e is the concern that someone might misunderstand and report it. 019C train after taking a shower. Qiao Xun did not linger and left the alley filled with the mundane affairs of the world. What would happen next was not within his concern. Walking on the street, he looked at the passers-by, focused his mind, and gazed intently to observe and feel. The emotions of the people were laid bare in Qiao Xun's mind. A man passing by, carrying a briefcase and looking exhausted, was very angry, perhaps just scolded by his boss. A beautiful woman sitting on the steps by the roadside had a blank expression, deeply saddened, probably just broke up with her boyfriend. A young boy briskly walking on the sidewalk with a bag of barbecue was very happy. A vivid depiction of the floating world of humanity gradually unfolded in Qiao Xun's mind in a wonderful way. The emotions and desires of the masses unknowingly became his nourishment. He felt like someone who had just awoken from drowning, greedily absorbing these desires and emotions. People often equate lust with sexual desire, a desire stemming from the instinct of genetic reproduction. But in reality, lust is a colorful desire. Everything felt and experienced, all seen and heard, whether joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, or worries and fears, are all forms of lust. Desire urges the evolvers to continuously engage in competition, serving as the best nourishment for ascending the divine ladder. Qiao Xun is like an outsider who is out of place in this world, observing everything with cold eyes, not connecting with anyone or anything. As a member of the Devourer class, he could only gain the nutrients for evolution through the consumption of flesh and blood. But now, as a believer, he has mastered lust, and all emotions and desires could potentially become the nutrients for his evolution. There is now an additional way to grow, which is something to be happy about. In an extremely competitive world, what people fear the most is having only one path forward, with no more choices. That would make it too easy to be eliminated. Qiao Xun had been pondering this question before. If in the future the people he faces become increasingly powerful and he has no opportunity to devour flesh and blood, how should he grow? Now, desire has provided him with an answer. He silently thanked those 4 rabbit people in his heart. It wasn't in vain for that guy to take advantage of them. What's he doing now? Resting. Xinu hasn't recovered from his state of life code yet and uses emoji to express his emotions. Smiling. Yesterday, I submitted our investigation results to the tower. Guess what? Not approved. 80 completion. Is that high? Qiao Xun smiled slightly and said, "No, I'm just tagging along with you guys for the experience." That's a bit pretentious, isn't it? Just being humble. To be honest, Qiao Xun, your progress has been so rapid that I can't help but wonder if you're just an old hand pretending to be inexperienced. I swear, I only started getting into this after the Winter City pollution incident. Laughing emoji, haha, enough of that. The rewards for tower have been distributed. Want to take a guess? No guess. Come on, take a guess. Definitely not guessing. That's no fun. Qiao Xun was puzzled. Are you XINU or LCNE? Just kidding. Anyway, let's get serious. The tower has provided very generous rewards. It has given runes corresponding to the main talents for the 5 of us, but for you, because the tower thinks you have no talent, it hasn't provided anything. You should be used to it by now. Don't be sad. Runes are secondary. The most critical thing is that the tower has provided 3 tickets for the maritime train. Maritime train? It's a bit complicated to explain. I'll send you the detailed information later. In short, you just need to know that tickets for the maritime train are extremely rare. The tower also gave many miscellaneous rewards, including bulk talents and so on. But you probably don't need them, as you would have to go to the central branch of the Republic to adapt the talents to fit the rewards. Well, never mind that. But how should we distribute the 3 tickets? No need to think about it. We can't go anywhere now. Only you are currently a free person, and you have the greatest contribution, so one of them will definitely be given to you. Just me? What's wrong, Qiao Xun? Are you scared? Don't tease me. Facing the unknown, anyone would feel a bit anxious. Haha, it's okay. If you have any questions later, you can always ask us in the team channel. Although we can't go, we can still provide offsite assistance. Especially our little rich girl, Qian. She can definitely get you a bunch of high-end new equipment. And I should thank you in advance. No need, no need. I really need to win you over. I'm counting on you to soar to great heights and pull me up later. XINU is someone who sometimes doesn't know what he's thinking, but at other times is surprisingly straightforward. How can you win someone over and say it out loud? Don't say that. What if I fall into the abyss later and drag you down with me? Isn't that interesting? Feel free. All right, let's stop here. I need to prepare for the encoding work now. Bye. After cutting off the communication channel, Qiao Xun immediately entered the personal center of the tower network. He first opened the gift list. Task completion, 815, keywords, 36 royal attendants representation runes, totem of the commanding fate, series rune 1, coiling dragon, Arctic Xuantiang emperor, 12 northern stars, rebirth ceremony, rating, rewards, Captain XINU, main talent forbidden words corresponding totem language series advanced rune, team member Ji Jingji, main talent cloud explosion corresponding totem silk mother series advanced rune, team member Elcian, main talent obscure corresponding totem free mountain series advanced rune, team member Qiao Xun. None. Seeing the empty entry made Qiao Xun feel a pang of sadness. It's really frustrating. No talent, no rights, right? Additional rewards. Talent. Barrier, Windblade, Electric Rain. Choose one for each person. The additional rewards had nothing to do with Qiao Xun, so he just glanced over it. Special reward. Maritime Train Ticket 3. Qiao Xun didn't think much and immediately opened the maritime train file sent to him by XINU. This file was organized in a standardized document format, similar to the document Huyan. Qiao Xun read through the document carefully and gained a general understanding of the framework. Although the sea train is named as such, it is not a means of transportation for any country or company, but rather a super-large pollutant. Described in the files as a mysterious entity, but in reality, it is just a pollutant. It first appeared in the early century in the vortex area of the Pacific Bermuda Triangle. According to the description from the first person who saw this old-fashioned steam train, a black train in the shape of a locomotive, resembling the big boy of the American Federation, burst out from a sea tornado, instantly creating towering waves up to 100 feet high. The train broke through the giant waves, appearing from a distance like a water dragon from a myth, honking every minute as it slowly traveled at a speed of 80 km/h across the Pacific Ocean. Despite the axles constantly turning, it did not require tracks, moving smoothly enough to make one doubt whether the water in a cup placed on the table inside would even ripple. Consequently, countries around the world and various third-party forces began to send investigative teams to conduct comprehensive investigations of this train. However, at first, they had no idea how to board it. No matter what method they used, all sorts of talents were employed, but they could neither open the train's doors nor stop it, nor could they cause any damage. After the sea train patrolled various maritime areas for a year, it docked for the first time at Johnport in the American Federation and then opened its doors. At this moment, everyone discovered that the train actually had drivers, crew members, and security personnel. However, it was somewhat different from ordinary trains. The files included several pictures of crew members standing at the train doors to welcome passengers. There were both men and women, and without exception, each person had very obvious connection hubs and wind-up mechanisms that only appeared in old movies or simple mechanical items, giving a feeling reminiscent of the first industrial revolution over a century ago. Once the first batch of brave adventurers boarded the train, they gradually realized that this train was actually very similar to a large tourist cruise ship, just existing in the form of a train. The difference was that the train had regular random events, adventures, gambling, exploration. It would also pass through various severely polluted areas. Some people gained extraordinary talents on board, while others received a series of advanced runes related to mysterious totems. There were a series of exclusive rules on the train, and anyone who violated these rules would be punished, expelled, or even dealt with severely. It was more like a movable treasure trove, with crises and treasures coexisting, while also allowing for deep interactions with the world of evolvers. This sea train docks on land once every 3 months. Its maximum capacity is 1,000 people, but due to various reasons, it rarely reaches full capacity. There is no time limit, meaning one can stay on board as long as they wish, but once they disembark, they are not allowed to board again without a ticket. The tickets are issued by the sea train itself, with 500 tickets given to evolver organizations. Treating both countries and third-party forces equally, these tickets are referred to as tickets. Another 500 tickets are randomly distributed to individual evolvers, referred to as B tickets. It is clear that the 3 reward tickets are tickets, which are issued by the sea train to the tower. Qiao Xun thinks that sending it to tower instead of the national branch is quite good, as it at least eliminates the existence of connections. There are both risks and benefits. Qiao Xun mumbled to himself. He did not find any information in the files about why the train existed, what its purpose was, or who its owner was. After finishing the files, he greeted the others in the team and took a ticket. It was not a paper ticket, but an information ticket made up of a string of very strange symbols. The only words he could recognize were ordinary area, car 4, room 13, which should represent the location of the train corresponding to this ticket. There was also a date, showing that the waiting time for the train was 6:00 p.m. on November 30th, 2035. The location was Magic City Wuko International Cruise Port. 3 days later, not far from Jidong City, Qiao Xun tried to analyze the ticket, which only had a string of symbols, through gluttony. Unfortunately, it seemed to be just ordinary symbols, with nothing special about them. Gluttony showed no reaction. After the inspection was over, Qiao Xun took the opportunity to chat with Zhou Sibai during the break. Naturally, Zhou Sibai asked him how he felt about participating in the investigation task, and from his words, it was evident that Zhou Sibai was quite concerned about him. It was uncertain whether this concern was reasonable and justified. Qiao Xun spoke about his experiences and thoughts with some reservations, and then asked about the current situation in Jidong City. Due to the large-scale pollution that occurred earlier, Jidong City has seen a small-scale awakening wave, where many people are awakening their abilities in a concentrated manner. Currently, this group of people is temporarily controlled by the Emergency Response Center to prevent them from harming others or themselves. Afterward, they will have to wait for important personnel from the department to be dispatched for unified identification, classification, and management. Qiao Xun thought to himself that it was a good thing he left early. Otherwise, he might have faced a similar outcome. In the end, Zhou Sibai revealed something. Qiao Xun's initial neighbor, Qin Lin, had the potential for evolution. After cutting off contact, Qiao Xun entered the internal forum of the tower network. He watched advanced combat records, read the experiences of other evolved beings, and learned about strange events from around the world. The content was rich. And in terms of the posts themselves, and some casual posts, it was actually not much different from an ordinary forum. Qiao Xun thought that these people were ordinary before becoming evolved beings, and would still retain some habits of ordinary people to some extent. Casual posts were probably a very common habit. He originally wanted to see if there were any posts introducing the sea train, but after searching various keywords in the forum, he couldn't find any relevant introductions. He even suspected that sea train might be a prohibited term. He tried to post a related inquiry, but the post couldn't be sent at all. Even using homophones or similar-looking characters didn't work. Why was there such control? With this question in mind, Qiao Xun logged off. In the latter half of the night, he remained in a light sleep state, ensuring adequate rest while also studying his talent. 020 Train and the Sea. Extra update. After advancing to a believer, Qiao Xun organized his current abilities. The core abilities are the gluttony that has the power to devour and digest, and the lust that transforms emotions and desires into bodily nutrients. The talents he has stolen from various places include the Atlantean glory, which is an advanced form of amphibious creatures. It is worth mentioning that Qiao Xun discovered that as his main ability advanced, other talents that could be upgraded also progressed in succession without the need for corresponding totem runes. Generally speaking, for an evolver to upgrade their main talent, they need the runes or rune fragments corresponding to the talent's totem. For example, Xinu's forbidden words are at the spokesperson level, but to advance to the messenger level, she must obtain the series of runes corresponding to the forbidden words totem. This is different from leveling up automatically when experience points are full. The conditions for evolvers to advance are very strict. In the evolution community, there's a saying that it is easy to progress, but difficult to advance, which is why the most common posts on the Tower Network forum are inquiries about where to find certain totem series runes. He thought that his automatic advancement characteristic saved him a lot of trouble, as he didn't have to search for various runes or rune fragments one by one. The amphibious creature advanced to Atlantean glory, a talent that enhances abilities while retaining the characteristics of amphibious creatures, providing a buff to oneself, with various abilities comprehensively improved, faster, and stronger. The recently learned Laporte advanced to Pursuer. Xiao Xuemon wanted to complain that rabbits have always been the ones being chased, serving as prey. Yet, after evolution, they surprisingly became the chasers. Indeed, evolution is a process that changes the nature of existence. The chaser is easy to understand, with extremely high speed. And there is also a rather unnecessary function, which is to accelerate the reproduction cycle. For example, while a typical person carries a child for 10 months, the chaser's ability can reduce it to 5 months, or even lower. For Qiao Xun, this is completely useless. After all, one can't expect a big man to bear a child. That would be terrifying. However, he heard from Elshini during her leisure time that humanity has already broken through the technology of asexual reproduction, and in the future, there might evolve a society where population replenishment does not rely on male-female intercourse, but solely on cultivation in breeding rooms. Scary. Then there's the talent of Zayin evolving into Jiang. Qiao Xun was very excited because Ziyang was a completely counter-type talent, and it was very comprehensive. It could handle high-intensity combat up close and trigger energy explosions at a distance. After waiting so long, he finally got a counter-type talent that was better than amphibious creatures. The 3 talents he could currently advance were Atlantean Glory, Pursuer, and Ziyang. Other talents included Michin, pain immunity, withered with rebirth plus, destiny cycle, and disguise. There was also a barely learnable sound field from the skin after advancing to a believer, which was stolen from Girlhong. Overall, it was very comprehensive, covering combat, mental abilities, reconnaissance, support, and healing. Qiao Xun's fear of inadequate firepower was finally alleviated. After experiencing the SH incident, he became very afraid that his abilities were not strong enough or comprehensive enough. He began to look forward to the journey on the sea train, wondering what kind of gains he could achieve in a place filled with so many evolvers. After that, he focused more of his energy on the principles of fate and the sound field. The former was something he still did not understand in terms of its principles. How could he use such an abstract concept as the truth of the world to influence things? The latter was a difficult learning process that started from scratch. After all, SH was a 6th-tier demigod, and it was expected that learning would be challenging. He initially thought he would at least need to reach the 3rd tier to learn the talents he had stolen from that puppet, so being able to learn early made him quite satisfied. It should be noted that that guy's talents were all powerful moves, basically usable as trump cards. He slept soundly until dawn. Early in the morning, XINU sent him a message reminding him not to miss the boarding day for the sea train. Well, very responsible. How is your transcoding preparation going? Are you really not going to the sea train with me? Boarding is in the afternoon the day after tomorrow, so there is still time. What? Do you want me to go with you? No, it's just that your forbidden words are quite useful, like distracting some enemies when escaping. That's too much. Qiao Xun smiled and joked. All right. Qiao Xun did not press XINU too much about her experiences. It's important to maintain an appropriate distance between people. After leaving the hotel, he bought a direct flight ticket to Magic City, planning to arrive there early to prepare. On the way, he asked Lu Xianyi if she wanted to go with him to the sea train. In the end, in the afternoon, Qiao Xun arrived at Magic City alone. The sea train would arrive at Wukou International Cruise Port at 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow, leaving him 2 days to prepare. Generally speaking, long-distance ocean travel requires thorough preparation. However, it's really difficult to gather information about the sea train. There's hardly anything helpful in the tower network, let alone on the ordinary internet. As a result, Qiao Xun had no idea what to prepare. Daily necessities? Convenience food? A portable charger with long-lasting power? In this situation, people usually fall into 2 categories. One that doesn't prepare anything if they don't know what to prepare, and another that prepares everything. Qiao Xun was not in a hurry. He rarely took a break these days, treating it as a trip to the magical city. He wandered around alone, exploring here and there. In a big city like the magical city, he indeed encountered a few disguised aberrants and evolvers. However, he did not deal with the aberrants he encountered like he did with the rabbit people before. The reason he dealt with the rabbit people was that he had a feeling of imminent advancement, which is why he chose to act in a residential area. But now, there was no special need, so it was best not to attract attention. Currently, the Republic was still quite sensitive about the control of evolvers. He did not want to create trouble for the country, nor did he want to create trouble for himself. At exactly 12 o'clock a.m. on November 30th, while lying in bed resting and studying sound force fields, Qiao Xun suddenly received an email within the tower network. He opened it and saw, Dear Sir Madam, hello. The sea train has a complete set of service facilities, including, but not limited to the internet, power supply, daily necessities, various entertainment facilities, and various tertiary industry services. Therefore, you need not worry about a lack of supplies during your journey. We can provide everything you desire. Before that, we will present you with the basic rules of the sea train. First, the sea train does not recognize any monetary transaction systems and only follows its unique point system. For details, please refer to Attachment 1. Second, passengers on the sea train must abide by all established laws and regulations of the train. For detailed legal terms, please refer to Attachment 2. Third, the sea train fully protects the privacy and safety of every passenger, but correspondingly, passengers may not disseminate or exhibit events inside the train. For details, please refer to Attachment 3. Fourth, the sea train has all rights of interpretation. Finally, we wish you a pleasant journey. Attachment 1, Sea Train Point System. PDF Attachment 2, Sea Train Legal Terms. PDF Attachment 3, Sea Train Confidentiality Clause. PDF The 3 attachments were quite lengthy. Qiao Xun believes that most people can't even get through the privacy policy when playing games, let alone the 3 attachments. Fortunately, he had studied at university, and the textbooks he read were thick as a brick with academic papers that were even more obscure. After patiently reading through the 3 attachments, he had a clearer understanding. The point system, in simple terms, is equivalent to a labor point system. The maritime train has its own trading system, and exchanging any goods on it requires points. There are 4 ways to earn points. First, by completing random events. Second, by collecting corresponding loot when passing through high-risk contaminated areas. Third, by selling goods to others. And fourth, gambling. For some reason, the mention of gambling always gives Qiao Xun a strange feeling. There are quite a few legal clauses, but to summarize in one sentence, try not to violate the law, as the consequences are unpredictable. As for the confidentiality clause, there's nothing much to say. The reason you can't find any information related to the maritime train on the internal forum of the Tower Network is because of this confidentiality clause. The reason for the secrecy is not stated. Knowing that everything is available on the maritime train, after dawn, Qiao Xun didn't plan to prepare supplies in particular. He just casually took some handy items he usually carries and headed to Wuko International Port to start waiting. The sea breeze at the end of November is quite biting, cutting against the face like a knife. The port is busy with ships coming and going. Qiao Xun stood on the protective barrier outside the port, wearing a gray-brown coat. He leaned against the railing, gazing at the sea and sky, his hair gently swaying. His slightly pale face harmonized with the white port buildings behind him. Although his memories of the past had blurred their faces, some grudges still lingered in his heart. "Hey, handsome, do you want to play a game of cat fight?" A playful and cheerful voice sounded from behind. Qiao Xun turned around with a smile and said to Lu Xianyi, "You really came." Lu Xianyi's outfit had always been vibrant and colorful, with a pair of small music headphones around her neck to keep her long hair from being blown away by the sea breeze. Her eyes were still as special as ever, crystal clear and very inclusive due to her innate brightness. She sat on her suitcase, resting her arms on the pull handle, holding a gaming console in her hands, playing a game while saying, "What else could I do? You invited me, so how could I refuse?" Qiao Xun said seriously. "There was no invitation, I just mentioned it casually." "Fine, I was just being sentimental. Should I leave? Since I'm already here." "You really are too much. Forget it, let us continue." As she spoke, she took out a matching game console from her loose pocket and threw it to Qiao Xun. "Come play cat fight with me." "What the heck is that?" "It's really fun, come on, come on." Qiao Xun looked at the pink game console in his hand, lost in thought. It was covered with many cute Hello Kitty stickers. "By the way, haven't you considered that I might not like pink? What man doesn't like pink?" "Oh, come on, let's not fuss about it. Besides, I really like it." Qiao Xun. So, 2 guys who had just finished a high-risk investigation task were squatting on the harbor's protective path, holding a pink handheld console, playing a cute game called Cat Cat Brawl. It's quite strange. Qiao Xun felt that Lu Xianyi had a strange charisma that could unknowingly sway others. At 5:30 p.m., the clattering sound of an old-fashioned steam train came from the sea, accompanied by a wonderful rhythm. This rhythm spread along the coastline of the port, enveloping the entire harbor. Lu Xianyi stood up and looked towards the distant skyline, saying, "The shielding field has opened, which means the sea train is about to arrive." The shielding field naturally blocks ordinary people. Those like them who have tickets will not be affected by the shielding. Qiao Xun looked around and found that there were still quite a few people who had not been screened. It seemed that they were also ticket holders. They all looked quite ordinary, completely lacking the peculiar traits of evolved beings. A wave crashed against the embankment, lowering the brightness nearby. The sea train finally appeared on the horizon. The black, mechanical-looking locomotive was the first to catch everyone's eye. Lu Xianyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So cool." She grasped Qiao Xun's arm and eagerly asked, "Doesn't it look like that big train in Mad Max?" "It does look quite similar. After all, the big train was inspired by the big boy of the United States." Lu Xianyi was quite special. While other girls her age were chasing stars, watching dramas, and gossiping, she spent all her time playing games. It was quite frustrating to think about. She would squat in front of the computer or PS all day without dark circles. Not a wrinkle in sight, and her eyes were still very clear. With a long whistle of the steam horn, the sea train sped toward them. The scene was simply marvelous. The Despite the wheels spinning rapidly, it had the feel of a large cruise ship cutting through the water. A big train, moving quickly and steadily on the sea. If humanity mastered this technology, what need would there be for ships? As it got closer, Qiao Xun realized just how large the sea train actually was. It was by no means an ordinary train. It resembled an oversized rectangular cruise ship. To describe it more accurately, it was like turning the Shanghai World Financial Center sideways and dressing it up as a steam locomotive. The key was it was very long. Even though the locomotive had already docked, the end was still not in sight. Now he finally understood why it was said that the sea train was fully equipped with infrastructure and there was no need to worry about lacking any supplies. Magnificent, imposing, and full of sense of pressure. What man wouldn't like such a monstrous piece of machinery? Another long whistle rang out. A crew member stepped out from inside. At a glance, one could see the winding spring behind her, very eye-catching. Dear passengers, the train will depart promptly at 1800 hours. Please board with your tickets as soon as possible. It was like Pinocchio from a fairy tale, with distinct human features and also distinct traits of a mechanical being. Qiao Xun wondered if this design was intentional. Lu Xinyi loved this big machine even more than Qiao Xun did and couldn't he wait to grab her suitcase and rush toward the boarding gate. Let us go. Our journey is the train and the sea. Qiao Xun took a glance at the endless sea, let out a long breath, and started walking. 021 Livestock Creek. The ticket inspector behind her turned a dial, revealing a standard smile, and said, "Hello, Mr. Qiao. Your identity verification is successful. Wish you a pleasant journey." Qiao Xun nodded and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. We are here to serve you." Qiao Xun walked past the ticket inspector and then stood in the aisle waiting for Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi reached out her hand and placed it on a book held by the ticket inspector. The originally blank pages of the book gradually revealed a line of artistic characters, but unfortunately, Qiao Xun did not recognize these characters. The ticket inspector glanced at the words appearing on the blank page. The mechanism behind her turned slightly, and she smiled as she said, "Hello, Miss Lu. Your identity verification is successful. I wish you a pleasant journey." Lu Xinyi smiled politely and then dragged her suitcase towards Qiao Xun. She whispered, "How amazing. It feels different from ordinary talent abilities. I didn't sense any polluted elements, just a very mysterious energy fluctuation." Qiao said while walking, "There are many aspects of the train at sea worth examining, but the feeling I get here is not particularly friendly. We still need to be a bit cautious." "Well, that's true. The passage behind the ticket checking area is very simple, just a corridor. The walls on both sides have no decorations." After the two walked out of the passage, a blonde attendant in uniform approached. She was beautiful, but only in a sensory way. One could still clearly see the signs of stitching on her, and, similarly, she had a wind-up mechanism on her back. The blonde attendant smiled and said, "Hello, passengers. I will now lead you to the living area." Thank you. This structure is rather simplistic. How does it manage to move in a way that seems normal? Or is it not just a simple puppet robot?" Qiao even felt she couldn't be called a robot, but rather a mechanical person. The blonde attendant opened a sliding door beside her. The door was thick, made of metal. Inside was a very rudimentary elevator, resembling a small container. "Please enter." Qiao Xun and Lu Xinyi walked in. The blonde attendant followed and said, after finishing, she operated a few things on the nearby control panel, and then the rudimentary elevator began to start. Unfortunately, the elevator was enclosed, making it impossible to see the surrounding scenery directly. Qiao Xun tried to use his talent, Zayin, to peer into the dark side. However, the six-sided panels of the elevator seemed to be covered with some high-end shielding film, and his talent's rhythm could not penetrate at all. The blonde attendant stood elegantly in front, while the clockwork behind her turned slowly. Lu Xinyi stared intently at the clockwork and, almost unconsciously, asked Miss Attendant, "Can the clockwork on your back be taken off?" The blonde attendant turned around and smiled, saying, "Please don't make such jokes, dear passenger." Lu Xinyi squinted slightly and asked with a smile, "But what if I want to take it off?" "That would be against the train laws. Passengers must comply with the train laws," she replied. Lu Xinyi pressed down the headphones on his neck and said nonchalantly, "All right then." Qiao Xun looked at Lu Xinyi strangely. He asked in the communication channel, "What are you thinking? Isn't it strange? Don't you have the urge to take the spring off?" "Ah well, there's indeed a bit of that. Which delicate little boy hasn't taken apart toys and small machines during childhood, from tiny race car engines to large household appliances?" Qiao Xun couldn't help but complain, but isn't it a bit rude to ask someone directly in front of them? Hee hee, no need to be afraid. Just testing the limits of the train staff. Although I say it's a journey, if I don't understand something, I won't feel at ease. Qiao Xun finally understood that LV Xianyi was inherently full of energy. You really are? Inexperienced, but with big ambitions. It's too much. You keep saying this about me. Don't I have any pride? Your pride has been eaten by dogs. 2 minutes later, the shabby elevator arrived at the ordinary area on time. As the elevator door opened, the light suddenly brightened. The scene before him looked nothing like being on a steam train. There were streets, streetlights, buildings, signs, and trash cans, except for the absence of the sky. It was almost like a European city during the Industrial Revolution in a film or drama. Truly, there is a world within. Qiao Xun couldn't help but sigh. He looked at a large sign standing directly in front of him, which was written in 4 languages: English, Chinese, Russian, Arabic, and French. A blonde stewardess stepped out of the elevator, revealing a professionally emotionless smile, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." Qiao Xun and LV Xianyi took a step forward and followed. The streetlights on both sides of the road were lit. There weren't many people around, and it looked a bit deserted. Qiao Xun curiously asked, "Are there no other people here? It's mealtime and entertainment time now. They should be in the dining and entertainment areas. Isn't it allowed to cook for oneself?" "No, it's not. The food resources on the train are limited, and to maximize efficiency, they are managed uniformly." As the attendant walked, he introduced the two. In the ordinary area of Car 4, there are a total of 2 main roads and 80 residential units, along with a clock tower, including the passengers willing to register this time. A total of 76 people live here. Additionally, counting myself, there are 10 attendants serving the passengers of Car 4. Car 4 has 24-hour electricity and water supply, so you two don't need to worry about electricity and water issues. At the same time, it should be noted that the rent for residences in the ordinary area is 50 points per month. Each passenger starts with an initial score of 100 points. So if you wish to stay in the ordinary area for a long time, please make sure to earn and acquire points on your own. Qiao Xun had already seen this in the train point system. Points on the train are the only currency for transactions, and any non-points-based trading system, once discovered, will be punished with the heaviest penalty of death. Therefore, regular currency is almost useless on the train, worse than waste paper. After walking about 400 meters along the main road, the attendant stopped between 2 residences. The sign on the left residential wall read number 13, and the one on the right read number 14, both in 6 languages. "Ladies, your residence has arrived. There's a book on the table in the living room that details a series of matters regarding the train. Please be sure to read it carefully. Also, if you have any questions, you can use the dedicated landline to call the attendants for inquiries." The attendant smiled and asked, "Do you two have anything else you would like to ask?" Qiao Xun shook her head. Lu Xianyi, with her big, curious eyes, stared at the winding mechanism behind her and asked again, "Sister attendant, can your winding mechanism really not be taken off?" The attendant remained polite and friendly, showing no negative emotions. She smiled and said, "No, please do not have such thoughts, dear passenger." Lu Xianyi puffed out her cheek and asked, "Thinking you were a European court-made outfit? I really like that kind." "No, the attendant's uniform is standardized." "Ah, that's so boring. Can't you report it to the train manager? Nice clothes can provide passengers with a better service experience. It's a pity that someone with your figure doesn't wear a maid outfit." The attendant's smile must have been carefully measured. Just right. Too much seriousness would be inappropriate. Too little warmth would be unkind. "No. Does Miss Lu have any more questions?" Upon hearing the formal address of Miss Lu, Lu Xianyi immediately responded seriously, "No, I don't." "Then, I wish you both a pleasant journey." The attendant politely bowed and then turned to leave. Her steps were graceful, as if each step had been planned in advance, leaving no room for criticism. Qiao Xun rolled his eyes at Lu Xianyi, saying, "You really have some guts. By the way, did you actually look at those 3 documents in the email before you came?" Lu Xianyi sniffed and replied, "I did. But I want to make sure." "If you want to make sure, then go ahead, but don't be so foolish as to test the waters," Qiao Xun said. Lu Xianyi disdainfully extended her pinky at Qiao Xun, saying, "Don't really take me for a fool. I know my limits, okay? Fine, do as you wish. Qiao Xun ignored Lu Xianyi, dragged his luggage, and walked into room 13 through the remote door. Lu Xianyi shouted outside, "Come over and play games later." Qiao Xun waved his hand at him, playfully saying, "You'll eventually become a gaming junkie." Pushing the door open, Qiao Xun walked into his own residence. It was very clean inside, decorated in a medieval style, but not lacking in some modern appliances. It was well designed, with no sense of discord. Qiao Xun believed that the designer of this residence must be exceptionally talented. Many contemporary people admire the ancient, preferring garden style, Chinese style, or palace style. But most fail to adapt modern appliances well, resulting in a look that is neither truly ancient nor modern, creating a sense of disharmony. There is a scent of pine wood in the room, likely emanating from the wooden furniture. Just as the attendant had said, there was a thick book on the coffee table in the living room. The cover was exquisite, featuring some beautifully crafted engravings. It was quite luxurious to decorate a manual with a noble collector-style cover. Qiao Xun casually flipped through the pages, which were thick and smooth. Next to the book was a points card the size of a bank card, completely black with nothing written on it. However, when Qiao Xun touched the card, several lines of text immediately appeared before his eyes. Identity, Qiao Xun, ordinary zone, car 13, points balance, 50. There was also a function to check details. He extended his finger and tapped it, and the interface changed. Details, rented an ordinary zone residence for 1 month, consumed 50 points. Looking at this, it was clear that the points were quite insufficient. Just renting a residence required 50 points, and purchasing food and other supplies also cost points. Without earning extra points, it would be impossible to last a month. This journey was not just about enjoyment and entertainment. Indeed, wherever one goes, worries about living are unavoidable. Qiao Xun could only hope that this train ride would bring more exciting things, and not just this. He put away the manual and the points card, then carried his suitcase up to the second floor. In the hallway, he glanced at himself in the mirror on one side, dressed in a gray-brown coat, standing in a room filled with European palace style, looking very much like a gentleman. He thought it would be even better if he were wearing a top hat. The house had only 2 floors, but it was quite high, probably equivalent to 3.5 stories of an average residential building. Just as he entered the bedroom and began to organize his belongings, he heard Lu Xianyi's voice coming from outside. He walked to the window, opened it, and immediately saw Lu Xianyi standing by the window of her own room, waving and smiling, saying, "Hey, Uncle Qiao, come play a game." Qiao Xun gritted his teeth and said, "You call me Uncle Qiao one more time, and do you believe I won't teach you that combo? This is too much. I'm just in my 20s, and you're already calling me uncle. What happens when I hit 30? Will you start calling me old man?" Qiao Xun was puzzled. Due to evolution, he looked younger than his actual age, appearing to be around 23 or 24. This guy must be doing it on purpose. Lu Xianyi immediately raised her hand in surrender. "Sunge, good brother, please don't." Qiao Xun closed the window and ignored her, starting to pack his belongings. At that moment, an announcement came from above. "Dear passengers, I am the train conductor. The train is about to depart. On behalf of all the crew members, I sincerely thank you and wish you a pleasant journey." However, Qiao Xun did not feel any sense of movement, not even the inertia of acceleration. It was very stable, with no noticeable difference from being on land. After tidying up the room, he lay on the bed and began to read the manual, disregarding the shouting from the next door, El Xianyi. The train was divided into 5 major areas: the power area, living area, entertainment area, dining area, and restraint area. The main focus was the living area. The living area was further divided into 3 categories: VIP area, living area, and livestock area. Generally, passengers reside in the living area, and once they accumulate 10,000 points, they can apply to enter the VIP area. However, if their points fall below 0, they will be expelled to the livestock area. The name livestock area is quite straightforward. Those who are there have no human rights, cannot enjoy any services of the train, eat leftover food, use leftover living items, and must engage in the dirtiest work on the train, such as cleaning sewage and handling waste, and can be commanded at will by people from the ordinary and VIP areas. Slaves. Upon seeing the description of the livestock area, Qiao Xun immediately thought of this word. He furrowed his brow. The previous email's 3 attachments did not mention such a hierarchical system resembling nobility, commoners, and slaves. Accumulating more than 10,000 points makes one a VIP, a person above others, while falling into negative points turns one into livestock, a person beneath others. 022 Theft. Pull out 10 fingernails. 9,000 words. Qiao Xun immediately contacted El Shieni on the communication channel. Did you see that manual? I'm looking at it. Did you see the livestock area? Yeah, I saw it. It feels quite subtle, right? I had mentally prepared myself before coming here, knowing that the rules on the train are completely different from those in the outside world. But I still didn't expect there to be such a mechanism becoming livestock. Losing human rights, being at the mercy of others, it's basically noble slavery. Qiao Xun furrowed his brows and said, everything on the sea train is unaffected by external factors. Any country's organization providing protection for revolvers is completely useless. This means we can only rely on ourselves, and the risk factor has suddenly increased significantly, with the possibility of falling into the abyss until the bottom. The sea train is not a good place to begin with. Some have achieved demigod status here, while 5th-level evolvers have lost their lives. For over 30 years, countless countries, organizations, and third-party forces have wanted to eliminate this hidden danger in the evolution world. But none have succeeded. LV Shieni turned over in bed and looked at the magnificent chandelier on the ceiling, saying, I didn't even dare to tell my dad I came here. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't let me come. Then why did you choose to come here? It can't be just because I invited you, right? Actually, when I found out that the tower awarded 3 tickets, I was quite conflicted. Personally, I wanted to come, and your invitation kind of boosted my confidence. Why do you want to come? Qiao Xun didn't quite understand. Highborn individuals like Lu Shieni don't lack opportunities for evolution resources. Why would they take such a big risk to come here? He personally felt that places like the sea train should be more suitable for isolated individual evolvers, where they can compete on the same stage. Lu Shieni was silent for a moment, and in a rare, serious tone, she said softly, I want to become stronger. If you want to become stronger, your family should have plenty of resources. No, I want to be a true strong person, not just a vase growing up under someone's wings. It was Qiao Xun's turn to be silent. He was actually quite surprised. Lu Shieni came from a very good family background and was very talented, so she could easily become a high-level evolver. But her choice was a different path. This reminded Qiao Xun of how she played games. Although she was very inexperienced, almost like a gaming black hole, she would still push through the levels, even if it meant dying hundreds or thousands of times. Most players would either give up or resort to scripts in such situations. Qiao Xun let out a sigh and said softly, I might die. If I die, then I won't be a strong person and can't become a strong person. There's nothing to regret about dying. It's hard to imagine that this sentence would come from the mouth of a 19-year-old girl. To be honest, you've made me see you in a new light. So, does that mean you looked down on me before? Qiao coughed twice and said, all right, let's continue reading the manual. Be serious. Don't be careless. Don't change the subject. Qiao Xun cut off the communication. He thought it couldn't be blamed on him. It was strange for someone who always shouted about playing games to be taken seriously. He continued to read the manual. Qiao Xun was pondering what circumstances could lead to negative points when he first saw the livestock area. Soon he found the answer. There were many ways to consume points: renting, shopping, treatment, entertainment, and so on. However, there were only a few ways to earn points: arena battles, bounties, trading, gambling, and random event rewards. Consumption could not turn points negative, but all 4 ways to earn points could lead to negative points. Failing to complete a bounty after accepting it, buying on credit from individual traders, losing to a negative balance in gambling, and penalties for incomplete random events could all result in negative points. The rules were quite harsh. The manual also mentioned that new passengers enjoyed a newcomer protection week lasting 7 days. During this week, new passengers could not participate in any random events and could not gamble. There were 9 random events in total: Random Arena, No Talent Day, All Gamblers, Nightmare Invasion, Holy Meal, Reversal Moment, Judgment, Safety Day, and King's Game. In the 7 days of the week, random events occurred every 3 days, and every Monday was Bounty Day. On Bounty Day, the train would stop in high-risk contaminated areas, and passengers accepting bounty tasks needed to enter the contaminated zone to complete their tasks. After reading the detailed explanation, Qiao Xun lay in bed, unable to sleep. He sat up several times at night, flipping through the manual over and over, only seeing the words man-eating. Essentially, the train's only rule was this: the strong are king. The powerful could quickly earn points and become high-ranking VIPs, while the weak could only become the livestock at the bottom of the vicious cycle. Qiao Xun felt that the train's gambling feature was almost accelerating the push of the weak into an abyss of no return. Faced with the difficulty of earning points and increasingly challenging living conditions, the weak might be driven by desire to enter the casino. Once inside, it was no different from stepping 1 foot into hell. How many gamblers have lost their families? Dong, dong, dong. The midnight bell rang punctually from the clock tower. Each chime resonated in Qiao Xun's heart. After stabilizing his mindset, he stopped overthinking and focused on resting while studying the sound field. At 6 in the morning, the clock tower's bell rang again. Qiao Xun opened his eyes, quickly got dressed, and finished washing up. The dining area opens at 6:30. As a newcomer here, he naturally had to experience the food that caters to basic physiological needs. Lu Xinyi also didn't sleep in and met up with Qiao Xun downstairs early. Although they were on a train, this super-large train had a spacious interior, and there was no heating supply outside, so it was still quite cold. Lu Xinyi had a good constitution, but after all, she was still a guide, wearing a warm women's coat, with her nose slightly red. She huffed her hands and said, "It's so cold." Speaking of the train, it was actually a mobile city on the sea wrapped in a train shell. It was already cold at sea, and now it was winter. Damn, this weather really makes one want to sleep in. Take it easy. Qiao Xun looked around. Most of the houses had their lights on, and he could see a few people walking on the street. It was similar to the early morning in an ordinary town, except there were no cars or public transportation facilities here. Liu Xinyi observed the people around and said quietly, "The mental state of these people is very clear. The depressed are very depressed, and the excited are very excited. The social law here is just that the strong remain strong and the weak remain weak." She continued, "I almost couldn't sleep after reading the manual last night. Almost, but I slept quite well in the second half of the night." "You must be lacking common sense," he replied. The two walked along the street towards the elevator. The elevator was the only means to go to other compartments here. The passage between the compartments was not open to ordinary passengers. The elevator door was open, and there were 4 people inside, 2 men and 2 women. Qiao Xun and Lu Xinyi walked in. The button for the dining area had already been lit up. The elevator doors closed, and the light inside instantly became dim. Qiao Xun glanced around. The 4 people's positions were very distinct, with a strong sense of distance, as if they were all reluctant to have any contact with each other. A bespectacled man in an old suit pushed up his glasses, looked at Qiao Xun, and asked in a low voice, "Newcomer?" Qiao Xun nodded. The man with sunken eyes had a face full of stubble, heavy dark circles, and bloodshot eyes. His overall demeanor was very despondent, resembling a seasoned office worker who had been laid off. "Are you looking forward to it? Do you still think this will be a journey filled with rich experiences?" "Hee. Let me tell you, the process will indeed be very rich because you will personally feel your values being gradually destroyed, everything you have slowly being lost, and the feeling of being stuck in a quagmire, unable to struggle." He seemed a bit neurotic. "In the end, you won't even be able to afford a meal. Forced by circumstances, you will have no choice but to enter the casino, becoming a livestock ready for slaughter under those malicious gazes." Saliva splattered everywhere from his mouth, releasing the stench of rotten bean sprouts. In his many years as a doctor, Qiao Xun has seen all kinds of people. He has encountered many patients who have had psychological breakdowns and yelled at him, but he always maintained a good attitude towards them. The guy in front of him, however, is different. He is just a weak person venting his own failures onto others. As some great masters have said, the weak draw their swords against the weaker. Clearly, Qiao Xun, as a newcomer, is seen as a weaker person in the eyes of the bespectacled man. Qiao Xun glanced at him coldly, then no longer focused on him, displaying an air of complete disdain. "I'm not sure if I'll become livestock, but some people might be close to it." The bespectacled man exploded with anger. It was one thing for others to look down on him, but what right did a clueless newcomer have to do the same? What right? He glared fiercely at Qiao Xun, saying, "You will become livestock. You will definitely become livestock. Livestock, livestock, livestock." Qiao Xun chuckled to himself. Is that it? He thought this guy would suddenly explode and come at him, but instead, he just stood by mumbling meaningless curses. No need for your concern. The others in the elevator remained silent, ignoring the scene, their expressions cold and indifferent, as if they didn't care about anything at all. Such things happen every day in various parts of the train, as inconspicuous as a trash can by the roadside. Ding dong, the elevator reached the dining area. A few people gradually left the elevator. The bespectacled man stood at the back, licking his chapped, ulcerated lips, muttering to himself. "Hey, you're also in car 4, right? Once you finish in the newbie protection zone, I'll show you what survival of the fittest really means." A newcomer actually dared to boldly claim to be a newbie. He really wasn't afraid of death. He lowered his head, his eyes darting around, fiddling with the points card in his hand, swallowing hard as he walked towards the cheap area. The dining area was large, so it didn't seem too crowded. Looking up, he could see 4 large signs dividing the entire dining area into 4 zones: high-end, mid-range, civilian, and cheap. Qiao Xun looked at Lu Xianyi and asked with a smile, "Miss, where are we going?" Lu Xianyi glanced around and saw the annoying bespectacled man enter the cheap area. She then said, "Let's go to the commoner area. Points are quite valuable, so we need to save them for now." She smiled again. "We're not big officials or wealthy tycoons. We're just commoners. So we should go to the commoner area." Qiao Xun squinted slightly and smiled without saying a word. After observing the walkway outside the dining area for a while, Qiao Xun and Lu Xianyi clearly noticed that out of every 10 people who came here, 6 entered the budget area, 3 entered the civilian area, and very few went to the mid-range and high-end areas. This phenomenon is worth examining. The saying "food is the heaven for the people" is not just a saying. Often, food that cannot speak carries a lot of information. The two headed straight for the civilian area. There were many windows in the civilian area as well, and with a glance, one could see mainstream cuisines from around the world. Qiao Xun and Lu Xianyi walked into a Chinese restaurant. There weren't many people inside, perhaps because it was still relatively early. Without exception, everyone inside was focused on their meals, silent and uncommunicative. Aside from the sounds of chewing and the clattering of pots and bowls, there were hardly any other noises. Moreover, there were basically no groups eating together. Everyone was eating separately and sitting far apart. When the diners saw Qiao Xun and Lu Xianyi walking together, they merely glanced over before continuing to eat. The atmosphere was not very good. Lu Xianyi whispered, "It's a bit oppressive. Life in the ordinary area is so oppressive. I wonder what it's like in the livestock area." According to that manual, entering the livestock area is no different from entering hell. "Are you scared?" "It's impossible not to be worried." Lu Xianyi shrugged and said, "If we're both being exploited, women will only have a worse fate. But I'm not afraid. I've faced the threat of death a few times. At worst, I could just turn into a life code again." Qiao Xun said, "Let's just wait and see. Worrying won't solve the problem." Lu Xianyi is a person with high comprehension, except when it comes to games. The food in the commoner district is actually quite good. The Chinese restaurant offers all 8 major cuisines, and it's not like the big pot meals in the cafeteria. It's similar to a restaurant and operates on an order system. The waitstaff here are also mechanical beings with winding mechanisms behind them. Qiao Xun doesn't quite understand how these robots can possess normal human thinking, and he didn't dare to casually use Yin to investigate. The food is good, but the prices, vegetarian dishes are uniformly 0, 5 points per serving, and meat dishes are uniformly 1 point per serving. Rice also costs 0, 5 points. Qiao Xun looked at the portion of the food and roughly calculated. To fill one person's stomach, not to mention eating well, it would require 1.5 to 2 points per meal. 3 meals a day would amount to 4.5 to 6 points. Newcomers here, if they don't earn extra points, would run out of their remaining points in about 10 days. Even if they were frugal and only ate 1 meal a day, they could last at most a month. The conclusion was quite clear. Without earning extra points, it would be impossible to make it to the next month. During the meal, Qiao Xun kept observing the surroundings. The vast majority of people finished their meals and left immediately, not lingering at all, and showed no interest in anything else. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small, thin boy at one of the food pickup windows, staring at the menu above. However, He was occasionally glancing left and right, looking around furtively. As the server turned around, the boy swiftly and deftly snatched 2 buns from a plate, then turned and nonchalantly walked away. Wow, he was stealing food. Qiao Xun continued to watch him. The boy felt the gaze, turned his head to glance at Qiao Xun, and then quickly dodged away. The thin boy walked towards the exit of the restaurant. Before he could get close to the restaurant's main door, a sharp and urgent alarm suddenly rang throughout the entire restaurant. The boy panicked and ran outside. However, a heavy metal door suddenly dropped down from above the restaurant entrance, making a dull crashing sound and sealing off the only exit. The boy's face instantly turned pale. Not far away, hurried footsteps echoed, and soon, 4 tall security officers entered. They also carried a winding mechanism on their backs, but the design was different. The crew's winding mechanism was butterfly-shaped, while theirs was oval. The leading security officer coldly looked at the boy, his tone devoid of emotion. Theft. Remove 10 fingernails and execute on the spot. The boy's face lost all color. His eyes filled with fear, and he froze, even forgetting to scream. It wasn't until 2 security officers grabbed him, and another took out a pair of pliers, that he screamed in terror. "No. Spare me. Spare me. I won't dare again." The security officer remained unmoved, firmly grasping his right thumb, the pliers clamping tightly, and then yanked it out forcefully. A piercing scream echoed through the restaurant. The previously silent diners seemed to witness an exhilarating moment, all craning their necks to look. And upon seeing a fingernail ripped off and bloody fingers, they immediately excitedly shouted, "Good. Well done. Thieves should be treated this way. Better turn him into livestock. Livestock. This punishment isn't enough. Throw him into the livestock area." Elshini felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively leaned closer to Qiao Xun. Qiao Xun said, "Have you noticed that these people have a strong sensory reaction to livestock? It seems that for them, perhaps no punishment is as terrifying as becoming livestock." That dark-eyed man before was the same, constantly referring to others as livestock, as if seeing someone become livestock was something that could directly hit the G-spot. The more people fear something, the more easily they express it. With fingers connected to the heart, the boy was painfully having his nails pulled out, screaming terribly, his eyes bulging red, large beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. This is torture, extreme punishment. The train at sea has no execution grounds. Those who violate the law are punished on the spot. After the 3rd nail was pulled out, the boy fainted from the pain. But when the 4th nail was pulled out, he woke up again. In this way, he experienced pain between repeated fainting and waking. The bloody fingers had a strong sensory impact. Even Qiao Xun felt a slight pain in his fingers. After all 10 nails were completely pulled out, the 4 security officers quickly left the boy behind. Seeing that there was no further punishment from the security officers, the onlooking diners immediately lost interest and continued to focus on their meals. The boy lay miserably in the bloodstains, trembling all over. He struggled to stand up, swaying precariously, ready to fall at the slightest gust of wind. He looked at Qiao Xun, then walked over step by step, his breathing growing heavier, his gaze becoming increasingly fierce. "It's all you, it's all you. If it weren't for you seeing me, I definitely wouldn't have been discovered." Qiao Xun frowned. This boy clearly had lost his mind. "What do you want? Compensate me. Compensate me. Why should I? Do you think that not getting caught means you haven't committed a crime?" The boy shouted hoarsely, "If you're not caught, it doesn't count. The law doesn't say that. Besides, why do you think it was me who saw you that led to your discovery? Everyone else is looking down at their food. Why are you looking at me? You must wish I were dead." Qiao Xun spoke in a relaxed tone, using the same way he used to talk to patients. "Please calm down, let's sit down and talk." At the same time, he subtly used pain relief techniques to reduce the boy's pain, helping him to stay calm. "Compensate me. Compensate me." The boy's tone gradually became less fierce, but he was still very agitated. Qiao Xun handed him a bun and smiled, saying, "First of all, your punishment has nothing to do with me. This bun is not compensation. I'm just giving it to you voluntarily. Secondly, I hope you could be a bit quieter and take care of your wounds first." The boy had lost 10 fingernails and could only hold the bun with his palm. He ate as if he hadn't had anything for years, stuffing the bun into his mouth recklessly, not caring about choking. After finishing one bun, he immediately looked at Qiao Xun again, his eyes signaling for another one. Qiao Xun changed his originally kind expression and said coldly, "Giving you a bun is out of pity, so don't think this is something I owe you. You'd better know your limits and not think you really pose a threat to me. The bun is on the table. Come and take one if you dare. And see if I want to immediately report to the security guard that someone is trying to steal my things." As soon as the boy heard the word security guard, he immediately shrank his neck and shook his hands continuously. Qiao Xun smiled and said, "That's more like it. Don't be someone who can't communicate." Then he asked, "What's your name?" "One word, love. The love of passion." The voice of love is rough, lacking youthfulness, probably due to a throat problem. "Why did you steal?" "I was hungry, wanted to eat, didn't have any points." A predictable answer. "How did you end up here?" "I was born here. My parents were people from the land. They met here and gave birth to me." "Were they?" "They lost at gambling and became livestock." Qiao Xun didn't rush to give him food and continued to ask, "Where do you live?" "Number 12, car 5. "How old are you this year?" 15. Qiao Xun nodded, then handed him a bun and said, "Eat." Ali immediately devoured it. Qiao Xun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself that a person who had lived on a train for 15 years had a high potential value. In such a strange place, the indigenous people were undoubtedly the most direct source of information. If a few steamed buns could help him get to know such a person, it would be quite a bargain. Qiao Xun originally planned to ask someone else, but he found that the people here were very reluctant to have too much contact with others and were very wary of each other. Of course, a guy who is about to starve has a stronger survival instinct than wariness. After giving the hungry person 2 buns, Qiao Xun didn't continue to give more. Keeping him in a state of hunger is better than letting him be well fed. Hungry people have needs, and those with needs have value for utilization. Qiao Xun smiled and said, "Love looks forward to Qiao Xun." "Really?" "Of course. And now you can only choose to believe, right? You can't go back on your word." Qiao Xun smiled slightly and thought to herself, "I've changed my mind, and there's nothing you can do about it." Of course, as she watched the figure of her love disappear from sight, Lu Xianyi complained, "You're really wicked. You have a knack for playing with people's feelings, comparable to those perverts in the lab." Qiao Xun shook his head, saying, "I won't play with people's hearts. I'm just choosing the option that benefits me more. It's scary to be someone like you, but I like it. Come on, you're not that great either." Xianyi pouted, saying, "How can you say that about a beautiful girl? Just eat your big steam bun, okay?" While nibbling on her bun, Xianyi mumbled to herself. After quickly finishing his meal, Qiao Xun spent another 5 points to buy a bun. He hoped this small investment would be worth it. At 8 in the morning, the clock tower's chime rang out, dull and loud. It was very quiet outside, and the chime was the only embellishment. After the chime ended, there was a knock on the door. Qiao Xun opened the door and saw AI standing outside. AI's 10 fingers were all wrapped in gauze, with a small amount of blood seeping through. Qiao Xun asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" "I'm very hungry. Surprisingly, it doesn't hurt much." It seems that at this moment, the boy's more urgent desire is to eat. Guoming. As soon as he walked into the living room, AI immediately saw the large steamed buns placed on the table, still steaming. Qiao Xun sat on the sofa, holding his hands and said, "I'll ask you some questions." "Do you mind?" AI quickly shook her head. "Why are the people here so sensitive about livestock?" Upon hearing this question, AI was surprised, shrank her neck, and looked around. Then whispered, "Are you a newcomer?" "Yeah." "Why, is there something to say?" AI's reaction reminded Qiao Xun of that greasy man with glasses from before. He realized that the people here were not only sensitive about livestock, but also about newcomers. AI swallowed hard. Her eyes seemed unable to focus, constantly darting around. "You better not say you're a newcomer outside." "Why?" "Newcomers have a 7-day protection period. During these 7 days, newcomers are safe. But after 7 days, it becomes very dangerous. This is a train where people eat people in the ordinary area. Who knows how many points have run out, with eyes hungry and green. Newcomers start with 100 points, and after renting a place, they have 50 points left. Those 50 points are a coveted prize in their eyes. So they will rob?" AI quickly shook her head. "Robbing is against the law. They definitely wouldn't dare." "Then how do they acquire newcomers' points?" "Random events. In random events, veterans have many ways to plunder newcomers' points. For example, the random event all gamblers. Everyone, whether willing or not, will participate in gambling. According to past experience, random gamblers is where newcomers are plundered the most severely. Many newcomers even become livestock as soon as they board the train. There's also random arena, where newcomers are forced to fight and then plundered. In reversal moment, people with 0 points can challenge anyone, and they cannot refuse. If they fail, the challenger becomes livestock. If they succeed, they can gain all the points of the challenged. Qiao Xun frowned. Isn't this unfair to those with more points? AI pursed her dry lips and replied, "You're wrong. After being tempered by numerous random events, having more points only has one reason: being strong. Of course, newcomers who haven't been through random events are not included in this category. So, if you don't want to become livestock, it's best to keep your identity as a newcomer secret." Qiao Xun silently stared at AI. AI inexplicably felt that his gaze was frightening and hurriedly said, "I definitely won't say anything. It won't benefit me at all, and besides, I have no confidence in defeating you." Qiao Xun smiled faintly. "Don't be nervous, I'm just thinking about the issue." He really didn't know that newcomers could be so dangerous. No wonder the train had to establish a newcomer protection week. Otherwise, one would be completely devoured as soon as they boarded. AI was fixated on the buns on the table, her throat constantly bobbing up and down. Qiao Xun picked up a bun thrown to him, opened his mouth, and immediately devoured it. Because he bit down too hard, his lips were torn, oozing a bit of blood. His crimson tongue licked it, and the blood mixed with the bun as it went down his throat. So what about livestock? Why is everyone so sensitive about livestock? AI paused for a moment, recalling his parents who had become livestock, and said in a low voice, "You should know that the passengers on the train are all evolved beings, right?" "Yes. The reason livestock are called livestock is that they do the things that livestock do: labor, servitude, and being used as food." Qiao Xun frowned. Food? It was the first time he had heard of this. Evolution is a process of big fish eating small fish. Inferior livestock do the hard labor, while superior livestock provide flesh and blood for the distinguished guests in the VIP area. This is a train that consumes people, literally, with such danger. Why are so many people flocking here? With a hoarse laugh, he acknowledged that alongside the danger, there are also extremely high benefits. Once you enter the VIP area, the path of evolution takes off because there is a continuous supply of high-quality flesh and blood. Everyone who comes here and learns about these people believes they can become a member of the VIP area. But to this day, there are only 30 VIPs on the entire C train. My parents, after accumulating 10,000 points, challenged the VIPs and became livestock after failing. Isn't it true that accumulating 10,000 points guarantees becoming a VIP? No, the spots in the VIP area are limited. Accumulating 10,000 points only means you qualify to become a VIP. Qiao Xun nodded. He looked at the side where Lu Xianyi was. It was rare to see Lu Xianyi so focused and quiet. Her pair of clear eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, as if she were lost in thought. Qiao Xun gave all the remaining steamed buns to AI and said, "Take this, it's your reward." AI's eyes rolled around and then said, "All of it for me?" "Yes. Aren't you going to ask anything else?" Qiao Xun's fingers were twisting on the table. "What's wrong? Feeling unworthy?" AI quickly shook his head, and his slightly sunken eye sockets became even darker. Qiao Xun smiled and then asked, "I'm very curious. Is there really no way out after becoming livestock?" "No, there's a way to turn things around. During the random event reversal moment, livestock can challenge people from the ordinary and VIP areas, and if they win, they can turn their situation around. Additionally, livestock can enter high-risk contaminated areas on the bounty day every Monday to complete bounties and earn points. Once their points are redeemed, they can also get rid of their livestock status, but it's very difficult. Why? Because most of those who become livestock owe a huge amount of points, and it takes dozens or even hundreds of bounty days to redeem those points. Moreover, high-risk contaminated areas are extremely dangerous. Qiao Xun nodded slightly and fell silent for a moment. "All right, let's call it a day," he said. He needed to sort out what AI had said. Then he smiled and added, "If you encounter any problems, you can come to me. Of course, you'll need to prove your worth." AI stood up, hunched over, and quietly glanced at Qiao Xun before turning to leave. After stepping out of Qiao Xun's residence, he turned back to look at the European-style palace-like building, murmuring to himself, I've encountered a fat sheep. I can fleece it. In the living room, Lu Xianyi organized the information AI had provided, then frowned and asked, "Can his words be trusted? These things don't sound like secrets. He has no need to lie. For us, the greater value lies in knowing these things in advance to avoid pitfalls. From what you're saying, are you planning to win him over? But he's lived in this environment for 15 years. He can't still be an innocent young boy." Qiao Xun nodded. "It's an obvious thing. But why? To control a person, one must first indulge them, giving them constant opportunities to challenge their limits. Indulgence without restraint can lead a person to lose themselves. Striking someone who is lost brings more pain and leaves a deeper impression." Lu Xianyi looked at Qiao Xun with suspicion. "Are you really not a pervert?